Outside Sijio City, 20 li to the north, lay Kaoshan Village. It was July 23 RD 1959, the day of major heat. Dusk was drawing near. Outside, the cicadas shrilled themselves hoarse, yet still could not drown out the quarrel erupting inside the small house. If you don't increase the bride price, I'll go to the security brigade and accuse your Chang Kun of being a hooligan. If you must blame someone, then blame your Chang Kun for being expelled. He's just a country bumpkin without access to state grain rations. How is he worthy of our Mei-ru? The bride price must be increased. If it weren't for the fact that everyone within 10 li already knows our two families are engaged, I would never have agreed to this marriage in the first place. Adding a bit to the bride price is already doing you a favor. Lying on the hard earth in Kong, Chang Kun dimly heard the vicious female voice, and a murmur of doubt rose in his heart. Who was speaking? Wasn't he lying in the Taoist priest's temple? He and the old Taoist had shared cheap liquor and peanuts, drinking a bit too much. They had chatted the whole night, speaking of how he missed his deceased parents and kin. Had he drunk himself into sleep later? Yet now the voices outside were so clear, so strangely familiar. What was going on? Mei-ru's mother asked for that. About Chang Kun's job, no one wanted things to turn out like this. We feel even more distressed than you do now that he's lost it. We have already paid the 8 yuan bride price in full before. If we add more now, it will sound terrible if word gets out. That was his mother. His own mother's voice. The moment he heard it, Chang Kun's heart surged with wild emotion. Was this a dream? How many years had it been since his mother had last appeared, even in his dreams? His throat tightened. He wanted to cry out "Ma," but the word was trapped in his chest and could not be voiced. He tried to roll over and get up to see his mother, yet his body felt as heavy as 1,000 jin. Only his neck could turn ever so slightly. What was happening? A dream within a dream. Sleep paralysis. He turned his neck a fraction, and in the pale daylight filtering through the window, he discovered he was lying on an earthen Kong, the beam above blackened with age. Why did it look so familiar? Mechanical, he turned his head to the left. Newspapers pasted on the wall had yellowed with age. The tiny characters were already blurred, only some large characters remained legible. Xining Tong, Fu Sheng Lu Ji. They're all in traditional characters. He silently read the large characters on the newspaper in his heart. This is the old house I've yearned for in my dreams. Too many years had passed, the memories of his youth were already blurred and indistinct. Now seeing the interior of the old house, once more Chang Kun's eyes grew faintly moist. Chang Kun's mother, go ask around. Our Mei-ru, among all the young girls within 10 li around here, she is the most outstanding of them all. Your Chang Kun had a job in the city before. That's the only reason Mei-ru was willing to be engaged to him. Now that the job is gone, of course we have to make up for it through the bride price. Anyway, I'll leave it here. If the bride price isn't increased, I'll go accuse your Chang Kun of hooliganism. A loud bang shook the room, followed by a hoarse voice. We'll add 10 yuan to the bride price, and on top of that another 10 jin of pork. Go and ask around. Even in the city, no one has ever heard of such a high bride price. Are you marrying off a daughter or selling her? No one sells a daughter at such a price. Chang Kun's heart trembled again. This was his father Chang Dashan's voice. Losing his job. Increasing the bride price. Pork. Had he been reborn? He remembered. This was what had happened in the year he was 18 and getting married. In 59 he was 18. Through the connections of the family, his father had gotten him into a mold factory in the city as an apprentice. Once he became a full worker, his household registration could be moved into the city. In those years, to become a worker and move one's household registration into the city to receive state-supplied grain was an enormous matter for any rural family. After all, a worker not only received ration grain, but also drew a monthly wage. Compared with peasants who, after handing in grain quotas, had nothing left to eat and could only dig wild greens or strip tree bark, it was infinitely better. One could say a household registration was like a city wall, cleanly dividing city and countryside into two entirely different worlds. As an apprentice worker in the city, Chang Kun once became the very object of envy for everyone within 10 li. Even the village beauty of neighboring Qin family village Qin Miru rushed to become his sweetheart, eager to latch onto his household registration and follow him into the city. The Qin family had already received the 8 yuan bride price. Qin Miru was indeed quite pretty, seductive eyes, peach blossom cheeks, and fair skin. In later generations' terms, she was born with that cold porcelain fairness, not at all like a rural girl weathered by sun and wind. The figure hidden beneath her clothes was even more explosive, those full curves, that plump rear. One glance from Chang Kun, and he could no longer pull his eyes away. Precisely because he had a city job and a chance to move his household registration, the Qin family had hurried to their door, insisting on an engagement. But now, after he was expelled from the mold factory, Qin Miru's family had gone back on their word. They wanted to break off the engagement, yet did not dare, for if they did, her reputation would be ruined throughout the surrounding villages. Who would dare marry into their family then? So the Qin family came up with a vicious trick, increasing the bride price from 8 yuan to 18 plus an additional 10 jin of pork. One must know that in those days a peasant might not see even a scrap of meat throughout an entire year. 10 jin of pork sold in the city could fetch more than 20 yuan. Converted into coarse cornmeal, it would be enough to feed a family for more than a month. Those 18 yuan and 10 jin of pork could have been exchanged for 7 or 8 rural brides. The Qin family was simply opening its jaws like a lion. In his previous life, blinded by Qin Meru's beauty, he had spoken harshly to his parents, insisting he would marry no one but her. To meet the Qin family's extra demands, his father Chang Dashan had squatted in the mountains for 4 days, finally shooting a small wild boar of 40 to 50 jin with a battered old shotgun. To bring down that little boar, his father had wagered his life, breaking the bone in his lower leg. It took months to heal, and ever after, whenever the weather turned rainy, that leg would ache fiercely. At last, after much hardship, they scraped together the bride price the Qin family demanded. Only then did Qin Meru go with him to register the marriage and hold the wedding. True to her name, Qin Meru was both beautiful and yielding. Chang Kun sank deep into her, and for a few months his life was indeed sweet. No one had expected that 59 was only the beginning of the hard times. Even though their village close to Sijio City did not see mass starvation, as in many other places, nearly no one in the village could eat their fill. Life dragged on like this, bitter yet barely manageable. After Qingming in 1960, days grew even harsher. Each person in the household could only eat 1 bowl of wild greens gruel a day. It was then that Qin Meru suddenly took all of the Chang family's grain and money, and together with her natal family fled to the northeast in search of survival. To the Chang family, it was nothing short of a bolt from the blue. In those years, grain was life, human life itself. For Qin Meru to steal the entire family's grain was to drive them all onto a road of no return, to push them toward death. After learning the route the Qin family had taken to the northeast, Chang Kun set off in pursuit, hoping to recover the grain and demand justice. But fleeing famine was no easy matter. Taking not a single grain along, he survived on begging wild vegetables and tree bark along the way. After untold hardship, he reached the northeast only to find no trace of the Qin family anywhere. Helpless by the time he made his way back home again, several months had already passed. During those months, not a single grain remained at home. His family dug wild vegetables, picked locust blossoms, and pinched off fresh buds from trees. In the very end, when nothing whatsoever was left, they could only strip tree bark and boil it for soup. Even with such barely edible stuff, his mother could not bear to eat her fill, forcing herself to go hungry until her body swelled with malnutrition. Within a little over a month, she breathed her last. At that time, Chang Kun was still on the road to the northeast and never even saw his mother one last time. Afterwards, his father and his 3-year-old little sister Xiaoer also failed to survive that damned year of 1960, for there was simply no grain at home. Only his eldest sister already married out, his 10-year-old second sister, and his 80-year-old third sister remained of the Chang family. It was truly a home shattered and family destroyed. His eldest sister took in the second and third sisters and struggled to raise them. Though his sisters never blamed him, Chang Kun always knew deep down that it was because of him that his parents and little sister met such a tragic end. For the rest of his life, he lived under the weight of that guilt. And now he had actually been reborn to this turning point at 18, the most crucial juncture of his life. There was nothing left to hesitate over. A gentleman's revenge is from dawn till dusk. There is no notion of too early or too late. He would crush the Qin family outright. For himself and for his family, he would take his revenge. Brother Chang, what do you mean selling a daughter? Don't make it sound so ugly. Didn't Chang Kun himself say he'll marry no one but our Qin Meru? Last time in the village, they were tugging and pulling at each other in public. Everyone saw it. Tell me, isn't that hooligan behavior? If you don't increase the bride price, then don't blame me for casting aside all shame and reporting Chang Kun for hooliganism. As Chang Kun recalled the voice outside, he realized it belonged to none other than his vicious mother-in-law from his previous life, Shi Zhenxiang. It was this vile woman who had incited Qin Meru to steal all of the Chang family's food rations, leading to the tragic deaths of his father, mother, and younger sister. Hearing the venom in Shi Zhenxiang's words outside, Chang Kun could no longer restrain himself. His newly reborn body had yet to fully adapt, yet he still forced himself off the Kong bed, his bare feet stepping onto the earthen floor as he staggered out of the west room toward the stove in the main hall. By the stove, Chang Kun's mother Lu Meifan stood by the brick hearth, one hand braced on it, her face haggard and exhausted. His father Chang Dashan was beside her, teeth clenched, chest heaving as he stood there breathing heavily. Opposite them stood a woman with her arms crossed over her chest, eyes rolled in contempt, her fierce expression unmistakable. It was the very same mother-in-law of his last life, Shi Zhenxiang. Chang Kun rushed to the stove, first glancing at his mother, then turning to look at his father. He opened his mouth wanting to call out "Father, Mother," but before the words could escape, his eyes burned, and his throat felt choked as though blocked by something, leaving him utterly unable to make a sound. In his previous life, barely half a year later, he had lost his mother and had not even seen her one last time. Afterward, his father passed away as well. From then on, whenever he awoke in the dead of night, he would hug the images of his parents in his dreams and sob uncontrollably, venting the guilt, regret, and injustice pent up in his heart. Now suddenly reborn and seeing his parents alive before him once more, Chang Kun was overwhelmed with emotion. His hands and feet trembled uncontrollably. "Ah, Chang Kun, you've come out. Our Meru marrying you is truly a blessing for you." Shi Jinxiang's shrill voice rang out. "You've lost your job now, so it's only right that the bride price be raised a bit more, don't you agree?" Shi Jinxiang looked triumphant, chin lifted, pointing a finger at Chang Kun. She had long known that Chang Kun was utterly bewitched by her daughter Qin Meru. No matter what conditions she raised, he would agree without hesitation. She had already instructed Qin Meru to hint about the extra bride price so that Chang Kun would return home and pressure his parents into accepting their demands. As expected, he had gone back and bluntly declared that he would marry no one but Qin Meru. With no other choice, his parents had been forced to give in and agree to the outrageous bride price. Now seeing Shi Jinxiang baring her teeth in a vulgar grin, Chang Kun thought of the tragedy his family had suffered in his former life, and rage surged straight to his head. Ignoring any greeting to his parents, he kicked off with both legs and lunged straight at Shi Jinxiang. Smack, smack, smack. 3 slaps landed in quick succession across her face. Shi Jinxiang's smug smile froze. Clutching her reddened cheeks, she stared wide-eyed in disbelief, unable to accept that she had just been struck 3 resounding times. Before coming, she had already plotted everything out. Her daughter was hailed as the village beauty for miles around. She and Chang Kun had been discussing marriage for quite some time, and the bride price was already in hand. If she were to break off the engagement now, it would damage her family's reputation. Yet the Chang family had to increase the bride price to a level that satisfied her, or she would not let the matter rest. Chang Kun, that hot-headed fool, had already agreed to find a way to make his parents accept her terms. She had never imagined that she would instead be beaten by him like this. Stunned by the blows, Shi Jinxiang spaced out for a moment, then suddenly opened her mouth and howled, launching into a stream of curses. "Oh, you wretched!" She had never suffered such a loss in her life and never dreamed the one raining slaps on her would be the prospective son-in-law she thought she could toy with that well. Outraged, she flung her hands wide, 10 blackened fingernails clawing straight toward Chang Kun's face, determined to scratch him until his features were ruined. In his previous life, fighting had been an everyday occurrence for Chang Kun. It was precisely because of fighting that he had lost his job. Facing a weak, middle-aged woman like Shi Jinxiang, now he simply drove a kick straight into her chest. Thud! His kick sent Shi Jinxiang flying 3 to 4 meters from the center of the room, crashing onto the threshold of the main hall. She sprawled on the ground, limbs splayed, groaning non-stop in pain. All of this took long to describe, but in reality it happened within 3 or 4 seconds, leaving his father Chang Dashan and mother Lu Meifan utterly dumbfounded. Seeing that Chang Kun still wanted to rush forward and keep beating the woman lying on the ground, Lu Meifan hurriedly grabbed her son's arm with all her strength. "Chang Kun, what are you doing hitting people?" His father Chang Dashan also rushed to block him, terrified that he would injure Shi Jinxiang too badly. On the floor, she lay there unable to get up for the moment, muttering filthy curses under her breath between groans. "You old hag. Say one more word and I'll cut you down," Chang Kun snarled. "Go ahead and accuse me of being a hooligan. I'll watch you do it, and see who will dare want Qin Meru then." In these times, a young woman's reputation was more important than the sky itself. If the Qin family went to the security team to accuse Chang Kun of harassment, Qin Meru's name would be ruined immediately, and she would no longer be able to marry anyone. Chang Kun would not allow himself to be held hostage by such threats. Even while his parents restrained him, he still struggled forward 2 steps and viciously kicked Shi Jinxiang on the shin. How could the hatred of his previous life be dispelled so easily? Because of the Qin family, his mother, father, and younger sister had all died tragically. Each time he recalled it, he wished he could hack every member of the Qin family into minced meat. Now that he had a chance to take revenge, if not for his parents holding him back, he truly might have killed Shi Jinxiang on the spot. Panting heavily, he struggled against their grip, his breath coming in harsh bursts. Pinned by his parents, Chang Kun panted, glaring viciously at Shi Jinxiang. When she lifted her eyes and met his gaze, a shudder ran through her entire body. What kind of eyes were those? Bloodshot, as though he wished to devour her alive. Shi Jinxiang's face turned deathly pale. Panic rose in her heart as she hurriedly looked away. She was frightened now. Without even stopping to think what had changed, she clamped her mouth shut, scrambled clumsily to her feet, and bolted out of the room in a few stumbling steps. Out in the small courtyard, she stood pointing back toward Chang Kun, feet stamping as she hopped up and down, shouting insults in a frantic rhythm. Chang Kun, you dare hit me. Just you wait. My Qin family is not so easily bullied. She cried. Chang Kun rushed forward a couple of steps and raised his hand as if to strike again. Shi Jinxiang instantly fell silent, then turned and bolted out of the courtyard, stopping only once she was beyond the gate to continue shouting. Just you wait, you little. She began, but before the insult could fully leave her mouth, Chang Kun wrenched free of his parents' grip, snatched up a jagged shard of glass used for digging wild greens in the yard, and charged straight at her. Terrified Shi Jinxiang did not dare utter another word. She spun around and fled, crying out as she ran, murder. He's killing me, just you wait. Chang Kun still wanted to chase her down and give her another brutal beating, but his mother caught up and grabbed his arm again. Xiao Kun, what's wrong with you? Lu Meifan asked, full of confusion, unable to understand why her son had suddenly attacked Shi Jinxiang. Chang Kun turned and looked at his mother's gaunt face. It was a face he had not seen in over 60 years. Even in his dreams, its details had long since grown blurred. A sharp ache rose in his chest. More than half a century of longing surged up all at once, and he could no longer hold it back. He stepped forward and threw his arms around Lu Meifan, bursting into tears. Caught off guard, Lu Meifan did not know what to do at first. Then, just as she had when he was a child, she patted his shoulder gently and coaxed him in a soft voice, all right, you're a grown man now. Don't cry. At that moment, his father also walked into the courtyard, copper tobacco pipe in hand. He snorted. So you remember how to cry. You got yourself fired and lost your job, and I haven't even settled that score with you yet. Chang Kun lifted his head, and his father's dark, weathered face filled his vision. Father. He choked out, tears flowing anew. He remembered how in his previous life his father had gone deep into the mountains for the sake of his marriage, lying in ambush for 3 days and 4 nights, risking his life just to catch a small wild boar. Even then, he had suffered a hairline fracture in his lower leg and spent months recovering. Now Chang Dashan swung his tobacco pipe, playfully pretending he was about to give his son a few knocks. Why did you beat that Shi Jinxiang? Not long ago, you were shouting that you'd marry no one but Qin Meru, he said. What, now you've changed your mind? Even if you have, that doesn't mean you should hit people. Both Chang Dashan and Lu Meifan were at a loss. They could not understand why their son had suddenly attacked his prospective mother-in-law like that. After this, the marriage would surely be difficult to salvage. Not only was the engagement likely ruined, but with Shi Jinxiang having suffered 3 slaps and 2 kicks, there was no way she would let the matter go easily. Exactly. After being beaten like that, how could she possibly let it rest? Lu Meifan scolded, tapping her finger against Chang Kun's forehead. If she really goes and accuses you of being a hooligan, what will we do then? Chang Kun observed his parents' expressions and understood their concerns. Wrapping his arms around their shoulders, he softly reassured them, Father, Mother, they wouldn't dare report me for being a rogue. That would tarnish Qin Myra's reputation, wouldn't it? With the Qin family like this, even if we agree to their demands for a higher betrothal gift this time, there will be other issues in the future. In any case, I will not marry into such a family. Lu Meifan nodded, feeling relieved. She realized that Shi Jinxiang, even for her daughter, would not report them to the defense team. Yes, this family truly behaves inhumanely. Just looking at Shi Zhengxiang's bear-like appearance makes me angry. If it weren't for my son, I would have kicked her out long ago. Such in-laws we cannot afford to have. She was quite furious about the betrothal gifts demanded by Shi Jinxiang. If it weren't for her son, she would have expelled Shi Jinxiang from her home long ago. Chang Kun happily glanced at his mother on the left and his father on the right, feeling truly blessed. In his previous life, he had been captivated by Qin Meru and completely overlooked his mother's haggard face and his father's stooped back. In this life, he vowed to be filial to his parents and take good care of his several younger sisters. Thinking of this, Chang Kun turned to his parents and asked, Father, Mother, where have my younger sisters gone? Lu Meifan rolled her eyes at Chang Kun and replied irritably, They went to catch seasonal cicadas. They keep shouting that they want to eat meat. Seasonal cicadas refer to cicadas known as seasonal birds in the Beijing region. Chang Kun paused for a moment, feeling a bit flushed. In his previous life, whenever he received his salary while working in the city, he would always buy delicious food from the supply and marketing cooperative to satisfy his cravings. Yet he never considered the needs of his parents and sisters at home. After losing his job, he lay at home, doing nothing, never even thinking about whether there was enough food at home. His younger sisters, all under 10, went out every day to forage for wild vegetables, and he never felt any pity. In the later part of his life, he sometimes recalled that he truly was not a decent person back then, but it was too late for regrets. Now it was the summer of 1959, and in the countryside, he could still have 2 meals of wild vegetable porridge each day. When winter came, it became even harder. Without wild vegetables, even the tree bark would be stripped bare. Although this was called a natural disaster, everyone understood the truth. No matter how great the disaster, it merely meant a poor harvest. As a farmer, growing grain, having no grain at all was unbelievable. Thinking of the tragic events in his previous life, Chang Kun's heart trembled. Having been reborn, he was determined to change the situation at home. Father, mother, there's not enough food at home. Ooh, I will find a way to help. I was thoughtless before and made you worry, but that won't happen again. Once Chang Kun finished speaking, he let out a long sigh. Since heaven had given him another chance, he would seize it well, starting by ensuring his family had enough to eat. Lu Meifan and Chang Dashan widened their eyes looking at Chang Kun. Was this really their son? They had never heard him say such things before. Why had he suddenly become so sensible? Chang Dashan grunted a few times. As long as you have that intention, it's good enough. Every household is struggling to get enough to eat. What can you, a child, do? Though he said this, the corners of his mouth still curled up slightly. Since Chang Kun lost his job and returned home, the father and son had hardly exchanged a few good words. Their few exchanges were all cold words. Chang Dashan had been holding back a lot of frustration. Hearing his son say such words now, even without Chang Kun taking any action, he felt somewhat reassured. Lu Meifan smiled and patted Chang Kun's shoulder. After her son was laid off, she had not scolded him even once. Seeing her son finally understand things, she was the happiest. Just then, several voices came from outside the courtyard. Father, mother, we are back. Before the words fell, 3 little girls successively walked into the courtyard through the main gate. Chang Kun turned to look, and it was his 3 younger sisters. His 10-year-old second sister Chang Qing, his 80-year-old third sister Chang Mu, and his 3-year-old little sister Chang Xiao. All 3 little girls were covered in dirt. Each of them wore oversized clothes patched together, clearly leftovers from when Chang Kun was younger. Each had little arm sleeves on, and their heads wrapped in a piece of cloth whose color was hard to distinguish. The sleeves were to prevent their clothes from wearing out. The little girls only had 1 or 2 sets of clothes to wear, so they were very careful with them. Chang Kun's heart, which had been calmed down with difficulty, became excited again, and his eyes were slightly moist. In his previous life, his little sister passed away in 1960, which was the following year, leaving an indelible shadow in Chang Kun's heart. As for the second and third sisters, they were taken to their eldest sister's home. Although they still couldn't get enough to eat at their eldest sister's house, at least they could grow up. After those difficult years passed, several years later, the second and third sisters also gradually grew up and got married. At that time, Chang Kun lived alone and often felt that life was meaningless, wishing he could just leave it all behind. His eldest sister, second sister, and third sister would return to their old home every week to help Chang Kun with chores, bring him some food and supplies, and chat with him to relieve his boredom. It was the care of the 3 sisters that gradually helped Chang Kun regain his spirits. Until just before Chang Kun was reborn, he still maintained contact with his sisters. Now seeing his second and third sisters as children again, Chang Kun's lips curved into a smile. He took a few steps to his little sister's side and grabbed her small hand. Her little hand was covered in dirt, thin like a little chick's claw, making one feel heartbroken. Chang Xiao sensed that her elder brother was a bit different today. By shaking her little hand, she murmured, "Elder brother, pick me up." The little girl had gone out for a while and was a bit tired. Chang Kun directly picked up his little sister and played with her for a while, lifting her high, making her giggle with delight. The second sister Chang Qing and the third sister Chang Mu looked at their elder brother in astonishment. Their usually stoic elder brother had not spoken much to the family or shown a smile since being dismissed from work. What was going on with their elder brother today? Chang Kun patted the little heads of his second and third sisters, both of whom were sweating. A 10-year-old and an 80-year-old child, just to have a bit of meat, had gone to the small woods outside the village to catch seasonal cicadas. At this moment, Lu Meifan looked at the siblings playing and laughing, feeling relieved. Her son had been gloomy for the past few days since being laid off, which had worried her as a mother. "Stop playing, it's getting dark, and there are mosquitoes outside." Lu Meifan called for them to come inside. Indeed, absorbed in playing with his sisters, Chang Kun had already been bitten by several mosquitoes on his legs. Strangely enough, among the 4 siblings playing together, the mosquitoes chose to bite Chang Kun. Was this the legendary mosquito-attracting physique? Smack! He swatted and killed a large black mosquito that had been sucking blood on his leg, and when he opened his hand, it was covered in blood. Just then, a pleasant electronic sound suddenly rang out. Ding! Capture system successfully activated. This system is a capture system. Any capture will enhance the host's sensitivity to prey. Current mosquito capture 1100. A reward will be granted upon successful capture. Chang Kun was stunned. What the heck? After being reborn, there was even such a benefit. System, what are you useful for? No response. System, could you introduce yourself? Still no response. Chang Kun understood a bit. His capture system was somewhat dull and could not converse with him at all. Smack! 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 Summer mosquitoes flew around in swarms following the sound of Chang Kun's clapping. Mosquito capture 40,100, mosquito capture 66,100, mosquito capture 88100. The 3 little sisters watched their elder brother swat mosquitoes back and forth, completely stunned. The 3-year-old little sister Chang Xiao sniffed and asked, "Elder brother, are mosquitoes tasty?" "Ugh. You absolutely cannot eat this." Yet even starving Chang Kun dared not attempt such biohazardous cuisine. With the final slap resounding. Ding. Mosquitoes. Rewarded items may be stored within the temporary spatial inventory. Non-system items cannot be stored. Due to limitations in cognitive processing capacity, as he sensed countless tiny mosquitoes darted through the courtyard air alongside larger moths fluttering silently. When he opened his eyes and gazed toward the moths' positions, they matched his perception precisely, down to the last inch. Chang Kun stroked his chin and refined his focus. Even beyond the courtyard's perimeter, tens of meters away, he still clearly sensed the fluttering of minute insects. After several careful trials, he finally discerned the pattern. Within a 100-meter radius, he could detect every living creature under 10 gene, its size, its precise location, unerringly. Alas, at present his senses revealed nothing but mosquitoes and moths. No other life stirred nearby. Every household in the village now suffered grain shortages. Even the rats had starved to death. If none remained within the village, surely some lingered beyond its borders. Father, mother, I'll go catch a few cicadas for dinner. Chang Kun mused aloud. Cicadas, locally called ji-niao-er, were the common name for these winged insects. Really? I'm coming too. Chongqing lifted her gaze to her elder brother, eyes sparkling with anticipation. But cicadas perch so high. How on earth will we catch them? Earlier, as the second daughter Chongqing had led her two younger sisters into the small grove by the village gate at dusk, while faint lights still clung to the sky searching for cicada nymphs, ji-niao-er. They returned empty-handed. Big brother has his own methods. It's dark outside now, you mustn't go. I'm not afraid of the dark. Changmu, are you afraid? Chongqing tugged urgently at her younger sister's arm, terrified her brother would leave her behind. Not afraid. Changmu pleaded with wide, earnest eyes. Shao Kun, take your sisters along, but no climbing trees. Xiaoer must stay home. Lu Meifan instructed firmly, her maternal concern sharpened by worry, her son venturing out alone without a single companion. Don't worry, mother. We won't climb trees. Climbing would yield only a handful of cicadas and exhaust us utterly. Chang Kun strode into the main hall and retrieved a box of matches from beneath the stove. Just as he pondered what else he might need, Chongqing seized his sleeve and tugged him toward the courtyard gate, already bursting with impatience. Let's go, let's go. Big brother, the sky's turning black. Slow down, wait for Xiaomo. Cicadas are best caught when night falls. Shao Kun, watch over your sisters carefully. Lu Meifan, still uneasy, called after them once more. Had Chang Kun not shown unexpected maturity today, she would never have permitted him to lead his sisters out at dusk. Big brother, how do we catch them? The light's fading fast. We'll see nothing soon. Chongqing swallowed hard, eyes gleaming with eager expectation. Changmu stared unblinkingly at her elder brother, curiosity alight in her silent gaze. Come, on the way, gather dry twigs, broken reeds, fallen leaves, anything flammable. Chang Kun led his two sisters toward the grove by the village gate. The grove stood beside the river, a cluster of willow trees. The sun had long since dipped below the western horizon. Moonlight hung pale and indistinct, blurring all shapes into soft, uncertain silhouettes. Within the grove, the large, fragrant cicadas, called wuinghua, or sometimes jiwa-er, and the common ji-niao-er, competed fiercely in evening song, utterly unaware their twilight chorus heralded imminent doom. Stay together, gather dry grass and leaves for kindling, drag over any thick branches you find. The two younger girls scurried through the grove collecting tinder. While twilight still lingered, Chang Kun snapped slender willow branches from low-hanging boughs. Together the three siblings assembled in the grove's center, spreading dry leaves and grass, then layering brittle twigs above them like a crude lattice. Chang Kun struck a match from the box and touched flame to the lowest layer of dried foliage. A gentle evening breeze stirred, and with a soft whoosh, flames leapt upward, licking eagerly at the thin branches. Within seconds, the entire pile roared into a blazing bonfire. Night had fully descended. The fire burned fierce and golden, the grove's sole radiant beacon. Big brother, where are the cicadas? Not a single one in sight. Chongqing fretted. Chang Kun activated his system and deepened his sensory focus. He perceived with crystalline clarity how many cicadas clung to each tree, and exactly which branch held each one. Xiaoqing Xiaomu, when you see cicadas land, seize them at once, tear off their wings, and toss them aside. Be careful, don't draw too near the fire. With that instruction, he dashed to a nearby willow, scaled its trunk in 3 swift motions, and settled astride a sturdy bough, then gripped the branch and shook it vigorously. Gee! Startled by the violent tremor, cicadas scattered from the treetops, whirring frantically into the air. Cicadas were drawn irresistibly to light, and now beneath the velvet hush of night, only the bonfire cast its warm, beckoning glow. Dozens of cicadas, like moths to flame, dived straight toward the fire. Then recoiling from the heat, they tumbled onto the scorched earth around the blazed legs, scrabbling helplessly. "Oh, big brother, the cicadas are flying down. Catch them quick." "Huh?" The two girls shrieked with unrestrained delight as cicadas rained down from the trees before their very eyes. "Once you've caught one, rip off its wings and toss it into the pile," Chang Kun directed swiftly, then leapt down from the willow to join the hunt. He snatched a cicada, pinched its wings, and tore, only for a thin jet of fluid to spray from its abdomen. Chang Kun laughed heartily and tossed the insect onto the ground. A childhood memory surfaced, his mother's playful warning: "If a cicada sprays its urine into your eye, you'll go blind." "Big brother, you're amazing. So many cicadas." Chang Qing wrestled a cicada to the ground, her eyes shining. "Be careful. Their claws can pinch sharply. It stings quite badly." Chang Mu nodded, head bent low, fingers flying. Seeing most of the grounded cicadas already gathered, Chang Kun scrambled up another willow and shook its boughs anew. Another wave of cicadas tumbled earthward, scattering across the ash-strewn ground near the fire. Cicadas loved sipping sap from willows, and every tree in this grove teemed with them. "Keep count of how many you each catch." Chang Kun called down from the tree. "I caught 5. I caught 4. Haha, more cicadas are falling. Hurry, hurry, we can't catch them all." A faint summer breeze stirred, cool enough to ease the day's lingering heat. Yet the three siblings worked so feverishly that within minutes sweat streamed down their brows. "Big brother, you shake the branches. We'll catch them. That way we'll get far more." Chang Qing lay half prostrate on the ground, pinning a cicada with both hands, grinning so broadly her lips twisted sideways. Chang Kun shook every willow within reach of the fire's glow. Cicadas thrashed across the earth, carpeting the ground near the blaze. "Hurry, big brother, help us. Some cicadas have even tumbled into the fire." Chang Qing's hands flew, and her mouth too, overflowing with exhilaration. Chang Mu remained wordless, yet each time she ripped off a pair of wings, a quiet, involuntary smile tugged at her lips. For nearly an hour, the three circled the roaring fire, capturing, stripping, piling, until the last cicada was secured. "Big brother, let's build another fire over there. There are still so many trees left." Chang Qing gestured eagerly toward the grove's far edge, unwilling to let the magic end. "Enough for tonight. We've gathered more than enough. Besides, how on earth shall we carry them all back?" "How many did each of you catch?" "I caught 64. I caught 52. Chang Qing and Chang Mu eagerly reported. "Wow, big brother is amazing." Chang Qing hopped around. Previously, Wang Xiaohua from the village caught 2 cicadas, roasted them, and couldn't bear to eat them, making her crave for a long time. Thinking of that delicious smell, saliva dripped from the corner of her mouth. "Big brother is so impressive." Chang Mu was also overjoyed, as she hadn't had meat for a long time. Cicadas taste delicious when roasted, not worse than pork. Now that big brother had brought her so many cicadas, she was worried they might not finish them all. Chang Kun looked around, finding nothing to hold all these cicadas. With no other choice, he had to take off his tattered shirt and gather all the cicadas into it. The branches in the fire were almost burnt out. Chang Wei picked up a nearby branch and stirred the fire. He pulled out 6 little birds from the flames, already blackened with their legs and claws burned off. "Look, there are exactly 6, 3 for each person. Eat them and go home. So fragrant. Thank you, big brother. Thank you, big brother." The 2 little ones drooled. The smell of this roasted protein was simply too enticing. "It's a pity there are still many trees over there. There must be plenty more on them." Chang Qing chewed on a cicada, still not quite satisfied with tonight's haul. "If I want to eat more, I'll come back tomorrow. If it's too late, mother will worry." Chang Kun comforted his younger sister. Thank you, big brother." Chang Kun laughed heartily, pleased that his 2 sisters were so quick to thank him. If he lived in the future, he would be great material for a streamer. At this moment at the Chang family home, "Dad, it seems that Xiaoquan has changed a lot today. Isn't it? After beating Shi Jinxiang, I was shocked. Now he even takes his sisters to catch little birds. How does it feel like he suddenly became so sensible? As a son, he will grow up eventually," Chang Dashan said, puffing on his pipe. He couldn't understand how his son had changed so much all at once. He felt a bit out of place. "My son is certainly not lacking." Lu Meifan held her head high, looking proud. Yes, your son." Chang Dashan secretly glared at Lu Meifan, muttering softly, "I wonder who was crying before saying they gave birth to a disaster." Chang Kun led his 2 younger sisters slowly home. Just as they reached the doorway, the 2 sisters rushed into the yard and saw Lu Meifan sitting on the threshold of the main room waiting. Before the sisters could speak, Lu Meifan scolded, "Why did you take so long? Look at you 2, what did you eat? Your mouths are all black." The 2 little sisters had eaten roasted cicadas and were licking their lips, making their mouths all black with soot. "Big brother caught many little birds. Mother, let's roast them to eat." Chang Qing had eaten 2 cicadas on the way and felt even hungrier. Lu Meifan then noticed the shirt in Chang Kun's hand, from which came the chirping of little birds. "How many did you catch? Why are you busy so late?" Chang Dashan also walked into the main room. He thought nothing of it, assuming they had only caught 10 or 8 to satisfy the little girls. Big brother, how many did we catch? I forgot to count just now. Chang Qing tilted her head to look at her brother. 165. We've already eaten 6. Chang Mu quickly answered, oh, she had been keeping track of that number since they caught so many tonight. Lu Meifan and Chang Dashan were stunned. So many. In such a short time, they caught so many. Lu Meifan reached out to grab Chang Qing's shirt, gently untying it to take a look, revealing it packed with cicadas. Oh, my son is really capable. Chang Dashan's eyes widened in surprise. This many little birds could provide a great meal for the little ones at home. Dear, start a fire, let's roast them for our son and daughters. Lu Meifan waved her hand, assigning the task to her husband. I'll do it. With cicadas to eat, Chang Qing was very eager to help. She added water to the stove and started the fire. Before long, the water in the pot began to boil and no more firewood was added to the stove. The remaining ashes still had a few glowing embers. Lu Meifan squeezed Chang Qing aside, used a fire stick to stir the soft ashes, grabbed a handful of cicadas, gently placed them into the stove, and then covered them with a thick layer of ashes. As the saying goes, children playing with fire will wet the bed. Lu Meifan wouldn't allow Chang Qing to poke at the smoldering fire. Chang Qing squatted by the stove, occasionally looking down into the stove. As soon as she caught a whiff of the aroma, she impatiently grabbed the fire stick, wanting to poke at the cicadas. Lu Meifan scolded Chang Qing lightly. Wait, they're not done yet. Chang Qing wasn't angry. She smiled, eagerly waiting to eat, her nose twitching as she sniffed the fragrance wafting from the stove. Chang Kun stood by the doorframe, watching this scene, feeling as if he had drunk 100-year-old wine, floating and about to get intoxicated. In his past life, such a warm scene of the whole family together could only appear in dreams. Now that the dream had turned into reality, he grinned foolishly. The third sister, Chang Mu, was a bit drowsy, leaning against Chang Kun, her head nodding as she wanted to sleep, yet reluctant to part with the cicadas that were nearly done. All right, they're done. Be careful. When taking them out, don't spill the ashes. The temperature of the ashes had already cooled down. Chang Qing heard the command and immediately used the fire stick to dig out the ashes, slowly nudging the cicadas out of the stove one by one. Seeing this, Chang Mu also perked up. The second sister extracted a cicada as she picked it up and gently tapped it on the ground to shake off the ashes. The two sisters worked well together, and in less than a minute they had taken out all the cicadas from the stove. Counting them, there were exactly 22. The stove wasn't large and could only hold about 20 cicadas at a time. They agreed that each would get 11. So fragrant, even more so than what we ate in the woods. Yes, second sister, big brother is amazing. Don't just flatter him. Should we let mom and dad taste it first? Chang Kun hinted to the two little ones. Mom, you eat first. Chang Qing, always good at reading the room, quickly picked up a cicada, pretended to blow on it, and stuffed it into her mother's mouth. She smiled and asked, Mom, isn't it delicious? So tasty. You eat too, good girl. Lu Meifan, receiving the offering from her daughter, beamed with joy. Dad, you eat a cicada? Chang Mu, not wanting to fall behind, handed a shiny, crispy little bird to her father. Hey, good girl, you eat too. Chang Dashan felt gratified. He saw that it was Chang Wei giving the two sisters a hint, and he was very pleased with his son's transformation. After eating, hurry up and sleep. Lu Meifan urged Chang Qing and Chang Mu to sleep. It was already quite late. Usually at this time the little girls were already asleep. All right then. The third sister, Chang Mu, was already sleepy, munching on a cicada, while holding the remaining ones, heading to the small Kong in the east room to prepare for sleep. The east room had 2 bedrooms. The parents and younger sister slept in the larger room. There was another small room at the far east where the second and third sisters slept together in the small Kong. At this moment, the system's notification sound arrived late. Ding. Cicadas captured 100100, a reward 1 pound of deep-fried cicadas. The current host can sense prey under 40 pounds within a range of 150 meters. Chang Kun was delighted as the system had come again with rewards. Fried golden cicadas, what a treasure. But at this moment, he couldn't possibly take them out for his parents to eat, as the origins of this item would be difficult to explain. In this day and age, which family would be willing to eat something fried? Even those who consumed commercial grain in the city had only 2 taels of oil per adult each month. Let alone fried cicadas. Even when cooking, one could only dip a pair of chopsticks into the oil jar and brush the pot with them, and that would be considered adding oil. It truly could be said to be a drop of oil, not to mention in rural areas. Rural people hardly ever used an oil jar. For nearly half a year, they had never seen oil glimmers in their porridge. Thinking of this, Chang Kun spoke up, Mother, let's cook another batch of seasonal birds in the stove. You and Father should have some too. I will catch more tomorrow night. Lu Meifan smiled and agreed. With her son catching so many, there must be a trick to it, so she didn't have to worry about saving for the children. Chang Kun slowly walked towards the small house in the east. Inside, it was pitch black. Only the sounds of his 2 younger sisters crunching on the cicadas could be heard. especially Chongqing, who chewed while humming resembling a little pig eating. I'm done. I want to eat another one. I've finished too. The two sisters smacked their lips, savoring the crispy flavor of the cicadas. They hadn't had such a delicacy in a long time. Eating wild vegetable porridge daily had nearly caused their taste buds to atrophy. Chang Kun approached the small Kong and took out 2 fried cicadas from the temporary space. Second sister, third sister, open your mouths. There are more cicadas here. Big brother, you are the best, thank you. Chongqing and Chongmu opened their mouths, waiting for their brother to feed them. Chang Kun stuffed the cicadas into their mouths, instructing hurry up and eat, no talking. Chongqing bit into a fried cicada, her eyes wide open in astonishment. It was simply too delicious, far better than the roasted seasonal birds. So good, really delicious. She had long forgotten her brother's admonition not to speak. On the side, Chongmu remained silent. The cicada had already been chewed to bits, yet she was reluctant to swallow, savoring the taste in her mouth. Big brother, what is this? Chongqing bounced up from the Kong, grabbing Chang Kun's arm. Shoo! Don't talk, eat, and then sleep. Don't tell anyone. Big brother, I want to eat more. Me too. Chongmu always spoke a beat slower than second sister. There are no more, let's go to sleep. Chang Kun rubbed the little heads of his 2 sisters. They hadn't had oil in their bellies for years. If they suddenly ate too much, their stomachs might not handle it, so he only gave them each 1 fried cicada to taste. Chang Kun then walked towards the big Kong in the east room. With the faint starlight coming through the window, he saw his 3-year-old sister Chang Xiu lying sprawled on the Kong, drooling down to her chin. He quietly watched Chang Xiu gently touching his little sister's head. In his past life, just a year later, his little sister had suffered from malnutrition, becoming bloated from starvation, and ultimately died tragically. Thinking of this, Chang Kun's heart tightened in pain. At the stove, Lu Meifan was digging through the cicadas in the stove, quietly saying to Chang Dashan, I feel like our son is doing well today. He even knows to care for his sister. Of course, that's his own sister. How could he not care? Chang Dashan replied matter-of-factly. He went out last night and caught so many seasonal birds. My son is really capable. Lu Meifan, trying to find something to say, was just praising her son. Hey, it's only been a day, don't praise too early. The previous Chang Kun truly had not been very sensible. As he grew up, it was not easy for his father to discipline him. Now, seeing Chang Kun's changes, though Chang Dashan acted tough, he felt a sense of comfort within. However, the sudden change in Chang Kun was a bit too much for Lu Meifan and Chang Dashan to adapt to. Xiao Kun, the cicadas are ready, come eat. Lu Meifan called softly. Chang Kun shared the cicadas with his parents. Lu Meifan nodded repeatedly as she ate. You can't say it, these seasonal birds are indeed fragrant. Every day while digging wild vegetables, I hear them chirping wildly in the trees. I want to catch a few to eat, but I can never reach them. After chatting for a while, Chang Kun returned to his small Kong in the west room, lying on the bed and thinking about his system. To receive rewards from the system, he needed to capture prey, and coincidentally his family also needed meat to supplement their nutrition. Tomorrow he would go to the foot of the mountain to see what he could catch to provide extra meals for his parents and sister. With this in mind, he drifted off to sleep. Meanwhile, in Qinjia village at Qin Myra's home. Dad, that little beast from their family dared to hit me. Tomorrow you must go back and hit him. Shizhengxiang was filled with resentment, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Just look at you asking for such a high bride price, no wonder they got angry. What do you want me to do about it? Chang Kun's father is the village militia captain and his eldest daughter married into a family where the father-in-law is the militia security team leader of the commune. What are you even saying? You really want to report Chang Kun for being a rogue? First of all, whether you can win the case or not, even if you do, how will your daughter marry in the future? This is like jumping rope in your pants. Nonsense. Qin Jianren turned over and sat up, lighting a pipe and taking a few puffs. After a moment of silence, he came up with an idea. Tomorrow, let Meru go to the Chang family to take a look and ask what that Chang kid is really up to. If the bride price is too high, we can just lower it a bit, but we cannot break the engagement. If we do, we will lose face. Go to sleep. Every day, you just find trouble for me. Shizhengxiang, feeling dissatisfied, gritted her teeth, muttering to herself incessantly. Chang Kun hadn't slept well all night, and in a daze he didn't know how many dreams he had. Just around 3 or 4 in the morning, Chang Kun suddenly woke up. He reached out to feel beneath him. It was the hard Kong mat. He let out a long breath, fearing that everything from yesterday was just a dream. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, he got up and walked to the main room. Lu Meifan heard the noise and poked her head out from the east room. Xiao Kun, why are you up so early? Mother, I can't sleep. I'm going to take a look at the foot of the north mountain. Chang Kun replied softly. Why are you running to the mountain so early? Did you eat too much? Lu Meifan mumbled a few words and lay back down. Chang Kun arrived at the small courtyard, walked to the shed where they kept miscellaneous items, rummaging for a while until he dragged out a burlap sack. He planned to go to the foot of the north mountain to see if he could catch some rabbits or something. He followed the dirt road out of the village, and at this time most villagers were still sleeping, so he didn't see anyone else. After walking north for 3 or 4 miles, it took him over 20 minutes to reach the foot of the mountain. At the foot of the mountain, several patches of barren land had been cultivated, growing some corn and sorghum. The seeds had already sprouted, and the frail little seedlings stood in the cracked earth looking as if their lives were short. Chang Wei remembered that in June, when the brigade had just planted the crops, some people were so hungry that they sneaked into the fields to dig up seeds to eat. His father, as the militia captain of the village, had also organized a series of activities to protect the crops. It wasn't the most difficult time yet. If it reached 1960, all those seedlings would be pulled up and eaten. The rural people really had it too hard, no matter the time. Even in later generations in the city, being called a rural person was used as an insult. It was simply outrageous. Some weeds truly you put down your chopsticks and just curse. Chang Kun was lost in thought as he walked to the edge of the field on the ridge outside the farmland. In later years, this area was overrun with wild rabbits and numerous field mice. They survived by gnawing on the crops at the foot of the mountain. At that time, Chang Kun was all alone. During the winter, when there was nothing to do, he would go to the foot of the mountain with Zhang Quan from the same village to set wire traps for catching rabbits. But at this moment, others were unaware of the abundance of wild rabbits and field mice here. It was not winter, and the rabbit footprints were not visible. The sky was about to brighten, and most wild rabbits were hiding in their burrows resting. Whether it was a rabbit burrow or a field mouse burrow, they were quite concealed and difficult to find. However, Chang Kun had a system that could sense prey, making it incredibly easy to search for wild rabbits and field mice hiding in their burrows. He walked along the ridge, carefully sensing and searching. Logically speaking, rabbit burrows and field mouse burrows were generally not far from the fields, allowing them easy access to food. After walking several dozen meters, he had not detected any animals. Chang Kun thought for a moment, feeling that he might be heading in the wrong direction, and turned around to head back down to the foot of the mountain. This time, he quickly sensed 2 rabbits lying in a burrow in front of him. He tiptoed over and saw an entrance to a burrow. After circling the area, he discovered 3 burrow entrances in total. The saying that a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows was indeed true. These 3 burrow entrances were not far apart. The 2 closest were only 7 or 8 meters away, while the farthest was over 10 meters away. Chang Kun found a large stone to block one of the entrances and searched for some dry grass and leaves. He ignited the dry grass and stuffed it quickly into the rabbit's burrow. In no time, thick smoke billowed into the burrow. He hurried to the last burrow entrance, opened a sack, and waited for the wild rabbits to escape. Through his senses, he could tell there was more than 1 rabbit in this burrow, and he couldn't let them escape. After 3 or 4 minutes, Chang Kun sensed the wild rabbits were fleeing within the burrow, getting closer to him. He opened the sack wide at the burrow entrance, preparing himself. Suddenly, 2 gray wild rabbits burst out of the burrow, diving straight into the sack. Inside the sack, the pair of distressed wild rabbits were struggling fiercely. But fate awaited them, differing only in whether they would be spicy or braised. Of course, at this moment, neither spicy nor braised was realistic. Not only did he lack all those spices, but he didn't even have any oil. The fate of these 2 rabbits would most likely be to become stew. Chang Kun felt invigorated as he tightened the sack's opening. Stepping on the rabbits inside, he flipped the hoe and struck them a few times until they were dead. He tipped the rabbits out to check. Each rabbit weighed around 5 or 6 pounds. Chang Kun smiled slightly, knowing there would be meat to eat for breakfast at home. In later years, children would see a rabbit and only say how cute it was. But when he returned home, his sisters would definitely say how fat and delicious the rabbit looked. Looking at the sky, it was just the right time to return home for breakfast, and he could kill 1 rabbit to eat with his family. Just as he was about to turn around, Chang Kun sensed a prey ahead, still on the ground. Anything on the ground during the day could not be the rabbits or field mice from the burrows. What could it be? Chang Kun felt a bit excited. He gently placed the sack down and crept forward silently. As he slowly approached a patch of grass, he spotted the prey nestled within. Chang Kun crouched down and cautiously peered into the grass. It was a wild chicken. He was only 2 or 3 steps away from the wild chicken. Chang Kun held his breath, suddenly springing forward and lunging at the wild chicken. The wild chicken was very alert, sensing something was off, and immediately flew up into the sky. But Chang Kun was already very close to the wild chicken. Just as the chicken flapped its wings, it collided with Chang Kun's palm. Cluck! Cluck! The wild chicken was caught and squawked in fright. Chang Kun laughed heartily. This wild chicken was much tastier than rabbit meat. His younger sisters were in for a treat. 1 wild chicken and 2 wild rabbits were enough for the family to eat for a day or 2. With the sack on his back and the wild chicken in hand, he walked along the path back to the village. As he passed by the small river at the village entrance, the system sensed another small animal slowly crawling along. Chang Kun dashed forward in a flash. When he got closer, he discovered it was a grass turtle, clumsily making its way toward the riverbank. Chang Kun was delighted he could still find something at the village entrance. The system was indeed quite good. He stepped on the grass turtle, grabbing its shell and lifting it up. This grass turtle was 20 centimeters long and weighed over 2 pounds, just right for making a pot of soup. He wondered what his sisters would crave to eat and if they would be drooling with desire. With the sack on his shoulder, the wild chicken in his left hand, and the grass turtle in his right, Chang Kun walked with a spring in his step. Arriving outside his small courtyard, Chang Kun saw someone talking to his mother inside. It was a woman he deeply loathed and wished he could kill 100 times. Chin Meru. His family had fallen apart in his past life because of marrying her. Although he had mentally prepared himself many times last night to not cling too tightly to the hatred from his previous life. In this life, he needed to take care of his parents and sisters first. But at this moment, seeing Chin Meru again, he still trembled all over, unable to control himself. Chin Meru looked at Chang Kun across the yard. When she saw the wild chicken and grass turtle he was holding, she couldn't help but swallow hard. She hadn't tasted meat in a long time. Originally, she was sent by her parents to probe Chang Kun's attitude toward the betrothal gift. But now, seeing the prey in Chang Kun's hands, she didn't know what to say. Based on how obedient he used to be to her, he would at least give her a chicken. Chin Meru thought happily. In fact, even if the Chang family couldn't afford such a large betrothal gift, it would still be quite nice to occasionally eat some meat if she could follow the Chang family. She was very confident in her appearance. The young men from the surrounding villages would often steal glances at her as they passed by. Chang Kun. She no longer wanted to mention the betrothal gift. Oh, just being able to eat a meal of meat together would be good enough. What? Are you here to discuss the betrothal gift? No, it's not. Chin Meru's voice grew softer. I just heard you came home and wanted to see you. I was expelled. Is your family planning to renegotiate the marriage? Chang Kun had already suppressed his emotions, his voice cold. The vengeance from his past life would be slowly repaid. In this life, the Chin family would not escape. Killing this woman before him would be too merciful. It would be better to. No, not at all. Chin Meru felt a bit anxious. She didn't know what her mother had told the Chang family. We have no intention of renegotiating the marriage. Renegotiating was not a good reputation to have. Even if she was beautiful, having a history of renegotiating a marriage would make it extremely difficult to find a good family again. Chang Kun sneered inwardly. You don't want to renegotiate, but I do. Unfortunately, renegotiation required the intervention of parents and elders. He couldn't make the decision himself. Do you have something to say? If not, then get lost. Chang Kun fiddled with the chicken and turtle in his hands, directly shooing her away. Lu Meifan had already retreated into the main room when she saw the two talking. Chin Meru was a bit incredulous. Was he actually kicking her out? All along, every time Chang Kun met her, he would go to great lengths to talk to her, staring hungrily at her embarrassing parts. What was up with him this time? What had his mother Shi Jinxiang said to provoke him? Chang Kun glanced sideways at Chin Meru, seeing that she still wouldn't leave. Her eyes kept drifting toward the grass turtle and wild chicken. He inwardly sneered. Oh, what a sweet thought. Were you hoping to eat my wild chicken? Or were you eyeing my grass turtle? I caught 64. I caught 52. Chongqing and Changmu eagerly reported. Wow, big brother is amazing. Chongqing hopped around. Previously, Wang Xiaohua from the village caught 2 cicadas, roasted them, and couldn't bear to eat them, making her crave for a long time. Thinking of that delicious smell, saliva dripped from the corner of her mouth. Big brother is so impressive. Changmu was also overjoyed as she hadn't had meat for a long time. Cicadas taste delicious when roasted, not worse than pork. Now that big brother had brought her so many cicadas, she was worried they might not finish them all. Chang Kun looked around, finding nothing to hold all these cicadas. With no other choice, he had to take off his tattered shirt and gather all the cicadas into it. The branches in the fire were almost burnt out. Chang Wei picked up a nearby branch and stirred the fire. He pulled out 6 little birds from the flames, already blackened with their legs and claws burned off. Look, there are exactly 6, 3 for each person. Eat them and go home. So fragrant. Thank you, big brother. Thank you, big brother. The 2 little ones drooled. The smell of this roasted protein was simply too enticing. It's a pity there are still many trees over there. There must be plenty more on them. Chongqing chewed on a cicada, still not quite satisfied with tonight's haul. If I want to eat more, I'll come back tomorrow. If it's too late, mother will worry. Chang Kun comforted his younger sister. Thank you, big brother. Chang Kun laughed heartily, pleased that his 2 sisters were so quick to thank him. If he lived in the future, he would be great material for a streamer. At this moment at the Chang family home, Dad, it seems that Xiaoquan has changed a lot today. Isn't it? After beating Shi Jinxiang, I was shocked. Now he even takes his sisters to catch little birds. How does it feel like he suddenly became so sensible? As a son, he will grow up eventually, Chang Dashan said, puffing on his pipe. He couldn't understand how his son had changed so much all at once. He felt a bit out of place. My son is certainly not lacking. Lu Meifan held her head high, looking proud. Yes. Your son. Chang Dashan secretly glared at Lu Meifan, muttering softly. I wonder who was crying before saying they gave birth to a disaster. Chang Kun led his 2 younger sisters slowly home. Just as they reached the doorway, the two sisters rushed into the yard and saw Lu Meifan sitting on the threshold of the main room waiting. Before the sisters could speak, Lu Meifan scolded, "Why did you take so long? Look at you two, what did you eat? Your mouths are all black." The two little sisters had eaten roasted cicadas and were licking their lips, making their mouths all black with soot. Big brother caught many little birds. Mother, let's roast them to eat. Chang Qing had eaten 2 cicadas on the way and felt even hungrier. Lu Meifan then noticed the shirt in Chang Kun's hand from which came the chirping of little birds. "How many did you catch? Why are you busy so late?" Chang Dashan also walked into the main room. He thought nothing of it, assuming they had only caught 10 or 8 to satisfy the little girls. "Big brother, how many did we catch? I forgot to count just now." Chang Qing tilted her head to look at her brother. 165. We've already eaten 6. Chang Mu quickly answered, "Oh, she had been keeping track of that number since they caught so many tonight." Lu Meifan and Chang Dashan were stunned. So many. In such a short time, they caught so many. Lu Meifan reached out to grab Chang Qing's shirt, gently untying it to take a look, revealing it packed with cicadas. "Oh, my son is really capable." Chang Dashan's eyes widened in surprise. This many little birds could provide a great meal for the little ones at home. "Dear, start a fire, let's roast them for our son and daughters." Lu Meifan waved her hand, assigning the task to her husband. I'll do it. With cicadas to eat, Chang Qing was very eager to help. She added water to the stove and started the fire. Before long, the water in the pot began to boil and no more firewood was added to the stove. The remaining ashes still had a few glowing embers. Lu Meifan squeezed Chang Qing aside, used a fire stick to stir the soft ashes, grabbed a handful of cicadas, gently placed them into the stove, and then covered them with a thick layer of ashes. As the saying goes, children playing with fire will wet the bed. Lu Meifan wouldn't allow Chang Qing to poke at the smoldering fire. Chang Qing squatted by the stove, occasionally looking down into the stove. As soon as she caught a whiff of the aroma, she impatiently grabbed the fire stick, wanting to poke at the cicadas. Lu Meifan scolded Chang Qing lightly. "Wait, they're not done yet." Chang Qing wasn't angry. She smiled, eagerly waiting to eat, her nose twitching as she sniffed the fragrance wafting from the stove. Chang Kun stood by the doorframe, watching this scene, feeling as if he had drunk 100-year-old wine, floating and about to get intoxicated. In his past life, such a warm scene of the whole family together could only appear in dreams. Now that the dream had turned into reality, he grinned foolishly. The third sister, Chang Mu, was a bit drowsy, leaning against Chang Kun, her head nodding as she wanted to sleep, yet reluctant to part with the cicadas that were nearly done. "All right, they're done. Be careful. When taking them out, don't spill the ashes." The temperature of the ashes had already cooled down. Chang Qing heard the command and immediately used the fire stick to dig out the ashes, slowly nudging the cicadas out of the stove one by one. Seeing this, Chang Mu also perked up. The second sister extracted a cicada as she picked it up and gently tapped it on the ground to shake off the ashes. The two sisters worked well together, and in less than a minute they had taken out all the cicadas from the stove. Counting them, there were exactly 22. The stove wasn't large and could only hold about 20 cicadas at a time. They agreed that each would get 11. So fragrant, even more so than what we ate in the woods. "Yes, second sister, big brother is amazing. Don't just flatter him. Should we let mom and dad taste it first?" Chang Kun hinted to the two little ones. "Mom, you eat first." Chang Qing, always good at reading the room, quickly picked up a cicada, pretended to blow on it, and stuffed it into her mother's mouth. She smiled and asked, "Mom, isn't it delicious?" So tasty. You eat too, good girl." Lu Meifan, receiving the offering from her daughter, beamed with joy. "Dad, you eat a cicada?" Chang Mu, not wanting to fall behind, handed a shiny, crispy little bird to her father. "Hey, good girl, you eat too." Chang Dashan felt gratified. He saw that it was Chang Wei giving the two sisters a hint, and he was very pleased with his son's transformation. After eating, hurry up and sleep. Lu Meifan urged Chang Qing and Chang Mu to sleep. It was already quite late. Usually at this time the little girls were already asleep. All right then. The third sister, Chang Mu, was already sleepy, munching on a cicada while holding the remaining ones, heading to the small Kong in the east room to prepare for sleep. The east room had 2 bedrooms. The parents and younger sister slept in the larger room. There was another small room at the far east where the second and third sisters slept together in the small Kong. At this moment, the system's notification sound arrived late. Ding. Cicadas captured 100100. A reward 1 pound of deep-fried cicadas. The current host can sense prey under 40 pounds within a range of 150 meters. Mother, if I kill the grass turtle, should I tie up the wild chicken and throw it in the yard? It's stinky if it poops in the house. Chang Kun brought the grass turtle to the yard and placed it on a large stone slab. He extended his fingers and pressed hard on the grass turtle's hind legs while using 2 fingers to hold down its front legs, squeezing until its head popped out. He elongated the turtle's head and struck it fiercely with a knife. Lu Meifan saw the turtle's blood flowing into the yard and felt a bit pained, thinking that it was a waste. "Go away. He'll do it." She pushed Chang Kun aside. Mother, do you think it's still feasible if we don't get engaged with the Qin family? Chang Kun wanted to break the engagement with the Qin family and look for opportunities to take revenge slowly in the future. At first you cried and insisted on marrying Qin Meru, saying that you would pay any bride price to marry her. How did you change your mind so suddenly since yesterday? Lu Meifan shot her son a glance and retorted. Ahem, back then I didn't know their family demanded such a hefty bride price. The amount they asked for is enough for me to marry 10 or 8 concubines. Chang Kun felt a bit embarrassed. In his past life, he was indeed infatuated with beauty, blind to the fact that one should marry a virtuous wife. Of course, had he not been reborn, no one would have known that beneath that beauty lurked a viper. As an 18-year-old lad, his combat power was comparable to a teddy bear. It was only natural to be led astray by beauty. It's not that easy. Our Chang family is a reputable household, and the bride price has already been given. How can we back out now without losing face? If we break the engagement, it will be tough for you to find another marriage partner in the future. Hearing her mother's tone, it seemed breaking the engagement was possible, but it wouldn't look good, making it harder to marry later. For Chang Kun, this was hardly an issue. He had been reborn, or would he still worry about marrying a wife? That would be something to be laughed at by peers. Mother, you handle this grass turtle. He'll go ask father. Chang Dashan walked over, puffing on his copper pipe. I heard everything. This can't be done. If you want to break the engagement, how will our Chang family maintain our reputation? How will you marry in the future? You keep thinking of wild ideas every day. Besides, if you break the engagement, the Qin family will definitely cause a ruckus. I remember there was a big incident one year. Chang Dashan tilted his head in recollection. 7 or 8 years ago, a young man from Lutiao village broke off an engagement with a girl from the Qin family, and later that young man had both his legs broken by the people from Qin family village. Lu Meifan, like many rural women, was well aware of such gossip. Although our family isn't afraid of the Qin family, what if something goes wrong? Chang Dashan pointed at Chang Kun. You keep your mouth shut. Chang Kun glared at his father, unsure how to explain. He couldn't just say, I was reborn, and the Qin family, especially Qin Meru, stole food, causing you, my mother, and my little sister to starve. What if they demand such a hefty bride price? Chang Kun threw the dilemma back at his father. Pa, they think too highly of themselves. Just delay. When that girl gets older, her family will be anxious. Chang Dashan chuckled, having his own little plan. Hearing this made Chang Kun feel restless. He threw his hands up and walked into the west room, lying down on the bed thinking of a plan. If all else fails, just cripple the Qin family. Cut off the parents' hopes. Yet he also thought about slowly torturing the entire Qin family, and for a moment Chang Kun couldn't make up his mind. Look at your son, always like this every day. Chang Dashan paced in the yard with his hands behind his back. Now he's my son. Isn't he your son? Lu Meifan shot back at Chang Dashan. If you have the ability, don't eat the grass turtle that the sun caught. Huh. If my son offers it to me, why shouldn't I eat it? The family was noisy, cutting the grass turtle into pieces and putting it into the pot. In no time, the fragrant aroma began to waft from the pot. Mom, don't forget to add the mountain pepper. Chang Qing stood by the stove supervising. Just now, the elder brother instructed to put some mountain pepper in the turtle soup, saying it can remove the odor. Got it, you won't miss out on your share. After the fire is done, I want to cook some seasonal birds to eat. Chang Qing's mouth was never idle, chattering nonstop. Chang Kun had been busy all morning and was already so hungry his stomach was growling. He closed his eyes and rested on the bed for a while, finally waiting for the turtle soup to be ready. The grass turtle only weighed a little over 2 pounds. After removing the shell, the remaining meat was probably less than a pound, and nearly all of it went into the mouths of the 3 little girls. Before Chang Kun returned home, Lu Meifan had already prepared a porridge of wild vegetables, which served as the family's breakfast. The porridge had more wild vegetables and less cornmeal, and the cornmeal looked pale, clearly indicating that a lot had been added. Now, with the turtle soup, the porridge could not be wasted. Chang Kun drank the soup, gnawed on the turtle shell, and Claus ate the wild vegetable porridge and snacked on a few cicotas, feeling his belly swell. His mother had added too much water to the soup. Son, I think we should send that wild chicken to your elder sister. Our family has always been in difficulty and has received much care from your elder sister. Now that she has just given birth to your nephew, we don't have anything good to send, so let's send her this wild chicken. Do you think that's okay? It was only today that her son caught something extra, so she was generous this once. Usually, she wouldn't be so willing. Sure, that's perfectly fine. Speaking of which, I haven't even met my nephew yet. Chang Kun didn't hesitate and immediately agreed. Meanwhile, Qin Meru had already returned to the neighboring Qin family village. She leaned against the door frame at home, feeling a bit lost. How did it go, daughter? Sure, Jinxiang tugged at her daughter's arm. Yesterday, when she went to discuss the bride price, she didn't get a good outcome and was now eager to know how her daughter fared. What do you mean, how did it go? Qin Meru was dazed, not understanding how she ended up back home. She looked at her mother with a confused expression. The bride price. I sent you to talk about the bride price. What did that boy say? Shi Zhenxiang was a bit anxious, feeling something was off about her daughter. Oh no, could that little brat have taken advantage of her? She nervously grabbed Qin Myra's hand and asked, "What did you both do? What did you say?" Qin Meru finally came to her senses, realizing she hadn't said anything before being sent back. She hadn't eaten the turtle meat. She hadn't eaten the chicken meat either. In the past, Chang Kun would have given her a wild chicken without a second thought. What did her mother say yesterday to provoke Chang Kun like this? Seeing Shi Zhenxiang's probing gaze, Qin Meru rolled her eyes in annoyance. "Mother, what did you say to the Chang family yesterday? What made Chang Kun so furious? When I went today, I saw him carrying a wild chicken and a big grass turtle." "You mean he wouldn't even let me have a wild chicken, and he didn't even give me the turtle? He even kicked me out?" Shi Zhenxiang pouted, her tone fierce. "I didn't say much, just mentioned the bride price, and I was thrown out." Qin Meru was still fuming. "It's all your fault. I also want to eat meat. In the past, Chang Kun would have already brought me the big meat." In the living room of Chang Kuntang by the Eight Immortals table, Lu Meifan asked Chang Kun to visit his elder sister. Suddenly, Chang Kun recalled scenes from his past life. "There is no need to elaborate on how my elder sister took care of me. Oh, every week she would bring me food and help with sewing and mending. This continued until she was over 60, a true bond of sibling affection. After growing up, my nephew became busy with work, but every time he returned home, he never forgot to visit his uncle. He would bring cigarettes and wine along with some marinated snacks to share a few drinks and chat with his old uncle. In my past life, I had nothing to repay them. In this life, having gained the ability, I am determined to take good care of my elder sister. TSK." Chang Kun lifted the bowl, sipping the remnants of the soup at the bottom, raising the bowl in salute to his elder sister and nephew from his past life. "Mother, I'll go down to the foot of the mountain later to see if I can catch anything more to take to my elder sister's house tomorrow. That would be even better." Lu Meifan patted her son's shoulder, feeling proud of such a son. "Tisk, you can just pick up whatever game is on that mountain." Chang Dashan wiped his mouth and prepared to go to work on the production team. "Look at your father, he can't even close his mouth when he eats meat." The three little girls were still gnawing on bones. The larger bones made a satisfying crunch as they chewed, while the smaller ones were crushed and swallowed slowly. It had truly been too long since they had eaten meat. The little girls didn't even waste the bones, which was heart-wrenching to witness. After resting for a while and drinking 2 big bowls of tortoise soup, Chang Kun felt his strength returning and got up to look for burlap sacks in the small shed in preparation for departure. "Elder brother, I want to go too," Chang Qing said, chewing on a tiny bone, reluctant to swallow. Chang Mu also stood up, eagerly looking at Chang Kun. Although little Chang Xiu didn't know what her siblings were going to do, seeing both of her sisters wanting to go, she hurriedly stood up, her little hands reaching out, wanting to be held by her elder brother. Lu Meifan pulled little Xiu over, giving a glare to Chang Qing and Chang Mu. "Every day, I take the second sister, third sister, and little sister to dig wild vegetables a little further out of the village just to have enough for the family to eat. Even if today Chang Kun catches a few pieces of game," in Lu Meifan's eyes, this is not a long-term solution. There also needs to be grain and wild vegetables to ease the worry in their hearts. In these times, one rarely hears of any family eating until they are full. Chang Kun shook his head, indicating that he could not temporarily rescue his sisters. He could only wait until he had enough game to bring some ease to his mother and sisters. He went to the small shed to get 2 burlap sacks and carried a hoe out. "Xiao Kun, hold on to the hoe properly, don't lose it," Lu Meifan reminded him, as iron tools were a rare commodity in these times. The family's iron pots, hoes, and shovels were all secretly hidden away by his mother during the steel-making process last year without turning them in. Kun Gu. As he reached the village entrance, Chang Kun heard someone calling him. Turning around, he saw Zhang Quan from the same village, and he was overjoyed. In his past life, Zhang Quan was Chang Kun's iron buddy, tall and strong, a few months younger than Chang Kun. When he was young, he had a fever and was on the verge of death. A passing Taoist priest renamed him Zhang Quan, and he survived. After that, Zhang Quan became a bit simple-minded, but was not foolish, just a bit slow with words. The village children did not want to play with him, but Chang Kun saw that he would listen to him, so he brought him along to play. He also liked to call out Kun Gu. During those hardest years, there were many times Chang Kun had nothing to eat, starving to the point of only being able to drink water. It was Zhang Quan who occasionally brought him a bit of food. Although it was not much, sometimes half a broken sweet potato or a small potato, and other times just a handful of wild vegetables or half a bowl of acacia flowers. If it weren't for these things, Chang Kun might have starved to death back then. After those years passed, at least everyone wouldn't go hungry anymore. Chang Kun and Zhang Quan, both bachelors, often gathered together to drink, play cards, catch fish in the river during summer, and trap rabbits in the mountains during winter. Their bond was as close as that of biological brothers. Until one summer, Zhang Quan drowned while trying to save a child from the village and never came back. Seeing Zhang Quan now brought a surge of emotion to Chang Kun, who rushed to his side, patting his shoulder and asking what's up. "If nothing's wrong, come with me to catch some wild rabbits." He, nothing's wrong. Chang Kun scratched the back of his head. I remember you have a slingshot at home, right? Go get it. Chang Kun remembered that Chang Kun was skilled with a slingshot. Chang Kun didn't ask further and went home to get the slingshot before following Chang Kun. Chang Kun and Chang Kun soon arrived at the foot of the mountain, where they spotted someone sneaking around a small hole. Oh, isn't that a Kun? Where are you going? This was Jin Sanjia, a villager. Before Chang Kun got a job, they were good friends, both not fond of work, spending their days messing around in the village with cats and dogs. Later, when Chang Kun went to work in the city, every time he returned to the village, Jin Sanjia would follow him closely, calling out Kun Gu every time. Chang Kun enjoyed this feeling. Whenever he brought something good to eat from the city, he would share it with Jin Sanjia. Even his parents and little sister didn't get any. Recently, when Chang Kun was dismissed and returned home, Jin Sanjia found out about it, and Kun Gu turned into a Kun. He also spread the news of Chang Kun's dismissal, and it reached Chin family village, leading to the issue of extra bride price. Hey, don't go. Hey, Kun, are you here to grab some cornstalks to eat? Chang Kun and Jin Sanjia often went into the fields to take food. Chang Kun rolled his eyes and ignored Jin Sanjia. Avoiding the areas he had already searched in the morning, he walked in another direction. With Chang Kun accompanying him this time, Chang Kun decided to catch a few field mice. Field mouse meat is much tastier than rabbit meat. Moreover, field mouse burrows often hide food, which must not be missed. Within just 2 minutes, Chang Kun stopped in front of a small hole. Cricket, that's the nickname Chang Kun had given to Chang Kun, and he had called him that since childhood. This is a field mouse burrow. There are a few field mice inside. You go find some firewood to smoke them out. Field mice are indeed field rats. Their meat is fine and flavorful, but one must overcome psychological barriers. But in this day and age, who dares to say that rat meat cannot be eaten? Who would dare to be beaten for it? Chang Kun acted quickly. When Chang Kun found another entrance to the field mice's burrow and opened the burlap sack, Chang Kun had already gathered a large handful of dry grass. Chang Kun lit the fire to smoke the field mouse burrow, while Chang Kun held the burlap sack waiting for the field mice to come out. Oh my, these two are still trying to smoke out field mice, ha ha ha. If a 3-year-old can catch field mice, I'll eat field mice alive. Jin Sanjia saw their antics and laughed. With this, you think you can catch field mice? Chang Kun turned his head and glared at Jin Sanjia. If you have nothing to do, just scram. Do you want some field mouse droppings to eat? Chang Kun also shot a fierce glare at Jin Sanjia. But honestly, he also didn't quite believe they could catch field mice this easily. Even the village kids can smoke field mice. But most burrows don't have field mice. Even if there are, if all the entrances aren't blocked, the field mice will escape, making it a futile effort. Can Kun Gu really just block the entrance simply and light some smoke to catch field mice? If it were that easy, people in the village would have long stopped lacking meat. Just as Chang Kun was lost in thought as the smoke wafted into the field mouse burrow, Chang Kun sensed the agitation of the field mice inside. As one by one, they crowded towards Chang Kun. Cricket, the field mice are running out. Get ready. Chang Kun's eyes widened as he stared at the burrow, seeing nothing. Just as he was about to turn to say something to Chang Kun, he caught sight of several dark figures suddenly darting out. What the hell? Field mice. Kun Gu. Field mice. Chang Kun's voice changed pitch. Chang Kun looked at the sack in shock, unable to believe that he had caught a field mouse so easily. Although he had seen the field mouse dart into the sack and heard its frantic squeaks, he still found it hard to accept. In the past, he had followed others to catch field mice, often failing to catch even 1 in 10 attempts. Now, however, he had managed to catch one in an instant with Chang Kun. For a moment, he stood there in a daze. Chang Kun found Chang Kun's expression amusing. In his previous life, it was Chang Kun who had taught him how to catch field mice, set traps for rabbits, and catch fish and shrimp. Jin Sanjia was originally nearby, making sarcastic remarks and waiting for the spectacle. He had previously hit it off with Chang Kun, the two of them strolling around the village teasing cats and dogs. Later, when Chang Kun went to work in the city, he voluntarily became Chang Kun's underling, flattering him and tagging along for meals and drinks. After that, when Chang Kun was expelled, he could no longer enjoy the free meals and had to repay all the humiliation he had suffered while being subservient. The news of Chang Kun's expulsion had been spread, and it was he who had secretly orchestrated it. Seeing Chang Kun with the village's fool today, trying to smoke out field mice, made him overjoyed. Could it be that Chang Kun had also become foolish, bringing the village idiot to do something only a 3-year-old would do? Until he heard Chang Kun, the big fool, scream in surprise upon seeing the field mouse. What? A field mouse? How is that possible? Zhang, surely you know what a field mouse looks like. He rushed to Chang Kun's side and looked down to see the field mouse scurrying around in the sack. Jin Sanjia's mood mirrored that of the 5 field mice in the sack, completely bewildered. Hearing the commotion, Chang Kun rushed over in 3 or 5 steps and patted Chang Kun on the shoulder. Cricket, you did well. Hurry up and dig out some field mouse droppings for Jin Sanjia. He's waiting to eat, ha ha. Jin Sanjia was taken aback, jumped up, and cursed you eat droppings your whole family. Before he could finish his curse bang, Chang Kun kicked him in the stomach, sending Jin Sanjia crashing onto the ridge. Shut your mouth. Chang Kun didn't even glance at him. Jin Sanjia, who was the type to bully the weak and fear the strong, was the perfect candidate for a traitor in the past. At this moment, with a sharp pain in his stomach from Chang Kun's kick, he dared not utter a word, limping away. After walking over 100 meters, he turned around, gritting his teeth, and glared at Chang Kun and Zhang Quan, threatening them. Just you wait, I'll make sure you don't get away with this. Zhang Quan, brimming with excitement, began to take out the field mice one by one and stomp them to death, squatting on the ground to watch. Even now, he still found it somewhat hard to believe. Chang Kun recalled the route the field mice had taken when they escaped and walked to the far end of the two burrows. Cricket, dig down here. The field mice's granary was mostly at the end of the burrow. He handed the hoe to Zhang Quan. Although he wasn't skilled at farming, Zhang Quan was quite adept, making it look easy to use the hoe. As Zhang Quan dug within 5 or 6 minutes, he shouted, "Kun gu, kun gu." Meanwhile, back at Chang Kun's home, Lu Meifan hummed a little tune while skinning a wild rabbit in the yard. It was summer, and with the hot weather, if she didn't hurry, the meat would spoil easily. The wild rabbit looked quite fat, but after skinning and removing the innards, each one only weighed a little over 2 pounds. If the bones were removed, even less would remain. As the saying goes, eating rabbits doesn't put on weight, which only means that rabbit meat is low in fat and not easy to gain weight from. But in these times, having meat to eat is already a blessing. Who would be picky? Lu Meifan touched the belly of the skinned wild rabbit, smiling to herself. Not to mention, these rabbits are pretty fat this time. I'll save the innards for dinner. They'll drive those little ones crazy with desire. Soon the 2 wild rabbits were all prepared. Lu Meifan tossed one smooth rabbit into the big water tank, cooling it in the water to keep the meat fresh for a few days. She then took a large chunk of salt about the size of a fist from the stove, lightly struck it with the back of a knife, and as each small piece broke off, she crushed it and carefully rubbed it onto the rabbit meat. This is the coarse salt of this era, which can be bought freely without a ration. People cannot do without salt, but for fine salt one must use a ration, and it's quite expensive. The remaining rabbit meat was thoroughly rubbed with salt and hung to dry in the shady part of the main room, slowly turning into cured meat. In these times, even a few bites of cured meat felt like celebrating the new year. Lu Meifan looked up at the rabbit meat, growing happier the more she looked. At the northern foot of the hill, the entrance to the field mouse burrow had been dug open. Yellow soybeans and golden corn lay inside the burrow, capturing their attention. The field mice's granary had been unearthed. Zhang Quan knelt on the ground, his hands trembling as he held a handful of soybeans, deeply inhaling their scent. This was food. In this era, food was considered more precious than gold. How long had it been since he had eaten pure grain? Zhang Quan couldn't quite remember. He gingerly brought the soybeans and corn to the sack, still feeling unsatisfied. Wielding the hoe, he dug around the field mice's storage area, ensuring every grain was collected cleanly. He squatted in front of the sack, looking at the soybeans and corn with a profoundly reverent expression. Cooling good together, these soybeans and corn must weigh around 5 or 6 pounds. There are still many field mice in this area. Let's dig a few more burrows today. Chang Kun appeared quite calm with the system in place, catching field mice and digging up granaries with ease. Hey! Zhang Quan responded with an enthusiastic shout. After walking another 200 meters, Chang Kun detected another field mouse burrow, sensing that there were many within, likely a large family. Cricket, get ready to light a fire. Chang Kun carefully searched, discovering that this burrow had 9 entrances, which was simply extraordinary. Chang Kun and Zhang Quan blocked the entrances of the field mouse burrow with large stones, leaving only 2 openings, one for smoking and one for the field mice to escape from. Kun gu, let me catch the field mice. All right, you go ahead and hold the sack open to cover the entrance. Chang Kun was in charge of lighting the fire to smoke out the field mice, while Zhang Quan prepared to catch them at the other opening. As the fire was lit, smoke slowly filled the burrow. The burrow was large, and it would take some time for the smoke to drive the field mice out. Chang Kun frowned, turned around, and found some half-dry grass to cover the burning firewood, causing thick smoke to pour out of the burrow. In response, a large group of field mice surged towards the other entrance. Cricket, be careful, the field mice are rushing out. Zhang Quan anxiously pursed his lips, wide-eyed, staring at the entrance. In the blink of an eye, one field mouse after another escaped from the burrow, frantically rushing into the sack. Oh no, holy cow, holy cow. How come there are so many? Kun gu, there are so many in this burrow. Zhang Quan shouted, his voice cracking. Upon hearing Zhang Quan's exclamation, Chang Kun was just about to step over to him. Suddenly, a field mouse the size of a wild cat charged out of the burrow, carrying burning firewood. Holy cow! Holy cow! Holy cow! So big! Has the field mouse become a spirit? In the midst of chaos, Chang Kun exclaimed, stepping on the enormous field mouse beneath him. Squeak! The sound of the large field mouse was like nails scraping against glass, and it turned to bite at Chang Kun's shoe. You want to bite me, eh? Chang Kun stomped down hard on the giant mouse a few times until it stopped moving. Then he reached down to pin it and lifted it up. It is normal to find field mice in a field mouse hole, but this particular giant field mouse beneath Chang Kun's feet was absurdly large, nearly the size of a cat. It was as if it had gained sentience. Its front teeth were slightly protruding, resembling two small door panels, and they had already turned yellow. What was even more unexpected was that it did not escape through another hole that was not on fire, but instead charged through the burning pile. This completely violated the natural instinct of animals to avoid danger. It truly seemed sentient. However, no matter how clever this giant field mouse was, it could not escape Chang Kun's swift kick and was swiftly eliminated by force. Chang Kun walked over to Zhang Quan with the giant field mouse in hand. Look at this field mouse. Have you ever seen one this big? Damn! Zhang Quan exclaimed in shock. There was no other way. The two of them had little education and could only express themselves with exclamations. Seeing such a large creature would certainly startle anyone. This field mouse must have gained sentience. Zhang Quan gestured in shock, clearly indicating it was about 2 of his fingers long. He then realized that this giant field mouse had escaped through the flames from another hole. Brother Kun, this nest of field mice is huge. I couldn't even count them. There are at least a dozen. Come on, let's kill them all to stop their incessant squeaking. The two of them killed the field mice and counted, including the giant field mouse. There were a total of 18 field mice in this nest, truly a superfamily of field mice. Brother Kun, how are you so amazing finding a field mouse nest so quickly? Zhang Quan looked at him in admiration. Chang Kun chuckled to himself, thinking if you had a system you could do it too. Then their granary must be quite large too. Zhang Quan suddenly had a flash of inspiration and shouted. It had only been a little over an hour since they started catching field mice, and Chang Kun felt like his mind was much sharper. In such a short time, he had spoken more than he would in 2 weeks. Chang Kun walked a few steps back and forth at the 2 field mouse holes, then stopped at a spot. Quan, dig from here. All right. Zhang Quan spat a few times into his hands and swung the hoe vigorously. Thinking about how much food could be in such a large field mouse hole, he was filled with energy. The field mouse hole was quite deep underground, and Zhang Quan dug for 10 minutes before finally breaking through. Brother Kun, why isn't there any food? I've dug all the way through the field mouse hole. Zhang Quan looked around and saw no food, his face filled with disappointment. It was impossible. How could such a large family of field mice not store any food? Chang Kun crouched down and reached into the hole, digging in the eastern side, but found nothing. Then he tried the west side, still no food. How strange. Did this family of field mice run outside every day to eat fresh food? What would they do in winter? Starve? Chang Kun turned in circles at the spot, then walked 2 large steps towards the east. Quan, dig another hole here. All right. Zhang Quan had no complaints. He lifted the hoe and started digging. The summer temperature was already rising high and beads of sweat dripped down his forehead. After 5 minutes of digging, Chang Kun saw that Zhang Quan's pace was slowing down and he was panting heavily. Chang Kun reached over to grab the hoe. Let me dig for a bit. After another 8 minutes, they finally reached the field mouse hole. Hard work pays off. A golden color shimmered in front of their eyes. We found it, Brother Kun, we found it. Zhang Quan, who was resting on the ground, sprang to his feet and leaned down to clear the dirt away. Chang Kun chuckled, exhausted on the ground, allowing Zhang Quan to exclaim while scooping up handfuls of yellow beans. After resting for more than 10 minutes, Chang Kun's breathing finally steadied. They had finished gathering the yellow beans and corn, and after Zhang Quan dug around the field mouse hole again and found no more food, he finally gave up. Brother Kun, look at this. There are about 17 or 18 pounds of yellow beans and 8 or 9 pounds of corn, totaling 25 or 26 pounds. Zhang Quan was skilled in farming. With just a glance, he could estimate the weight. He. Zhang Quan kept grinning. This was food they could actually eat, not the public grain that had to be turned in after harvest. The two of them laughed foolishly under the sun for a while before realizing they were both exhausted and thirsty. The excitement of catching field mice and finding food completely masked the fatigue signals from their bodies. It was only now that they felt their throats burning. Let's go find a spring somewhere to get some water. Chang Kun instructed Zhang Quan to lead the way. At this time, the water in the mountains, whether flowing from crevices in the rocks, trickling from streams, or bubbling from springs, was all safe to drink, tasting sweet. The two cleaned up, and the sack now weighed about 30 or 40 pounds. Zhang Quan grabbed the sack and put it on his back. Chang Kun walked easily with the hoe following behind Zhang Quan. He knew Zhang Quan was expressing gratitude in his own way. The two of them entered the mountains, and after about 10 minutes they arrived at a spring. The small spring had pooled into a small pond measuring only about 2 meters across. With their throats feeling even drier, Chang Kun and Zhang Quan didn't care about anything else and leaned over the pond to gulp down water. Several large trees near the spring blocked the scorching summer sun. After drinking a bellyful of water, Chang Kun leaned against a tree trunk and sighed in satisfaction, feeling more refreshing than drinking a bottle of ice-cold cola in summer. Let's take a break for a bit. The two of them closed their eyes slightly, enjoying the gentle breeze that came through the gaps in the trees. Suddenly, a rumbling sound came from Chang Kun's stomach. Chang Kun turned to ask, "Are you hungry?" Chang Kun lowered his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. He hadn't eaten much at home that morning. "Let's cook some yellow beans. You go gather some firewood, and I'll wash the yellow beans." These yellow beans had been dug out from the field mouse hole and needed to be cleaned properly. All right. Chang Kun rolled over and got up, running off to find some dry grass. By the time Chang Kun returned, Chang Kun had already washed the yellow beans several times in the mountain spring. He lit the fire, and as the dry grass turned to ashes, he tossed in a handful of yellow beans while covering them with several layers of ashes. This was similar to the method used to roast cicadas. Hearing the crackling sounds of the yellow beans popping and smelling the fragrance they emitted, Chang Kun's mouth watered. Several times he tried to dig through the ashes to see if the yellow beans were done, but Chang Kun stopped him each time. After nearly 20 minutes, Chang Kun finally used a stick to push aside the ashes, revealing the yellow beans that were a slightly burnt golden color. He picked one up, blew on it, then took a bite. It was crispy and fragrant, truly delicious. Chang Kun, who had been waiting impatiently, saw this and grabbed a handful to shove into his mouth. He could hardly remember what yellow beans tasted like. "Slow down. It's very hot." Chang Kun hurriedly stopped him. If he just threw a handful into his mouth, it would burn his mouth and cause blisters. Chang Kun grinned foolishly. He was already so hungry that he couldn't think straight, squinting his eyes as he popped the yellow beans into his mouth, making crunching sounds. So fragrant. It was such a familiar taste. The aroma reminded him of the time when his mother was still alive, though every time they harvested yellow beans, she would always roast a bit for herself to eat. Unfortunately, ever since his mother passed away, he hadn't. After finishing the yellow beans, lying under the shade of the tree and feeling the gentle breeze was simply blissful, lulling one into drowsiness. "Thank you, Kun Go." Zhang Chuhan is not foolish, just not talkative. He knows that even without him today, Chang Kun would have still achieved so much. A buddy never says thank you. Chang Kun muttered softly, reminding himself that in his past life, he had never said thank you to you either. "Hey Kun Go, look over there in the tree, something gray just flashed by." Zhang Chuhan leaned against the tree trunk, lowering his voice, pointing at the branches beside him, and whispered to Chang Kun, "What is it?" Chang Kun immediately woke from his drowsiness, his eyes following the direction pointed by Zhang Chuhan. "It looks like a gray squirrel." Chang Kun followed Zhang Chuhan's direction and saw a little creature darting up and down the tree. A gray squirrel is what they call it in many parts of the mountainous areas of Beijing. Focusing intently with the system, he noticed several little creatures scurrying about among the trees. The system was a bit unreliable. Unless he specifically focused, he couldn't detect the prey. "Cricket, can you hit it with a slingshot?" Chang Kun remembered clearly that among the animals in this mountain, squirrel meat was the best. It feeds on various nuts, seeds, and fruits throughout the year, its meat tender with a unique flavor. Just thinking about it made him a bit greedy. "He'll give it a try." Zhang Chuhan turned over, kneeling on one knee, raising his right hand with the thumb pointing at a gray little squirrel in the tree. This action was reminiscent of a column using an Italian cannon to bombard the enemy command post. "It should work. Let's try to take it down," Zhang Chuhan said softly. He picked up several larger stones, took out the slingshot from his pocket, placed the stone in the slingshot, squinted his left eye, and focused intently. Chang Kun watched enviously from the side. In his past life, he had practiced with a slingshot many times, but he could never shoot as accurately as Zhang Chuhan. Puff! There was no sound of the projectile missing, only the sound of the stone hitting the squirrel's head. A squirrel let out a scream and dropped to the ground. Chang Kun saw the squirrel was hit and quickly ran over to pick it up, finding its head bleeding, having been killed instantly. "Awesome cricket." Chang Kun gave Zhang Chuhan a thumbs up, surprised at how powerful the slingshot was at just 18. Zhang Chuhan smiled foolishly, ready to say something. Look, there are several more gray squirrels heading that way." Chang Kun pointed in a direction. "Let's go and catch them all in one go." Chang Kun packed the squirrel into a bag, and Zhang Chuhan followed closely behind, carefully stepping. Feeling the location of the squirrels, Chang Kun provided directions to Zhang Chuhan. Zhang Chuhan was almost always accurate. The two pursued the squirrels until they had killed a total of 5. Chang Kun held the squirrel by its tail, thinking about how to cook the meat for dinner, then turned and said, "Cricket, the fur of this gray squirrel might sell for a few dimes at the supply and marketing cooperative. I'll ask someone later." Hearing this, Zhang Chuhan became even happier. He had no concept of money, only knowing it could buy food. "By the way, let's go back to that spring we found earlier." Chang Kun suddenly thought of something. "Hey." Zhang Chuhan snatched the bag back and put it on his own back, letting Chang Kun take it easy. "There might be food in the field mouse burrow, and gray squirrels might also be there. Let's go check it out." Indeed, Kun, you're really sharp-minded. Zhang Chuhan's eyes lit up. How could he not think of that? The two returned to the large tree next to the spring, looking up at the tree, unsure which one could be the squirrel's storage room. The system could only sense prey, not the location of food. Helpless, they could only try climbing the tree. Luckily, there were only 5 trees in total. The two chose one each and quickly climbed to a height. Having grown up close to the mountainous areas, climbing trees had long become a basic skill for boys. Wow, I have found a huge tree hole here. Chang Kun was relatively lucky. The first tree he chose turned out to be the squirrel's nest. He reached in and pulled out a handful of pine nuts mixed with a few peanuts, tossing the nuts down. Zhang Chuhan grinned below the tree, picking them up with a joyful expression resembling a happy farmer during harvest time. This scene was like standing under a roof beam during the construction of a rural house, waiting for people to throw down sugar, tobacco, and various delicious treats. There are also walnuts. Chang Kun pulled out a few peanuts, pine nuts, and also retrieved some walnuts. Squirrels store anything they find edible with a wide variety. Some seeds Chang Kun didn't even recognize, but since squirrels can eat them, humans can too. After emptying the squirrel's storage room, Chang Kun climbed down the tree to join Zhang Chuhan in checking their haul, which mainly consisted of pine, nuts, peanuts, walnuts, and some unidentified seeds. Zhang Chuhan was a bit addicted. They had gathered so much in just one afternoon. Kun, let's walk further into the mountains. Maybe there are more gray squirrels. Okay, let's go. Chang Kun looked up at the sky. It was still early. The two walked through trees of various sizes, slowly entering the deeper mountains. It was much cooler in the mountains, and the breeze felt refreshing. At this moment, they had no specific goal, just wandering aimlessly and trying to sense the traces of prey. As they walked, Chang Kun felt the surroundings were somewhat familiar. After thinking carefully, he realized that crossing this ridge led to the wild boar ridge that everyone in the village knew in his past life. After the ban on firearms in later years, wild boars gradually became rampant, often foraging for acorns on that ridge, which slowly earned it the name Wild Boar Ridge. Cricket, don't make a sound. Chang Kun whispered a reminder. After crossing the ridge, the two crouched behind a large rock, slowly raising their heads to look towards the mountain ridge ahead. Wow, wild boars. Zhang Chuhan's voice was muffled in his throat, trembling with excitement. Chang Kun also saw 5 or 6 wild boars on the opposite ridge, pondering how to take them down. These wild boars have a keen sense of smell and run fast. Even the slightest rustle of grass sends them bolting away, making them impossible to catch unless there are guns. Chang Kun had a bird gun at home, which was adequate for shooting wild chickens and rabbits, but it was no match for wild boars. The production team did have a water gun, but it took time to reload after each shot, requiring at least 3 seconds to shoot again, no matter how fast. In his past life, Chang Kun had indeed received militia training with his father, the village militia captain, teaching him personally. At that time, his shooting skills were considered quite good among nearby villages. He had to find a way to get a gun, Chang Kun pondered while stroking his chin. Kun, how do we catch them? Zhang Chuhan looked at Chang Kun, excitedly waiting for instructions. If they could catch a wild boar, it would provide food for a long time. Zhang Chuhan was already envisioning the scene of the two carrying a wild boar back to the village. How do we catch it? Chase it with our legs? Or use your slingshot to shoot it? Chang Kun rolled his eyes at Zhang Chuhan in annoyance. Without a gun, it was impossible to hit a wild boar unless they dug a trap. But to trap a wild boar, they would need to dig a pit at least 2 to 3 meters deep and 1 to 2 meters wide. Not to mention that it was impossible with just a hoe. Even with tools, digging such a large pit on the rocky wild boar ridge would take at least 3 to 5 days. Spending 3 to 5 days digging a pit that might not even catch a wild boar would be a foolish endeavor. They still needed a gun. A gun is a man's courage. If they had a gun, they could at least take down one wild boar. Chang Kun suppressed his thoughts and slowly pulled Zhang Chuhan back. Kun, aren't we going to catch it? Should I shoot it with my slingshot instead? Zhang Chuhan felt a bit unwilling. Go ahead, the wild boar will thank you for giving it a scratch. Zhang Chuhan understood the underlying meaning of the words. After encountering those wild boars, Chang Kun kept pondering how to hunt one down. The two men slowly made their way home along the same path they had taken earlier. Chu, do you know where we might get a rifle? Chang Kun asked Zhang Quan, straining to recall any memory of rifles from half a century ago. Yet the recollection remained hazy. He could only remember that the production team possessed a water-linked rifle, but borrowing it was pure fantasy. All firearms and ammunition belonging to the production team were under the commune's strict control. If a wild boar were shot using such a weapon, the commune would cart the carcass away without leaving so much as a single bristle behind. Team leader Lu Taizhu keeps one at home. I heard his son Lu Chuqiang brag about it. It's the same water-linked rifle the team owns. With a sharp clap of his palms, Chang Kun exclaimed, "That's settled. I'll go borrow it from Lu Taizhu this very evening." In his memory, their families had long enjoyed a cordial relationship. though later the Lu family moved into the city and contact gradually faded. By the time they emerged from the mountains, dusk had already deepened. Chang Kun saw no reason to search for other game. Without pausing, they hurried homeward. Zhang Quan carrying the sack on his back, Chang Kun gripping his hoe, walking one behind the other. On their way home, they met members of the production team returning from work. Leading the group was Chang Kun's father, Chang Dashan. Chang Dashan turned, glanced at his son holding the hoe, and seeing no other spoils in his hands, chuckled wryly. So, didn't catch a thing. Hunting is all about luck. Coming home empty-handed is perfectly normal. Even I, alongside your uncles and elders, have returned from the mountains with nothing but dust on our boots. You'd do better to dig up some wild vegetables along the way. Spare yourself your mother's scolding when you get home. Sharing his hard-won wisdom, Chang Dashan often gathered greens before returning to the village whenever he failed to bag game, thus avoiding reproach from Lu Meifan. Chang Kun blinked silently, saying nothing. Once home, he couldn't wait to let his father see what lay inside the sack, and the thought of his father's expression filled him with quiet anticipation. They entered the courtyard, then the main hall. Chang Dashan's eyes immediately fell upon the cured rabbit meat hanging beneath the eaves, and he broke into a broad grin. Fine rabbit, this will last us many days. A pot bubbled merrily on the stove, its rich aroma already perfuming the air. Oh, mother, my son came back empty-handed this morning, so don't nag him. He's full of initiative now. Chang Dashan spoke with feigned concern. Lu Meifan, seated at the octagonal table peeling wild greens, shot him a sharp glance. I don't need you to speak for him. His intention alone is more than enough. Chang Kun followed closely behind his father, stifling laughter. His younger siblings, Chang Qing, Chang Mu, and Chang Xiao, had not been allowed to join the hunt, and now sat pouting beside their mother, helping her prepare the greens. The moment Chang Xiao spotted her elder brother, she squealed and dashed forward, waving tiny arms. "Dago, Dago." Such was the simplicity of childhood. After merely a day together, she had already grown fiercely attached to her eldest brother. Chang Kun chuckled warmly as he pinched his little sister's slender cheek, then suddenly remembered the abundant gunyao fruits still ripening on the mountain slopes. He'd walked right past them, forgetting entirely to pick some for his sisters. In those years, fresh fruit was unheard of in rural homes. When adults chanced upon wild berries or fruits in the hills, gathering them for their children brought simple, lasting joy. The gunyao fruits were not yet fully ripe, tart, sweet, and delicious, and highly prized. The little girl danced around Chang Kun, tugging at his sleeves, demanding to be held. Just then Zhang Quan stepped into the main hall and greeted them respectfully. "Uncle, Auntie." Lu Meifan looked up, startled. "Oh, Quan, you're here." Chang Kun interjected. "Chu Chu came with me up the mountain." He nodded toward the sack. With a heavy thud, Zhang Quan set it down on the packed earth floor. Well, what's my son brought home now?" Lu Meifan shot Chang Dashan a sidelong glare. The old man had just claimed his son returned with nothing at all. Zhang Quan grinned bashfully. "Brother Kun is truly remarkable." Reaching into the sack, he pulled out a squirrel. "Xiaoxiong, Dago, Xiaoxiong." At 3 years old, Chang Xiao's speech was still halting. Too short to reach even the squirrel's tail, she spun in frantic circles, desperate to touch it. Zhang Quan knelt and gently placed the squirrel into her small hands. Overjoyed, Chang Xiao's nose crinkled with delight as she dragged the creature toward the east room, fearful her older sisters might steal it away. Zhang Quan reached in again and again until 5 squirrels lay before them. Chang Qing and Chang Mu stroked their tails contentedly, eyes crinkling into crescents. "Now we've got something delicious to eat. 5 gray dogs. Mother surely won't sell them all. At least one must be slaughtered for supper. Brother Kun is truly extraordinary." The 2 little girls gazed at their elder brother with starlit eyes, certain he was the finest big brother in the entire village. Lu Meifan stared, disbelief widening her eyes as she wiped her hands repeatedly on her apron, then lifted one squirrel, turning it over and over in wonder. You caught all these yourselves, eh?" Chang Dashan set aside his pipe, forgetting to smoke, and took the squirrel into his hands. "These were shot with a slingshot. When did my son acquire such skill?" Chang Kun pointed to Zhang Quan, still crouching on the floor. "All done by Chu Chu. He handles his slingshot masterfully." "Ah, I knew it." Chang Dashan slapped his thigh. "We'll send everything to Quan's home later." Zhang Quan waved his hands frantically. No. His words stumbled, and once more he plunged his hands into the sack. He drew out 3 field mice at once, laying them neatly on the earthen floor beside the hearth, then repeated the motion, pulling more out until both Lu Meifan and Chang Dashan stood utterly dumbfounded. Where on earth did all these field mice come from? They soon covered the floor beside the stove. "Son, how many burrows did you raid?" Lu Meifan's voice trembled as if floating in a dream. She glanced at her husband, stunned. Normally, if Chang Dashan caught 2 or 3 field mice, he'd strut like a rooster, chin high, waiting eagerly for praise. Yet today his son had left at dawn and returned by afternoon, accomplishing this astonishing haul in mere hours. Chang Dashin puffed furiously on his pipe, eyes locked onto Chang Kun. This rascal. Earlier he'd even advised him to gather wild greens as a decoy, and the boy had said nothing, biding his time to watch his father's embarrassment unfold. Chang Kun surveyed his family, heart brimming with quiet mirth. He squatted, lifted the sack, and declared, "Father, mother, we also captured a field mouse spirit today." "What on earth is that?" "Nonsense, spirits indeed." Chang Kun hauled the enormous field mouse from the sack. "Good heavens!" Lu Meifan gasped, stumbling back a step. Chang Dashin dropped his pipe onto the stove ledge and rushed forward, seizing the giant rodent and hefting it in his palms. This behemoth must be the patriarch of all field mice. Must weigh over 4 gene. "Where did you find it?" "Remarkable. It's nearly as large as a rabbit. Never seen a field mouse this size. Truly a spirit incarnate." Chang Dashin kept talking, prying open the creature's massive incisors for inspection. After decades roaming these hills, he'd never laid eyes on such a colossal field mouse. "Look at those yellowed fangs. This fellow's seen many winters." Chang Kun recounted how they'd smoked out the burrow. Hearing that the beast had charged through flames to escape, his parents exchanged incredulous glances, unable to believe a field mouse could possess such cunning. By now the 2 younger sisters had each snatched a squirrel and darted off to the east room, joining Chang Xiu in an impromptu game of house. "Mother, guess what else is in the sack?" Chang Kun hoisted the sack, its weight heavy with soybeans and corn. In those times for farmers, nothing mattered more than grain. It was the simplest truth. With grain, life endured. Without it, starvation loomed. "Are there any good things?" Lu Meifan's eyes brightened as she reached out to grab the sack and tipped it over onto the ground. "Hey, wait!" Chang Kun's attempt to stop her came too late. With a whoosh, as the sack turned upside down, a large pile of yellow soybeans, corn, pine, nuts, peanuts, and walnuts poured out like a dam bursting. Lu Meifan gaped, staring at the grains on the ground, stunned. Chang Dashin dropped his smoking pipe on the ground, not even bothering to pick it up, and reached out to grab a handful of soybeans. The feeling of having food in hand was immensely satisfying. How much is this?" Lu Meifan's voice trembled slightly. "He, sir, madam, there are about 17 or 18 pounds of soybeans and 7 or 8 pounds of corn." Zhang Quan firmly remembered this number and added all of it was dug out from the field mouse's hole by Kun Ge. This 20 or 30 pounds of grain could exchange for 3 or 5 daughters-in-law in rural areas, even in the most difficult times of the 1960s. Even now in 1959, one could easily trade for a daughter-in-law. Lu Meifan's eyes grew a bit misty. Over the past year, even at their most prosperous times, they had never stored this much grain. Usually they relied on her careful budgeting and foraging for wild vegetables to keep the family afloat. "Good children." She patted Chang Kun's shoulder, then Zhang Quan's. "Wait, I'll divide some for you two. You take it home to eat." And this was all Kun guesswork. Before Zhang Quan could finish, Lu Meifan waved her hand. "Don't say anything. You two went together, so you should share it together." Those gray hounds and field mice were delicious to eat. She didn't keep Zhang Quan for dinner, as everyone was struggling during these times, and it was unreasonable to stay at someone else's house during mealtime. "Aunt, wait. We don't have a knife at home, or we can't eat meat." Zhang Quan lowered his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Chang Kun. Last year, during the steel production campaign, many families' pots, shovels, knives, and all iron tools were thrown into the furnace, resulting in a useless lump of iron. The situation of Zhang Quan's family not having a kitchen knife would sound like a joke in later years, but at this time, it was quite common. Lu Meifan was taken aback and instructed Chang Dashin hurry up and help kill a few gray hounds and field mice for Chu want to take back. Then she turned to Zhang Quan and said, "Child, just wait a moment. Your uncle will kill the gray hounds and field mice for you, chop them up, and then you can cook them with some soybeans. It's going to be delicious." Without waiting for Zhang Quan to refuse, Lu Meifan hurriedly went to the yard to start working. Taking advantage of her busyness, Chang Kun grabbed 2 field mice and walked with Zhang Quan towards Lu Taiyi's house. On the way home, he had already thought about giving the 2 field mice to Lu Taiyi's family to borrow a gun, thinking it wouldn't be a problem. In these times, meat and grain were the hard currency. When they arrived at Lu Taiyi's yard, he was smoking his pipe, while his wife Li Ernyang was picking wild vegetables with their son Lu Chuqiang. As soon as Chang Kun called out "Uncle, Aunt," Li Ernyang's eyes were fixated on the 2 field mice. "Oh, Chang Kun is here. Look at this young man, he really looks energetic." Li Ernyang was known for her loud mouth in the village. She would always be the first to know about any family's affairs, and soon the news would spread throughout the village. "Uncle, I came to find you for something. I caught 2 field mice today, though I brought them for you to taste." Chang Kun didn't engage with Li Ernyang, fearing she would ask about his work and marriage, which could take all night to explain. "Oh, what are you being so polite for? You even brought 2 field mice. Your uncle and your father often go to the mountains to catch rabbits and wild chickens. It's like they are real brothers." Li Ernyang's face broke into a smile as she quickly took the field mice. Although their family was the village leader, they hadn't had meat for a long time. Their son Lu Chuqiang had just turned 14 and was at the age where he could eat a lot, constantly urging his father to go hunting. Unfortunately, the hunters in the village were truly incompetent, and it had been a long time since they caught anything. Lu Taiju shot a glare at his wife without asking anything and accepted the food. He turned to Chang Kun and asked Xiao Kun, if you have something to say, just say it. Our two families are related. There's no need for formalities. Chang Kun explained his purpose, and Lu Taiju took a deep puff from his pipe, frowning slightly. Xiao Kun, do you know how to use this gun? This is not a joke. Chang Kun smiled slightly. Uncle, give it to me, and I'll show you how to use it. Watching Chang Kun skillfully handle his family's water gun, Lu Taiju nodded in approval. Good, Xiao Kun, your skill is almost catching up to mine. You can take the gun. Use it for 3 days, and it'll give you 5 bullets. I can't afford more than that. Chang Kun thanked Lu Taiju as he took the water gun and left the small courtyard with a silent Zhang Quan. Li Ernyang called out from behind the fence, asking Chang Kun, Xiao Kun, Chu, what are you borrowing a gun for? To go into the mountains and hunt wild boars. What? Hunt wild boars? Li Ernyang turned to look at Lu Taiju. Have you ever hunted a wild boar? I doubt you have. Since Xiao Chang was born, I've never seen you bring back a single hair from a wild boar. Shut your mouth. I don't even know where the wild boars are, and these two boys are just messing around in the mountains. Lu Taizu's face turned red like an exposed wound. It doesn't matter if they catch wild boars or not, at least I have field mice to eat. Li Ernyang hummed a tune, picking up the field mice, looking more and more pleased. Lu Chuqiang licked his lips. Pork tastes better than field mouse meat. Why didn't Kun go bring me along, and instead took that big fool? If he takes a fool, he can't be very smart himself. Lu Taiju and Li Ernyang nodded, agreeing with him. Chang Kun returned home, secretly hiding the gun in the west room, making sure his parents didn't see it. If they found out he was bringing a gun into the mountains, they would worry and fuss over it. Lu Meifan and Chang Dashan had just finished skinning and butchering 2 squirrels, and it was almost dark. There was no time to kill more. Lu Meifan packed the squirrel meat for Zhang Quan, and after much persuasion, she also stuffed 5 or 6 handfuls of soybeans into his clothes. Originally, Chang Kun thought that since Zhang Quan's family didn't have a knife, it was fine not to share the squirrels and field mice with him, but they should at least share the soybeans and corn evenly. However, Zhang Quan firmly refused, saying that without Chang Kun bringing him along, he wouldn't get a single soybean, and being able to eat a good meal was already very satisfying. Having caught so much prey with Chang Kun, there was still wild boar to hunt. Good days were ahead. Chang Dashan, smoking his pipe, looked at Zhang Quan's departing figure and said, this second son of the old Zhang family is not foolish. Chang Kun chuckled, wondering whether he was foolish or not. The villagers thought he was simple-minded, and his family thought the same. Only Chang Kun knew that this person was just naive, but not stupid. Zhang Quan excitedly returned home with the squirrel meat and soybeans. The stove only had a bowl of cold wild vegetable soup with a few wild vegetables floating in it, and not a single bit of cornmeal was added. Dad, is there no cornmeal at home? Why is there none? Zhang Quan shouted towards the house. His father Zhang Pianxin lay on the Kong, without moving, mumbling a response. All the cornmeal was sent to your elder brother. Your nephew is at the age where he can eat a lot, and their family is short on grain. Zhang Quan looked down at the handful of soybeans and corn in his clothes, suddenly feeling a chill in his heart on this hot summer day. Zhang Pianxin spoke confidently about delivering food to his own elder brother, never considering that his simple-minded second brother might go hungry. Zhang Quan had witnessed many such scenarios before. It was always how their father acted. Eldest brother's precious son Zhang Liabao was the apple of the entire Zhang family's eye. No one should starve when it came to him. Zhang Quan lowered his head in silence for a moment before speaking up. Father, I brought back some gray dog meat and over half a pound of yellow beans. We can stew the meat for dinner. Where did you get the meat? And yellow beans. Zhang Pianxin sprang up without putting on his shoes, rushing to the stove. Seeing Zhang Quan adding water to the pot, Zhang Pianxin snatched the squirrel meat and yellow beans away. What meat? Where did it come from? I caught it with Kun Go. Zhang Quan puffed out his chest, a bit proud. From the Chang family. Chang Kun. I heard that kid got expelled. How could he catch a gray dog? Was it Chang Dashan who brought you along? Zhang Pianxin couldn't believe that 2 young boys could catch a wild hare. Well, don't add water. You will just have vegetable soup tonight. Why not eat? Who can get full-on vegetable soup? Zhang Quan's tone became assertive after bringing back the squirrel meat and yellow beans. Your nephew Liabao keeps crying for meat. Let him have it. What will we adults eat? I want to eat meat too, father. It smells so good. You should eat together later. Father won't eat. This little bit of meat isn't even enough for Liabao alone. As he spoke, Zhang Pianxin gently patted Zhang Quan's back. I brought back the gray dog meat. I want to eat it. Zhang Quan's tone hardened further. He had only eaten a bit of wild vegetables and a handful of yellow beans that day, and his stomach was already burning with hunger. What are you eating for? If you don't curry favor with your elder brother, now how will you survive when I am gone? You won't even have wild vegetables to eat then. Seeing that his son was unyielding, Zhang Pianxin lost his temper and slapped his son's arm. "Humph. If elder brother won't support you, why would he support me? You're full of nonsense." Zhang Quan had reasoned with Chang Kun all day and was now speaking with conviction. "You're talking nonsense." Zhang Pianxin was furious, his anger flaring as he jumped up and slapped his son on the head. "You little rascal. I told you to stop being greedy and wanting meat." Zhang Quan resisted a few times, but when his father ran to the Kong to grab a broom to hit him, he trembled with anger, shouting, "I'm not your son. Eldest brother is your real son." After shouting this, he felt a pang of regret, suddenly pushing open the door and rushing into the dimness of the evening outside. Zhang Pianxin jumped off the Kong holding the broom in hand. After waiting for a while, without seeing Zhang Quan turn back, he stood there in a daze for a moment and sighed. Turning to see the gray dog and yellow beans on the stove, Zhang Pianxin thought for a moment and decided to send half to the eldest family and keep half for the second family. After all this was brought back by the second. He glanced at the bowl of cold vegetable soup on the stove, and for some reason it suddenly felt glaring. "Xiaoqing, bring your two sisters out to gather the beans. Hurry up and pick the wild vegetables. We're having a nice meal tonight." Lu Meifan assigned tasks to the family, and then turned to look at Chang Kun, saying, "Son, are you tired? Go lie down on the Kong for a bit and wait for dinner." Chang Dashin quietly grunted and muttered, "You just spoil him." Chang Kun was indeed tired. This body lacked nutrition, and after a trip to the mountains, he felt sore all over. Lying on the west Kong, Chang Kun finally had time to check the system's notification sounds. Ding. Captured 23 field mice out of 50. Ding. Captured 5 squirrels out of 20. Not meeting the quantity requirement, he could only slowly accumulate. If he could catch a wild boar tomorrow, he would keep some home for dinner and sell the rest directly at the supply and marketing cooperative in the city. At this time, both the supply and marketing cooperatives and state-owned food stations had purchasing rights. As long as they didn't use up the planned indicators, they were fine. From memory, there was a relative at the supply and marketing cooperative near the drum tower in the north of the city. While he was thinking, he heard his mother's voice, "Son, come out for dinner. Tonight, everyone will enjoy the blessings of my son." "Thank you, big brother. You're the best." Chang Qing ran to the west Kong, half leaning on it, propping up his chin and flattering his elder brother. Chang Xiu followed suit, also leaning on the Kong and cutely calling out, "Thank you, big brother." Only Chang Mu was still sorting and categorizing the yellow beans and corn at the 8 Immortals table, glancing towards the west room and giggling. The internal organs left over from 2 wild hares skinned in the morning were boiled into soup by his mother. Having not tasted meat for a long time, the Chang family was all sniffing the air, intoxicated. At the 8 Immortals table, the family gathered around, each with a bowl of wild hare internal organ soup and a small handful of yellow beans at the bottom of the bowl. The yellow beans had been cooked to a soft consistency, with just a touch of the tongue made them dissolve into mush easily swallowed down. The family ate with relish, first sipping the soup. When half the soup was gone, the rabbit's heart and liver emerged, directly picked up and bitten into. Chang Kun held the little girl. Chang Xiu broke off a piece of rabbit liver, blew on it to cool, and stuffed it into the little girl's mouth. The liver was cooked especially soft. One bite released a unique fragrance that surged down the throat. The little girl squinted her eyes in delight, looking as if she were a kitten who had just tasted dried fish. She rubbed her little head against her elder brother, feeling that he was the best person in the world. Chang Qing chewed with a loud crunch, as if that would enhance the flavor. His eyes occasionally darted towards his elder brother, grinning foolishly before quickly returning to eating. Chang Mu chewed on the rabbit heart meat vigorously, his eyes squinting into crescent moons, feeling blissful inside. He thought about how to ask his elder brother for a gray dog tail. The tail was fluffy, and touching it felt really nice. It would be even better with some coriander. Chang Kun thought to himself. "Mother, I have something to do tomorrow. Let's go see eldest sister the day after tomorrow. That wild chicken will just clean the intestines nicely." "All right," Lu Meifan waved her hand. "Fine, son. You caught so many things today. You're much better than your father. You're the real hero." Chang Dashin shot Lu Meifan a glare. Was she praising their son while stepping on him? "No matter how great my son is, he still needs to call me father." Meanwhile, outside the courtyard of Captain Lu Tieju, Li Ernyang and Lu Chuqiang sat under the big tree, happily munching on the field mouse meat in their bowls under the moonlight. Outside their home, under the big tree, there was a large space that served as the village's information hub. Especially in the summer, many people would gather here to cool off at night. At this time, in addition to Li Ernyang and Lu Chuqiang, there were 6 or 7 other people who had finished dinner and were lounging around chatting. These people had only eaten wild vegetables and cornbread for dinner, a simple meal to fill their stomachs. "Xiaochang, your father caught another field mouse, huh?" An old lady looked at Lu Chuqiang eating field mouse meat, her mouth watering uncontrollably. "What? This is what the eldest son of the Chang family sent to my house." Li Ernyang bit into the field mouse bone, not forgetting to answer. "The eldest son of the Chang family. Isn't that called Chang Kun? I heard he got expelled from work in the city." Sure enough, the village was buzzing with news about him. I heard he was expelled, and the Qin family from Qin village was upset, saying they wanted to raise the betrothal gifts. A middle-aged woman spoke in a low voice. Oh dear, it's pitiful. No wonder he wants to head to the mountains to hunt wild boars. He must be thinking of selling a wild boar for betrothal gifts. These 2 field mice were brought by him, and I exchanged them for my family's gun. Li Ernyang raised the bowl in her hand, feigning enlightenment. What? Hunting wild boars? He even took Zhang's second fool with him. He didn't take me along. Lu Chuqiang added sarcastically. The crowd under the big tree exchanged puzzled glances, sending 2 field mice to the Zhang family in exchange for a gun to hunt wild boars, and even bringing along a fool. This eldest son of the Chang family had become even more outrageous after returning from the city. With those field mice, wouldn't it be better to provide 2 pieces of meat for the family? How could wild boars be so easily hunted? Didn't they see how hungry the villagers were? No one had caught a wild boar. Did they really think no one craved pork? It was simply that wild boars were hard to find. This eldest son of the Chang family was preparing to make a fool of himself again. When the large communal meal was just over, the villagers, facing a shortage of grain and meat, formed hunting teams to venture into the mountains armed with homemade guns and simple shotguns in search of meat. Those who had been tempered by the fires of war often possessed decent marksmanship, and initially the hunting teams were filled with confidence. Yet reality dealt them a heavy blow. At that time, people were already struggling to fill their stomachs, and after just a few hours in the mountains, they would feel dizzy from hunger and could hardly endure any longer. The prey that lived in the mountains was far more cunning than humans. Whenever someone approached, more often than not, the hunters would not even see the prey before it was startled and fled far away. After 3 to 5 trips into the mountains, the hunting teams had only caught a few wild rabbits and chickens with no sight of wild boars or sheep. Disheartened, the hunting teams realized they had barely caught any prey, and instead they had been left starving. Thus, the teams disbanded, leaving only 3 to 5 hunting enthusiasts who would occasionally venture into the mountains together, often returning with little to show for their efforts. At this time, under the big tree, the crowd, cooling off, laughed heartily upon hearing that Chang Kun was taking a gun into the mountains. They were waiting to see the foolish Chang Kun lead his even more foolish companion into the mountains to hunt wild boars. Chang Kun had always loitered around the village like a good-for-nothing, unable to do any work. Later, someone from the Chang family had connections that got him a job in the city, which made the villagers envious. He ate commercial grain and would never have to worry for the rest of his life. Later still, he was dismissed and returned to the village, leaving everyone astonished. If someone like Chang Kun lived in their family, they would surely die of anger. Now, hearing that he was going into the mountains to hunt wild boars again, these people were delighted, waiting to see Chang Kun make a fool of himself. As the village's hub for gossip, the news of Chang Kun's mountain expedition would surely spread throughout the village by morning. In a rural area with no entertainment, they relied on gossip like this to chat. A pot of wild rabbit offal soup left the Chang family feeling satisfied. If it weren't already dark outside, Chang Kun had planned to boil a squirrel that night to taste. After dinner, he wandered in the yard with the little girl Chang Xiao in his arms. The little girl nestled in Chang Kun's embrace, pinching his earlobe and biting down with all her might, laughing so hard that snot bubbles were emerging. As they reached the courtyard gate, Chang Kun noticed a shadow wandering back and forth at his front door. Who's there? In these times, the village was quite safe with no petty thieves. Brother Kun, came the voice of Zhang Quan. Chang Kun was taken aback. Zhang Quan had brought squirrel meat and soybeans home, yet it seemed he hadn't cooked them yet. Have you eaten? Chang Kun casually asked. Ah. Zhang Quan stammered, as he was not the type to hide things or lie. Seeing this, Chang Kun sensed something was off. Come in and talk, he urged. Zhang Quan hesitantly entered Chang's house, where Lu Meifan was tidying up the dishes. Is there no food at home? Haven't you stewed the gray dog meat? Chang Kun suddenly realized something. He was very familiar with Zhang Quan's family situation from his past life. Zhang Quan remained silent. Mom, there's still some soup in the pot. Why don't you help Xiu Xiu heat up some cornmeal to eat? It was already quite late, and there wasn't enough time to cook anything else. All right. Lu Meifan glanced up without asking further questions. Today the two of them had indeed brought back quite a lot. And no need, I will go out. Zhang Quan panicked for a moment, wanting to leave. All right. Chang Kun firmly held onto Zhang Quan's arm, keeping him there. In this life, with the system at his disposal, treating his friends to a hearty meal was a mere trifle. Mom, Xiu Xiu can sleep at our house tonight. He can sleep with me on the West Kong. Seeing Zhang Quan like this, Chang Kun decided to keep him at home. Otherwise, he would definitely find a straw pile to sleep in. Lu Meifan nodded. The village was small, and everyone knew each other's business. The villagers were already aware of Zhang Quan's father Zhang Piangxin's favoritism. But she didn't expect that the meat and soybeans Zhang Quan had brought back would not even make it into his stomach. A night passed without a word. At around 4 in the morning, Chang Kun got up to prepare. Last night, he had told his mother that he would go to the foot of the mountain early to catch wild rabbits. He didn't tell her he was going deep into the mountains to hunt wild boars purely to avoid worrying her. Lu Meifan was already simmering the soybeans and cooking corn porridge. She had made the porridge thick, afraid her son would go hungry on the way. Chang Kun glanced at the small pile of soybeans on the corn porridge and suddenly felt a bit sad. He had never had such a good meal at home. After eating, Chang Kun secretly took the gun, found a small hand axe in the storage shed, and grabbed 2 burlap sacks before heading out. He left the village with Chang Kun heading straight into the deep mountains. At home, Lu Meifan was preparing to skin the squirrel and field mice that Chang Kun had brought back yesterday. She hoped her son would bring some extra to her eldest daughter's in-laws. Since her daughter had given birth to a grandson, she had no time to visit, and with 3 little ones at home, she was quite tied up. Elder sister, up so early. A voice called from the yard. Lu Meifan stretched her head to see. Oh, Mei Lin, what brings you here? How's everything at home? The visitor was Lu Meifan's younger brother, Lu Meilin, Chang Kun's uncle. All is well. Today your team is borrowing a vehicle, so I drove it over early to avoid delaying any work. As he spoke, Lu Meilin lifted 2 small carp in his hand. I caught these in the river yesterday. I'll let the nephews have a taste. Why bring anything to my sister's house? Since you came, take something back. Come in quickly. Lu Meilin chuckled. Has brother-in-law not woken up yet? He'll go wake him. Your nephew got up and went out early. Little Kun, what did he go out for? I heard he isn't working in the city anymore. What's going on? Lu Meilin's words came out in a rapid-fire manner, filled with irritation. Even Lu Meilin, who was from Lu Meifan's family, had heard of Chang Kun being dismissed, and this news had infuriated him. He was well aware of how difficult it was to find work in the city while driving carts for the brigade. Losing a job at this time was akin to losing a life. As a little uncle, Lu Meilin often took Chang Kun fishing and shrimping when he was young, and they had a good relationship. However, as Chang Kun grew up, he became increasingly lazy, refusing to do farm work or help with household chores, resembling a good-for-nothing more and more. Lu Meilin eventually distanced himself from this nephew. What are you standing around for? Come inside. I'll go wake your brother-in-law up and wait for me to prepare something tasty for you. Lu Meifan smiled slightly, not paying attention to her brother's tone towards Chang Kun. She also knew that her son Chang Kun had been quite unreasonable before. Even his uncle had grown to dislike him. Meilin, hurry in, I have something good to show you. Chang Dashan was awakened, and upon hearing that his brother-in-law had arrived, he recalled how this brother-in-law loved to catch fish in the river and hunt rabbits in the mountains. What good thing. Brother-in-law, don't wake the little ones. Chang Dashan saw Lu Meilin not entering the house, hurriedly getting off the Kong and dragging a burlap sack out from under the 8 immortals table. Have you ever seen this? Chang Dashan pulled out the giant rat that Chang Kun had killed yesterday from the sack. Oh, this is a rat spirit. Lu Meilin stepped back in shock. Lu Meifan and Chang Dashan laughed. When they first saw the giant rat yesterday, they had the same reaction, each thinking it was a ground rat that had become a spirit. Come on, let's go inside. The little ones need to get up too. Chang Dashan pulled Lu Meilin into the house, calling the little girls to wake up and greet their uncle. Meilin remembered to bring back a gray dog and a ground rat for Xiao Shui to try. Xiao Shui is Lu Meilin's daughter. Brother-in-law, have you caught more goods? Is there still a gray dog? Your family has plenty, keep it for yourselves. Chang Dashan scratched his head and said nothing. Lu Meifan tugged at the burlap sack and shook it in front of Lu Meilin. What do you think? Don't you know what your brother-in-law can do? These were all caught by Xiao Kun at the foot of the mountain yesterday. What? Caught by Xiao Kun? How could he do that? Lu Meilin had been frustrated with her nephew for quite some time. She could only blame Chang Kun for being so useless, unable to do anything, and too lazy to try. No wonder his uncle looked down on him. Just the year before, when Chang Kun went to his uncle's house, it was about to rain, and he didn't help with the corn that was drying. Chang Kun didn't lend a hand, which made Lu Meilin furious. All these were caught by Xiao Kun and his friends, quite a few too. Chang Dashan turned the burlap sack over, dumping the squirrels and field mice onto the ground. Oh my, that's really a lot. On the ground were 3 squirrels and over 20 field mice piled into a small heap, truly shocking Lu Meilin. Did Xiao Kun really do this? When did he become so capable? Seeing Lu Meilin's surprised expression, Lu Meifan smiled, puffing out her chest a bit, feeling proud. Your nephew has grown up and knows how to help the family now. Big brother is the best. Wild rabbits are delicious too. Soybeans are delicious. Chang Qing rubbed her eyes, helping her mother with the praise, as she had indeed eaten a lot of good things these past 2 days. And there are seasonal birds and grass turtles. Chang Mu chimed in from the side. Delicious. The chatter woke up little Chang Xiao, and upon hearing about the good food, her eyes immediately widened. Everyone laughed except for Lu Meilin, who stared wide-eyed. This. Seasonal birds, grass turtles, wild rabbits, gray dogs, and ground rats were all caught by Xiao Kun. Is this really the same nephew I know? All right, stop dawdling. Just yesterday, I had leftover wild rabbit that I stewed, and Xiao Kun and the others also dug up over 20 pounds of soybeans and corn. What? Over 20 pounds of soybeans and corn? Lu Meilin was bewildered. How could it sound so unbelievable? Their entire household didn't even have that much grain. Where's Chang Kun? Where did he go? Let me see how he suddenly changed so much. I heard he got expelled from somewhere and was planning to come teach him a lesson. Early in the morning, he took someone to the foot of the mountain saying he was going to see if he could catch something. Lu Meifan took out the rabbit meat chilled in the water chatting with her brother while lighting the fire. He's been quite diligent lately. He never used to get up this early. Chang Dashan nodded. That's good. Being diligent is a good sign, but it's a pity about that job. What else can be said? There's no way around it. Chang Kun has learned his lesson. You don't know he lost that job, and the Qin family still wants more bride price. Lu Meifan complained to her brother about the shamelessness of the Qin family, who had already received the bride price, but wanted more. Just as the family was surrounding the stove discussing family matters, a voice came from outside the small courtyard. Auntie, auntie. Lu Meifan peeked out to see a child from Chang Dashan's side of the family, named Go Hua, who was only 8 years old. Go Hua, what are you doing here? Lu Meifan walked out to greet him. Auntie, my dad asked me to let you know that Kun Gu brought Zhang Jilayer to the deep mountains to hunt wild boar. What? At this moment, as the wild vegetable gathering troops gathered, the news of Chang Kun going into the mountains to hunt wild boar had quietly spread through the village. Hearing this, Chang Dashan rushed out. What did you say? Wasn't Chang Kun supposed to be at the foot of the mountain catching wild rabbits? Go Hua shrugged his shoulders and shook his head. I don't know, my dad just told me to report this, saying Kun Gu borrowed the gun from the brigade leader's family and took Zhang Jilayer into the deep mountains. Chang Dashan widened his eyes side and thought his son had been gone for a long time, and he couldn't catch up with him, so he could only let him go. Lu Meifan was also angry her son wouldn't even tell his mother the truth. Is the deep mountain forest a place where just anyone can go? I heard that there are not only wild boars, but also wolves, and even the old folks say they have seen bears. What if he encounters those things? Even old man Chang Dashan, whenever he goes into the mountains, always takes 3 or 4 good friends with him, fearing any accidents. Look at your son. What if he encounters a wolf or a bear? How will that be? Lu Meifan couldn't help but glare at Chang Dashan. Chang Dashan innocently took the blame, blinking his eyes, thinking when your son is doing well, he's your son, but when he gets into trouble, he becomes my son. This woman can really twist things. All right, going into the mountains, how easy is it to find a wild boar? What wolves and bears? I've been going into the mountains for half my life, and I've never encountered those things. That's right, sister, those are just old wives' tales. Who has actually seen them? Their reassurances had some effect, and Lu Meifan felt somewhat relieved, gritting her teeth and muttering to herself. It's only been 2 days, that little rascal is causing trouble again. When he comes back, I'm going to teach him a good lesson. Lu Meifan chuckled. All right, Chang Kun probably didn't tell you because he was worried about you. I suspect he only took the gun for self-defense. If it were that easy to find wild boar, the villagers would have hunted them all by now. That's right, I've been going into the mountains for so many years and only saw wild boars twice. When I first saw one, it dashed away in a flash, and I didn't even have time to raise my gun. Lu Meifan glared at Chang Dashan. That's not necessarily true. My son can catch ground rat spirits and caught so many gray dogs and ground rats in one day. Can you do that? Chang Dashan and Lu Meifan. Now he has become your son again. Meanwhile, the women's army of the village gathered at the village entrance, preparing to go pick wild vegetables 5 miles outside the village. There was no choice. All the nearby wild vegetables had been picked clean. As the old saying goes, 3 women equal 500 ducks, and before they could fully gather, the news of Chang Kun borrowing a gun and taking Zhang Shao into the deep mountains to hunt wild boar had spread throughout the village. In this day and age, giving 2 ground rats to someone is equivalent to being a fool. How could Chang Dashan take Zhang Shao into the deep mountains and expect to hunt wild boar? It's simply a daydream. Jin Sanjia, who was sitting at the village entrance, even boasted that if someone like Chang Kun could catch a wild boar, he would eat wild boar dung. Many villagers laughed heartily. If Chang Kun were present, he would definitely say that the last time he had field mouse dung, Jin Sanjia hadn't even eaten it, and now he wanted to eat wild boar dung. There's no such way to deceive people for a meal. Chang Kun and Zhang Quan walked along the mountain trail. Brother Kun, if we encounter that gray dog again, should we fight? Zhang Quan had become addicted to hunting squirrels yesterday. No fighting today, we are going for wild boars. The two continued on their way, with Chang Kun constantly sensing for any prey. When borrowing a gun from Lu Taiju yesterday, he reminded Chang Kun to stay alert while in the mountains. Even if they didn't encounter bears, there could be venomous snakes lurking, which were quite frightening. Wait a moment, there's something ahead. Chang Kun suddenly sensed an animal hidden in the grass ahead, significantly larger than a rabbit. He waved his hand to stop Zhang Quan and thought for a moment before asking him to take out the slingshot and quietly approach. Zhang Quan leaned against a large tree and saw a glimpse of orangeard in the grass moving closer by a few steps. Suddenly, that flash of red jumped up and turned to flee. Whoosh! Zhang Quan decisively shot the stone from the slingshot. He could see clearly that it was a fire fox. Yelp! The firefox was hit in the hind leg by the stone, letting out a cry of anguish. After hitting the ground, it continued to struggle and run forward, stumbling and disappearing into the thicket in the blink of an eye. The two watched the speed of the firefox, realizing they couldn't catch up. Oh! Chang Kun slapped his forehead in frustration. That firefox is a valuable catcher, could fetch at least a few $dozen at the supply and marketing cooperative. Especially if shot with a slingshot without damaging the fur, it would be even more rare. Chang Kun recalled that just 2 years ago someone in the village had set a trap in winter and caught a firefox. That person later used the firefox to exchange for a wife and reportedly still had quite a bit of money left. What a pity! Chang Kun lamented and slapped his thigh. Meanwhile, the Chang family sat around the 8 immortals table. The 3 little girls had begun to gnaw on wild rabbit meat, their mouths glistening with grease. The meat is so delicious, too bad Big Brother didn't get to eat any. There are still several gray dogs. With Big Brother's skills, he can definitely catch more. So, good. The 3 little girls continued to eat the meat while praising their big brother. Lu Meilin sipped the meat soup and gnawed on bones, reflecting, I never expected little Kun to change so much. The whole family is eating meat because of him. Lu Meifin loved to hear people praise her son and smiled broadly. Meilin, don't you see whose son he is? Of course it's yours. Chang Dashin and Lu Meilin spoke in unison, then exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Later, Meilin will bring a gray dog, a few field mice, and a few pounds of soybeans and corn for little Shui to eat. Sure, my nephew is capable. His uncle will enjoy the blessings. I wonder which mountain he went to. Indeed, it really makes one anxious. At that moment, Chang Kun and Chang Kun were crouched on the opposite hill of Wild Boar Ridge. Brother Kun, where are the wild boars? Yeah, with so many cuts of pork, tenderloin, braised pork, pot-trap pork, and crispy pork, where are they all? Chang Kun muttered about his wild boars. On the opposite Wild Boar Ridge, it was completely empty, making Chang Kun and Chang Kun feel a chill in their hearts. They had woken up early at around 4 in the morning, excitedly rushing into the mountains to hunt wild boars. Yet they hadn't seen a single hair from a pig. Let's go check on the other side. They had come all this way and would not give up easily without finding a wild boar. Hope was alive. After hurrying and slowing down, they arrived at Wild Boar Ridge, both drenched in sweat. Brother Kun, there are hoof prints here. Chang Kun squatted down to take a look. The dirt in the hoof prints was still quite fresh. Let's follow the hoof prints and see where they lead. Following the hoof prints over Wild Boar Ridge, Chang Kun panted and waved his hand. Brother Kun, let's take a break. I really can't keep running. Neither of them had much experience running in the mountains and didn't expect to be so exhausted after a short while. Chang Kun sat under a large pine tree to catch his breath and took the opportunity to carefully sense if there was any prey nearby. Unexpectedly, there really was. Just below the hill, he sensed an animal larger than the previous firefox, standing completely still. Chang Kun raised his eyebrows. That might just be one of the little ones from the wild boar group. The system could only sense prey within 40 pounds, so those large wild boars were beyond its detection. After catching his breath, Chang Kun lightened his steps and slowly walked down the hill with Chang Kun. Arriving at the bottom of the hill, Chang Kun hid behind a large tree, a smile appearing on his face. From this position, they could hear the snorting sounds of wild boars. Chang Kun's face was also full of excitement as he tugged at Chang Kun's shirt. Chang Kun unloaded the gun from his shoulder and, relying on his instincts from his past life, braced the gun against his arm, kneeling on the ground, eyes focused on the nearby herd of pigs. This water-connected gun only had one shot available. Once the gun fired, the pig herd would immediately scatter. By the time he ejected the bullet, loaded a new one, and shot again, 3 or 4 seconds would have passed, and the wild boars would have already fled who knows where. Chang Kun steadied his aim at the largest wild boar, waiting for it to present the best angle for shooting. The herd of pigs in the distance seemed to consist of several families. The mother pigs were rolling in a mud pit with Peppa and George having a splendid time. Suddenly, the mother pig seemed to catch a whiff of something unusual and raised its head to sniff the air. Crack! With a sharp sound, Chang Kun decisively pulled the trigger. As the gun fired, he seemed to see a splash of blood erupt from the wild boar. The herd of pigs let out a loud cry and scattered in panic. The mother pig paid no heed to Peppa and George running for its life. Peppa also forgot about her siblings, screaming and charging off in any direction. Chang Kun dashed out from behind the tree, watching the wild boars running in all directions, shouting, "Brother Kun, did you hit it?" Chang Kun looked at the empty mud pit, feeling a bit dazed. He had clearly seen the wild boar bleed. How could such a large pig still run away? Chase! Chang Kun's expression tightened as he gritted his teeth and rushed to the edge of the mud pit. Look, there's blood. Let's chase. Seeing the considerable amount of blood on the ground, Chang Kun was certain that the wild boar was either injured or dead. The two felt invigorated, adrenaline pumping as if their legs had endless energy. Following the depression in the middle of the hill, they could see a bloodstain splattered on the ground some distance away. The The two ran at a breakneck pace for 5 or 6 minutes before finally slowing down, panting heavily. Brother Cohen, how can a wild boar that got shot still run so fast? I'm puzzled too. Where did I hit it that it could run so far? The two of them panted for a moment before mustering their spirits to continue the chase. The wind rustled through the trees on the hill, making a whooshing sound. Suddenly a howl echoed from a distance, causing both Chang Kun and Chang Kun to shiver involuntarily. It's a wolf. Chang Kun's expression darkened. Damn it, the wolf wants to steal my wild boar. Holding the gun, Chang Kun fired a shot into the sky. Ordinary animals would flee in fear at the sound of a gunshot, but caution was still necessary, as a hungry wolf might not be scared of gunshots. Let's keep an eye out if I want to see whether it's the wolf eating the pig or us eating the wolf. Chang Kun held a small axe in his hand, walking while glancing around. Brother Cohen, is wolf meat delicious? He said while licking his lips, imagining the taste of wolf meat. This Chang Kun is a simple-minded fellow, fearless in his eyes. To him, a wolf is just a heap of meat. Wolf meat, it might have a gamey and bitter taste. I've heard that wolf meat is considered a type of medicinal material. Chang Kun chatted with Chang Kun to ease the tense atmosphere. The two of them walked step by step along the trail of blood, yet they did not find any trace of the wolf. Brother Cohen, there's a wild boar over there. Chang Kun exclaimed, his voice rising in pitch, completely exhilarated. A large wild boar lay under a big tree, its legs trembling slightly, as if unwilling to become a dish of garlic pork. Chang Kun dashed towards the wild boar, throwing himself onto it, hugging it, and laughing incessantly. Chang Kun looked around, but found no sign of the wolf, but must have run far away, scared off by the gunfire. When he pulled Chang Kun away, he finally saw clearly. The boar was a female, shot through the chest with blood oozing out in small spurts. Brother Cohen, this wild boar must weigh over 200 gene, right? Of course, wild boars here are relatively small. The ones in the northeast are truly large. Cricket, can you butcher a pig? Chang Kun shook his head. Chang Kun took the small axe and weighed it in his hand, thinking to himself, I've only seen pig slaughtering. I've never done it myself, but there's always a first time for everything. If this wild boar isn't quickly gutted and bled out with the current heat, we might spoil the meat. Chang Kun grabbed the wild boar's left hind leg, while Chang Kun held onto its left front leg. With a strong pull, they flipped the wild boar onto its back. He used the small axe to make an incision at the boar's neck, slicing downwards, gradually opening the abdominal cavity. Once Chang Kun carefully removed the boar's organs and placed them in a burlap sack, he let out a long sigh of relief. Cricket, go chop a big branch. We'll use it to drag the pig. Brother Kun, your brain works really well. Chang Kun looked in admiration. Brother Cohen was not only good at shooting, but also at butchering pigs. Chang Kun made a face, thinking to himself, do I need you, this simpleton, to say I'm smart? They flipped the wild boar onto the branch and dragged it out of the mountain. Not long after, both of their stomachs rumbled. After running around the mountain all morning and then butchering a pig, they were utterly exhausted. We haven't walked that far yet. We won't make it out of the mountain tonight, will we? Chang Kun wiped the sweat from his forehead. The sun was already high in the sky, causing both of them to sweat profusely. I think I should go back to the village and find a small cart. We can't let ourselves be exhausted. Here's the gun. If you encounter a wolf, shoot it. If that doesn't work, climb a tree. You can leave the pig, but we can't afford to get hurt, understand? Chang Kun instructed Chang Kun. He feared that Chang Kun, being clumsy, wouldn't be able to borrow a small cart from the village, so it was safer for him to go himself. Chang Kun was so tired that he had little strength left, slowly making his way out of the mountain. By the time they reached the village entrance, it was already noon, and the people who worked in the team were sitting under the big tree to cool off. Look, isn't that Chang Kun? It sure is. Didn't he go to hunt a wild boar? The wild boar must have been eaten already, right? Ha ha. A wave of excitement and noise erupted at the village entrance. I said, if Chang Kun can catch a wild boar, I'll eat shit. Look, he doesn't even have a gun with him. He didn't leave the gun in the mountain, did he? And what about Zhang's second fool? Did he leave him in the mountain too? Oh no, that won't do. Chang Kun can't leave a person behind in the mountain. Jean Sanjiao babbled incessantly, trying hard to slander Chang Kun, completely forgetting how he used to follow Chang Kun around, calling him Brother Cohen. Chang Kun slowly walked past the village entrance, ignoring the noisy inquiries. He could hear them spewing nonsense from afar. He didn't have time to argue with these people. At that moment, he recalled a saying from his past life. I'm not working hard to stand out, but to distance myself from that group of chickens. Returning to his small courtyard, Lu Meifan and Lu Meilin were busy peeling field mice and squirrels. Suddenly, seeing Chang Kun return home exhausted took them by surprise. Son, what happened to you? A mother is always the most observant, seeing bloodstains on the hem of Chang Kun's clothes, which he got while gutting the wild boar. Little Kun is back. Lu Meilin nodded. Uncle. Chang Kun greeted. Mom, prepare something to eat. I've run for a whole morning, and I'm starving. Sure, I'll stew a couple of the freshly skinned field mice for you. Lu Meifan looked Chang Kun up and down, and seeing he didn't appear to be injured finally relaxed. Xiaoqing started a fire. The small chores at home were always assigned to the little ones. Hey, big brother is back. Where's the wild boar? Xiaoqing, seeing her big brother, was a bit excited and lifted his brother's clothes to look for the wild boar. Go, hurry, and start the fire. What wild boar would hide in your clothes? Xiaoqing was ruthlessly shooed away by his mother. Son, it's fine. That wild boar has legs. Who knows where it ran off to? These wild rabbits and field mice are enough to eat. Exactly, everyone says there are wild boars in the mountains, but in the past 2 years no one in the village has heard of anyone catching a wild boar. It's normal not to catch one. Lu Meilin comforted Chang Kun. Little Kun has made quite a bit of progress recently. I even got to eat some gray dog meat. Your mother and a few of your sisters have praised you to the skies. Chang Mu came to the courtyard upon hearing that her big brother was back, looked at her big brother, who had nothing in his hands, and directly grabbed his hand. Big brother, I don't want to eat pork anymore. Where did he go? My brother-in-law went to help me drive the cart. Ooh, I'll go back soon. The team borrowed an ox cart for the whole morning. Chang Dashan went to Uncle, what cart? Chang Kun's eyes lit up. An ox cart. Your team borrowed an ox cart. It's been used up for a whole morning. Oh, that's perfect. Chang Kun laughed heartily. He had initially thought about borrowing a small cart to slowly push the wild boar to the city to sell, but now with the ox cart, he wouldn't need to exert himself. Son, what's perfect? It's perfect that the ox cart became available. We're going to the mountain to haul the wild boar. What? Lu Meifan couldn't care less about skinning. Lu Meilin opened his mouth wide. Chang Mu tightly grasped her big brother's palm. Xiaoqing also forgot about starting the fire, rushing in front of Chang Kun with bright eyes staring at his big brother. Did you really catch a wild boar? Lu Meifan's lips trembled, forgetting to wipe off the blood stains on her hands, grabbing Chang Kun's arm tightly. I wouldn't lie to you all. Chang Qing and Chang Mu jumped up shouting. Oh, big brother is the best. Oh, big brother is the most powerful. Lu Meilin patted Chang Kun's shoulder. Good boy, better than your dad, ha. Just then Chang Dashan came in carrying Chang Xiu from outside the courtyard, and immediately heard his brother-in-law praising Chang Kun, comparing him to himself, snorting disdainfully. What's that? How is he better than his dad? Look at you, such an adult, running deep into the mountains without a word. Don't you think if wild boars were that easy to catch, every household in the village would have pork to eat? Where's the wild boar? You didn't even see any pig hair, did you? Just because you caught a few field mice you think you're better than your dad. The big pot also caught seasonal birds as well as turtles and rabbits. Xiao Changxiu recounted his elder brother's contributions over the past few days. These things tasted delightful to him, and he couldn't forget them even if he tried. Chang Dashan. Everyone in the yard laughed. Meilin, hurry and go with Xiao Kun, Lu Meifan urged. After all, it was a wild boar, so they couldn't be careless. Where are you going? Didn't Xiao Kun just come back? Chang Dashan turned to look at the others, noticing that everyone was smiling. Dad, I caught a wild boar on the mountain and had my uncle bring the ox cart to haul it back. What? A wild boar? Did you really catch it? Chang Dashan's voice changed. His eyes darted suddenly anxious as he grabbed Chang Kun and said, let's hurry. What if the wild boar gets left behind and someone else picks it up? Don't worry, I had the cricket keep watch over it. I have a gun, so it's fine. My son can handle things. You don't need to tell him that. Lu Meifan tugged at Chang Kun's arm. Son, there's no need to rush. Have some water and eat something before you go. Look at you, you've worked hard on the mountain. You're drenched in sweat. Just drink some water and we'll go. Dad and Uncle are both anxious. Both Dad and Uncle were pacing in the yard, unable to stand still from worry. Let's go. There are plenty of springs in the mountains. What do you need to drink water for on the way? You won't have to exert yourself on the ox cart, so hurry. Chang Dashan called for Lu Meilin to come out and hurry the ox cart. Lu Meilin drove the ox cart while Chang Dashan and Chang Kun sat on it, making their way to the village entrance. The villagers were still discussing how Chang Kun had overstepped by trying to hunt a wild boar. Chang Dashan chuckled upon hearing them. These people thought it was a joke because he hadn't caught the wild boar, but once they saw it they would surely be envious. The ox cart could only reach the foot of the mountain. It couldn't go any further. Lu Meilin stayed behind to watch the ox cart, while Chang Kun and Chang Dashan hurried into the mountain. When they reached the spot where the wild boar was, Chang Dashan was stunned at the sight before him. Despite having mentally prepared himself on the way, seeing such a large wild boar made his heart feel dizzy. When was the last time he had eaten wild boar meat? He couldn't quite remember. It seemed to be during the big pot meal in 58. At that time the team would send the large pigs to the commune and slaughter the smaller piglets. Those little piglets weighed only 30 to 40 pounds, and after slaughtering there was less than 20 pounds of meat. When thrown into the big pot of the team, each person only received a piece the size of a fingertip. At that time he didn't think much of it. It was public property. Not eating it meant losing out. Looking back now, sigh. He hadn't eaten pork in ages, and even the desire to have a full meal seemed unfulfilled. After resting for more than an hour, Chang Kun and Zhang Quan, along with the strong Chang Dashan, took turns pulling the wild boar until they finally dragged it to the foot of the mountain. Xiao Kun, this big fellow must weigh around 300 pounds, right? Lu Meilin approached, circling the wild boar, and reached in to examine its belly. Look at this fat, it's really not bad, it can render a lot of oil. Not quite 300. After removing the internal organs, it might not even be 250. Who opened it up? It's pretty clean inside. He, uncle, that was me. It was my first attempt at gutting it, so I managed it somehow. Alright, not bad. My nephew really has done well. Lu Meilin grinned as he praised his nephew. Chang Dashan on the side was smoking a pipe, feeling quite pleased after hauling the wild boar all this way. No one in the village had hunted wild boar in the past 2 or 3 years, so this wild boar was truly a first. When they returned to the village entrance, he couldn't wait to see what those gossipers would have to say. Earlier, he heard at the village entrance that someone had bet on eating pig dung, and he wondered if the dung in the pig's intestines would be enough for him to eat. Chang Dashan chuckled to himself. Dad, uncle, I was thinking of slicing off a few pieces of fat from the wild boar's belly for our family to eat, sending some to relatives, and selling the rest. At this time, the collection stations, supply and marketing cooperatives, food stations, and street offices all had their own purchasing quotas. Selling. These days, money doesn't buy grain easily. Meat and grain are hard currency now. Money is useless. Even with money and tickets, you can't buy meat. Okay, if this pig sells, I remember my brother-in-law's wife works at the supply and marketing cooperative. He'll go check it out and exchange some things. Chang Kun had already made plans. Keeping the meat at home wouldn't be enough to eat, and selling it would also serve as a favor. He recalled that there had been new work quotas released at the supply and marketing cooperative, which caused quite a stir in his past life. All right, you caught the pig, you get to decide. Seeing Chang Kun speaking so decisively, Chang Dashan figured his son had a plan in mind. After resting for a few minutes, the 4 of them lifted the wild boar onto the ox cart and used a small hand axe to cut off a few thick pieces of fat, putting them into a burlap sack. Lu Meilin sat at the front of the ox cart looking proudly as he waved the whip, resembling a victorious general returning home. Chang Kun and Zhang Quan sat on either side of the wild boar, hands resting on its body, smiles never leaving their faces. Chang Dashan walked behind the ox cart, hands behind his back, humming a tune, taking his time. The ox cart slowly approached the village entrance. The originally noisy village entrance suddenly fell silent when the ox cart appeared, as if the sound had been paused. Many villagers widened their eyes to watch the ox cart pass by, standing in awe with their mouths agape. As Chang Dashan leisurely passed by, he dropped a line. I heard someone wanted to eat pig dung. Come to my house later, there's plenty in that pig's intestines. Long after the ox cart had passed, the villagers slowly regained their senses, discussing as if a pot had exploded. Some began speculating about where the wild boar had been hunted. There were also clever ones like Jin Sanjia already thinking about how to extract the location of the wild boar from Chang Kun. The news of Chang Kun catching a large wild boar spread throughout the village in no time. Families in the village that owned guns were all eager to act. Everyone believed that if someone as incompetent as Chang Wei could catch a wild boar, they could too. The ox cart reached the outside of the Chang family's yard, and several of them took the burlap sacks into the yard for the family to prepare the meat. Lu Meifin's eyes sparkled as she touched the wild boar, feeling a bit reluctant to sell it. Even during the years when things weren't so hard, they barely had pork a few times a year. And now having such a large wild boar all to themselves was simply unimaginable. Several little girls surrounded the wild boar on the ox cart, unable to stop staring, their mouths watering. They had already learned from their mothers that pork was tastier than rabbit or hound meat. After a brief discussion, Lu Meilin and Chang Kun hurried the ox cart towards the city. On the way, Chang Kun chatted and laughed with his uncle, making quick progress. Upon reaching the city, the streets were quite crowded with everyone dressed very plainly. Chang Kun found out the location of the Drum Tower Supply and Marketing Cooperative, and the two hurried the ox cart there. Along the way, the wild boar attracted attention wherever they went. Some people asked if the wild boar meat was for sale. The city was indeed short on meat, and even with meat tickets and money, it was practically impossible to buy meat. Chang Kun recalled hearing in his previous life that the pigs raised on farms had all been sent north to pay debts, and the people in the city could only eat collectively raised pigs. As for the rural folks, those adorned in fine clothes are not the ones who raise silkworms. This has been the case throughout history. After numerous inquiries, they arrived at the Drum Tower Supply and Marketing Cooperative. A large white box was placed at the entrance labeled Bei Binjiang Ice Pops. This was simply water mixed with some pear juice essence and sugar, then frozen in a cold storage. Chang Kun glanced at the ice pop box, gathered his thoughts, and walked through the door. A woman wearing a white hat and a dark blue work uniform looked up at him, then lowered her head to doze off. Do you want meat here? Chang Kun was well aware of the service person's attitude. As long as they didn't hit him for no reason, he would be satisfied. What? Meat? What meat? The salesperson suddenly perked up, looking alert. Chang Kun chuckled. In this day and age, which family wasn't short of meat? He wasn't just trying to exchange money by selling meat. The sales clerk felt she had misspoken and quickly corrected herself. It's fine, we need all kinds of meat, young man. Where's the meat? Let's have a look. Wait a moment, big sister, let me inquire about someone. Yang Lijun is my sister-in-law. Yang Shanong is my uncle. I heard there's a relative here. Oh, hello. That's me. My spouse is named Yang Ligua and Yang Lijun is my younger brother-in-law, while Yang Shanong is my father-in-law. The sales clerk beamed with a smile, walked around the counter, and approached Chang Kun. My name is Wang Tsuechin. Sister Wang, hello. My name is Chang Kun. You must be Chang Mai's brother, right? We talked about you. How's your elder sister? She just had a baby, and I haven't had the chance to visit. Tell me about this. This relative from the brother-in-law's family rambled on without any sign of the aloof demeanor the sales clerk initially had. I was just about to visit Uncle Yang's house tomorrow to see my elder sister. I remembered that you work here at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative, so I brought this wild boar to ask. What? A wild boar? Wang Tsuechin raised her voice. A wild boar. A wild boar. Two heads popped out from the office at the back of the cooperative, wide-eyed, staring at Chang Kun. Hey, Xiao Yao Lao Lu, your ears are quite sharp. My relative is here to bring me meat. Why are you meddling? He, don't be like that, Sister Wang. Good fortune should be shared. This young brother clearly looks like a good person. If there's anything, just tell me, I can help you with it. Help with what? Where there are benefits, that's where I will go. Wang Tsuechin shot the two a glare. Chang Kun, if there's anything, just tell me. I must say it's not easy to get meat these days. Sister Wang. Call me sister. I get along with Chang Mei like sisters. Her brother is just like my own brother, right? Sister, this wild boar, I'm afraid the three of you can't finish it. Wang Tsuechin, Xiao Yao, and Lao Lu exchanged glances. After working as sales clerks for so many years, no one had ever come to sell pork. Although they worked at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative, it had been a long time since they had bought any pork, and their homes were sorely lacking in oil and fat. They initially thought Chang Kun was just a relative bringing some gifts, but it turned out he was here to sell pork. Brother, where's the wild boar you mentioned? Outside, go have a look. With a whoosh, the three pushed the door open and rushed out. Chang Kun followed behind, chuckling. On the ox cart, Lu Meilin was sitting with her legs crossed, humming a little tune, while resting her hand on the wild boar, enjoying the attention from the passing crowd. Wang Yao and Lu, the three sales clerks, had the same expression, mouths agape, hands gesturing the size of the wild boar. Seeing Chang Kun approach from behind, Wang Tsuechin turned to him and whispered, Brother, such a large pig, it's a pity to sell it. You don't know how scarce meat is in the city right now. This pig can do a lot. Sister, by bringing it to your cooperative, it can also be useful, right? Wang Tsuechin blinked a few times, clapped her hands. I understand now. Wait here, I will go call for the director. He's probably dozing in the office. After saying that, she rushed directly into the cooperative. In less than a minute, Wang Tsuechin came out with an old man wearing a Zhongshan suit, walking at a leisurely pace, exuding a small leader's demeanor. Upon seeing the wild boar outside, the old man became agitated, quickening his pace, and touched the boar's belly as if caressing a lover. This wild boar is quite fat. Did you hunt it? The old man turned to ask Chang Kun. Yes, director, this wild boar is good, right? After I shot it, I bled it and removed the entrails. This large female wild boar tastes no worse than domestic pigs. The old man nodded. Let's go to the office and talk. Xiao Yao, Xiao Lu, keep an eye on this wild boar outside. No one is allowed to take it, especially keep an eye on old Zhu across the street, understood? Don't worry, director, well, make sure the task is completed. The young Xiao Yao grinned and saluted. The old man nodded to Lu Meilin and whispered a few instructions to Xiao Yao, which could be vaguely heard as asking him to get some food and drinks to entertain Lu Meilin. The old man, Chang Kun, and Wang Tsuechin entered the office. The old man pulled out a large cigarette and handed it to Chang Kun. Chang Kun didn't take it. He tucked it behind his ear, as he didn't have a smoking habit yet in this life and wasn't particularly inclined to smoke. Go ahead, young man. Selling such a large wild boar to the cooperative, are you saying I can't trust you? What are your demands? Come, let's hear them. Director, it's nothing major, just wondering when we might have some work quotas at the cooperative. Please make it convenient for us. The director paused for a moment, chuckling. Hee, young man, you have quite an appetite. Normally this amount of pork should be sufficient, but, director, this is my own family. Wang Tsuechin quickly chimed in to help. Chang Kun smiled at Wang Tsuechin and said, Director, sister, I'm not planning to exchange this wild boar for work quotas. I just have this idea. Let's consider today's pig sold to the cooperative so you can eat meat without worry. For this wild boar, let's go by market price. This is just to get acquainted. The old man was taken aback. Just for a simple acquaintance would they sell such a large pig? There are many units with money and tickets in the market, but there is simply no meat available. Whoever can get meat is the hero of the unit. A favored person in front of the leader. All right, young man, my surname is Song. Just call me Uncle Song. In the future, if you need anything, just look for Uncle Song. As for the work quotas at this cooperative, no matter where you heard about it, once we have it, you will definitely be at the front of the line. Hey Uncle Song, if there truly are work quotas later, I will bring another wild boar like this to exchange. You are truly remarkable. Director Song patted Chang Kun on the shoulder, already thinking about how to distribute the wild boar meat and which leaders to send some to. Xiao Wang let Xiao Yao and Xiao Lu weigh it. We can't shortchange your brother. You pick some supplies for your brother from our cooperative. All right. Wang Cuiqin pulled Chang Kun out of the office. After weighing the wild boar, Xiao Yao and Lao Lu hurried back. Brother Chang, that wild boar weighed 246 pounds. At $2.50 a pound, that's a total of $615. Today at the cooperative, you can buy freely. You don't have to worry about tickets. All right, Brother Yao, then I won't hold back. Although I said that I can't truly buy freely these days, some tickets are even more valuable than money. Chang Kun recalled the shoe sizes of his family members, gesturing for sizes. Sister, first help me get 4 pairs of adult cloth shoes, 3 pairs of 10-year-old cloth shoes, and 1 pair of toddler shoes for 3 or 4 years old. The family was still wearing straw sandals, which were not only ugly, but also extremely poorly made. The uppers to the soles were all woven from yellow rice straw, and they would fall apart after a few days of wear. This type of shoe had a truly fitting nickname, 3 Li Lost. You couldn't walk 3 Li in these shoes without losing them, which shows what kind of quality they were. But even with the poor quality, they had to wear them, otherwise they'd have to go barefoot. When Chang Kun brought these shoes back home, Chang Qing and Chang Mu would smile widely at the sight of them. Little Chang Xiu would even hug the little tiger-headed shoes to sleep. Thinking about all this, Chang Kun felt that this rebirth was simply wonderful. 2 more gene of white sugar, 6 gene of peach pastries, 1 gene of candy apples, a bit of each, cooking oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar, and a cleaver. Also 10 gene of bulk liquor divided evenly among 5 earthenware jars. Chang Kun could think of nothing else. The household had always been managed by his mother Lu Meifan. Seeing that Chang Kun remained silent, Wang Cuiqin paused briefly, then turned to Xiao Yao. Didn't a batch of substandard cloth arrive in the warehouse today? That cloth doesn't require ration coupons. Let my younger brother select some from it. Moments later, Xiao Yao returned carrying several bolts of fabric. Chang Kun unrolled a bolt of blue cloth, but could discern no flaw whatsoever. In the end, he chose half a bolt of blue and half a bolt of gray. None of these purchases required ration coupons. After settling the bill, 550 yuan remained from the proceeds of selling the wild boar. Chang Kun gazed at the thick wad of large black 10 yuan notes in his hand and sighed wryly. With so much money left over, he had no idea what else to buy. Perhaps he should return home and consult his mother again. To purchase sorghum flour, cornmeal, and wheat flour, he lacked the necessary ration coupons, so the black market would be his only option. After brief reflection, Chang Kun decided to hold onto the money for now. Should a job opening appear at the supply and marketing cooperative, and should hunting prove temporarily unsuccessful, this sum would serve as a vital emergency reserve. The position at the cooperative was intended for his mother, a light, effortless post. Next time he shopped, he planned to bring her along to familiarize her with the cooperative's environment, lest she feel daunted by urban work. Xiao Yao and old Lu bustled about, helping Chang Kun pack everything securely onto the ox cart. That evening they would feast on wild boar meat, and their spirits were high. As Chang Kun prepared to depart, Wang Cuiqin hurried after him and pressed 2 packs of Dick Qianmin cigarettes into his hands, urging him to deliver them to his uncle Chang Dashan. Chang Kun nodded. Kinship in this era ran deep and genuine. Next time he hunted hares or squirrels, he would bring some to share with the cooperative staff. Bonds, after all, grew ever stronger through such exchanges. Wang Cuiqin's family had gained considerable prestige from Chang Kun's delivery of such an enormous wild boar. Surely her salary would rise again before long. Lu Meilin stood cheerfully waving farewell to Xiao Yao at the cooperative's entrance. He had not entered the building all day, remaining outside instead to guard the wild boar and the ox cart. Yet he had eaten heartily. Xiao Yao had taken peach pastries from the box, wrapped the remaining crumbs in paper, 2 generous bundles, and handed them all to Lu Meilin. To prevent him from choking on the dry fare, Xiao Yao even poured him 2 glasses of melted ice cream water, exclusive perks of the cooperative. Lu Meilin feasted until he was thoroughly sated, belching contentedly all the way home. In the cooperative's office, Director Song instructed old Lu, divide the wild boar meat, 10 jin per person. The remainder I'll keep for gift giving. As Chang Kun rode homeward in his ox cart, a woman's shrill scream pierced the distance. "Ah, catch the thief. There's a robber." A gaunt, diminutive man dashed forward like a gust of wind, only to find Lu Meilin blocking his path with the ox cart. Enraged, he bellowed, "Blind fool, get out of my way." With his shifty eyes and furtive expression, the man bore every hallmark of a petty thief. Chang Kun recognized him instantly. Seeing the man charge headlong, without slowing or veering, Chang Kun whipped his spear from his back and leveled it steadily. "Well now, what's your intention, friend?" Confronted by the dark, gaping muzzle of the weapon, the thief's knees buckled, and he collapsed to the ground. "Brother, no need for this. I only stole a purse, surely not worthy of execution." His voice cracked with tears, even though Chang Kun hadn't even disengaged the safety. Then came rapid, urgent footsteps, and before their owner appeared, a clear, bright female voice rang out. "Thank you, big brother. This thief certainly runs fast." Chang Kun looked up and froze. Before him stood a young woman roughly his own age. She wore a pale blue blazer dress, blue cloth shoes, and white socks pulled neatly to mid-calf, her bearing both spirited and brisk. She looked strangely familiar. Chang Kun searched his memory, and recognition dawned. In his past life, she had been his nephew's teacher. After his elder sister's family moved to the city, they became neighbors with this girl's family, close friends in fact, and he'd met her several times at his sister's home. He recalled she later married a wealthy merchant, only to suffer greatly when fortune turned against them. "Filthy thief, try running again, will you?" Her boot struck the thief squarely in the lower back, cutting short Chang Kun's reverie. Chang Kun stared speechless. Lu Meilin stared speechless. Who would have imagined such a neighborly girlish figure could utter such words? "Thanks so much. You nearly let him escape." She flashed Chang Kun a smile, snatched the cloth bag from the thief's grip, and withdrew a length of rope. In 3 swift motions she bound his wrists, her movements practiced and precise. Chang Kun's lips twitched faintly. A rope carried in one's bag, and such expert binding. Anyone unfamiliar might mistake her for a bandit herself. A trivial matter. He waved dismissively as she secured the thief and walked past their ox cart. After a dozen paces, a crisp system chime sounded in his mind. Ding. Thief captured. 11. Reward granted, advanced lock-picking skill. Current host can detect prey under 60 gene within a 200-meter radius. Chang Kun stood stunned. Was apprehending a thief truly counted as capturing prey, and the reward was a skill, not mere coin? He glanced once more at the girl and the thief. She was delivering sharp physical retribution, her foot and fist landing hard upon his skull. And there, within his newly awakened perception, the thief's position glowed clearly. So this system was far more capable than he'd assumed. Even villains registered as quarry. Excellent. Lu Meifan spent the entire afternoon cleaning pig intestines and stomachs, her mouth never still, every sentence praising her son. She'd thought him remarkably capable merely for hunting hares or foxes, but never imagined he'd actually bring down a wild boar. Many households in the village struggled to fill their bowls with wild vegetable gruel. A pork was a luxury beyond even their wildest dreams. Little girls gathered in the courtyard, gazing wide-eyed at the slabs of pork fat, drooling openly. Chongqing vaguely recalled the crispy golden cracklings he'd eaten as a child, the very delicacy rendered from this very fat. Fried to perfection, they were irresistibly fragrant, perhaps the most delicious thing in the world. They eagerly awaited their elder brother's return. Mother had declared the fat must be portioned only after he arrived, before the lard could be rendered and the cracklings made. Chang Dashan puffed thoughtfully on his pipe, still lost in reverie about the wild boar, wondering whether his son's sale had gone smoothly. How splendid it would have been had he himself slain the beast. Then every villager would heap praise upon him. No sooner had Chang Kun and Lu Meilin guided the ox cart to the courtyard gate than the little girls spotted them and swarmed forward. Elder brother's home. Elder brother's home. Their shrill, chattering voices gave one a headache. Chang Kun drew 3 candy apples from his pocket and handed one to each child. "Ah, thank you, elder brother. Mine is yellow. Mine is green. So sweet. I ate one during Spring Festival when I was 5. That's what they call a candy apple." Chongqing proudly displayed her worldly knowledge. Changmu, still too young to remember, sucked blissfully on his candy apple, eyes crinkling like a kitten's. The moment Chang Kun and Lu Meilin stepped into the courtyard, Lu Meifan rushed toward them. Spotting the large sack slung across Chang Kun's back, she knew it held goods purchased with the wild boar's proceeds, and broke into hearty laughter. Before, with neither money nor grain, she'd scrimped and calculated every morsel just to keep the household afloat. It had been unbearably difficult. Now, with such a magnificent wild boar, hunger would no longer haunt their home. Her son, in just these past 2 days, seemed utterly transformed. Chongqing, Changmu, and Changxiu trailed behind their elder brother like 3 loyal ducklings, helping him lift the heavy sack. Once lowered gently to the ground, Chang Kun scanned the yard and noticed Zhang Quan was absent. "Mother, did Quan go home already?" "He left just moments ago. I saw things were nearly done, so I cut him half a pig's liver and half a lung to take home and stew right away. The rest of the heart, liver, and lungs will cook together in our own pot." "Fine. I told Quan while hunting that the boar served my purposes, so giving him some meat was sufficient. There are goods in the sack. Take them inside and sort them out. I'll head to Quan's place now to deliver a slab of fatty meat." Meanwhile, Zhang Quan had just returned home carrying half a pig's liver and half a lung. "You brought back this much for a boar that size?" Zhang Pianxin's finger nearly jabbed Quan's forehead. He'd heard the beast weighed at least 200 or 300 jin, yet this meager portion. It felt like tossing scraps to a beggar. Quan, who'd arrived home elated, stood dazed. He'd expected praise for bringing home precious offal. Instead, he faced only reproach. His face darkened as he retorted, "What's wrong? Still not enough. Anyone else would have refused to take me along. But Brother Kun did, and I'm grateful. Besides, I only helped drag the boar. How much did you expect to get? You went into the mountains together, yet you return with this. You're hopeless." Zhang Pianxin had hoped Chang Kun's massive catch would yield at least some meat for the family, to fatten his grandson. But now, yes, I'm hopeless. But even the hopeless earn his trust and receive food. And you take whatever I bring straight to Brother Kun's house. I don't taste a single bite. What good is it then? Quan noted the squirrel meat and soybeans he'd brought home yesterday had vanished. No need to guess, father had already delivered them to Brother Kun's house. Unable to contain his pent-up resentment any longer, he unleashed it. Zhang Pianxin blinked, stunned that his normally obedient son dared speak back. Wounded to the core, he flushed with shame and fury. Dare you answer back? I'll teach you to talk. I'll teach you to talk. Slap after slap landed on Quan's forehead. You bear the Zhang name. You obey me. Have you forgotten yourself? If you're so eager to leave, renounce your surname and go live with them. Always whining about food. This, that. Quan stood rigid, face crimson, astonished that his father could utter such words. Just then a voice called from outside the courtyard, "Uncle Zhang, is anyone home?" Zhang Pianxin stepped out and froze. There stood Chang Kun holding a generous slab of fatty pork. His heart skipped a beat. He'd just been disparaging the man, and now here he was standing at the gate. "Uncle Zhang, I've brought a piece of fatty meat for Chiu Chiu, and a cleaver too. Chiu render the fat into oil tonight." Chang Kun noticed Zhang Quan standing with his back turned and head bowed. Another quarrel between father and son. Saying nothing, he simply turned and headed home. On the way, he opened the system notification. Ding. Wild boar captured 11. Reward obtained 1 jin of honey-glazed pork jerky. Current host can detect prey under 80 jin within a radius of 250 meters. Back home, the pig's heart, lungs, and liver had already been served onto the octagonal table to cool. Chang Qing, Chang Mu, and Chang Xiao, the 3 little girls, sat cross-legged on the heated brick bed, each clutching a peach cookie, like tiny hamsters nibbling and licking it bit by bit. Beside them sat their new shoes. After 2 bites, they'd glance down at the shoes and giggle foolishly. Seeing Chang Kun return, Lu Meifan shot the girls a sharp look. "What on earth did you buy all this for? You're spoiling them rotten." Chang Kun chuckled softly and sat beside the octagonal table, watching his father and uncle sip wine and feast on offal. "Not bad at all. I haven't tasted wine in half a year, and this packs quite a punch." "True enough. Last year's communal mess burned through every drop we had. What a waste of good liquor. Nothing beats my elder nephew. He's truly overjoyed today." "Of course he is. Just look who his father is." Lu Meifan sat on the eastern brick bed, running her fingers over the bolt of cloth, her face radiant with delight. This fabric would make many garments, enough to clothe the whole family for a long time. Meanwhile, most villagers were having dinner, as usual, wild vegetable and cornmeal porridge. Many ate the same bland porridge as always, but found it suddenly tasteless and hard to swallow. How could wild vegetable gruel compare to the rich, savory aroma of pork? No one knew where Chang Kun had hunted that wild boar. As for marksmanship, every man and boy in the village would proudly claim supremacy. All had weathered war's fire, all knew how to handle a rifle. Many wives scolded their husbands, so many strong men, and yet none measure up to that young fellow. Gradually, word of Chang Kun's feat reached Qinjia village. At the Qin Miru household, the family gathered listlessly around the stove, indifferent to the wild vegetable porridge simmering in the pot. "Daughter, speak up. What do you think about Chang Kun hunting a wild boar?" The rumors spreading like wildfire through the village. "If you folks insist on raising the bride price again, what if I get turned away once more? I still have my pride." Qin Miru muttered under her breath. She wasn't foolish. No matter how high the bride price climbed, not a single coin would land in her own pocket. Once married, the Chang family would surely vent their resentment over the dowry upon her. Still, you ought to pay them a visit. They've secured such a massive boar. Surely they'd share some meat with their future in-laws. Sure, Xinxiang refused to relent. "Exactly. Even if the bride price stays unchanged, offering meat to your future in-laws is only proper. Daughter, go tomorrow morning and dress well." Qin Jianren was already salivating at the thought of pork. At the mere mention of it, Qin Meru instinctively moistened her lips and nodded in agreement, then began consulting with her mother about what to wear and adorn herself with for the visit to the Chang household. The whole family had already begun imagining the scene tomorrow. Qin Meru returning home bearing pork and the feast that would follow. Meanwhile, at the Chang residence, Uncle Lu Meilin had already driven the ox cart home. He'd visited his elder sister's home and returned with 2 silver carp, 5 gin of fatty pork, a jar of wine shoes for adults and children, a bolt of cloth, 2 gin of peach cookies, and a generous handful of candy balls. He felt no need to hold back, knowing his nephew had struck fortune that day, and as an uncle he happily rode the wave of prosperity, humming a cheerful tune all the way home. Chang Kun, slightly tipsy from the wine, hadn't felt this elated in ages, and soon drifted into deep slumber on the brick bed, snoring softly. Ever since Chang Kun's expulsion, the household had been shrouded in tension, each member harboring a quiet, smoldering fury, waiting only for the spark that would ignite it. Yet that anger seemed to vanish entirely the moment the wild boar appeared before them. The 3 little girls sat on the brick bed, cheeks puffed out with 2 candy balls apiece, savoring them blissfully. Lu Meifan measured the cloth with her hands, planning a full set of clothes for each family member. There was plenty, so she saw no need to skimp. Chang Kun, how much did you spend today? Just over 500 yuan remains. I'll keep it for something important and won't squander it. Lu Meifan hesitated, then nodded. Her son had changed profoundly. She'd trust him with the money for now. Chang Kun watched his younger sisters scramble playfully across the brick bed, proudly showing off their new shoes. Genuinely moved by the simple warmth of it all, he lay down on the western brick bed. After an entire day of relentless labor, exhaustion weighed heavily upon his body. Lying there, he mentally tallied his gains: 1 wild boar exchanged for oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, wine, sugar, a few small treats, and cloth and shoes for clothing. 2 packs of dakium and cigarettes remained forgotten in his pocket. He'd been so overwhelmed by the day's whirlwind that he'd completely overlooked them. Over 500 yuan remained in his pocket, a colossal sum in those times, more than enough to secure a position like the apprenticeship he'd held before. He resolved to visit his elder sister's home tomorrow to deliver gifts. He hadn't seen her since his rebirth, and in his past life she'd passed away over a decade ago. So many years apart, it stirred a deep, aching longing. After returning from his sister's home, hunting wild boar in the mountains would prove far harder. Once a boar fell near Yezuling, the rest of the herd would avoid that area for some time, making fresh tracks difficult to locate. His current system could only detect prey under 60 gene, so even if a large boar crossed his path, he wouldn't sense it. If boars proved elusive, catching rabbits or field mice would suffice. They were meat after all, and delivering them to the supply and marketing cooperative would help foster goodwill. First, he'd send his mother into town. Since children's household registration followed the mothers, perhaps he could arrange for the little girls to obtain urban grain rations. At dawn the next day, Chang Kun awoke to a clamor of voices. He rose and walked into the main hall. His mother, Lu Meifan, was already packing gifts for his visit to his elder sister's home. Son, you're up? Everything's ready. I'll send you off early so you can return before nightfall. Don't linger for meals there. Chang Kun nodded, washed up outside, and returned to find steamed soybeans and offal already arranged on the octagonal table. Chang Kun tapped his temple, reminding himself to purchase seasonings, soap, toothbrushes, and other essentials at the supply cooperative. Their household lacked so much. Everything's packed as you instructed. See if your elder sister needs anything, and tell me when you return. Lu Meifan hadn't seen her eldest daughter in over half a year, not even after childbirth, her heart heavy with worry and longing. Had her son not earned such distinction, securing a wild boar and acquiring so many goods, she'd have felt too embarrassed to send him to her daughter's-in-law's home. Arriving with meager gifts would have felt deeply awkward. By then Chang Kun had also risen, his head still pounding from last night's excess. Son, come here. Take 1 jar of wine for your future father-in-law, and bring along that giant field mouse. Let old Master Yang have a proper look. Chang Kun instantly understood and smiled, nodding knowingly. It was just like the angler who, having landed a trophy fish, circles the neighborhood 3 times before stepping foot inside his own door. Such a colossal field mouse was meant to dazzle old Master Yang. After breakfast, Chang Kun hoisted the sack onto his shoulder, lifted the wine jar, and strolled leisurely out the gate. His elder sister's in-laws lived in Yangjia village. Reaching it required passing through neighboring Qingjia village, then traveling westward for another hour. As he entered Qingjia village, a figure approached Hedon. Chang Kun focused. There she was, Qin Meru. She spotted him too, her gaze locking onto him with unmistakable intensity, her expression caught between hesitation and unspoken words. No wonder he'd been utterly captivated in his past life. Not because his resolve faltered, but because her allure was simply too cunning to resist. Qin Meru stared intently at Chang Kun, her eyes nearly brimming with water. She felt that Chang Kun was truly different from before. In the past, before she could even use her soul-binding technique, Chang Kun would eagerly approach her like a lustful dog from the village. But now, despite her displaying such an expression, Chang Kun remained unmoved, instead watching her, as if it were a show, even squatting on the ground with his chin resting on his hands, urging her to continue. This. Qin Meru felt disheartened, reaching up to touch her face. Had she become ugly recently? Did she no longer attract Chang Kun? Chang Kun quietly observed Qin Myra's performance, not wanting to waste energy talking to her. In this new life, one should repay kindness with kindness and grievances with grievances. The Qin family could not afford to live a dealing with them was only a matter of time. First he needed to settle his own family, then it would be their turn. After a long silence from Qin Meru, Chang Kun expressionless stepped away. Qin Meru moved sideways, blocking Chang Kun's path, lifting her face, her eyes seemingly on the verge of tears. She did not understand what was happening. Could it be that her mother's dowry had provoked Chang Kun this much? But that shouldn't concern her. Chang Kun seemed to hold a grudge against her. Last time he had said he would share chicken with her, but ended up driving her away. This time was even worse. He didn't even acknowledge her. Seeing Qin Meru block his way, Chang Kun chuckled. You seem like a loyal dog. What do you mean by that? In his past life, he had treated Qin Meru similarly, and now the tables had turned. It felt truly satisfying. What do you mean? Although Qin Meru did not understand, she could sense the disdain in Chang Kun's tone. It means nothing. I just feel it's pointless. What do you mean by that? Qin Meru felt a bit frantic. Chang Kun found it amusing. Were all women like this? Ignoring her only made her act more desperate. Chang Kun shot Qin Meru a cold glance, recalling their post-marriage life and his past life, and he had a plan in mind. Nothing. I just don't like women without hair. Hearing this, Qin Meru was taken aback, her face turning pale, her body swaying as she forced out, what do you mean by no hair? What are you talking about? What happened there? How could he know? Growing up, she learned that she was different from others. The other girls had hair where she did not, which troubled her for a long time, and she had even asked her mother about it. This matter was known only to her mother. But now Chang Kun knew as well. It was like a bolt from the blue. Seeing Qin Meru look as if she had seen a ghost, Chang Kun felt quite pleased. In their previous life after marriage, Qin Meru had been so afraid he would despise her that she would hide everything. It doesn't matter if you don't understand. Oh, I understand. Chang Kun hummed a tune as he walked past Qin Meru, casting a meaningful glance at her. That glance made Qin Myra's hair stand on end. That penetrating gaze confirmed her worst fear. Chang Kun truly knew her secret. What should she do now? Her mother had said that such things were bad omens and must never be revealed. But before marriage, no one would know about this. After marriage, even if the other party regretted it, it would be too late. Her father had suffered such a silent loss. Could it be that her mother had revealed it to Chang Kun? Otherwise, she couldn't fathom how Chang Kun knew. Chang Kun chuckled as he walked a dozen steps, looking back to see Qin Meru with her arms crossed, her hair in disarray, looking pitiful, as if she had been bullied. What a beautiful white lotus. Just as Chang Kun was about to continue on his way, he suddenly sensed a small prey nearby. There were bushes by the roadside, and beyond the bushes were sparse small trees. He gently placed the sack and wine jar by the road and tiptoed to the edge of the bushes. In the bushes, a mother wild chicken was crouching in its nest. Chang Kun leaped forward and pounced on the wild chicken, finding a dozen wild chicken eggs lying in the nest. Qin Meru watched in disbelief as Chang Kun dove into the roadside bushes, and in less than a minute he returned holding a wild chicken and a nest of wild chicken eggs. Her face, which had been filled with despair and panic, instantly turned to surprise. How could he catch a wild chicken and a nest of eggs in such a short time? When did he become so capable? Recalling the rumor she had heard yesterday about Chang Kun capturing a wild boar, Qin Meru felt a deep sense of bitterness. If it weren't for her mother's meddling, adding to the dowry and revealing her secret about not having hair, now this chicken and that pig would have had her share. She was filled with hatred, all blamed on Shi Zhenxiang. But what could she do now? It would take time for her to grow hair again. After more than an hour of walking, Chang Kun entered Yangjiatin and soon arrived at a small yard surrounded by a fence. "And are you home?" Chang Kun shouted at the door, guessing that his brother-in-law and father Yang Shunong had gone out to work. "Who is it?" A woman in her 40s quickly walked out, wringing a dripping piece of cloth in her hand. It was Sun Xiaohong, the mother-in-law of his elder sister Chang Mei. "Oh, is that you, Chang Kun?" Sun Xiaohong looked up carefully, having only met him once at Chang Mei's wedding. "It's me. Come in quickly, it's been a while since we last saw each other." Sun Xiaohong reached out to pull Chang Kun inside, but then remembered the cloth in her hand and laughed. "Come in, I'm still washing my grandson's diapers." Sun Xiaohong led Chang Kun inside, arriving at the east room. Chang Mei was sitting on the Kong, humming an unknown tune to lull her baby to sleep. Hearing someone enter, she turned around and was taken aback. She hadn't seen her younger brother in over a year and hadn't run into him during her visits home. Chang Kun hadn't seen his sister in over a decade. In his past life, she had passed away from a cerebral hemorrhage at over 60. Seeing her youthful appearance now brought tears to his eyes. Initially, Chang Mei was delighted to see her younger brother, but upon noticing Chang Kun's tearful expression, she grew anxious. "Brother, what happened? Did you get into some trouble?" "It's nothing, sister. It's just been a long time since I saw you and I missed you," Chang Kun said with a smile, pulling the wild chicken eggs from the sack to show off. "Look, I picked these up on the road." Chang Mei smiled. "Put them on the stove outside. You're quite capable." Chang Kun placed the wild chicken eggs down and returned casually, putting the sack under the Kong, rubbing his hands together and half leaning on the Kong. I came to see my nephew. Leaning closer to his nephew, he noticed the little face was rosy and that the baby's mouth opened and closed as he slept, causing an involuntary smile to appear on Chang Kun's face. Sister, isn't my nephew a bit chubby? Yes, he's doing well, eating and sleeping. He's quite chubby. Chang Mei held a fan, gently fanning her son. At that moment, Sun Xiaohong walked in with a bowl of water. Little one, drink some water. You've walked a long way. Chang Kun, not being polite, leaned against the Kong and drank the water in one go. So is there something you need to talk about? Sun Xiaohong asked again, as normally a younger brother wouldn't visit his sister's in-laws. It's nothing, Annie. I just came to see my sister. Since she had my nephew, my parents were too busy to come, so I'm here to represent them. Chang Kun chuckled, and I brought some things along. Oh dear, my in-laws are quite considerate. We have everything we need at home, no lack of food or drink. Sun Xiaohong said as she continued, little one, come over for lunch. Oh, I'll steam some corn cakes for you. Aunt, that won't do. Chang Kun quickly interjected. In this day and age, what kind of family still eats corn cakes? With this grain, they could make porridge to last 3 meals. Chang Kun held Sun Xiaohong's hand and said, Aunt, I caught a wild boar yesterday and bought some things. I just came to chat. Chang Mei and Sun Xiaohong stared wide-eyed at Chang Kun, not blinking, as if they had not heard what he said. A wild boar. Did I hear that right? Chang Mei stood up, examining Chang Kun's shoulders back and forth, relieved to see he was uninjured. Little Kun, when did you learn to use a gun? Wild boars are fierce, don't provoke them. As an older sister, she never considered the trouble a wild boar could bring to their home. Her first instinct was to worry about her brother's safety. I'm very careful. Chang Kun enjoyed his sister's concern. After his eldest sister's passing, he could only hear her voice in his dreams. Wow, you're quite impressive. No one in our village has caught a wild boar for years. They say there are plenty on the mountain, but the moment they see a person, they vanish without a trace. The three chatted for a while, and Chang Kun began to take out the items from the burlap sack one by one. There was a skinned gray dog, 2 live wild chickens. One he had brought from home, the other he had caught by the roadside. 5 pounds of wild boar meat wrapped in lotus leaves, over 2 meters of blue cloth, 4 pounds of soybeans, and 2 pounds of corn packed in a small cloth bag, and 2 pounds of peach crisps wrapped separately in corn leaves. This pile of goods left Chang Mei and Sun Xiaohong dumbfounded. Little Kun, how did you bring back so much? Chang Mei thought there was more here than her own wedding dowry. Wow, I can't even speak. This is more than an ordinary family in the countryside would have. Sun Xiaohong exclaimed in surprise. Auntie, sister, look. The gray dog, wild chickens, soybeans, and corn were all caught in the mountains. The cloth was given to me by Sister Wang Tsuichin. It was a defective piece. The peach crisps cost a bit of money though. Chang Kun then shared how he caught squirrels in the mountains, how he pounced on wild chickens, and how he extracted grains from a field mouse's hole. Chang Mei and Sun Xiaohong listened in astonishment, as if they were hearing a story, feeling as if the treasures of the mountains were stuffed in Chang Kun's pockets, ready to be taken out at will. But with the items right in front of them, they had no choice but to believe. Looking at her brother, Chang Mei felt that after a year apart, he had truly grown up, catching wild chickens, hunting rabbits, and even taking down a wild boar. He was no longer the useless child who could only eat. Not only had he grown capable, but he also had become more talkative, unlike before when he was so quiet. But little one, this is just too much. I thought we were just tasting a bit of it, but this is so much. Sun Xiaohong felt embarrassed. Auntie, we're family, no need to say that. Don't forget when my daughter Xiaoer had a fever and couldn't eat anything, you had sister send over 5 eggs without us saying a word. This was something Lu Meifan had mentioned while organizing things for Chang Kun. Sun Xiaohong blinked and fell silent. Her family's situation was slightly better than Chang's, but not by much. Those 5 eggs had taken over 6 months to save up. Initially, they had planned to exchange them for some oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar, but when the in-law's child fell ill, they just sent them over. Chang Kun then recounted the fun stories of taking Chongqing and Chongmu to catch cicadas, leaving Chang Mei feeling envious. Previously, she had been the eldest at home and led her younger siblings in catching them. Now that she was married and had children, she could no longer experience the joys of childhood. Chang Kun thought for a moment, reached into the burlap sack, and pretended to pull something out, revealing a handful of fried cicadas. This was a reward from the system for catching cicadas, and he hadn't finished eating them. He recalled that his eldest sister loved cicadas the most as a child, and each time he caught 3 or 5, he would save them for her. This is a gift from a friend. I remember my sister loved cicadas, so I brought you some. Chang Kun placed the fried cicadas in his sister's hand. Chang Mei felt a warmth in her heart. Her brother truly was thoughtful, remembering her favorite food. She picked one up and tasted it. Delicious. It seemed they were fried. What kind of friend could be so generous with the oil? As they chatted about family matters, Chang Mei turned to look at her son and exclaimed, "Oh no, the little one got bitten by a mosquito. Look at that big bump." Heh. She pinched across on the mosquito bite with her fingers and spat a little saliva on it. Sister, my nephew attracts mosquitoes, just like me. Of course, during the day there are fewer mosquitoes, but at night it's a different story. Someone has to specifically watch over the little one to help drive them away, otherwise he'll wake up covered in bites. Xiao Mei will drive the mosquitoes away for little Bao at night, but during the day she's always sleepy, Sun Xiaohong chimed in. Chang Kun thought of the 10 packs of mosquito coils he had as rewards, which would be perfect for his sister. He reached into the burlap sack pretending to take something out, then pulled out the mosquito coils and handed them to Chang Mei's sister. This is a mosquito coil a friend gave me. I haven't used it, so it's perfect for my nephew. If it's lit at night, the mosquitoes won't bite him. Sun Xiaohong's eyes lit up as she slapped her thigh. Chang Kun, this is a timely gift. I heard others mention something called a mosquito coil, and I even went to find Wang Suichin to buy some, but I couldn't get any. You brought it right here. As Chang Kun reached into the burlap sack, he felt something large inside and reached deeper. Chang Kun, what else do you have in there? Your family has many children. I leave something for them to eat. Sun Xiaohong nudged Chang Kun's arm. Annie, this is what my father asked me to bring. Chang Kun slowly pulled out the large field mouse. Sister, be careful, don't get scared. Aunt. Oh no. 2 startled exclamations came from the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. I've lived over 40 years and have never seen one this big. This must be a spirit. Sun Xiaohong's eyes widened as she grabbed the field mouse by its tail. Xiao Mei, look. It's almost as big as a rabbit. That's right. Auntie, you don't know, but when I caught this big field mouse. Chang Kun recounted the experience of catching the field mouse, leaving both Sun Xiaohong and Chang Mei in shock. They were left speechless. The story was like something out of a classic tale. My father asked me to bring it to show the in-laws as a novelty. Ha! Sun Xiaohong fiddled with the field mouse's large front teeth, nodding. I bet when your father comes back he'll be just as shocked. Little Kun, you have a trick for catching that field mouse, right? Chang Kun was taken aback, nodded, and said, yes, there is a trick. I catch field mice with my hands. He thought Sun Xiaohong wanted to know how to catch field mice, and was about to elaborate. Sun Xiaohong waved her hand, and said, it's like this, your uncle, he works in the commune's security, right? He also needs to protect the crops. Recently, for some reason, a village reported that their crops were being eaten by field mice, and your uncle tried many methods with no success. Chang Kun blinked. His method for catching field mice was the simplest one, smoking them out. This method is known to everyone, but finding the right field mouse hole is not easy. Field mice don't have just one hole. Some have only 2, while others have 3 to 5 holes, and missing even one hole can let the field mouse escape. He relied entirely on the system's skills. Only by locating all the holes could he smoke out the field mice. This was something he couldn't explain to Sun Xiaohong. Before Chang Kun could speak, Sun Xiaohong directly stated her intention. You see, can you help your uncle catch some field mice? You'd earn work points for every mouse you catch. What do you think? Chang Wei chuckled and nodded. This was a small matter, and since the elder had asked, he certainly couldn't refuse. Sun Xiaohong slapped her thigh. All right, I'll have your uncle look for you early tomorrow morning. He's been helping catch field mice in Qingjia village lately. Their crops are being ravaged and are almost entirely bare. Oh, I remember your partner is also from Qingjia village, right? That's perfect. Sun Xiaohong laughed heartily. Chang Kun joined in the laughter. Qingjia village was just right. This was a great opportunity to push forward his marriage with Qin Mei Ru. Chang Kun then chatted with Sun Xiaohong and Chang Mei for a while before bidding them farewell and heading home. Upon arriving home, several little girls were in the yard picking and washing wild vegetables. Their mouths were watering, gazing eagerly at the main room. Chang Kun could smell a delightful fragrance wafting from the kitchen where lard was being rendered. Lu Meifang shooed the little girls out of the main room, forbidding them from getting near the oil pot. A small fire was burning in the stove, and the pot was slowly melting the lard with water, causing the clear liquid to change color as it evaporated, while Lu Meifan was skimming off the oil residue. Seeing the oil residue, Chang Kun felt a bit tempted. In this era, oil residue was considered a delicacy for ordinary people, unmatched by anything else. He filled a bowl with a dozen pieces of oil residue and took it to the yard to cool. The 3 little girls wagged their tails, crowding around their older brother. The moment he brought out the bowl, little Chang Xiu's mouth started watering, looking at her brother with eager eyes. Oh! Little Chang Xiu exclaimed, urging her brother to feed her, drooling at the corners of her mouth. Chang Kun chuckled and stuffed a piece of crispy golden oil residue into little Chang Xiu's mouth before handing the bowl to Chang Qing. The 3 little girls took turns munching on the oil residue, snorting like little pigs, their mouths full of crispy deliciousness. By the time Lu Meifan finished her work and came out, the little girls had devoured all the oil residue, licking their lips and hoping for more, only to be mercilessly suppressed by Chang Kun. Having not had any oil for a long time, eating too much oil residue suddenly would only lead to a stomach upset. Lu Meifan joyfully held up the jar of lard for Chang Kun to see nearly full to the brim, ensuring their family wouldn't run out of oil for a year. Previously, there were only 2 meals a day, breakfast and dinner. Now that the family had more provisions, including squirrel meat and plenty of field mouse meat along with ample soybeans and corn, they decided to let the little ones have a lunch. Taking advantage of the remaining lard in the pot, Lou Mafin stir-fried some field mouse meat, pairing it with the wild vegetables the little girls had picked and washed earlier, making it look incredibly appetizing. When Chang Dashin returned home from work, the family gathered around the 8 immortals' table, eating and chatting about their elder sister and her newborn baby. Learning that Chang Mei was doing well, both Chang Dashin and Lou Mafin felt relieved. The little girls had no resistance against the chewy field mouse meat, their mouths dripping with oil. In just a few short days, the previously pale little Chang Xiao had turned rosy. At that moment, Qin Meru was at home sulking with her mother. With a gloomy face, she recounted to Shi Jinxiang how Chang Kun had teased her about not having hair, questioning whether Shi Jinxiang had told Chang Kun about it. Shi Jinxiang vehemently declared her innocence, insisting that she could never share such matters with anyone, especially not with her future son-in-law. Shi Jinxiang then turned to her daughter, suspiciously asking Xiao Ruyu, "You haven't done anything with Chang Kun, have you? Did he see something?" Qin Meru. She genuinely didn't understand, looking bewildered and asking, "What are you talking about? About doing that? Can you really be so careless and still ask me?" In Shi Zhengxiang's eyes, only she and Qin Meru knew about that matter. Since she hadn't mentioned it, it must have been Qin Meru who let the secret slip. And such a private matter wouldn't be shared unless Chang Kun had witnessed it himself. How outrageous. That scoundrel took advantage of her daughter and even had the audacity to scold her. This cannot be allowed to go unpunished. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Shi Jinxiang stood up and said, "Come on, daughter, let's go demand an explanation from his family. We can't let him take advantage of you so easily. The bride price must be increased. I want that wild boar, he has to give us half of it." At this point, Shi Jinxiang still hadn't forgotten to profit from the situation. Qin Meru was even more confused. "Mother, what do you mean by taking advantage of me? Why are we talking about the bride price again? Huh? You two, did you sneak off into the cornfield? You're still trying to save face, and you want me to explain it clearly?" Shi Jinxiang lowered her voice and scolded, feeling a mix of disappointment and anger. How could her daughter be so impatient and let that scoundrel take advantage of her so easily? Upon hearing her mother mention the cornfield, Qin Meru finally understood. Rural women often gossip about such matters. Her face turned bright red in anger as she exclaimed, "What are you saying? Who went into the cornfield? You were the one who let them know with your big mouth, and now you're blaming me." Poor Qin Meru hadn't even let Chang Kun hold her little hand. However, Shi Jinxiang assumed they had slept together. "Hey, you dare to talk back? You can do it, but you can't let your mother know. Who did it? I think it's just your big mouth. If you hadn't gone to increase the bride price, nothing would have happened. Maybe I would have enjoyed some pork." Huh? Increasing the bride price isn't at all for whom? For your little brother. Anyway, it's not for me. The mother and daughter exchanged heated words, their voices growing louder. When Qin Jianren returned home, he found the two of them with disheveled hair, sitting on the ground, kicking and cursing, every word filled with vulgarity. He was bewildered. What happened? Chang Kun had had a few bites of field mouse meat, rested on the West Kong, and was preparing to head back to the mountains. Although wild boars would not return to the Wild Boar Ridge immediately after hearing gunshots, there's always a chance. Chang Qing, lying on the West Kong, heard the commotion and peeked at Chang Kun, saying, "Big brother, the field mouse is really delicious. Let's go catch some more." Chang Mu, who couldn't sleep either, got up and looked at Chang Kun with anticipation. "You two, after eating, dare to run around. Lie down quietly on the Kong for me." Lou Mafin gave a light tap on Chang Qing's head. "You are the most disobedient." In those times after eating, people would usually lie down and rest to properly absorb the food. If anyone mentioned taking 100 steps after a meal, health preservation, people would think they were crazy. Chang Qing, suppressed by his mother, pouted but didn't dare to speak. "Mother, I'll go take a look at the foot of the mountain." Chang Kun said goodbye to his mother as he headed outside. "Son, it's sunny outside. You should wait a bit before going out." "No need, mother. The earlier I go, the earlier I return. I'll just throw on a burlap sack." Chang Kun gathered his tools and went to call Zhang Qihuan to join him. "What did you eat today, Qiu? Haha, I had pig liver and lung plus some oil residue." "Is that so? Did your father agree?" "I shared half with my elder brother's family, and the rest I'll eat a bit each day to mix with wild vegetable porridge." "I'm not doing that. I'm almost done eating it, haha." Chang Kun laughed along. He noticed that Zhang Qihuan spoke more easily when he was with him, but remained rather dull when around others. As the two passed by the village entrance, some people were sitting under the big tree to cool off. Xiao Kun, going up the mountain. "That wild boar from yesterday was quite large, or are you going to hunt it again?" Chang Kun replied a few words and hurriedly departed. Behind him, the villagers were discussing amongst themselves. "This kid from the Chang family has really improved. I think he just got lucky. People have been going up the mountain for years. How come we haven't seen anyone else get lucky? Just watch, he'll probably come back empty-handed this time." This was someone consumed by jealousy. When has there ever been a guarantee with mountain hunting? If you can bring back something once in 3 tries, that's already great. Do you think he'll catch another wild boar this time? I see a gun in his sack. Many shook their heads. The thought of catching another wild boar was simply a dream. Chang Kun and Zhang Qihuan had already walked far ahead. As they approached the foot of the mountain, he sensed that there were a lot of wild rabbits resting in their burrows. Glancing back, he noticed someone following them from a distance towards the foot of the mountain, but couldn't make out who it was. In such hot weather, could they also be going into the mountains? Chang Kun felt puzzled. Chang Kun and Zhang Quan hurriedly made their way toward Wild Boar Ridge. Upon arriving at Wild Boar Ridge, they wasted no time and began searching for traces of wild boars. Chang Kun detected no prey through his system. After inspecting the hoofprints on Wild Boar Ridge, they realized the environment had not changed since yesterday, indicating that the group of wild boars had not returned. Unwilling to give up, Chang Kun felt around the mountain path, yet found nothing. He spotted clusters of orange-yellow mushroom fruits by the roadside, gathered a handful, and placed them in a sack to take back for the little girls. These fruits are sweet and sour, the favorite of children. The two wandered in the mountains for a long time, finding nothing with not a single trace of wild boars. The sun grew hotter, leaving them parched and dry. Chang Kun and Zhang Quan returned to the spring, where they had previously drunk water, gulping down a bellyful before resting for a moment. Cricket, let's head back. The wild boars probably won't return anytime soon. Let's go catch something else at the foot of the mountain. Chang Kun wanted to catch a few rabbits to sell alive at the supply and marketing cooperative. As they walked towards the mountain's edge, Chang Kun sensed a sizable creature standing still behind a distant tree. He signaled Zhang Quan to approach quietly and peeked from behind the tree, spotting a fire fox licking its hind leg. Chang Kun felt a surge of joy. It was the very fire fox they had shot at yesterday, its hind leg wounded, desperately fleeing, and now it had run into them. Zhang Quan had already slowly drawn out his slingshot, aiming steadily. Crack! The fire fox let out a cry and fell to the ground. Chang Kun rushed forward a few steps and pinned down the still-twitching fox. Zhang Quan approached with a silly grin, saying, "Brother Kun, this fire fox is quite beautiful." Chang Kun nodded. This fire fox could sell for 30 or 40 bucks. Its flesh is too gamey for people to enjoy, but its hide is valuable. I thought we wouldn't catch any wild boars and would have to settle for a few wild rabbits, but unexpectedly, we made a surprising catch on the way. The system detected a group of small prey ahead. Chang Kun walked forward about 7 or 8 meters, parted the grass, and picked up a nest made of grass, revealing a dozen little wild chicks that were unable to stand and were flopping around clamorously. That fire fox couldn't catch any prey, but found this group of little wild chicks. So many little chicks, I can take them back to roast for the girls. Chang Kun recalled the taste of roasted sparrows from his childhood and couldn't help but lick his lips. Exiting the mountain, they arrived at the farmland at the foot of the mountain. Sensing more and more rabbit burrows, Chang Kun perked up, saying, "Cricket, gather firewood, let's catch some wild rabbits." The two busily ran around the foot of the mountain catching rabbits. 2 hours passed. Chang Kun and Zhang Quan each held a corner of a bulging sack, slowly walking toward the village entrance. The sack was stuffed full of wild rabbits which were struggling inside. Zhang Quan's expression had long turned numb. He could not understand how Brother Kun found the wild rabbits. The entrances to the rabbit burrows were always perfect, and he had never missed. They slowly approached the village entrance, where people were already resting after work. Spotting Chang Kun and Zhang Quan from a distance, the crowd instantly became lively. "Hey, it's the kid from the Chang family. It looks like they are carrying something. Did they go to the mountains and catch something? Whatever it is, it certainly isn't a wild boar. Those two couldn't carry it." Jin Sanjia leaned against a large tree at the village entrance, watching as Chang Kun and the others approached slowly. His face darkened with curses in his heart. These two moved so fast, they disappeared in an instant behind them. As Chang Kun and the others drew near, the voices of the crowd at the village entrance sounded like a boiling pot. "Is that a fire fox on Zhang's younger brother's shoulder?" "It is a fire fox. 2 years ago, old Li caught a fire fox that looked just like this one. He traded that fire fox for an 18-year-old young wife and reportedly still has a lot of money left. These two are quite capable. They never come back empty-handed." As they reached the village entrance, someone greeted Chang Kun. "Chang Kun, what's in the sack you're carrying?" They all saw that there were living creatures struggling inside the sack. "Uncle Shun, we caught a couple of wild rabbits." Chang Kun smiled at the crowd and slowly walked away. As for Zhang Quan, everyone in the village knew he wasn't talkative, so they ignored him. After the two walked away, the crowd began to discuss again. "A couple of wild rabbits. From the looks of it, there are at least 10 in there." "You're right, I saw clearly. The ones kicking inside are definitely not just 2. Do you think these 2 kids found some treasure in the mountains?" "I think so too, otherwise how could 2 young boys catch wild boars and so many wild rabbits?" Once these words were spoken, many people were intrigued. If these 2 young fellows could do it, then those who had traversed the mountains could surely find a spot as well. Those with clever minds couldn't sit still They all stood up to head home, bringing out guns to oil and maintain, while those without guns sought to borrow from others. Xiao Qing Xiao Mu, come out and see what your big brother has brought you. Chang Kun returned home and called out in the courtyard, taking the little wild chicks out, which were trembling in their grass nest. Chang Qing was the first to run out, grabbing a chick and shouting, "Wow, show her, come quickly. Hee, this is so fun, it still moves." Chang Mu heard the noise and quickly rushed out, squatting on the ground to look at the little wild chicks. After a few glances, she looked up at Chang Kun and asked, "Big brother, where's the wild chicken mama?" "Oh right, where's the wild chicken mama? These little chicks are too small for me to even have a couple of bites." Chang Qing counted the little wild chicks one by one. "Big brother brought you roasted little chickens to eat. The chicken mama got lost in the mountains. Where's mom and little sister?" "Mom took a few field mice to Uncle Chang Wu's house and asked us to stay home with Xiaoer." Chang Kun nodded and took out 2 wild rabbits from the sack, asking Zhang Quan to take them home to be killed for food, and also asked him to take the firefox back. Zhang Quan was a bit shy. He only wanted to take 1 wild rabbit home, leaving the firefox at Chang Kun's house to wait to be sold at the supply and marketing cooperative. Chang Kun said nothing. He knew that most of what Zhang Quan took home would end up at his elder brother's house. It was better to leave it here, sell it for money, and buy some things for him. Xiao Qing Xiao Mu, take these mushroom fruits and share them with Xiaoer. Chang Kun divided the mushroom fruits picked from the mountains among his sisters. "Thank you, big brother. Big brother is so nice." The 3 little girls squatted in the courtyard, playing with the little wild chicks, touching the tail of the firefox and laughing joyfully while biting into the sweet and sour mushroom fruits. Chang Wei asked Chang Mu to start the fire in the stove, while Chang Qing took 1 little chick after another and killed them. The little wild chicks were about the size of sparrows, and they tasted similar to sparrows. They were buried in the remaining embers of the stove for 10 minutes to cook. While waiting for the chicks to cook, the 3 little girls squatted by the stove, their eyes sparkling. They hadn't gone hungry in days, and being able to eat meat every day was simply too happy for them. Chang Kun watched his sisters cook the little chicks while he skinned 2 wild rabbits. When Lu Meifan returned, she saw her son skinning the wild rabbits and broke into a wide smile. "My son is truly capable." He caught wild rabbits again. In the main room, Chang Qing, Chang Mu, and Chang Xiao had their mouths covered in black, each holding a roasted wild chick. "Mom, you eat this." Chang Qing rushed to her mother when she returned home, fawning, "It smells so good." It really was quite fragrant. Lu Meifan could smell it from outside the courtyard. Chang Kun also squatted down and shared a little chick with the 3 girls. "Mom, I caught some wild rabbits and kept them in a small shed. Tomorrow morning, Uncle Yang might come over and he'll serve some wild rabbit meat." Is your in-law coming for something?" "Yes, he said some crops in the village were eaten by field mice and asked me to help catch them." "Oh, my son is capable. Which village are you going to? Is it far? Should I prepare some dry food for you?" "He, not far. I'm going to Qing's village." "Qing's village?" Lu Meifan blinked, thought for a moment, and still reminded him, "When you go there, be sure not to hit Shi Jinxiang again." Zhang Quan returned to his courtyard, focused on skinning a wild rabbit. His father Zhang Pianxin chattered beside him, "Why are you so foolish? Last time there wasn't much meat from that wild boar. I heard you caught a whole sack of wild rabbits this time along with a firefox, and you only got 1 rabbit?" "I was just helping out. All the goods were caught by Kun Go. Where are you going to find such good work? Just half a day's labor for a rabbit." "But look at what the village is saying. They all say you've benefited by following Chang Kun. Having wild rabbit meat to eat is certainly better than before." "I think you're just silly. Why not let your older brother go with Chang Kun to the mountains? Your brother is clever. Maybe he can get more." Zhang Pianxin slightly tilted his head, his tone sounding somewhat guilty. "What a—" Zhang Quan suddenly stood up, his eyes red as he stared at his father, breathing heavily. He held his breath, trembling all over, unable to speak. He could hardly believe that after only a few days of working with Chang Kun and getting some game, his father wanted him to give this good fortune to his brother. After a long while, he lowered his head, silent, and continued skinning the rabbit. When a person's heart is hurt to a certain extent, it becomes numb. Today he truly understood. There was nothing more to say. The meat was for himself, the money was to save for himself. That evening, the Chang family had field mouse meat stir-fried with wild rabbit meat, and also boiled 2 small Christian carp brought by Lu Meilin. Chang Dashin poured a small cup of wine, savoring it. "Son, your Uncle Yang is here to ask you to catch field mice. Are you confident? Don't let him down." "I can do it, but I want guarantee." "Anything," Chang Kun replied casually. With his system skills, he was basically unstoppable. "Then tomorrow morning, when the in-laws come, we can stew that leftover rabbit and fry some field mouse meat." Lu Meifan was planning what to serve the in-laws. This was the first time the in-laws visited since Chang Mei got married. With meat at home, they certainly needed to entertain them. If it had been a few days ago when there was nothing at home, they could only serve some wild vegetables. Fortunately, the son has improved. Lu Meifan happily glanced at Chang Kun. That evening's meal with fish and meat left the little girls stuffed, slumped on the benches without wanting to move. Mother, how about I go to the riverbank at the village entrance tomorrow morning to catch 2 fish for my uncle? This guy said it as if going to the river to catch fish was as easy as going to a market. Just take whatever you want. My son can do it, can you? Lu Meifan defended her son, who said her son could do it. Son, no need to catch fish. Oh, just bring back some meat for your uncle. Good daughter, I'll soothe you to sleep. Chang Dashan changed the subject and went to cuddle Chang Xiao. No, I want to sleep with the big pot. Little Chang Xiao, only 3 years old, already knew that following her brother meant good food, and she leaned her greasy little mouth towards Chang Kun, giving him a kiss. Good Xiaoer. Chang Kun felt his heart melt, lifting Chang Xiao's little bottom to the west Kong, gently patting her to sleep. Chang Dashan snorted, took up his smoking pipe, and walked to the door to smoke. In less than 5 minutes, Chang Xiao fell asleep with her mouth open. Chang Kun tiptoed to the east room, peeking at the little Kong, where Chang Qing and Chang Mu had also fallen asleep, overstuffed and dozing off. Chang Kun pinched his 2 younger sisters' little faces, returning to the west Kong to cuddle Xiaoer while checking his system rewards. Ding. Captured wild rabbits, 10 a reward rabbit ear headbands 10. Currently the host can sense prey under 100 gene range of 300 meters. Ding. Captured wild chickens 10 a reward a Texas roast chicken. Currently the host can sense prey under 120 gene range of 350 meters. Headbands. These are for my sisters. They would definitely jump up joyfully upon seeing them. Texas roast chicken is much tastier than wild chicken. A wild chicken has less oil and is dry, unlike roast chicken, which is tender and moist. A night of sweet dreams. The next morning, Lu Meifan lit the fire to heat water, took the wild rabbit meat and field mouse meat soaked in cold water out, chopped, and cut them into pieces, put pork in the pot, stir-frying until fragrant filled the pot, with half water, waiting for the in-laws to arrive. This was simply luxurious, frying meat with oil. In these years in the countryside, which family would eat like this? Yang Shunong had just approached the Chang family's courtyard when he smelled a special aroma. He twitched his nose, taking a deep breath of the fragrance. Being treated this way by the in-laws truly surprised him. Had little Kun really improved? He heard that the Chang Kun from the in-laws family used to be incapable of doing anything, fooling around with cats and dogs, slacking off, even got fired from a job recently, and returned home. But after returning home last night, seeing those wild chickens, wild rabbits, pork, jars of wine, and a pile of soybeans and corn, and finally spotting that gigantic field mouse, he still found it hard to believe. Chang Dashan stood in the main room smoking his pipe, and seeing the in-laws arrive at the courtyard gate, he hurried out to greet them. Ha ha ha, the in-laws are here. The two sat down at the 8 immortals table, exchanging pleasantries and small talk. Lu Meifan served stir-fried field mouse meat and stewed wild rabbit meat, along with a bowl of stewed soybeans for each person. Yang Shunong looked at the table full of dishes and remarked, did all this come from little Kun? Lu Meifan nodded happily. Of course, he's really improved a lot recently. Yang Shunong asked Chang Kun, little Kun, do you think you can catch field mice? Chang Kun nodded. Uncle Yang, no problem, just let me know when you want to go. After enjoying a hearty meal, Chang Kun and Yang Shunong directly set off for Qin's village. Qin's village was very close to the mountain village where Chang Kun lived, just a 10-minute walk. Chang Kun, both the team leader and the security chief from Qin's village will be on site. Feel free to voice any requests. As long as we can exterminate the field mice, everything is negotiable. Don't worry, Uncle, do you really need a military order for me? They chatted and laughed as they arrived in Qin's village, where many villagers were already waiting at the village entrance. Seeing Yang Shunong and a young boy walking over, many villagers frowned. They recognized Yang Shunong, the security chief of the commune. Could that young boy really be the expert in exterminating mice they had invited today? Among the crowd, Shi Jinxiang saw Chang Kun's figure grinding her teeth. She said to Qin Jianren, beside her hubby, why is that little brat here? Go beat him up for me to take revenge. Qin Jianren glared at Shi Jinxiang. Did you not see Yang Shunong standing next to him? He's related to the Chang family. Do you want me to go beat him up? His wife truly had no awareness. Qin Meru had been anxious ever since Chang Kun exposed her lack of hair, and upon seeing him again, she felt a wave of confusion. Why was he here? Was he looking for her? After that attitude towards her last time, why would he want to see her again? Chang Kun walked side by side with Yang Shunong, completely unaware of Qin Myra's family in the crowd. Two people stepped out of the villagers with smiles to welcome them, the team leader Qin Dongguan and the security chief Qin Baowei. Welcome, team leader Yang, welcome. Qin Baowei, the security chief, was straightforward. Team leader Yang, where's the expert for exterminating mice? The one coming to exterminate mice today is this one Chang Kun. Yang Shunong extended his hand for the introduction. The crowd instantly became noisy. This kid doesn't even look 20. Whose child is this? You don't know? This is Qin Jianren's son-in-law. Oh, he's the one who got fired and came back from the city. Keep your voice down. Oh, don't let Qin Jianren hear you. Look at how Qin Jianren's family turned pale. He Security Chief Qin Baowei was stunned. He truly did not expect the expert to be just a young boy. Was this a joke? The team leader maintained a calm expression as if he hadn't heard anything, only nodding to Chang Kun. Welcome, welcome. Anything you need, just ask quickly. No wonder he can be a team leader. He's not an ordinary person. Just need 2 people, a hoe, and a few sacks. All right then. Qin Jianren, your family can come. The team leader Qin Dongwan heard the voices in the crowd and knew that Qin Jianren and Chang Kun were related, feeling it would be easier to talk. Chang Kun, Qin Jianren, Qin Meru, Shi Jinxiang. Others were unaware of their relationship and were kindly trying to bring them together. Just as Chang Kun was about to refuse, he heard Qin Jianren cheerfully agree. The old man wanted to ask his son-in-law how much betrothal money he was willing to offer. After all, he had hunted such a large wild boar, shouldn't he get a leg of it for his own family? Chang Kun thought for a moment that would work. It would be an opportunity to clearly explain to Qin Meru and cut off any thoughts her family had. Qin Dongwan led the way while Chang Kun, Yang Shunong, Qin Baowei, Qin Jianren, and Qin Meru followed behind, heading towards the fields in the eastern ditch of Qin family village. Shi Jinxiang secretly trailed behind, wanting to see Chang Kun's embarrassment. She knew that apart from his decent looks, he was utterly useless and couldn't do anything in the village. Had it not been for his job and the promise of an urban household registration, she would never have agreed to marry her daughter to him. Now that Chang Kun had lost his job, she certainly wanted to raise the betrothal money, otherwise she would feel sorry for her daughter. She wondered how he had the luck to hunt a wild boar, but with so many field mice in the eastern ditch, there was no way this kid and a few others could catch them all. The group arrived at the eastern ditch where the land was fertile and each field was filled with corn, making it the most important grain-producing area in Qin family village. Now as the field mice were gnawing everywhere, not only the captain and security team leader worried, but even ordinary villagers were anxious. If the yield decreased, they could expect to go hungry in winter. Chang Kun strolled about, directing a few people to gather firewood. The field mice in Qin family village were even more numerous than in his own village. Just walking around, he sensed that there were mice everywhere under the ridges. Block this hole, he ordered. This one, and this one, block them all. Chang Kun walked along giving instructions without caring who did the work. Qin Dongwan waved his hand, passing all the work to Qin Jianren. Chang Kun glanced at Qin Dongwan and then at Yang Shunong, asking, Uncle Yang, all the field mice we catch will count as mine, right? Ah, of course. Exactly, we are already grateful that you helped us catch the field mice. They are definitely yours, Qin Dongwan quickly responded. Good then. Use smoke to drive them out of this hole, and catch the field mice with burlap bags at that hole. Chang Kun's instructions were clear and straightforward. Qin Jianren and Qin Meru exchanged glances. Was it really that simple? Anyone could smoke out field mice, but the key was not knowing if there were any inside or if all the holes were blocked. Was Chang Kun just fooling around? At this moment, Shi Jinxiang also came up, standing beside Qin Meru, rolling her eyes and saying, Daughter, is this how we smoke out field mice? Even a 3-year-old at your aunt's house could do this, haha. Yang Shunong, who was already a bit annoyed at Chang Kun's simple plan to catch the mice, felt even more irritated hearing Shi Jinxiang's comments. He turned around and glared at her. What was this woman doing mocking Chang Kun? Wasn't she mocking herself as well? Qin Dongwan, true to his nature, pointed at Shi Jinxiang, saying, Who let you come here, old woman? Can you keep your mouth shut? If you scare off the field mice, it's your responsibility. Great, if they couldn't catch any field mice, they already had a scapegoat. Security team leader Qin Baowei didn't think much about it. He just followed Chang Kun's orders meticulously. Since they had come, they might as well test whether this young fellow had any real skills. As they lit the fire, smoke gradually filled the field mouse holes, and everyone anxiously awaited. Qin Baowei, holding a burlap bag and watching the hole, felt that they wouldn't catch any mice this way. As time passed and impatience grew, suddenly something darted out, and a field mouse seemed to rush into the burlap bag. Before he could react, another mouse came out. This time he saw it clearly. It felt like just a moment, and one after another field mice ran out. Holy shit, he exclaimed. Yang Shunong stood with his hands behind his back, feeling a long sigh of relief, putting on an appearance of being calm and collected. Qin Meru and Shi Jinxiang, hearing the exclamation, hurriedly ran over. They saw the burlap bag bulging with field mice squeaking inside. The two exchanged glances. Was it a case of a blind cat stumbling upon a dead rat? They had never heard that Chang Kun had such skills. All the information they received said he couldn't do anything. Moreover, he had even lost his job in the city. Qin Jianren was still squatting on the ground, smoking the field mouse hole, too afraid to leave, fearing the blame for letting the mice escape would fall on him. Qin Dongwan, eager to curry favor, stood next to Yang Shunong, giving him a thumbs up and saying, Wow, truly a young hero, you are amazing. Captain Yang has a discerning eye for talent. The team leader's flattery made Yang Shunong squint his eyes with a smile. While everyone was wide-eyed in shock, Chang Kun had already reached another hole, signaling for someone to block it. The field mice in this area had proliferated to the point that there were nests every few steps. Qin Jianren didn't dare to delay, eagerly following Chang Kun and blocking each hole. At this moment, he wanted to discuss raising the betrothal money, but didn't realize that Chang Kun was thinking about how to call off the engagement. Blocking the holes, lighting fires, filling the burlap bags with mice. After completing this process again, they caught another 7 field mice. Everyone was thoroughly impressed. Chang Kun indeed had real skills. They couldn't tell what was different about the blocked holes. Shi Jinxiang pouted, mumbling to herself, not making any sense. Qin Meru curiously stared at Chang Kun, feeling that he was completely different from the person who supposedly couldn't do anything. Thinking again about what he had told her about having no fur, her face turned pale, then flushed again. Yang Shunong, Qin Dongguan, and Qin Baowei were happily watching the field mice. Now with the field mice eradicated, and some corn replanted, the yield of this eastern ditch had a chance of being saved. As they caught more and more field mice, everyone's eyes brightened. Only then did they realize that all these mice were meat. Qin Dongguan approached Chang Kun, smiling and asking, "Chang Kun, what are you planning to do with so many field mice?" "Sell them. I can't eat them all myself." Qin Dongguan was taken aback, glancing cautiously at Yang Shunong, asking, "How do you plan to sell them?" At this time, private sales were done discreetly. No one spoke so openly. "Sell them to the village for 10 cents each." Chang Kun offered a very cheap price. "Oh, that works," Qin Baowei exclaimed. Except for Chang Kun and Yang Shunong, everyone present was from Qin family village. Hearing 10 cents per field mouse, they immediately realized how cheap that was. For the same 10 cents, buying pork might only get them a piece the size of a finger, not counting the meat coupons, and certainly not considering the predicament of having money and coupons, but no place to buy meat. Field mouse meat is still meat. As for the fear of being reported for private sales, who dared to report? Let's see if the villagers wouldn't tear them apart. After not having eaten meat for years, now that there was a bit of meat, who would dare to report? Qin Dongguan quickly approached, solemnly saying, "Chang Kun, on behalf of our village, thank you." Qin Jianren secretly pulled Shi Jinxiang behind the crowd, discussing how much money they had at home to buy a few field mice. They even thought of a clever scheme: buy the mice for 10 cents and sell them for 20. Surprisingly, these two actually had some brains. Unfortunately, they forgot one thing: if they dared to do such a thing, the villagers would beat them senseless. Chang Kun was providing benefits for the villagers, and they wanted to profit from it. It wasn't that stirring up trouble. There were many people from Qin family village going to the eastern ditch. Chang Kun simply divided everyone into 2 teams. He would find the field mouse holes, while the others blocked the holes, smoked the mice, and caught them. The sun had already risen high. Chang Kun had reached the northernmost part of the eastern ditch. Looking back, he saw that the entire area of mouse holes had been cleared out, feeling a sense of accomplishment. Qin Baowei held half a burlap bag of field mice, and Qin Dongguan held another half. Both of them had excited expressions. The corn in this eastern ditch was saved. As they walked back to the entrance of Qin family village, the villagers who had gone to work had returned and were relaxing under the big tree. Qin Dongguan jumped onto a large stone, shouting to everyone, "Folks, Captain Yang and Brother Chang Kun have helped us catch all the field mice. With so many field mice, Brother Chang Kun says they are 10 cents each, selling them to our village people." Cheers erupted from the crowd, and all the villagers of Qin family village were beaming with joy. "Let's thank Captain Yang and Brother Chang Kun." The crowd erupted in applause again. Chang Kun glanced at Qin Meru and stepped forward to Qin Dongguan, saying, "Villagers of Qin family village, today I came to help our village catch field mice and ensure they are left for the village to eat meat. I have only one request." He paused before continuing, "As for my engagement with Qin Meru, consider it null. You cannot interfere." Upon hearing this, the villagers of Qin family village began to discuss among themselves, their eyes turning towards Qin Myra's family. What happened to this good engagement, a match made in heaven? What had gone wrong? Qin Meru felt her body sway, and her face turned pale. She thought Chang Kun was about to reveal her secret. If Chang Kun publicly disclosed her private matters, she would have no choice but to end her life. Chang Kun said nothing more. The villagers of Qin family village whispered among themselves, feeling that the matter concerning Qin Jianren had little to do with them. Usually their unity was merely for warmth in numbers. At this moment, as Chang Kun helped them catch field mice and left the mice for them to eat, how could they still have the face to trouble him? Seeing the villagers nodding in agreement, Chang Kun let out a sigh of relief. Next, he just needed to return home and discuss with his parents to annul the engagement with Qin Meru. Qin Dongguan led Yang Shanong and Chang Kun to the commune for a meal, ignoring Qin Meru and her family behind them. Qin Meru leaned against a tree, drenched in cold sweat. She felt fortunate that Chang Kun had not revealed her secret. But did Chang Kun truly disdain her just because she was a plain girl? Was he going to break off the engagement? Surely it must be because her mother was demanding a higher bride price, otherwise Chang Kun wouldn't have sent her mother away. Shi Jinxiang stood frozen thinking about how she could eat pork once Chang Kun became her son-in-law. Now hearing Chang Kun's intention to break the engagement, where could her daughter find another son-in-law? Even if she searched again, she wouldn't find a son-in-law who could catch so many field mice and hunt wild boars. She regretted it. Regretted her short-sightedness in hastily demanding a higher bride price from Chang's family. If she had waited a few days until Chang Kun hunted a wild boar, would the in-laws still dare to let her leave empty-handed? Thinking of this, she truly wanted to slap herself. Qin Jianren looked around, and the villagers were watching him with amused expressions. He was not well regarded in the village, always trying to gain small advantages. Now that his daughter was to be jilted, most people were eager to watch the spectacle. He shrugged his shoulders and snorted, "What are you looking at? Chang Kun doesn't mean that." At this point, he could only deceive himself. Thinking of how capable Chang Kun was catching so many field mice in just one morning, his heart ached. This was originally his son-in-law's ability, and as the father-in-law, he could have shared in the glory, but now everything was gone. It was all this woman's fault for demanding a higher bride price and scaring him away. He glared angrily at Shi Jinxiang. After having lunch at Qin family village, Chang Kun sold the field mice for a total of 26 yuan. After bidding farewell to Yang Shanong and Qin Dongwan, he strolled home. On the way, he opened the system rewards to check. Ding. Captured field mice 50-50, a reward 1 pound of ABC mouse candy. The current host can sense prey under 140 pounds within a range of 400 meters. This ABC mouse candy is just like the big white rabbit from later generations. Milk candy is much more delicious than sugar balls. When he got home, his parents and a few little girls were eating wild vegetables mixed with leftover field mouse and rabbit meat. Now that there was plenty of meat and grain at home, Lu Meifan simply let everyone eat a bit more. She felt sorry for the little girls with their thin arms like bamboo sticks. Xiaoer had a small appetite, and after finishing her meal, she raised her little hands for her older brother to hold her. She kept pointing towards the small room on the east side, while whispering in Chang Kun's ear, "Big pot, candy." Chang Kun patted her little head, knowing she was craving something again. The day before yesterday, when he went to the supply and marketing cooperative to sell the wild boar, he brought back sugar balls that the little girls devoured eagerly, each consuming at least 6 or 7 pieces. Lu Meifan was afraid the little girls would ruin their teeth, so she put the sugar balls away and stored them in a basket in the east room. That basket was half suspended in the air originally to keep the mice away. At this time, the mice in the house were starving to death, rendering the basket a barrier against the little girls who could not reach it. Chang Kun carried the little girl outside and secretly took out a piece of candy to stuff in her mouth. The little girl's eyes squinted with delight. "Delicious, big pot, delicious." She even tried to let Chang Kun taste it by puckering her lips. Chang Kun hurriedly covered the little girl's mouth, shoving it back in. "There's more Xiaoer can eat." The little girl peeked nervously at her two sisters. Seeing that they were still eating at the 8 Immortals table, she felt reassured and began to suck on the milk candy, afraid her delicious treat would be snatched away. Chang Kun took the remaining candy wrappers and folded a paper airplane for the little girl, teaching her how to throw it. The two of them played in the yard, laughing heartily. Chang Qing and Chang Mu saw this and quickly finished their porridge, licking their bowls clean with their tongues, running to the yard to see what their brother was playing. Chang Qing picked up the paper airplane, feeling that the paper was beautiful with what seemed to be red little mice printed on it. She sniffed it and detected a sweet fragrance she had never smelled before. Her eyes twinkled as she saw Chang Xiu hiding from her, seemingly hiding something in her mouth. "Big brother, dear big brother." Chang Qing, the most perceptive, knew that if she wanted something delicious, she had to find her older brother. Chang Mu also gathered around, leaning against Chang Kun's arm, gazing eagerly at him. Chang Kun enjoyed his sister's dependence on him and took out 2 more pieces of milk candy, stuffing one in each of their mouths, with 2 small candy wrappers still left in his hand. Before long, 2 more paper airplanes were made, and the 3 sisters excitedly shouted and laughed in the yard, competing to see whose airplane flew the farthest. Chang Kun stretched lazily on the doorstep, feeling truly happy at that moment. After resting for a while, Chang Kun picked up a burlap sack and grabbed a small axe, heading to find Zhang Quan. The two of them walked along the village road to the entrance of the village. Today there were noticeably fewer people enjoying the shade at the village entrance, only a sparse few. When Chang Kun and Zhang Quan arrived at the foot of the mountain, they spotted a few people from the village carrying guns heading into the deep mountains. Chang Kun chuckled. So many people wanted to go into the mountains to hunt wild boars. The villagers only felt envy, completely unaware that wild boars were not so easy to find. Even relying on the system, he had not yet found a wild boar. Expecting these villagers with their 2 legs and 2 eyes to find one was pure fantasy. One must know that wild boars have a much stronger sense of smell and hearing than humans. Often before a person even approaches, they can sense something amiss and flee. Chang Kun glanced back and saw someone in the distance, also heading towards the mountain. He couldn't help but admire the person's courage. Even if he had the system in hand, he still needed to go into the mountains with Chang Kun for some support. The villagers were likewise calling friends to venture into the mountains together. Yet the person behind was going into the mountains alone, in case something happened, they would find no help from heaven or earth. Chang Kun and Chang Kun took a trip to Wild Boar Ridge, but there was still no trace of any wild boars. Along the way, they sensed no prey but discovered a large nest of wild bees. Without any protection, they dared not act recklessly, merely remembering the location. After wandering in the mountains for over 2 hours without any gains, they had no choice but to return to the foot of the mountain to catch wild rabbits. While catching wild rabbits, villagers returned one after another from the mountains, watching as Chang Kun and Chang Kun smoked the wild rabbits, capturing one after another. It was truly envy-inducing. They also tried to find some holes to smoke, but often found no wild rabbits in the holes. After a long time, they finally encountered a hole with a wild rabbit, but the rabbit darted out from another hole and vanished in the blink of an eye. They couldn't catch it at all. Only then did they admit defeat. Chang Kun was indeed capable. Those wild boars and wild rabbits did not come from sheer luck. By evening, the two had caught a sack full of wild rabbits. There were villagers nearby watching, yet after several hours they still couldn't grasp the technique. All they knew was that Chang Kun had never missed a catch. The two carried the wild rabbits back to the Chang family and locked them in a small shed. There were already over 20 rabbits, and the small shed was running out of space. The system issued a reward. Ding. Captured wild rabbits, 1010, a reward, wooden rabbit assembly puzzle toy. The current host can sense prey weighing under 160 pounds within a range of 450 meters. Chang Kun carried a wild rabbit home, knowing that Kun Gu was catching so many rabbits to sell for money, which would surely bring him some benefits in return. As for the wild rabbits from yesterday and today, most of them went into his own belly, while a small portion was sent to his elder brother by his father. He simply chose to turn a blind eye, as what the eye does not see, the heart does not worry. Lu Meifan took 3 little girls to forage for wild vegetables. This was the daily life of rural women. Although there was no shortage of food at home, she still followed the village team to gather wild vegetables. The women foraging for wild vegetables have been singing praises of Chang Kun to the heavens these past few days, completely forgetting how they had previously spoken ill of him for losing his job. Every day, Lu Meifan listened to the village women praise Chang Kun, her mouth agape, thinking to herself, "Keep it coming, I love to hear it." As Chang Kun was preparing the rabbit skins in the yard, Lu Meifan took the 3 little girls back home. The little girls skipped joyfully in high spirits. They were showing off their candy wrappers as paper airplanes to their friends, who were enviously eager to trade wild vegetables for the paper airplanes, but they refused. Lu Meifan walked lightly into the yard and saw Chang Kun preparing rabbit meat. She smiled widely, realizing her son had caught rabbits again. How could life eating meat every day not be happy? She took over the task from Chang Kun, telling her son to rest on the west Kong, while directing the little girls to gather wild vegetables. Chang Kun gave a knowing glance to his little sisters, leading them to the west room, where he secretly stuffed a milk candy into each of their mouths, telling them to eat quietly and not let their mother find out. For dinner, they had rabbit meat soup with the innards simmered until tender. The rabbit meat was a bit tough, and the little girls were somewhat tired of it, specifically picking out the hearts and livers to eat. Chang Dashan had been busy in the fields all day, feeling exhausted. He took a sip of liquor and bit into a rabbit head. Looking at his children, he took another sip and felt truly content. "Son, are you going to the mountains to look for wild boars tomorrow?" "Several uncles asked me today where you found the wild boars." "Not going. I've borrowed Uncle Liu's gun for 3 days, and I'll return it tomorrow. Those wild boars won't be back for a while." "That's fine. Wild boars are hard to find. Let me tell you about the funny stories of the villagers chasing boars in the mountains." The little girls listened intently, as they usually talked about where to gather more wild vegetables or where to find sweet potato vines. They had never heard their father tell stories about chasing boars. After dinner, Chang Kun took his sisters to the West Kong, telling them stories and teaching them to write their names. In this era, city children had few opportunities to go to school, let alone rural children. The teacher was so hungry he felt dizzy, and the children could barely endure it. Lu Meifan had placed some peanuts, pine nuts, and walnuts on the Kong. These were contributed by the squirrels, and she had roasted them just right for the children to snack on. Watching her children laughing and having a warm time together, Lu Meifan felt her eyes slightly moisten. The next morning, Chang Dashan finished breakfast and was about to go to work in the brigade. Chang Kun was also going to the team. Chang Kun decided not to go to the mountains, returning the water to Uncle Lu and handing him a rabbit leg as well. Lu Taiju told Chang Kun that his gun had already been reserved by someone else to take to the mountains to hunt wild boars. Recently, everyone in the village was very motivated. Once they finished their work in the brigade, they formed groups to head to the mountains. Unfortunately, no one had caught any prey yet. After all, the game in the mountains was very elusive. Those that were not clever had already been eaten, leaving no chance for humans to hunt. Back at home before their mother and sister could leave the house, Chang Kun stopped them preparing to catch some more wild rabbits at the foot of the mountain to sell at the supply and marketing cooperative in the afternoon. Chang Qing and Chang Mu were thrilled to learn they didn't have to gather wild vegetables and could go hunting with their elder brother, jumping up in joy. Chang Xiao was excited as well since her elder brother could play with her following her two older sisters cheering. Chang Qing eagerly helped Chang Kun carry the sack, and Ho leading the way toward the foot of the mountain. Today the brigade organized people to water the cornfields at the foot of the mountain, and everyone was working energetically. Once they turned up the hill, they thought about finishing their tasks quickly to go hunt wild boars. It was said that wild boars were hard to hunt, but what if? Chang Kun brought his sisters to the foot of the mountain, watching a crowd watering the plants. It was extremely dry, and the crops needed constant watering. Xiao Kun, are you going into the mountains? You can't take your sisters with you. Lu Taizhu reminded him upon seeing Chang Kun with his sisters. Not going into the mountains, just catching a few wild rabbits here. Alright, I heard you've caught quite a few wild rabbits these days, pretty impressive. Can you catch field mice? Look at this corn husk and stalk, they've been gnawed to pieces and the roots below have been chewed up even more. Sure, I'll catch the field mice first. Chang Kun instructed Chang Qing and Chang Mu to gather firewood and hay while he blocked the entrances of the field mouse holes he found. He found several entrances to field mouse holes, blocking 4 and leaving 2 open. Chang Kun told Chang Qing to light a fire and smoke one of the holes. At this moment, Lu Taizhu approached a bit skeptical. Xiao Kun, are there really field mice in this hole? He couldn't see it at all. Chang Dashan saw his son and daughter over there and came over to see the commotion. Chang Kun chuckled, what the system sensed could not be wrong. He walked to the other hole and blocked it with a sack, waiting to catch the field mice. Within a few minutes, Lu Taizhu shouted loudly, "Wow, field mice have really come out. Look at how fat this field mouse is." Chang Dashan was equally unsettled. Was his son really hunting in this way? It seemed too simple and frivolous. How many are in this nest? 6. Chang Kun opened the sack for Lu Taizhu to see. Alright, Xiao Kun is really skilled, he caught them in one go. Lu Taizhu patted Chang Kun on the shoulder. Chang Kun continued to search for field mouse holes while his sisters collected firewood. Chang Dashan and Lu Taizhu helped nearby, blocking the holes and smoking them. After a full routine, another nest of field mice went into the sack. Chang Dashan and Lu Taizhu exchanged glances, realizing that Chang Kun was truly capable. They had no idea how he detected the presence of field mice or knew how many holes there were. The group, along with the little girls, went westward to catch field mice. The little girls, despite their hair becoming messy from the heat, were still full of energy. As they walked, Chang Kun sensed a large nest of wild rabbits hiding in a burrow and quickly moved nearly 100 meters west. A huge burrow appeared before him, and he found some large stones to block the other entrances, leaving 2 open. Is this a wild rabbit burrow? Chang Dashan caught up, a bit doubtful. Chang Kun was also somewhat puzzled. The entrance was indeed excessively large, and there were more than 2 wild rabbits inside. If it weren't for the system's sensing, he wouldn't dare to be certain. It's known that wild rabbits only dwell together in a burrow during mating season. The wild rabbits he had caught these past few days had mostly been alone in their holes with only a few pairs. The little girls lit a fire, and Chang Dashan and Chang Kun waited at the entrance of the rabbit burrow with the sack open. Before long, oh wow. Several rabbits suddenly dashed out of the burrow and directly into the sack, and both father and son shouted simultaneously. Did you see how many there were? It seems to be 5. Lu Taizhu confirmed with the 2. Yes, 5, 1 male and 4 females, and that male looks extremely thin. Chang Dashan blinked, after years of hunting his eyes were sharp. What? Why are they all in one nest? Chang Kun held back the thought of congregating. Could this be the wild rabbit's paid performance? Poor male rabbit. Chang Kun, accompanied by his father and Lu Taizhu along with 3 little girls, spent 2 to 3 hours combing through the ridges at the foot of the mountain, nearly capturing all the field mice. Lu Taizhu looked at the half-sack full of field mice and sighed. I never expected there were so many field mice hiding at the foot of the mountain. If we hadn't caught them in a few months, this crop would be ruined. Xiao Kun, what are you going to do with so many field mice? Can you eat them all? Chang Kun chuckled and generously replied, for everyone in our village, if you want one, it's just 5 cents each. Isn't that a great deal? First come, first served. Oh, Xiao Kun, that's really fair. Lu Taizhu's eyes lit up. Buying a field mouse is like getting a piece of pork that would usually cost over a yuan, and you would also need meat coupons. Now Chang Kun is letting the villagers have field mice for just 5 cents each, which is not just a small bargain, it's almost like giving them away for free. Most of the villagers hadn't had meat for over half a year. After this event, everyone in the village praised Chang Kun for his righteousness. Chang Dashan looked up at Chang Kun, thinking how much his son had changed. Previously, he had a bad reputation in the village, being idle and aimless, unable to do anything. The family had struggled to get him a job, and he had even been dismissed. After catching the field mice and exchanging them for meat, who would dare speak ill of his son? Old Chang, you've raised a good son. He's doing all right, haha. Today Chang Dashan had finally witnessed that his son was really like picking up prey on the mountain. The villagers finished watering the cornfield and ran over to see the commotion. Upon seeing the half-sack of field mice with exclamations of wow, echoing, Lu Taiju spread the word of Chang Kun's accomplishment in exterminating the field mice. He then informed everyone that Chang Kun was selling field mice for 5 cents each to the villagers, and the crowd erupted with excitement. No matter how small the field mice were, they were still meat. The last time the village collectively ate meat was back in August or September of '58, when they first started communal cooking. At that time they ate whatever was available, wasting nothing, refusing to let good food go to waste overnight. Who could they blame? Who would dare complain? They could only self-deprecate, saying they brought this upon themselves. The villagers rushed home to find money, eager to buy field mice. As for those with dark thoughts questioning whether the town government allowed private sales, they had to ask if the villagers would agree. Chang Kun and Chang Dashan carried the sack back to Chang Kun's home. By this time news had spread, and those who learned about it early were already waiting at Chang Kun's house, clutching their money tickets, eagerly watching the sack full of field mice. Chang Qing, Chang Mu, and Chang Xiu, the 3 little girls, were ecstatic to see so many people spinning in circles in the courtyard like trains. They felt proud knowing they had contributed to catching those field mice. Lu Meifan was chatting with the women in the yard, her smile never fading. When she saw the half-sack of field mice, she was already imagining how much money they could fetch. Ladies, the field mice are all in the sack, and not all are dead, so it's hard to choose. Just grab them, don't complain about size. Chang Kun was giving a warning to the women. They were known for gossiping and comparing, so he wanted to ensure that good intentions didn't lead to bad outcomes. Everyone chuckled in agreement. By evening, Lu Meifan stretched lazily, holding a large bundle of money, and her smile was so wide it couldn't be wiped away. Chang Kun was also quite tired. The ladies coming to exchange for field mice had made his head spin with their chatter. Mom, so much money. Chang Qing ran over to her mother, trying to show off. Hee, it's quite a lot. I've counted several times, but can't get it right. Mom, with this much money, can we exchange a dime for some candy for Xior? She really wants to eat some. Chang Qing gently massaged her mother's back, trying to please her. Hee. Chang Qing's words amused Lu Meifan and Chang Kun. All right, since you made your brother laugh, he'll reward you with a dime. Lu Meifan waved her hand, looking like a contractor receiving payment. By noon, the smell of meat wafted from every household, and laughter echoed throughout the village. The Chang family also had field mouse meat for their meal. After eating, Chang Kun helped his mother count the money, and they finally counted a total of 10 yuan and 30 cents. After enjoying a meal of field mouse meat and resting for a while, Chang Kun began to pack wild rabbits into a sack, preparing to deliver them to the supply and marketing cooperative in the afternoon. Mom, let's go to the supply and marketing cooperative together in the afternoon. We'll see what we need to buy. Chang Qing and Chang Mu jumped around nearby, eager to go since they had never been to the city. Unfortunately, they couldn't borrow an ox cart today. Their father only managed to get a small pushcart. Walking to the city would take 2 hours, and the little girls were already exhausted from the morning's work, leaving them with no energy to walk to the city in the afternoon. Lu Meifan thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. Last time her son caught field mice in Qin village and sold them for 26 yuan. This time selling for over 10 yuan was a significant amount of money that could buy plenty of things. Thinking that her son earned so much money in just 2.5 days, she felt an immense sense of pride knowing that even a formal worker might not earn this much in a month. When the little girls learned they couldn't go to the city, they all became teary-eyed. Chang Kun tried to soothe them with milk candy, but to no avail. It wasn't until he promised to buy them nice things that they reluctantly agreed, pouting. In the afternoon, Chang Dashan watched as Chang Qing, Chang Mu, and Chang Xiu fell asleep. Chang Kun and Lu Meifan pushed the small cart, setting off with 2 sacks of wild rabbits. As they passed through Qin village, a figure suddenly emerged from behind a tree, blocking their path. It was Qin Meru. It was unclear how she knew they would pass this way. Chang Kun lifted his chin and said, "Get lost." Qin Myra's face turned pale. She had been having a rough time lately with rumors in the village saying that someone didn't want her anymore and wanted to break off the engagement. She also knew that Chang Kun indeed wanted to break off the engagement, but it wasn't because he looked down on her, it was because he had seen something he shouldn't have. Yesterday, she had a big fight with her mother Shi Zhenxiang, believing that Shi Zhenxiang's mentioning of a bride price and revealing her secrets led Chang Kun to want to call off the engagement. Shi Zhenxiang swore that she only mentioned the bride price and was slapped and kicked out of the house without revealing any of Qin Myra's secrets. Qin Meru could only think that Chang Kun must have seen her privacy at some point. With no other options left, she decided to block him on this essential path. What she didn't expect was that Chang Kun's mother Lu Meifan had also arrived. This was perfect. Qin Myra's eyes lit up as she suddenly knelt before Lu Meifan. "Annie, you have to stand up for me." Lu Meifan was taken aback, her hands and feet flustered. "What? Daughter, what's going on?" Auntie Chang Kun bullied me and doesn't want to take responsibility. What? What do you mean bullied? This is simply a bolt from the blue. Lu Meifan turned to her son in disbelief. Chang Kun was also bewildered in this life. He hadn't even touched Qin Myra's hand. Was this an attempt at extortion? Did they really think that a mere accusation could suffice? You think this is a society governed by the rule of law? Daughter, get up quickly. What did Xiao Kun do to bully you? Qin Meru knelt on the ground, refusing to rise, tears streaming down her cheeks and soaking her clothes, sobbing quietly. He. Woo. Chang Kun shot Qin Meru a glare and said irritably, get lost. They'll kill you if you keep making a scene. I am not making a scene. Qin Meru lifted her face, looking wronged. You've seen everything, yet you want to be irresponsible and dare to break off the engagement. Lu Meifan's expression changed. Was her son really bullying someone? What had happened between these two? Pet, put away your tricks. If you can't live, then just die. Don't come here to extort. How dare you say you didn't see? What did you say to me that day? As she spoke, Qin Myra's voice became barely audible. Lu Meifan, seeing Qin Myra's serious demeanor, patted Chang Kun and said, Xiao Kun, shut your mouth. I'm asking this girl. Daughter, what exactly happened? What did you two do? Wu Annie Chang Kun is planning to break off the engagement. It's all being said in Qin family village. Off. Lu Meifan glared at her son and twisted Chang Kun's ear. This brat, even though he wasn't satisfied with the marriage, knew he wasn't supposed to say it out loud. How could he dare to talk about breaking off the engagement without telling his parents? When did I say I was breaking off the engagement? Even if I did, I would make it clear to your parents. Chang Kun could not stand Qin Myra's unreasonable behavior. You didn't say it, but that was the implication. Qin Myra's eyes turned red. You all shut up, you answer whatever I ask. Lu Meifan, confused by the chaotic situation, was lost as the two kept arguing. Daughter, you speak first. How did Chang Kun bully you? He said I. Her voice grew softer and softer, and Lu Meifan couldn't hear clearly even with her ear close to Qin Myra's mouth. What? Daughter, you need to clarify. There's no one here, and no one can hear you. Chang Kun. He said I. Didn't grow right. Qin Meru closed her eyes, steeled her heart, and said it loudly. Thunder rolled. Lu Meifan was stunned, feeling confused as if she had not heard correctly, murmuring absently, What? What did you say? Chang Kun saw me and disliked me. Woo. As Qin Meru spoke, she no longer cared about her dignity. If she missed out on a person who could earn $20 to $30 a day, she would regret it for a lifetime. Lu Meifan unconsciously gasped a couple of times and turned to her son. Xiao Kun, is what she said true? I wouldn't even look, no matter how I know I still didn't see anything. Whoa, auntie, if Chang Kun doesn't want me, then I can only die. This kind of thing. Whoa. Daughter, stop crying. Auntie will stand up for you, all right? Lu Meifan patted Qin Meru on the shoulder. Qin Meru was surprised by Lu Meifan's sudden kindness. Did this mean she could not handle Chang Kun, but could win over Chang Kun's mother? Did she not find me undesirable? Qin Meru looked at Lu Meifan with bright eyes, glancing at Chang Kun. Did he really think he could disregard his mother's wishes and still look down on her? What? Chang Kun felt a bit flustered. What happened to his mother's stance? Why was she suddenly so kind to Qin Meru? Hadn't she always disliked her? What was going on? Mother, what are you doing? I have nothing to do with Qin Meru. Son, I know you're anxious, but don't worry, he'll talk to you later. Daughter, you go home first, stop crying. Wait for Annie to help you, okay? By the way, catch a wild rabbit on the way back to eat. Don't cry, if your eyes get swollen, others will think someone bullied you. Lu Meifan reached out to stroke Qin Myra's hair. Chang Kun suddenly felt thunder rolling in. The whole world changed. His mother was acting strangely. Could it be that Qin Meru had drugged her? Qin Meru carried a wild rabbit, glancing back 3 times as she left. Just before she departed, she threw Chang Kun a glance that left him utterly stunned. Mother, what's wrong? That Qin Meru is no good. Their whole family is bad news. We shouldn't get involved with them. Chang Kun was anxious. What was his mother thinking? Shi Jinxiang demanded a hefty betrothal gift with a ridiculously arrogant attitude that left Lu Meifan quite upset. How could she forget that now? Who would want such in-laws? Let's talk as we walk. Lu Meifan sneaked a glance around, afraid someone might overhear. Son, tell me, why did you peek at her yet you don't want her? Mother, whoever peeks at someone is a turtle grandson. Chang Kun was extremely annoyed. He couldn't say that in his past life he didn't need to sneak a peek, having already played with her more than 100 times. If he hadn't known that Qin Meru had some insecurities because of this trait in her past life, he wouldn't have used it to scare her. Originally, he wanted to make her restless, panicking every day, but it seemed like he had shot himself in the foot. Alright, if you don't admit it, that's fine. Your father is also stubborn. That Qin Meru is like that. Are you ashamed of her? Lu Meifan waved her hand, seeming to understand her son's character. Her husband Chang Dashan was the same way. No matter what happened, he would always be the most stubborn. Chang Kun was the same. Even when others exposed him, he still wouldn't admit it. It has nothing to do with that. Their family has no good people. If we marry into them, who knows how many problems will arise. In any case, I will not agree to a marriage with their family. Chang Kun found it impossible to explain himself to his mother. It was truly frustrating. In her mind, he had spied on Qin Meru. Son, their family may be bad, but as long as our family is strong, they wouldn't dare act up. Don't you agree? Lu Meifan patted Chang Kun on the shoulder in comfort. You are so capable now, earning money quickly, and our family lacks nothing. They wouldn't dare speak loudly. Didn't you see how Qin Meru knelt down for me? Mother, this family is bad. Oh, we are not comfortable living like this. Why do we have to choose such a troublesome family to marry into? You didn't think highly of their family before. Why the sudden change? Lu Meifan leaned close to Chang Kun, looking around to make sure no one was listening, then whispered, this is something that ordinary people would not know. Let me tell you, the former Empress Dowager was said to be like this too. Think of how grand that is. If you marry Qin Meru, you could at least become a high official. Chang Kun was taken aback. Where did his mother get this gossip from? It was simply torturing him. Chang Kun wore a look of helplessness, strongly dissatisfied with his mother's change of heart and firmly opposed to her decision. He absolutely could not marry into the Qin family. Even if Qin Meru truly had the fate of great wealth and nobility, he could not afford it. Moreover, he had a system. Even if it was weak, it was still a system. Chang Kun could no longer endure Lu Meifan's nagging and issued his mother an ultimatum. He would definitely not marry Qin Meru. If it came to that, he would just go beat up Shi Jinxiang, and if their families became enemies, there would be no need for a marriage. This finally scared Lu Meifan, as she had not expected her son to be so resistant to Qin Meru. All the way she kept lamenting the loss of such a great fortune. Upon arriving at the Gulu Supply and Marketing Cooperative, the white box containing North Polar Ice Pops was still placed at the entrance. Chang Kun stopped the cart there and asked his mother to keep an eye on it. Walking into the cooperative, Wang Tsuechin was dozing off again. Sister, oh, Xiao Kun is here. Did you catch a wild boar again? Wang Quicken's eyes lit up upon seeing Chang Kun. The wild boar meat from a few days ago was incredibly delicious, indistinguishable from that of farmed pigs. The people at the cooperative specifically selected fatty meat to take home, and the oil extracted was truly exquisite enough to last until the new year. Later, it was heard that Chang Kun had gone to his father-in-law Yang Shenong's house and brought a lot of delicious food. In those days, even going to a relative's house for a meal required a grain coupon. Being able to give good food to another family was certainly a sign of good fortune. Wild boars are not so easy to catch. I haven't seen one in 2 days of going up the mountain. Then are you here to buy something? I didn't catch a wild boar, but I did get some wild rabbits. Want to see if you need any? Wang Quicken's eyes brightened. How could we refuse? Rabbits are meat too. You don't know, but there's a meat frenzy everywhere now. Just a few days ago, there was a fight over meat in the front street, and someone got their head broken. Wang Tsuechin began to gossip. Sister, let's talk later. My mom is still outside watching the cart. Wang Tsuechin exclaimed, my aunt is here too. Then let's hurry and invite her in. They then walked out from behind the cooperative counter. Chang Kun and Wang Tsuechin carried the burlap sack into the cooperative. Wang Tsuechin found an enamel bowl, scooped a bowl of melted ice pop water, and brought it to Lu Meifan to quench her thirst while calling her auntie with each sip. Lu Meifan felt a bit awkward holding the enamel bowl with both hands, looking around the cooperative, feeling that everything was quite rare. Sister, is Director Song inside? He is inside. We'll go call him out. That wild boar you caught last time brought him great prestige. He came back, glowing after delivering the meat to the leaders' homes. Wang Tsuechin winked and quietly explained to the two. Ha ha, Xiao Chang is here again. Welcome. Director Song's laughter could be heard even before he stepped out of the office. Director Song, Chang Kun greeted, and Director Song came over and tightly grasped Chang Kun's hand. Xiao Chang, your wild boar came just in time last time. It solved the leader's problems, and I must thank you. Director Song, I wouldn't dare take credit. It was a fair trade. Hey, we are all in this together. No need for false humility. Nowadays, all units have money and coupons, but they can't get meat. If you can get meat, that's an achievement. As August 1st approached, the leaders were still worried about what benefits to distribute below. With that wild boar, all problems were resolved. Ha ha. Xiao Yao followed closely behind Director Song, giving Chang Kun a thumbs up. That day, he took home 10 jin of fatty meat praised by his wife and rewarded that night, causing his waist to ache these past few days. Lu Meifan listened to the cooperative's leaders praising her son and smiled brightly. Chang Kun introduced his mother, and they exchanged greetings before starting to look at the wild rabbits he had brought. These wild rabbits were a bit listless, but they were still alive, and freshly killed meat was very appealing. Director Song, there are a total of 30 rabbits here. Take a look this time. I don't want money. Can we exchange for some coupons? We have plenty of coupons at the cooperative. Oh, what do you want? They'll calculate it for you. Xiao Yao, old Lu, go away the wild rabbits. Grain coupons, cloth coupons, liquor coupons, oil coupons, soap and pastry coupons, toothpaste and toothbrush coupons, anything will do. Their family lacks everything, having money, but no coupons won't buy these things. Alright, some items don't require coupons. Oh, we have some defective goods. Let Xiao Wang find them for you, you understand, right? Director Song winked at Chang Kun. Chang Kun chuckled. He understood perfectly. Whether something was defective or not, wasn't it up to the cooperative to decide, just as long as it wasn't too outrageous. Director Song, last time I mentioned that work quota. Chang Kun leaned forward and asked softly. Xiao Chang, rest assured, as long as you bring meat to exchange for the work quota, there will be no problem. If I don't agree, the leaders won't accept it either. Director Song had asked the leaders and mentioned that the cooperative might expand soon, and at least 1 or 2 people would need to be added. In these times, although salespeople are one of the 8 major positions who would be willing to do this unless they had connections, generally positions are inherited or purchased. And right now the most valuable things are food and meat. Exchanging these two for a job position won't be a problem. Xiao Yao and Old Lu weighed the wild rabbits, totaling 178 jin, rounded up to 180 jin. If calculated in money, it would be $1.50 per jin, totaling $270, plus a firefox, exactly $300. However, if Chang Kun wanted to exchange it for coupons, he would have to calculate slowly. Wang Suiqin linked her arm with Lu Meifin's, introducing her to the items in the cooperative, leaving Lu Meifin dazzled, wanting everything and eager to buy. Speaking of which, Lu Meifin was also born into a wealthy family, but after the founding of the country, due to various policies, her family gradually declined. After marrying Chang Dashan, life did not improve much, and they had to be frugal every day. At this moment, she stared wide-eyed, looking around, and finally gritted her teeth and bought a large bag. They replenished the lacking pots, pans, and bowls. $5 for soap and towel. Spices were only star anise, Sichuan pepper, and dried chili. They bought 2 jin of soybean oil, which was exchanged for oil coupons from the wild rabbit meat. They bought 3 military water bottles, 1 for her son, 1 for her husband, and 1 for themselves, ensuring they could drink cool boiled water while working outside in the future. 1 jin of mung bean cake and 1 jin of sesame cake were saved to fill the stomachs of the little girls when they were hungry. Recently, the family's diet had improved, and seeing the children with meat on their faces, Lu Meifin felt very content. At Chang Kun's request, she bought 5 toothbrushes and 3 tubes of toothpaste, as the little girls had been eating too much candy and needed to protect their teeth. Lu Meifin also wanted to buy some tea leaves for Chang Dashan, as he loved tea. However, due to previous hardships, he could only brew leaves. Now that her son was earning money, it was time to treat her husband. Chin, how much are these tea leaves looking so shredded? Annie, why can't we sell them? If you want them, just watch me. Wang Suiqin said as she picked up the glass jar containing tea leaves, shaking it back and forth. After a few shakes, the broken bits settled at the bottom and the tea leaves floated to the top. She grabbed a handful, shook it a few more times, and grabbed another handful. After finishing grabbing what remained was still the tea leaves, as usual they were sold. Wang Suiqin triumphantly said, "Auntie, this is real tea leaves, and the remaining bits are just low-grade scraps. Here everything is the same price." Lu Meifin was left dumbfounded. She had never seen this operation before. Director Song pulled Chang Kun into the office to count money. Chang Kun whispered, "Director Song, are we selling guns here? What kind of gun do you want?" "For hunting, to shoot pigs. I borrowed a gun to hunt wild boars before, and now that I have some money, I want to buy one. According to regulations, the supply and marketing cooperative doesn't sell guns, but this is a special time. Let's talk behind closed doors. The higher-ups tacitly support hunters who can hunt. So I have a Type 56 and a water-cooled gun. Oh, which one do you want?" "Director, I want both." Upon hearing there were 2 guns, Chang Kun smiled. "Perfect, one for personal use and one for Zhang Quan. He follows me to hunt wild boars and catch rabbits, and each time he only brings back a little food, so I should compensate him a bit. The Type 56 is 120 yuan, the water-cooled gun is 80. Little Chang, if I sell you these guns, you must bring me something in return after you shoot something." Director Song also wanted to win over Chang Kun. After only 2 or 3 days of hunting wild boars, he managed to get so many rabbits. This young man has skills. Chang Kun nodded. After buying these 2 guns, there would be only 100 yuan left from selling the rabbits. If his mother buys a few things, that would basically be all gone. At this moment, Lu Meifin had already finished her shopping. After checking the accounts, not much money was left from selling the rabbits. Chang Kun decided to exchange it for 5 pounds of cotton tickets and 5 pounds of grain tickets. In these times, there are 3 scarce things. 1 is oil, 2 is pork. For Chang Kun, these 2 are not an issue. He can just hunt wild boars in the mountains. The 3rd scarce item is cotton. It's summer now, so cotton is not needed, but in winter, if one does not have a cotton coat, they will freeze badly. Little Yao and Old Lu helped Chang Kun tie the things onto the small cart. Wang Suiqin linked arms with Lu Meifin, reluctant to let her go. The 2 had found a kindred spirit and chatted excitedly, discussing everything from their families to the village and the city. "Sister, how do I get to the Drum Tower Street office?" Chang Kun wanted to make an acquaintance at the street office, as if his mother went to work in the city, they would need the street office's help to solve housing issues. Are you going to the street office for something? It's not far from here but takes just 5 minutes to walk there. It's nothing serious, just making an acquaintance. If I go to work in the city, won't the street office arrange housing for me? Chang Kun leaned closer to Wang Suichin and whispered. Before things were settled, he wanted to keep it from Lu Meifan so they wouldn't get their hopes up if it didn't work out. Oh, you should have said earlier. The director of the street office is my aunt. She helped me get this job. It's all just a matter of a word. Chang Kun was taken aback. Ooh, was that a coincidence? My older sister's husband's older brother's wife's aunt. With these connections, it's easy to find help. Let's go, we'll take you to meet her. If there's something to discuss later, it will be easier to talk. Wang Suichin eagerly pulled Chang Kun along. He stopped in his tracks, took out 10 yuan, and said to little Yao, who was standing at the supply and marketing cooperative's door, Yao Ge, help me get back a wild rabbit. It was his first visit, and he didn't want to go empty-handed. However, it was hard to bring something bought from distant relatives. Earning money these days was tough, and workers in the city were living frugally. Bringing some hunted game was just right. Wang Suichin couldn't help but take a second look at Chang Kun. This younger brother was quite savvy. He didn't seem like an 18-year-old boy at all. She led the way, linking arms with Lu Meifan, while Chang Kun pushed the small cart behind. A few minutes later, they arrived at the street office. Wang Suichin knocked on the door, and without waiting for a response, she pushed the door open and entered. And I'm here. She plopped down directly on the wooden office desk. At your age, why are you still acting like a child? A woman in her 40s looked up from behind the desk, scrutinizing Chang Kun and Lu Meifan. Aunt, this is my sister-in-law's mother and my brother. We were passing by and wanted to introduce them. After a brief introduction and casual chat, Chang Kun left with Lu Meifan, leaving behind the wild rabbit. This street office director would hold a significant position in the future. Her power was considerable, and even the police station reported to her. Director Wang knew that if such distant relatives came to find her, they must have something to discuss. Since they didn't mention it, she didn't pry further. Once out of the street office, the sun was already low in the west. Sister, where is the pharmacy? I need to buy some medicine. Just go straight. At the second intersection on your way back, turn east, and you will see it. What's wrong? What medicine do you need? I noticed a few little girls at home have facial spots, so I need to buy some tower sugar. As soon as Chang Kun said this, Wang Suichin understood. Almost everyone who had raised children knew about it. If a child has roundworms in their belly, eating this tower sugar will help expel them, and it is very effective. Chang Kun recalled Li Tianwang, who all children who had eaten tower sugar owed him a favor. You can't eat this with meat. Wang Suichin, worried that Chang Kun might not understand at his young age, hurriedly reminded him. After parting ways, Chang Kun walked back with his mother. On the way, he passed the pharmacy and spent 1 yuan to buy 40 tower sugars, planning to let his little sisters eat as much as they wanted and to share a few with good friends in the village. As he was about to leave the pharmacy, a wooden sign on the counter caught Chang Kun's eye. And Gong Niu Huang Wan. Such a good thing still exists. This is a life-saving medicine for the elderly. At that time, in Gong Niu Huang Wan was made with real rhino horn. What is sold in the future can be made from water buffalo horn. If you can get it, consider yourself lucky. How much is this in Gong Niu Huang Wan? 1 yuan 2 jiao per pill. The clerk replied casually, knowing this medicine was not affordable for everyone. Upon hearing this, Chang Kun was delighted. Was it so cheap? Then give me 100 pills. He was already reaching into his pocket to count the money. What? The clerk saw Chang Kun pulling out a large handful of money and quickly said, wait, each person can only buy 2 pills. You two can buy a total of 4 pills. Chang Kun pouted and counted the money to make the purchase. After exiting the pharmacy, Lu Meifan glared at him. Xiao Kun, what kind of medicine did you just buy for over 1 yuan per pill? Chang Kun chuckled. Mother, this is a real good thing. Just think of it as ginseng. It's a lifesaver at critical times. 1 yuan for a life is not expensive. Lu Meifan was also someone who could do calculations. As they passed the Statron restaurant, the smell of steaming big meat buns wafted out, so fragrant. Chang Kun spent 1 yuan and 20 cents and 5 pounds of grain tickets to buy 25 big meat buns. If it weren't for the lack of grain tickets, he would have wanted to buy all of them. They wouldn't sell big meat buns without grain tickets, but the nearby steamed buns didn't require grain tickets and could be bought freely, although they were expensive. Chang Kun spent another 3 yuan to buy 30 steamed buns. He was so tired of the corn porridge at home. No matter how it was paired with wild rabbits, field mice, or wild chicken, it still tasted bad. Seeing that Chang Kun had bought so many things, Lu Meifan felt a bit heartbroken until he broke a meat bun and stuffed it into her mouth, stopping her nagging. As she slowly savored the meat bun, Lu Meifan's eyes turned a bit red. She remembered her deceased father, who wanted to eat a bun before passing, but at that time there was no flour, so he left this world with regret. She hadn't eaten a bun in years, but now, following her son to enjoy a feast, she looked at Chang Kun, who was pushing the cart, and felt that her son was becoming more and more remarkable. If he could marry that hairless daughter-in-law, it would be even better. Perhaps she would really bring him good fortune, and in the future her son would hold a higher position than Quicken's aunt. Returning home, the sky had already darkened. Under the bright moonlight, the family unloaded their goods from the small cart. Chang Dashin picked up a bag of tea leaves and sniffed. This tea smells really good. Elder brother, where are our things? Several little girls followed closely behind Chang Kun. At that time, the elder brother had promised to buy them something to prevent them from following him to the city. I knew you'd want things. Come over and eat the meat buns, they're still warm. Lu Meifan opened the wrapping paper of the buns, and a mouth-watering aroma of the dough wafted out. Wow, so fragrant. Chang Qing immediately abandoned her elder brother and rushed to her mother, her eyes fixated on the meat buns, drool uncontrollably escaping her mouth. Chang Mu and Chang Xiu were not to be outdone, surrounding their mother like hungry little chicks. The family had not eaten pure flour food for nearly a year. Since the collective cooking in the autumn of 58 had consumed all the pure grain, the village had not seen any flour products. Even though they had eaten meat at home these past few days, the genetic craving for carbohydrate-rich flour products had never ceased. The little girls' eyes sparkled and their mouths watered as they watched their mother take out the meat buns one by one. Finally, Chang Qing bit into the bun, exposing the meat filling inside. Without waiting for the dough to be swallowed, she hurriedly brought her mouth close to suck the still warm meat juice. After devouring a meat bun the size of a palm, Chang Qing finally took a breath. Oh, this is so delicious. Chang Mu and Chang Xiu, reluctant to swallow this delicacy, all at once took small bites, savoring the flavor. Mother, I want to eat another one. Chang Qing clung to her mother, feeling that she had just tasted the flavor, but somehow a bun had already made its way into her stomach. Go, go, go. What did your father cook tonight? Wild rabbit meat and porridge. I don't want to eat that, I want to eat meat buns. Chang Qing tugged at her mother's arm. Finish the porridge before you can eat meat buns. Oh, please no, mother. Chang Qing's protests echoed in the yard. Seeing Chang Qing like this, Chang Kun laughed. This younger sister, so gluttonous and talkative, was always lazy and doing things a bit like the temperament of Zhu Beiji. Moreover, not being able to savor the meat bun was simply as funny as Zhu Beiji eating ginseng fruit. The half-moon illuminated the joyous figures of the family. Outside, crickets chirped softly. Chang Kun stretched, feeling that this moment was truly wonderful. In the end, the little girls were forcefully subdued by Lu Meifan and obediently picked up their porridge to eat. After eating the meat buns, even rabbit meat tasted bland. Yet they still dared not waste a bit, slowly finishing the porridge and licking the bowl clean. Who would dare waste food in this era? They'll break your legs. Chang Qing and Chang Mu, filled to the brim, grunted after eating, while Xiu, unable to finish, giggled and asked her elder brother for help to finish it all. After Lu Meifan and Chang Dashin finished eating, they tidied up the pots and bowls they had bought. The soybean oil was stored away, and the seasonings were put in their places, as these items were quite precious. This soybean oil, when placed in an ordinary household, would last for several years. Ordinary families usually only use straw to scrub the pots, when cooking, hardly using any oil at all. Only during the new year or weddings would they use a bit of oil for rich dishes. As for seasonings, it was even more needless to mention. Rural folks simply needed to gather some wild onions and ginger from the mountains, which was sufficient. Especially a type of wild ginger called ghost ginger, which had an oily and disgusting taste when eaten raw, but became crunchy and delicious after pickling. Chang Kun particularly loved it when he was young. Lu Meifan placed the mung bean cakes and sesame cakes into a basket and hung it on the beam of the house. This kept both the little girls and the mice away. The little girls dug out some tower candy. Chang Qing curiously took a bite, and her eyes immediately lit up. Elder brother, is this candy? Can we eat it? Chang Kun hurriedly snatched it away. They had just finished eating meat buns. They could not eat tower candy. He would give them some when they had empty stomachs the next day. The little girls were a bit disappointed, as they had not found anything else good. Could it be that the good things their elder brother mentioned were just those few meat buns? Chang Qing glanced at her elder brother, pouting. If she had known, she would have insisted on going to the city with him, as she could have eaten meat buns either way. Chang Kun ignored the resentful gazes of his younger sisters. It was already dark with only a little moonlight. Even if he took out that assembly toy, they wouldn't be able to see it clearly. After a long day of work, he was already tired. Lying on the west kong, he stretched. The little girls jumped up on the kong and clung to Chang Kun, asking him to tell stories and teach them to write. Chang Qing learned to write her own name, while Chang Mu and Chang Xiu had not yet learned. The two little girls were now full of enthusiasm for learning. Chang Kun was reluctantly pulled up to be their teacher. He truly wanted to send these little girls to a high school classroom to let them know what suffering was. Before long, the little girls settled down, resting their chins on their hands, quietly listening to the story. In their hearts, they had long forgotten the previous stern and irritable elder brother. Now their elder brother was a capable and gentle good brother. A night passed, and another refreshing day began. Youth is great. After running up the mountains for several days and walking so far to the supply and marketing cooperative, he still felt full of energy the next day. Chang Kun went to the East Kong, where his two sisters were teaching Shoer to count. He took out the reward for catching rabbits, a wooden rabbit assembly toy, and placed it on the Kong. The little girls turned their heads, and immediately their eyes sparkled. They all pounced, "Elder brother, give it to me, give it to me." The three sisters had never seen such a delicate toy before. They were so beautiful that their noses were running. They all rushed over to snatch it to play. Chang Kun disassembled the rabbit and taught them to assemble it step by step. Chang Qing understood after watching once and lay on the Kong to assemble it together with her two sisters. Even when Lu Meifan called them to eat meat buns, they were too busy to pay attention. Just then someone outside the yard greeted, "In-laws, are you home?" Lu Meifan and Chang Kun peeked outside to see it was Yang Shanong. "In-law, you're here. The old man went to fetch water and will be back soon." Lu Meifan hurried out to greet him. Yang Shanong rushed into the yard. "Is Xiao Kun home?" "That's great, I came to find you." "What's the matter, sir?" Chang Kun noticed Yang Shanong seemed a bit anxious and felt something was up. "Hey, your little nephew can't poop and is crying loudly." "Huh, what's wrong with my grandson?" "Huh, what's wrong with my nephew?" "Oh dear." I took little Bao to the commune doctor, who said the issue lies with Chang Mei's breast milk. It's overheated, so the baby won't defecate properly. Yang Shanong lamented, his brow deeply furrowed. Chang Kun blinked, then paused in thought. Could it be that the fried cicadas he'd given his elder sister had caused her internal heat? Had his infant nephew suffered as a result? If so, he truly bore guilt for this. "Xiao Kun, tell me, can you find wild honey and fresh bee pupae?" Yang Shanong asked urgently. The doctor prescribed a remedy: live bee pupae and honey from the same hive. The two must harmonize synergistically. Just a few days of this, and Chang Mei will recover. I've asked several people, but no one knows where to find them. Chang Kun pursed his lips. He knew honey could clear internal heat, but requiring pupae, and specifically from the same hive, struck him as mere medical theatrics and ostentatious display of expertise. After all, his elder sister was merely overheated. Drinking more hot water would likely resolve it within a couple of days. "Uncle, don't fret. I know where wild bees nest. Let's head up the mountain." "Wonderful. Let's go, hurry. Can't you hear your grandson wailing uncontrollably? Nothing calms him." "Oh dear." "Uncle, let's prepare first," Chang Kun mused briefly. "Mother, please fetch that cloth I asked for the other day, and bring 2 burlap sacks. That'll suffice. I'll take my rifle too, and we'll be off. In-law, you left home quite early. You haven't eaten yet, have you? Have something before heading up the mountain." "Ah, no need. Xiao Kun hasn't eaten either. He'll finish quickly. Those extra minutes won't make a difference." Though Yang Shanong claimed not to be anxious, his eyes kept drifting outside, his expression clouded with worry. "Mother, make 4 large steamed buns and fill a thermos with boiling water. We'll eat on the way. The sooner we're done, the less suffering my nephew endures." "All right. How quick-witted you are. In-law, yesterday Xiao Kun and I sold wild rabbits in town, and I even ran into your eldest daughter-in-law. We chatted warmly. On our way back, we bought these big meat buns, so fragrant." As he spoke, he lifted a steaming bun from the pot and handed it to Yang Shanong. Yang Shanong broke into a broad grin. What an extraordinary in-law. 2 words summed him up: magnanimous and generous. While the 2 men ate their buns, Lu Meifan prepared the sacks and thermos. Chang Kun grabbed 4 buns, slung his rifle over his shoulder, and set off. Before departing, he instructed his mother, "Mother, send yesterday's breech-loading rifle to Chu Chu. Lately I've shared nothing with him from the wild boar or rabbits. Don't forget the ammunition." On the road, they met Chang Dashan returning with 2 buckets of water. After a brief exchange, they pressed straight toward Wild Boar Ridge. At the village entrance, they encountered Uncle Chung, a fellow hunter. Seeing Chang Kun, he asked, "Xiao Kun, where did you bag that wild boar?" "These past few days, half the village has scoured the mountains, yet not a single bristle has been spotted." "Exactly," interjected old Zhao, puffing his pipe. "My eldest spent 3 days in those hills, came home empty-handed, exhausted as a dog, and devoured everything in sight." Chang Kun chuckled. "Uncle, sir, wild boars roam freely across the ridges. Spotting one is pure fortune, missing one is just as likely. They don't appear on command." After a few light words, Chang Kun and Yang Shanong continued onward, finishing their buns along the way, unaware that behind them a furtive figure trailed silently. Upon reaching Wild Boar Ridge, Chang Kun activated his system's sensory scan and confirmed the wild bee colony remained exactly where it had been. Together, they gathered dry twigs and fallen leaves, carefully piling them beneath the hollow tree housing the hive. Chang Kun unfurled the cloth and draped a portion over each man, a makeshift protective layer. Should things go awry, they could swiftly wrap themselves entirely, shielding their bodies from stings. They bound the dry branches into a torch and lit it to smoke out the bees. Chang Kun gently tapped the hollow with a wooden stick. The vibrations disturbed the comb, sending swarms of bees pouring forth. After prolonged smoking, the exodus slowed markedly. Chang Kun probed the hive with his hand. Few bees emerged. Swiftly, he removed the entire comb and dropped it directly into a sack. Mission accomplished. Both men exhaled deeply in unison. Yang Shunong laughed heartily and clapped Chang Kun on the shoulder. Xiao Kun, you truly possess rare skill. I won't return home just yet. I'll follow this ridge westward past through Qin family village and join the main road. These pupae must be roasted while still alive. Chang Kun reflected, since Uncle Yang had come all this way, he ought to offer him something from the mountain. Activating his system's sensory range, he noted it now extended 450 meters, nearly a li, a considerable distance. His scan revealed a small game animal motionless at the foot of the western hillside, directly along Yang Shunong's route. Come, uncle, I'll walk with you a little farther. No need to escort me. This mountain is like my own backyard. With honey and pupae secured, Yang Shunong relaxed visibly. No sooner had the two men departed Wild Boar Ridge than someone slipped silently after them. Jin Sanjia crouched at the ridge's base, watching Chang Kun and Yang Shunong labor intently, then vanish into the distance. When Chang Kun still worked in town, Jin Sanjia called him Brother Kun and shadowed him constantly, scrounging meals and favors. After Chang Kun's dismissal, Jin Sanjia turned venomous, spreading the news far and wide. His once reverent Brother Kun had been demoted to a mocking Ah Kun. Even Chang Kun, though simple, saw clearly through this man and severed ties completely. Lately, Chang Kun had captured wild boars, snared hares, and dug out field mice, causing quite a stir. Villagers whispered he'd discovered a feng shui treasure spot deep in the mountains where all his quarry mysteriously gathered. Jin Sanjia believed it utterly. After all, he'd known Chang Kun intimately for years, and knew him well, a village idler, lazy and incapable, utterly unqualified to hunt wild boar. For days, Jin Sanjia had tailed Chang Kun up the mountain, determined to uncover this legendary hunting ground, and today at last he'd found it. The pair had lingered so long atop the ridge. There had to be something extraordinary there. At the thought of unearthing their secret, Jin Sanjia's pulse quickened with feverish excitement. He scrambled up the slope, panting heavily, then crouched beside the charred twigs and leaves. What on earth had they been doing? Beside him, the hollow trunk bore a large cavity. Surely it concealed something. He climbed the dead tree and peered inside. The comb had been removed. Only faint traces remained. Raised in the countryside, Jin Sanjia recognized bee combs instantly. Oh no, it's a hive. They were smoking the bees. As he raised his head to descend, returning worker bees discovered their hive gone. Buzzed. Oh, damn it. Don't sting me, you bastards. Jin Sanjia fled in panic, covered in welts. Fortunate indeed that these weren't deadly giant hornets. Blind with terror, he bolted upward along the ridge, cursing wildly. His lips swollen, his cheeks puffed like steamed buns glistening with oil. Finally escaping the swarm, he collapsed onto the ground, groaning in pain and mumbling incoherent curses. Suddenly, he noticed something unusual beside him on the ground. He stared closely, and a surge of elation flooded his chest. At last, my turn for luck has come. All around lay dense clusters of cloven hoofprints, undeniably those of wild boars. This was Chang Kun's secret place, and now it belonged to him. Once he bagged a boar. Ha ha ha. Jin Sanjia already imagined villagers' awe, and the mountains of pork he'd feast upon all winter. Never mind his face, swollen beyond recognition. He rushed downhill. Now only one thing stood between him and triumph: a rifle. But whose gun could he borrow? Uncle Yang, it's definitely under this stone. Snakes usually hide beneath stones. Be careful. Yang Shunong fetched a sturdy branch and pried the stone aside, while Chang Kun stood nearby holding another twig. As the stone shifted, a grayish-green serpent, nearly 3 fingers thick, rose slowly, its forked tongue flickering. Let me handle this. Yang Shunong swung the branch with practiced force, striking the snake squarely on the head. Its body instantly went limp, a testament to the village militia captain's seasoned skill. The gallbladder must be extracted fresh. Once it spoils, its potency fades. Yang Shunong knelt, selected a sharp-edged stone, slit open the serpent's belly, and carefully withdrew the glistening gallbladder. Xiao Kun, swallow it now. It clears heat, dispels toxins, and is a true treasure. Chang Kun shuddered involuntarily and shook his head, utterly unwilling to comply. Yang Shunong shot Chang Kun a look of mild disdain, as if lamenting his nephew's ignorance, then tossed the gallbladder into his mouth and swallowed it in one gulp, savoring it with theatrical relish. Chang Kun hastily offered his canteen. Yang Shunong drank deeply. Raw bile, after all, was hardly a delicacy. The serpent measured over 1 meter in length and weighed roughly 2 jin, ideal for a nourishing broth. Chang Kun stuffed it into a burlap sack and handed it to Yang Shunong to carry home. Just as they prepared to part ways, Chang Kun sensed movement. Several large creatures, each about the size of a sheep, slowly advancing from the far side of a ridge some 400 meters away. He glanced down at his rifle. Having encountered them, he could not let them slip away. Grasping Yang Shunong's arm, he said, "Uncle, wait. Listen closely. Do you hear something calling from over there? Of course, this was mere subterfuge. Chang Kun's fabricated pretext to explain how he detected prey across the ridge without arousing suspicion. What? What else have you spotted? Come on. We're passing that way anyway, let's go take a look. Yang Shunong found his nephew increasingly extraordinary. Jin Sanjiao returned to the village intending to borrow a rifle for hunting wild boars. Families who owned firearms had spent days in the mountains with no success. Their bodies weary, their resolve eroded. Now was the perfect moment to ask. He'd simply offer a small incentive. Strolling along the village lane, he pondered which household to approach, when suddenly he saw Lu Meifan Chang Kun's mother shouldering a water-linked rifle. Where could she possibly be going? Jin Sanjiao trailed her discreetly and watched as she entered Zhang Pianxin's home. Instantly, he understood this rifle was Chang Kun's reward to Zhang Quan. Zhang Quan had accompanied Chang Kun on boar hunts and rabbit chases. According to old Zhang, he'd received barely anything, but now here was a rifle handed directly to him. A single rifle was worth no less than 100 or 80 yuan. To entrust it to Zhang Ershatzi, the village simpleton, was sheer waste. Could that fool even fire it properly? Had I stayed loyal to Chang Kun, that rifle would rightfully be mine. Alas, how short-sighted I was back then. After waiting a minute or two, Jin Sanjia emerged from behind a tree as Zhang Pianxin escorted Lu Meifan out the gate. The rifle was right there, within reach. Zhang Ershatzi was away at the collective farm laboring in the fields. Perfect. He could simply walk in and request to borrow the rifle, toss in a modest bribe, and Zhang Lao Yi would leap to comply. Jin Sanjia strode confidently into the Zhang residence. Uncle Zhang busy at home. Zhang Pianxin sat cross-legged on the heated brick bed, cradling the rifle, when Jin Sanjia's voice startled him. Recognizing the village any Erdewol, he snapped, "What do you want?" His tone was hardly surprising. Jin Sanjia bore a notorious reputation, and barging unannounced into someone's home betrayed a profound lack of decorum. "Heh, Uncle Zhang, Granduncle Zhang, I've brought you money." Zhang Pianxin glanced sideways, silent. Few truths ever passed the lips of this village idler. Truly. "Look, I'll give you 1 mao for 3 days' use of the rifle." "What nonsense. 1 mao for a rifle, for 3 days? A single bullet costs 5 fun. You're doing arithmetic in your sleep. Get out now. Trying to swindle me. You've miscalculated badly. Uncle, you're tallying it wrong. Just days ago, Chang Kun borrowed the militia captain's rifle for 3 days and paid 2 field rats. Weren't those selling for 5 fun apiece? So 1 mao for 3 days' use is perfectly fair." Jin Sanjiao recited the figures with flawless precision, weaving his web of persuasion. "Huh? Do you think I'm senile? 5 fun per rat. That's Chang Kun's generosity. You, out now? I won't waste breath on you." Chang Kun had gifted him the rifle, and Zhang Pianxin was overjoyed. Previously, he'd grumbled in the village about Chang Kun giving too little to his second son. Now he said nothing. He knew full well this rifle could fetch 100 or 80 yuan, enough to marry off his second son several times over. He was too absorbed in admiring the rifle to engage in idle banter with Jin Sanjia. "Uncle Zhang, Granduncle Zhang, how much would you charge me to borrow it?" 1 mao 5 fun. Out. What do you need a rifle for? All these villagers have gone into the mountains, yet not a single shot fired. Keep your money. Buy your father some herbal medicine instead. Your father has suffered so. Zhang Pianxin began to lecture, then abruptly paused. Though Jin Sanjiao was unscrupulous, he was no fool. He'd never pursue a losing venture. "Wait, did you spot wild boars? I saw you tailing Chang Kun secretly 2 days ago." "Uncle Zhang, don't speak rashly. Anyone may walk mountain paths. How can you claim I followed him secretly?" "Huh, you're quite the operator. I asked my second son how to navigate the mountains. He wouldn't utter a word. Tell me, where are those boars?" "I haven't seen them. Truly I haven't." The more Jin Sanjia denied it, the more convinced Zhang Pianxin became. "Here's my proposal. I'll accompany you up the mountain with this rifle and split the boar 50-50. What say you? Otherwise, I'll spread the word that you tracked the boars behind Chang Kun. Then every villager will rush to the mountains, and no one will claim a single boar." Thus, the ancient adage, "Fight evil with evil," found its living embodiment. Zhang Pianxin demanded half the boar outright, or else he'd overturn the table, leaving everyone hungry. Jin Sanjia stood frozen. Had he truly met his match? Until today, he'd always been the one scheming. Now the tables were turned. "Uncle, my dearest uncle, please, it's impossible. Let's just abandon the hunt entirely. I'll forfeit my claim altogether. Is that acceptable? Then name your price. Too little won't do. You did play a part in locating the boars, so I'll concede somewhat 1/3 for you." "Fair enough. 1/3. The term sango-e, and yet the boar remained unseen, nearly provoking a quarrel before the hunt even began. Jin Sanjiao paused, then nodded. "Agreed, but with conditions." He insisted on carrying the rifle himself, and demanded Zhang's eldest son accompany them to haul the carcass. Jin Sanjia refused to lift a finger. Hauling a boar was exhausting labor. Let the Zhangs shoulder it all. Since they supplied both rifle and manpower, the one-third share seemed only just. A single twitch of his finger, a single shot, and half a boar would be his. How brilliant he was. He'd followed Chang Kun into the mountains while the rest of the village remained blissfully ignorant fools. Zhang Pianxin, already savoring visions of roasted pork and silver coins, exchanged a knowing glance with Jin Sanjia, and both broke into identical sly chuckles. Chang Kun and Yang Shunong were lying on the hillside, peering down at the slope below. "Xiao Kun, your ears are like those of a keen listener," Yang Shunong exclaimed, spotting several blue sheep on the slope, and thinking that Chang Kun had truly heard their calls. Chang Kun smiled slightly without answering, resting the 56 rifle on his shoulder. He squinted slightly, feeling that the angle wasn't quite right, and carefully descended a few steps to hide behind a large rock. "Xiao Kun, don't move any further, the blue sheep are nearby," Yang Shunong whispered urgently in Chang Kun's ear. In the mountainous regions of Beijing, blue sheep are known for their keen senses, with noses and ears more sensitive than those of wild boars. Even the slightest rustle in the grass can send them fleeing. Chang Kun steadily aimed his rifle, locking onto a large blue sheep, but he hesitated to pull the trigger. Yang Shunong, more anxious than him, gently tapped Chang Kun's shoulder, signaling him to shoot quickly lest the opportunity slip away. He often traversed mountain paths, but had never encountered blue sheep before. Seeing the plump prey below, he longed to grab the rifle from Chang Kun and take the shot, himself confident in his shooting skills. Chang Kun was in no hurry. With the system at his disposal, finding prey was merely a matter of time. Today, having encountered blue sheep, he wished to seize the chance to take down another. With the rifle steady, his head tilted slightly to one side, he waited patiently for the blue sheep to move and graze, anticipating the moment when two of them aligned perfectly. Yang Shunong clenched his fists, feeling anxious. If the blue sheep fled, it would be a tremendous loss. Just as he was about to urge Chang Kun again, bang! A gunshot rang out. The herd of blue sheep on the hillside erupted like water disturbed by a falling stone. A flash of brown and yellow darted before his eyes, disappearing in an instant. Chang Kun wanted to take another shot, but his eyes couldn't keep up. Despite his age, Yang Shunong lunged forward the moment he heard the gunshot, adrenaline surging. Chang Kun secured the 56 rifle and stepped out from behind the rock. Before he had even reached halfway up the slope, he heard Yang Shunong shouting excitedly from the other side, "Xiao Kun, you hit too." His voice was so high-pitched it seemed to crack. It was no wonder Yang Shunong was thrilled. In these times, rural areas lacked any meat, and everyone craved it, resorting to hunting in the mountains. However, those who went hunting in the mountains were no match for the animals that lived there. Encountering prey was often a matter of luck. Unlike Chang Kun, who could effortlessly find and shoot his prey, and he had shot too. He touched the bodies of the two still twitching blue sheep with one hand, while taking out his pipe with the other, savoring a puff. It felt truly satisfying, akin to a post-coital smoke. Chang Kun approached and gazed at the two deep brown blue sheep, completely devoid of any protective instincts, only thinking about the forthcoming meat. "What a pity about the blood. If we could take it back and stew it, it would be so tender," Yang Shunong remarked, pointing at the large pool of blood beneath the blue sheep. "There's nothing to be done, old man. The last time I shot a wild boar, its guts spilled everywhere, and when I returned the next day, it was all licked clean with wolf tracks all around. The wolves come when they smell blood." "Well, I can't help it, old man. Each of these blue sheep must weigh around 70 to 80 pounds. Can you help me carry one back? When we get to the village, I'll borrow a small cart to take them to the supply and marketing cooperative to sell. It's not close to the village here. If each of us carries a blue sheep weighing 70 to 80 pounds, it would take quite a while. Hey, if you want to go to the supply and marketing cooperative, it's easy. Just go down this slope, follow the ditch for 3 minutes, and you'll reach Qin's village. They'll borrow a small cart for you from there." Chang Kun blinked. Yang Shunong was much more familiar with the nearby hills than he was. He had not expected Qin's village to be closer. However, he did not want to get involved with Qin's village at all, recalling his mother's attitude towards Qin Meru that left him uneasy. "Let's go. Going to Qin's village will save us a lot of trouble. Carrying these things isn't easy." Chang Kun sighed inwardly. What else could he do? Should he really ask old Yang to take the long way around to help him carry them back to the village? That was something he couldn't voice. As Chang Kun and Yang Shunong carried the sheep towards Qin's village, Jin Sanjia met with Zhang Pianxin and the eldest son of the Zhang family, Zhang Buxiao, as they made their way up the mountain along the trail. Zhang Buxiao was not as tall and robust as his younger brother Zhang Quan. Instead, he was slightly thinner. At this moment, he walked along the path, nervously glancing around, fearful of being discovered while entering the mountains. He had been called back home by his father while working in the team and learned that Jin Sanjia had discovered a wild boar and wanted to hunt it with them. He was immediately excited at the news of dividing the meat after the hunt. He had heard about the large wild boar that Chang Kun had shot that day, weighing a full 300 pounds. If they could also hunt one like that today, even if they only divided it 3 ways, that would be 100 pounds. 100 pounds of meat. Just wait and see if the women at home would still dare to look down on him, scolding him for being useless every day. Even if the women would take some back to her family, there would still be enough left for him to eat for many days. As for his father, he would be happy with just a few pounds. Like Jin Sanjia and Zhang Pianxin Zhang Buxiao began thinking about how to divide the meat even before they had caught any wild boars, laughing so hard on the way that saliva dripped down. The 3 of them arrived at Wild Boar Ridge. Upon seeing the chaotic hoof prints on the ridge, the Zhang father and son were completely convinced. Jin Sanjia held the rifle, instructing the 3 to spread out and follow the hoof prints down the ridge. They all thought that if they couldn't find a wild boar today, they would come back tomorrow. They wouldn't give up until they caught one. As they followed the trail down the mountain, their initial confidence began to wane after half an hour of searching, leaving them dejected. Jin, didn't you say you saw a wild boar at home? Where is it? Do these hoof prints count as a pig's? Zhang Pianxin, being older, felt a bit tired after walking for a while and wanted to sit down to rest, and decided to chat with Jin Sanjia again. I did see a wild boar right here on this ridge, but it can run, who knows where it went. This won't do. If that's the case, it should be our grandfathers who do the work, and the wild boar should be split evenly among 3 of us. No way. We agreed before we set out. How can we change it now? Jin Sanjia refused to budge, not wanting to give away the wild boar meat for nothing. If that's the case, then forget it. Give me back my rifle, and we'll part ways. After resting for a bit, Zhang Pianxin stood up, wanting to reclaim the rifle. He knew the pig's hoof prints were right here on the ridge. He could just wait on the ridge until he caught the pig. Then the entire wild boar would belong to his family. Hey Zhang, that's not fair. If you do that, I'll go back to the village and spread the word about the location of this ridge. How about that? Jin Sanjia was no fool. He wouldn't let himself be easily manipulated. The 3 of them exchanged glances, falling silent. If they continued to hold each other over a barrel, none of them would benefit. We'll take a step back. Let's split the wild boar evenly between our 2 families. Is that acceptable? If you say no again, I really will part ways. Jin Sanjia thought about it. They needed the grandfathers to put in the effort to find the wild boar, and the rifle belonged to them. After capturing the wild boar, it wouldn't be fair for him to take the lion's share. Fine. Then it's settled. Seeing Jin Sanjia relent, Zhang Pianxin nodded in agreement. The 3 of them rested for a moment before continuing on. Suddenly, Jin Sanjia waved for the others to stop, raising his hand and pointing to the middle of the hillside, saying, "Look over there, isn't there a grayish thing moving?" The 3 of them gathered together, squinting to look. Zhang Buxiao whispered, "Isn't that more than one? They look quite large, it must be wild boars." As soon as these words were uttered, all 3 of them became excited. At that moment, with the wind at their backs, they were soaked in sweat, and the scent of sweat wafted slowly towards the hillside, completely unaware that danger was slowly closing in. At this moment, just beside the bloodstains left by the antelope, 3 gray wolves gently licked the blood, their bellies empty after days of hunger, desperately needing to replenish their energy. At this time, one of the wolves lifted its head, sniffing the air lightly, as if it had detected something. Meanwhile, Jin Sanjia and Zhang Pianxin, along with their son, were crouched down, stealthily moving up the hillside with the aid of stones, grass, and bushes. Fearing that any noise might scare away the wild boar, each of them moved cautiously. After all, this was a 300-pound wild boar. Just imagine how much it could be sold for and how much meat it contained. They could not afford to be careless. Jin Sanjia, holding a gun, led the way. Though he had only participated in militia training for a few years, he still remembered the basics of shooting. Zhang Pianxin and Zhang Buxiao had not touched a gun in many years, and they lacked confidence in their shooting skills. Upon reaching a large tree, Jin Sanjia signaled for everyone to remain still, as they were now quite close to the hillside. He felt a surge of excitement, wiping the sweat from his palms on his clothes, taking a deep breath, raising his gun, and cautiously peeking out to assess the situation. As Jin Sanjia peered out, his gaze locked onto a pair of eyes. They were yellow eyes with slit pupils brimming with cruelty. Goosebumps prickled along the back of his neck, and he felt as if he had lost 2 of his 3 souls. He could clearly see that it was not a wild boar, it was a wolf. No, not just one. There were 3 wolves. Only 30 to 40 meters away, the 3 wolves stared indifferently ahead, having sensed the approach of 3 large creatures, but unsure if they were prey. Jin Sanjia's body trembled, and his finger instinctively squeezed the trigger. The gun did not fire. Damn it! He had forgotten to disengage the safety. Seeing the wolves closing in, Jin Sanjia's hands trembled as he tried to disengage the safety, but his fingers wouldn't obey. The wolves got closer. Jin Sanjia could no longer afford to disengage the safety. He pointed the gun at the 3 wolves and threw it with all his might. Not even looking to see if he hit the wolves, he turned and ran. After a few steps, he stumbled, suddenly remembering that Zhang's family had no idea the wolves were coming. He shouted, "Run! The wolves are coming!" His feet kept moving swiftly down the mountain faster than he had ever run in his life. Zhang's family crouched on the ground waiting for Jin Sanjia to shoot the wild boar, dreaming of feasting on pork that evening, imagining juicy tender slices melting in their mouths. Upon hearing Jin Sanjia's frantic shouts, the two men were startled and stood up to see that the three wolves were only a few steps away from them. "Oh no, you bastard." Forgetting to curse Jin Sanjia, they were filled with panic and scrambled down the hill. Logically, three adults, even without guns, should not be afraid of three wolves. One wolf against an adult man can usually be managed, though as long as the person does not panic, the wolf is unlikely to win. Generally, when encountering wolves, one can just crouch down and grab a stick or a tree branch, or even take off their belt and wave it a bit, and the wolves would usually retreat. There was no need for these three to be fleeing in fear from three wolves. Wolves, much like dogs, have a tendency: if you don't run, they won't chase. If you choose to run, well, sorry, they run faster and bite harder. Those who have been bitten by dogs can surely relate. At this moment, Jin Sanjia was running at the front with Zhang Buxiao behind him, while Zhang Pianxin, being older, lacked the explosive strength and stamina, lagging behind. "Son, slow down, wait for your father." Zhang Pianxin saw his son getting further away and felt a surge of panic. Zhang Buxiao seemed not to hear, sprinting ahead without uttering a word. It was like the story says, "I don't need to outrun the tiger, I just need to outrun you." Zhang Pianxin felt tears welling up. Was he really going to die on this mountain today? The three wolves kept their distance, neither too close nor too far. Faced with large prey, they did not dare to take risks, fearing injury, as being hurt often meant death for them. Zhang Pianxin, secretly resenting his son for not helping him, suddenly saw his son Zhang Buxiao stagger and fall to the ground. Ouch, damn it. Zhang Buxiao had run too fast, failing to see the road, and tripped over a stone. Wanting to get up and continue running, he struggled, but couldn't move quickly. He had sprained his ankle and lacked strength. "Son, hurry up." Zhang Pianxin rushed to his son's side. Seeing him unable to move, he quickly supported Zhang Buxiao's arm. After all, this was his own son, whom he had raised from a tender child into adulthood. How could he leave him behind on the mountain to be eaten by wolves? The two of them, one old and one injured, could only move forward slowly. The three wolves observed the two seemingly helpless prey and cautiously approached step by step. "Dad, what do we do? I can't run anymore. That bastard Jin Sanjia left us behind." He completely forgot that just a minute ago he himself had wanted to abandon his father. Zhang Pianxin, being older and having some experience, turned his head and said, "There's a pine tree over there. Oh, let's climb it." They picked up stones to scare the wolves and slowly made their way to the base of the pine tree. This tree wasn't very tall, but it was enough to evade the wolves who couldn't climb. "Son, I'll help you up the tree, then I'll follow." Zhang Buxiao's eyes reddened. He was genuinely moved by his father's words. At this moment, the wolves were only 5 or 6 steps away from them, and his father letting him climb first was truly leaving the hope of survival for him. Zhang Pianxin supported his son's feet, helping him up to the tree branch while he leaned his back against the trunk. At this point, trying to climb himself would expose his back to the three wolves who might pounce. Zhang Pianxin was sweating profusely, unsure of what to do, when his son Zhang Buxiao shouted from the tree, "Dad, grab my hand." Zhang Buxiao's legs were stuck in the tree branch, and he was upside down, reaching out to his father. The two grasped each other's hands tightly, as Zhang Pianxin used all his strength to slowly move to the tree branch, and they both finally breathed a sigh of relief. Having relaxed, they realized that their clothes were completely soaked and their limbs felt weak. If they were to climb the tree now, they probably wouldn't have the strength left, not even the energy to curse Jin Sanjia. After resting for a while, Zhang Buxiao finally spoke to his father. "Dad, Jin Sanjia must have run back to the village to call for help, right?" "Of course. If he doesn't save us, is he still human?" Meanwhile, Jin Sanjia had already reached the foot of the mountain, looking back to see that Zhang's family and the three wolves had disappeared without a trace. He shivered, not daring to think about what had happened in the mountains. At this moment, he felt unwell all over, sweating profusely as if he had been startled when he locked eyes with the wolves. Gathering his strength, he ran home, throwing himself onto the bed without caring about the heat, pulling over a winter quilt and burying his head to sleep. He had completely forgotten to seek help in the village. Meanwhile, Zhang's family was still stranded in the mountains, keeping company with the three wolves. At this moment, the sun rose to the center of the sky, and Chang Kun and Yang Shenong were drenched in sweat. They arrived at the home of Qin Dongwan, the village chief, to borrow a small cart and take a moment to rest in the shade. Qin Dongwan poured them some hot water, and the three engaged in casual chatter about various topics. The 2 blue goats were placed in a cool spot in Qin Dongwan's yard, while a few people outside leaned against the fence to watch the goats. "This young man is quite skilled at hunting. He's caught 2 blue goats again. How much can they sell for? Last time he helped us catch the groundhogs, I already sensed his remarkable abilities. It's a pity he doesn't want to be a son-in-law in our village. Oh, otherwise it would have been beneficial for us too. Don't say that Qin Jianren's daughter is coming over." Chin Meru, accompanied by a short and plump female friend, slowly approached. Curious about the crowd gathered outside the chief's yard, she said, "Sister Ru, let's go take a look at the commotion." As they got closer, they were startled to see 2 blue goats in the chief's yard. Wow, Sister Ru, who caught these 2 blue goats? Amazing. Was it a Chang or De Xiong? The short and plump girl widened her eyes. It had been a long time since anyone in the village had caught large prey, and recently it had only been Chang Kun from the neighboring village who caught a wild boar. A Chang and De Xiong were both young men who often roamed the mountains in the village. The short and plump girl swallowed hard at the sight of their bare abs. Exactly. A few days ago, Chang Kun caught that wild boar and strutted around like he was #1 in the world, even bullying Sister Ru. The short and plump girl knew Chang Kun was trying to pursue her, feeling indignant for Chin Meru. There are so many people who go into the mountains. Why should he be the only one to catch something? Our villagers are more impressive, catching 2 blue goats at once, far surpassing Chang Kun. Next time Sister Ru meets him, she should scold him harshly. The 2 were bickering about Chang Kun, oblivious to the peculiar looks from the villagers nearby. When Chang Kun and Yang Shanong carried the blue goats into the chief's house, the villagers were resting under a big tree nearby, clearly seeing that it was Chang Kun who caught the goats. They were curious about what expression Chin Meru would have when Chang Kun came out of the chief's house. Several villagers stifled their laughter, eagerly waiting for the commotion. When Zhang Quan returned home, it was already noon, and he did not see his father's figure. He thought little of it, assuming his father had gone to cool off somewhere. After all, during this time, there were only 2 meals a day and no lunch. After working in the brigade in the hot and stuffy weather, he felt uncomfortable lying on the kong and dozing off. In his dreams, it seemed his father was crying out to him, but he couldn't make out the words. Waking up in a sweat, he noticed his father still had not returned, feeling slightly puzzled. Usually his father wouldn't be away from home for so long, but he didn't think too much of it. It was now afternoon time for the brigade to start work. At that moment, Jin Sanjia also woke up in his house drenched in sweat, having dreamt of Zhang Pianxin and his son, who shouted at him in the dream, waking him up. Still a bit dazed from waking, Jin Sanjia cursed the Zhang family father and son under his breath, blaming them for waking him up in his dream. Suddenly, as he wiped his sweat, he froze, remembering something. Oh no, this is bad. He remembered he had left the Zhang father and son on the mountain to accompany the 3 wolves. After returning to the village, he had been too sleepy to think and completely forgot to call someone to rescue them. Oh no, this is a disaster. He slapped his thigh, cold sweat pouring down. What good will it do to find someone to save them now? He feared that the old Zhang father and son had already been eaten by wolves, turning into wolf droppings. Jin Sanjia jumped off the kong and paced around in circles, unsure of what to do. By the way, did anyone see me going into the mountains with the Zhang father and son? If no one saw, I could just pretend I didn't know anything. Oh, old Zhang, I'm really sorry for you today, Jin Sanjia said with a mournful face, squeezing his eyes but not managing to shed a tear. In the East Kong of the Chang family, Chang Dashan was smoking a pipe in one hand while fanning the little girls with a fan in the other. Where's your son? Why hasn't he come back yet? He's been with old Yang for quite a while. Lu Meifan, with a thimble on her finger, was sewing on the scalp with a needle. She was making clothes for her son, using the substandard fabric he brought back from selling the wild boar. Who says otherwise? It's so hot in this weather, and he's been in the mountains for so long, he'll be burnt to a crisp. Boys will get burnt, but it's fine. They must have been looking for mountain bees with old Yang and didn't find any. I saw old Yang looking quite anxious this morning. This morning I made them each take 2 big steamed buns and brought some spring water from the mountains so they won't go hungry or thirsty. Chang Dashan smiled, reminiscing about those big meat buns that were truly delicious. His son had changed so much in the past few days. Not only was he more sensible, but he could also get things done. In the past, if his son hadn't returned home by now, they would have thought he had gotten into trouble again. Now they were not worried at all if their son could not only handle his own affairs, but also help his in-laws, greatly enhancing their reputation. They say enemies cross paths often, and Chang Kun found that saying to be absolutely true. Having come out of Qin Dangwen's house, he tied the blue goats to a small cart and faced someone he despised the most, Chin Meru. Chin Meru had a ghostly expression, staring wide-eyed at Chang Kun. The short and plump girl beside her gaped, her eyes darting between Chang Kun and the blue goats. After a few glances, her face suddenly flushed, and she ran away. Just moments ago, she had been cursing Chang Kun, only to find out that the blue goats were caught by him. Yang Shanong noticed Chin Meru's strange expression, unaware of the situation. Last time he came to Qin village, he heard Chang Kun express his intention to break off an engagement. At the time, he was quite puzzled. The girl was not bad looking, so why would Chang Kun not want her? Seeing Chin Meru blocking Chang Kun's path, he realized that the young couple was having a spat. He quickly took a few steps back, distancing himself to give them space. Chang Kun was somewhat annoyed at being blocked by Chin Meru. Get out of the way. This woman was so bothersome, he needed to find an opportunity to deal with her, and prevent her from annoying him for no reason. Chin Meru thought she had been seen through by Chang Kun, seeing how capable he was, having caught a wild boar and now 2 blue goats. She thought to herself that such a man should not be let go. You've already paid the bride price, and my mother likes me. You are my man now. Chang Kun's expression turned cold. Are you crazy? If you think you can enter the Chang family, keep dreaming. To his surprise, Chin Meru looked innocent. You may not want me, but my mother does. We've had a great chat. Besides, no one was around to see you. At worst, I can make it up to you after we marry, and he'll listen to whatever you say. Make it up to you. How to make it up? Chang Kun looked disgusted. Get lost. You say you will listen to me, then just stay far away from me. All right, I'll listen to you and keep my distance. Chin Meru seemed to have awakened a certain special trait. Even when rejected, she still smiled. As she left, she subtly glanced at the 2 blue goats on the ground. If they got married now, then those blue goats would be part of my share. It's all sure Zhangxiang's fault. She made me born where there are only wooden planks. Oh. Under the scorching sun, Chang Kun pushed his cart and finally arrived in the city. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he pondered for a moment and decided to deliver the 2 blue sheep to the street office. The director of the street office, Director Wang, was the aunt of his sister's husband's brother. By making more connections, perhaps when his mother entered the city, she could be allocated housing sooner. He had just delivered wild boars to the supply and marketing cooperative and sent over wild rabbits as well enough to last them a few days. Upon reaching the street office's entrance, the old man guarding the gate recognized him with the 2 blue sheep and let him in without asking. In these times, delivering meat is literally a matter of life and death. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Director Wang. Oh, it's Chang Kun, right? Come in and have a seat. Just call me Annie. We're all relatives. Aren't they relatives? A complex web of connections. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Aunt Wang, I shot 2 blue sheep and came to ask. Chang Kun got straight to the point. Director Wang's previously polite smile instantly turned into astonishment. She hadn't seen blue sheep in many years. These creatures were not domesticated, and one could only encounter them through hunting. Where? Let's go take a look. She stood up from her chair behind the desk. Tomorrow is August 1 ST, and she wanted to visit her former superior, but she had nothing good to bring. What she had, her former superior lacked, and for more unique items, she couldn't obtain them either. If it really was blue sheep, it could solve her problem. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but quicken her pace. In the courtyard of the street office, everyone was gathered around the blue sheep. Wow, these blue sheep are really fat. Blue sheep are truly rare. Ordinary people can't hunt them at all. When I was a child, my family lived in the mountains, and I only saw them once or twice. The meat tastes amazing. You don't know, just roll the meat in water a few times, add some Sichuan pepper, and a bit of coriander, slurp. Stop talking, you're making me crave it. Who shot these? This is for us, right? All you know is to watch the excitement. Didn't you see the trajectory? One shot killed 2 blue sheep. This is a master. When Director Wang walked over, a crowd had already gathered around the blue sheep, discussing whether the meat was better for hot pot or braised. Go on, this was shot by my nephew. Are you all trying to snatch it? Director Wang waved her hand, trying to disperse the crowd. Hey, Director, everyone should share. You can't eat it all by yourself, right? How about you sell it? Just give us a fair price. Exactly. We haven't even gotten any meat for the August 1st welfare. This blue sheep meat doesn't look bad. The crowd chimed in, all eager to have a taste of the blue sheep meat. Director Wang glanced around and saw that everyone was filled with desire. She pointed to one of the blue sheep and said, one will be shared, and I'll keep the other. Is that fair? Look, this is what we call generosity from the director. No wonder she can be the director. Thank you, Director. Everyone laughed and complimented Director Wang, happy to be able to eat meat. Director Wang squatted down and pinched the bullet holes in the blue sheep, noticing it was freshly shot. A smile appeared on her face as she turned and ordered, Xiao Tian, hurry, and take someone to send it to the cafeteria. Weigh it, let Masterly gut it. Keep one, and you guys can decide how to share the other, but remember to leave me some meat. The crowd erupted in cheers, applauding Director Wang. A few people, seeing Chang Kun standing in the back, walked over and gave him a thumbs up, praising his hunting skills. They wanted Chang Kun to bring more game to the street office in the future so they could get a share of the meat too. Director Wang led Chang Kun back to her office. Pouring a glass of hot water for Chang Kun, she smiled and said, Little Kun, you've brought me quite a surprise. It can't be easy to hunt blue sheep, right? I've heard this blue sheep meat is delicious, tender, and juicy, mainly because it's so rare. Chang Kun waved his hand and laughed. It's the same in the mountains. If you encounter them, just shoot. Whether it's sheep, pigs, or deer, one shot, 2 eyes. Director Wang laughed heartily. After a moment of laughter, she asked Chang Kun if there was anything he wanted. In these times, the street office held significant power and had plenty of resources. And Wang, do you have any tickets? I'm not short on money right now, but I can't buy anything without tickets. We have tickets. What do you need? Director Wang said this and waved her hand, bringing Chang Kun to the desk, opening a drawer and pulling out a large bundle of tickets to throw at him. Chang Kun's eyes lit up. The street office was indeed prosperous, having so many tickets. He flipped through the large stack of tickets, each small bundle neatly tied. Most of them were grain tickets along with cloth tickets, sugar tickets, pastry tickets, various liquor tickets, and cigarette tickets. Chang Kun realized that during this time liquor and cigarette tickets were also classified into levels. He had never obtained such tickets in his past life. Flipping to the bottom, Chang Kun suddenly saw a few different tickets that were not bundled together. Milk powder tickets, radio tickets, bicycle tickets, watch tickets. Chang Kun's eyes lit up. The Aunt Wong really had a treasure here. Aunt Wong, where can I buy milk powder with this milk powder ticket? What's the matter? Do you have a little one at home who needs milk powder? Little Kun, let me tell you, you can't buy this milk powder at all. Not only do you need a milk powder ticket, but you also need a hospital certificate to prove nutritional deficiency, and this stuff isn't cheap. Chang Kun nodded. In these times, even grains were in short supply, let alone such a rare item as milk powder. He recounted how his eldest nephew, the grandson of Yang Shunong, had been struggling with constipation due to hot milk, saying, I was thinking of getting some milk powder for him to ease it to reduce breastfeeding and heat. Director Wong sighed. Speaking of which, that little treasure could also be considered my grandnephew. Let me get someone to buy 2 packs of milk powder. After saying that, she picked up 2 milk powder tickets and left the room. Less than a minute later, she returned saying someone would bring the milk powder soon. Chang Kun looked at her with a bit of envy. He remembered a county official in his past life saying power is like a dream you had the night before and the next day someone helps you make it come true. This saying truly reflects reality everywhere. However, Chang Kun knew he wasn't cut out to be an official. He would never learn to act differently with people and ghosts. It's better to live a good life and be content with small wealth. Director Wong saw Chang Kun's eyes continuously fixated on the radio tickets and bicycle tickets, realizing he had his sights set on those 2 items. She sighed. The things he was eyeing were all good items. But these things were genuinely scarce. Even with tickets, obtaining them would require waiting, and without connections one couldn't get the goods at all. She thought for a moment and suddenly remembered something. Little Kun, I remember your home isn't close to the city, right? Aunt Wong, I pushed the cart here. It took me 2 hours. In this scorching heat, walking for 2 hours is too exhausting. I have something good. Do you want it? Chang Kun was taken aback. Something good. The tickets for the cash register, bicycle, and watch he held were all good items that ordinary people couldn't obtain. Director Wong saw Chang Kun looking down at these large tickets and shook her head with a smile. Even with these tickets, you can't buy the goods. These items are in high demand and can't be obtained without connections. She paused and lowered her voice, saying, I have a bicycle. Do you want it? Chang Kun was first stunned, then his face lit up with joy. A bicycle in this era was more dazzling than a Maybach in later years. Could 2 blue sheep be exchanged for a bicycle? This was indeed a great surprise. Director Wong nodded upon seeing the joy on Chang Kun's face. It's hard for young people these days to refuse a bicycle. She went on to explain the origins of the bicycle, a new Phoenix model that was originally purchased by the street office for internal use, but had never been utilized, thus it became available to Chang Kun at a low price. She calculated the account for Chang Kun. Those 2 Qing sheep of yours weighed 146 pounds just now. In the market at night, mutton is 2 yuan a pound, so let's say you get 300 yuan in total. The bicycle ticket is 50 yuan each, and the bicycle costs 200 yuan. You can decide what to do with the remaining 50 yuan. Chang Kun nodded. He thought even getting a bicycle was good enough, and he didn't expect to have anything left over. Director Wong informed him that radios and watches are hard to come by. He followed her advice and didn't take the radio or watch tickets. Instead, he chose some grain tickets, fabric tickets, and snack tickets, along with a bit of tobacco and alcohol tickets. His father's 2 packs of Detianmin cigarettes were still untouched, and Lu Meifan had saved them for special occasions. There were still several jars of loose liquor, enough for his father to enjoy for a while. If Chang Kun bought him Finjiu or Matai, he wouldn't even spare a sip. After chatting with Director Wong for a while, a street office staff member walked in holding 2 brown paper bags. Xiao Kun, this is milk powder. It won't cost you anything, just my thanks for the Qing sheep you brought. Chang Kun didn't refuse. Although milk powder was quite precious in these times, he could always repay her with some game later. After all, isn't that what human relationships are about? If one calculates too clearly, can it still be considered a human connection? Xiao Kun will help you get the license sorted out. The licensing police station is right next to the street office. Director Wong was back in less than 2 minutes holding a small green book. Here, your vehicle license. That Phoenix outside is now yours. Remember to go to the neighboring police station every year to pay the vehicle license fee. I've taken care of everything else for you. Chang Kun felt a bit excited. The most expensive item he acquired after being reborn was now in his hands. Having connections in the government really made things easier. If he didn't have any connections, getting a bicycle would have been fraught with difficulties. Holding the vehicle license, which bore the stamped number and the issuing location, he examined it thoroughly before solemnly placing it in his pocket. He was now part of the cycling community. Thank you, Aunt Wong. Oh, you brought good things for me too. Ooh, just remember to bring me something nice next time. Director Wang led Chang Kun to the bicycle shed, into a corner where she pulled off the rag covering the bicycle, revealing a classic 28-inch bike. The bicycle was brand new, previously covered with a rag and without any dust. Chang Kun tied his small cart to the back seat with the milk powder in the cloth bag given by Director Wang hanging from the handlebars. Director Wang watched with a smile as Chang Kun rode away, reminding him to bring her some game when he got it. In these times, getting hold of meat is quite a feat. As Chang Kun rode his bike, ringing the bell along the way, passers-by looked on with envy. It was not like the later years where luxury cars honked behind pedestrians. He wondered if anyone was spoiled. The wheels were much faster than his legs. Walking to the city took 2 hours, but riding a bicycle would probably take just 40 minutes, saving time and effort. Aunt Wang truly did him a great favor. While riding, Chang Kun opened the system prompt to check. Ding. Captured wild bees 100100. A reward 1 pound of royal jelly. Current host can sense prey under 180 pounds within a range of 500 meters. Ding. Captured a bighorn sheep 11. A reward 1 cashmere scarf. Current host can sense prey under 200 pounds within a range of 550 meters. The little sisters would have something good to eat again. It was already afternoon. He thought helping the young tree farmer with a honeycomb would allow him to return home quickly, but unexpectedly, he caught 2 Qing sheep on the way, delaying him until now. He wondered if his mother was worrying or nagging at home. First, he would buy a few meat buns to bring back to his older sister along with the milk powder, then head home. If he walked, he would probably not arrive until midnight. Fortunately, now that he had a bicycle, he would probably reach home before sunset. Just as Chang Kun was lost in thought, he suddenly heard a few shrill screams from the alley. "You filthy scoundrel, do you want to die? Do you know who my brother is?" Chang Kun stopped his bike. Why did that voice sound familiar? It seemed he had heard it recently. He turned around at the alley's entrance where 2 men and 1 woman were facing off. A skinny little thug with a bruised face held a steel rod in his hand, grinning maliciously as he said, "Big brother, it's this filthy girl who beat me up badly a few days ago. Finally, I've caught her." The other tall and strong man licked his lips. "You coward. This little pepper looks pretty good. Oh, let me see if she's really spicy." Saying this, he was about to pounce forward with outstretched arms. The girl in front was the same one Chang Kun had encountered a few days ago, whom he had helped catch a thief. Unexpectedly, he ran into her again at this moment, and she was now cornered in the alley by the same thief from yesterday, clearly in some danger. The girl's face turned pale, her eyes filled with panic as she looked around for an opportunity to escape. Holding a rope in her hand, she trembled and waved it, shouting loudly, "My brother is the chief of police. Do you too want to die? Hee, I like it when you resist. Go ahead, scream until your throat is sore." Before the strong man could finish his sentence, he suddenly received a powerful kick to his lower back, followed by a sharp pain, and fell forward onto the ground. Chang Kun stood in the alley, retracting his toes, holding the 56 half-level raised, and smiled at the thief. "What's wrong? Not feeling good after being beaten a few days ago? Come back for another beating today." The skinny thief turned around and saw Chang Kun holding a gun, trembling all over. "Big brother, we have no grievances or enmity. Why are you staring at me? Who are you calling big brother? Your big brother is lying on the ground pretending to be dead." Chang Kun glared. "The main road has water and the side road has ghosts. You deserve to fall into my hands." The girl saw she was saved, and her pale face regained a bit of color. Sneaking behind Chang Kun along the wall, she peeked out, glaring fiercely at the thief. "These 2 guys are so bold, they even want to take revenge on me. I will definitely teach them a lesson today." Before long, the 2 thieves were tied up and hopping on the ground, being kicked forward by the girl. She cursed, "You escaped a few days ago and still dared to come back for revenge. You've got some guts. If I don't let you taste some pain today, you'll never know that the king of horses has 3 eyes." When they emerged from the alley, the girl decided to take the thieves to the police station. She turned to Chang Kun and smiled brightly. "Thank you again. You helped me once more. My name is Chung Min. Oh, what's yours? Do you work in the city?" Chang Kun: "I don't work in the city. I live in Babian Kwaishan village." Chung Min glanced at Chang Kun again, silently repeating Babian Kwaishan village. Chang Kun in her mind, deciding to thank him properly when she had the chance. If the last time he helped her catch the thief was a small favor, saving her this time was a significant kindness. She believed in repaying kindness. Ding. Captured a rogue 11, a reward skill grip of pain. Current host can sense prey under 220 pounds within a range of 600 meters. Chang Kun: "What is this? What kind of bizarre skill is the system rewarding me with?" Chang Kun pondered over the reward the system had just given him, standing still for a while. This time, capturing a thug, the system rewarded him with the hand of Kato Eiko, which was simply outrageous. After a long while, Chang Kun shook his head, deciding not to think about it anymore. No matter how impressive the finger technique was, he currently had no target to apply it to. He spent 1 yuan and 2.5 grain tickets at the state-owned restaurant to buy 20 large buns, hurrying towards his sister-in-law's house. As Chang Kun rode his bicycle towards Yangshu's farmhouse, Yangshu was sitting on the kong, coaxing his grandson. Muttering to himself, Xiao Kun has really grown a lot. He went into the mountains and brought back wild honey and even caught a big long worm. Chang Mai's mother-in-law Sun Xiaohong was squatting under the stove preparing to skin a snake. Hearing what the old man said, she replied, "That's right, that child Xiao Kun is righteous. Last time he brought so many things." Yangshu looked at his grandson for a while, then got off the kong and walked to the stove, taking out a pipe and stuffing it with tobacco, lowering his voice. "Let me tell you, Xiao Kun has also hunted 2 blue sheep this time." "Dad, what did my brother hunt?" Chang Mei asked, a bit incredulous. "What? Blue sheep?" Sun Xiaohong looked up, her voice involuntarily rising. "Lower your voice, don't let it spread. Xiao Kun just hunted a wild boar the other day, and now he's caught 2 blue sheep. It will attract jealousy." Yangshu glared at Sun Xiaohong. Sun Xiaohong retorted him, "Not stupid, who would I tell?" Yangshu shook his head. If he didn't explain a bit by tomorrow, this news would spread throughout the village. After all, Sun Xiaohong's big mouth was well known in the village. He made a gesture of aiming with a gun. "Just one shot, bam, I shot both blue sheep with a single bullet. After so many years of fighting, I've barely managed to do that. Oh dear, Xiao Kun is so capable. My son-in-law, just wait to enjoy the blessings." Chang Mai's eyes sparkled. Even her father-in-law praised her brother's abilities, which truly made her proud in her in-law's house. Just then Chang Kun pushed his bicycle into Yangshu's house, calling out in the yard, "Uncle, are you home?" Yangshu, Sun Xiaohong, and Chang Mei hurried out to greet him upon hearing his voice. Seeing the bicycle, they were all stunned, surrounding it, looking and touching it. It's no wonder at this moment owning a bicycle was even more impressive than driving a supercar in later years. Ordinary people would definitely take a second glance at a supercar on the road, and some would even gather around to take pictures. By now it was getting late, and any further delay would mean returning home in the dark. Chang Kun didn't want to delay, briefly explaining the process of trading blue sheep for the bicycle, then took out some milk powder and meat buns, stuffing them into Sun Xiaohong's hands. Yangshu and the others hurriedly stopped him. At this time there really weren't many generous people. 20 large meat buns could almost be exchanged for a rural bride. Not to mention the milk powder. Sun Xiaohong and Chang Mei had never even heard of it. Yangshu, as the head of the commune's security team, had heard about it. He knew that milk powder was extremely precious. There was a time when their commune party secretary couldn't find anyone to buy milk powder. Having been cared for by his sister and nephew in his previous life, Chang Kun felt grateful to repay them in this life, resolutely insisting on leaving the items at his sister's house. After several rounds of tugging, Chang Kun was eager to be on his way. He hadn't returned home for a day, and his mother and the others must think he was still in the mountains, not knowing how anxious they would be. In the end, Chang Mei accepted the things Chang Kun offered, leaving only a package of milk powder and 10 meat buns, instructing him to take the rest to the little girls at home. After chatting for a few words, it was already late. Chang Kun hopped on his bike to say goodbye and head home. Yangshu saw him off, then sat on the kong watching his grandson while puffing on his dry tobacco and praising Chang Kun. "Xiaomei, your brother is really capable. He even managed to get a bicycle. This is the first one in our commune." Sun Xiaohong held the milk powder bag in her hands, marveling. "Xiao Kun brought so many things again. We haven't finished the last batch he gave us. This time he's brought milk powder and meat buns. You need to think of a way to return the favor." Chang Mei, with half a meat bun in her mouth, said, "While eating, it feels like my brother has suddenly become sensible and his skills have improved quite a bit. His skills are quite impressive. That bicycle is brand new. I think Xiao Kun's hunting is even better than working a job. Our eldest has been working for over 10 years and hasn't even earned a bicycle." Sun Xiaohong thought about the bicycle. In just a few days, he first hunted a wild boar and then blue sheep, directly trading them for a bicycle. At this moment, the sky was getting darker and the villagers finished work, sitting at the village entrance to rest. Zhang Quan returned home, looking around but not seeing his father. Feeling a bit strange, he realized his father had been missing since noon, and as it was getting dark, he still hadn't seen him. Where could he have gone? He didn't linger and hurried to his elder brother's house, only to find that both his father and elder brother were not there. Seeing the sky getting darker, Zhang Quan became anxious, calling on his sister-in-law Fu-Dima to search for his father and elder brother along the village's small roads. On the way, they encountered Lu Meifan, who was also out looking for Chang Kun. In the morning, Chang Kun and Yangshu went up the mountain to gather wild honey and harvest bee pupae. Lu Meifan had thought they would return home quickly, but ended up waiting until it was almost dark without seeing them. Feeling anxious, she wanted to head to the village entrance to wait. Lu Meifan, Zhang Quan, and Fu-Dima gathered at one place, asking the villagers they met if they had seen Chang Kun, Zhang Pianxin, and Zhang Buxiao. Until they met Grandpa Tian from the village, who said, "Just before noon, I was lying behind the tree at the village entrance sleeping, and I saw Zhang Pianxin and the big kid following Jin Sanjia into the mountains carrying guns." Upon hearing this, the three hurried to Jin Sanjia's house. Since returning home, Jin Sanjia had been hiding and hadn't seen anyone, thinking that no one had noticed them going into the mountains together. Little did he know that Chang Kun had come looking for him. Before long, Chang Kun let out an angry roar, punching and kicking as he dragged Jin Sanjia out to the village entrance. He had already learned the details and knew that his father and elder brother had encountered a wild wolf and were still in the mountains. Sweat was pouring out of his forehead. At this moment, the sky was about to darken. He truly couldn't imagine what his father and elder brother were experiencing. He shoved and punched Jin Sanjia, demanding he lead the way to the mountains to find them. Jin Sanjia was so frightened that he refused to leave the village entrance, afraid he would be going to feed the wolves. Behind them, Lu Meifan was also sweating, terrified. There were wolves in the mountains, and what if Chang Kun encountered them? The villagers who had just finished work at the village entrance understood the situation after hearing a few words and began to angrily scold Jin Sanjia. In those days, everyone in the village had some relatives. Jin Sanjia, leaving the Zhang family in the mountains and returning without seeking help, was utterly inhumane. By now the sky had slowly darkened, and the fate of the Zhang family was unimaginable. A villager, hearing that Chang Kun was also in the mountains, whispered the eldest son of the Chang family wouldn't have encountered wolves and not returned, would he? As soon as these words were spoken, it was like poking a hornet's nest, and the villagers began to discuss. They all said that Chang Kun might have also encountered wolves, otherwise he wouldn't have not returned home so late. Lu Meifan, upon hearing this, felt her legs go weak. Her son was her lifeline. He couldn't possibly be in trouble. As she thought about it, tears began to well up in her eyes. When Chang Kun rode his bicycle to the village entrance, everyone there gaped at him, their faces full of disbelief. It felt as though a notorious troublemaker who had been imprisoned suddenly returned to the village driving a Ferrari. Lu Meifan rushed over to Chang Kun, examining him anxiously from head to toe, terrified that he might be hurt. The villagers at the entrance slowly began to react from their shock, whispering among themselves. This eldest son of the Chang family is quite impressive. Oh, where did he borrow this bicycle from? If you ask me, he must have hunted a wild boar. Who knows why he is showing off by borrowing a bicycle? If you have the ability, why don't you hunt a wild boar and borrow a bicycle too? A relative of Chang Kun couldn't stand it and argued with the person next to him. The villagers thought it was too late for Chang Kun to have borrowed a bicycle to return home, completely unaware that this was the bicycle he had obtained today in exchange for the blue sheep he hunted. Lu Meifan looked around, and seeing that her son was unharmed, wiped her tears and punched Chang Kun's shoulder with her fist. You little rascal, why did you come back so late? Where have you been playing? Chang Kun chuckled, took the milk powder and meat buns off the bicycle handle, and waved his hand. I went to the city to buy some milk powder and meat buns. My sister asked me to bring back half for my little sister to eat. What is this milk powder? Lu Meifan looked at the milk powder bag, having never heard of such a thing before. Chang Kun couldn't explain it well, casually saying, milk powder is dried milk. It's very nutritious. Hearing it was nutritious, Lu Meifan nodded with a smile, but then turned serious. I just bought meat buns yesterday, and today you've bought more. You really are a spendthrift. In these times, most families can't even fill their stomachs with wild vegetables, let alone afford to buy meat buns every day. Uncle Chang Wu from the family approached, his eyes sparkling, and he touched the bicycle curiously, clicking his tongue in amazement. Chang Kun, is this milk powder nutritious? Is it expensive? Uncle Wu, the milk powder ticket is 6 yuan, and the milk powder itself is 8 yuan a bag. This is just the price, and you have to rely on connections to get it. What a... Uncle Chang Wu was shocked. He counted on his fingers. This bag of milk powder is worth over 100 pounds of corn flour. The surrounding villagers were rendered speechless upon hearing this. With over 100 pounds of corn flour mixed with wild vegetables, a family could survive for 2 to 3 months. Just for this tiny little item, how could it be worth so much? How extravagant do you have to be to buy such a thing? The villagers all gathered around, eager to see if this milk powder was made of silver or gold. Lu Meifan's eyes widened, and she slapped Chang Kun's shoulder forcefully twice. She never expected her son to buy such an expensive item and regretted not taking away the money he made from selling the wild boar. Initially wanting to scold her son, seeing so many villagers around, she swallowed her reprimands. She reached out to touch the bicycle, saying, Chang Kun, whose bicycle is this? It looks quite new. Be careful not to scratch it. They'll clean it up when you return it. Lu Meifan and the villagers could never have imagined that the bicycle was bought by Chang Kun. Who would expect a poor kid going out to work to return driving a Ferrari? How absurd. Chang Kun looked around at the villagers and leaned closer to Lu Meifan's ear, whispering, Mother, this bicycle is mine. What? Lu Meifan's head buzzed and her voice involuntarily rose. You used the money from selling the wild boar to buy a bicycle. You little spendthrift. Lu Meifan was so anxious that she wanted to give Chang Kun a good beating. Ever since her son caught the wild boar, she had been cheerful every day, no longer worrying about food and drink at home. Later, when her son caught so many wild rabbits, she was even happier and stopped being frugal, going on a big shopping spree at the supply and marketing cooperative in the city. At that time, she thought her son still had a large sum of money from selling the wild boar, and their family would no longer lack money or food. Little did she expect that in the blink of an eye her son used the money to buy a bicycle. Which family buys a supercar just after getting out of poverty? Her son must have been beaten less. Lu Meifin's gaze turned stern as she glared at Chang Kun, planning to give him a good lesson when they got home. The surrounding villagers, hearing Lu Meifin shout, learned that the bicycle was bought by Chang Kun and erupted in uproar. Oh dear, the spendthrift hasn't changed. Buying a bicycle, something that can't be eaten or drunk. What was he thinking? Having money to burn, not knowing his own surname after hunting a wild boar. If we didn't know better, we'd think his family was wealthy. The villagers' discussions echoed at the village entrance. Oh, no one in these 10 miles and 8 villages had ever bought such a large item. I can't even fill my stomach, and you're already enjoying bird's nest and shark's fin. Chang Kun's behavior directly shattered their worldview. Seeing the commotion at the village entrance growing louder and the increasingly fierce looks from his mother, Chang Kun hurriedly opened his mouth to explain, "Mother, I didn't spend any money on this bicycle." Lu Meifin glared at her son. "Didn't spend any money on the bicycle? Who are you trying to fool? This son of mine has always liked to play tricks, and now that he bought such an expensive item, he still wants to lie to me." Seeing Lu Meifin searching for a stick, clearly wanting to hit him, Chang Kun hurriedly explained how he caught 2 blue sheep and exchanged them for the bicycle in the city. The surrounding villagers stared at Chang Kun with rapt attention. Ever since he caught the wild boar, many villagers had also taken their guns up the mountain, hoping to try their luck to see if they could catch a wild boar. However, to their surprise, the villagers who entered the mountain returned empty-handed, not even seeing a single wild boar hair. Now, hearing that Chang Kun had caught 2 blue sheep and even exchanged them for a bicycle, the villagers were simply exploding with envy, wondering why they weren't so lucky. They were so jealous they felt suffocated, secretly deciding to enter the mountains every day, determined to catch something big. But hunting is just that. If you can't catch it, you can't. People are just different, you have to admit it. Lu Meifin, hearing her son's words, paused for a moment and then reacted, patting her son's arm, her face full of smiles. She felt emotional, thinking about how she and her husband had worked hard for half their lives, accumulating wealth far less than what her son had gained from hunting in just a few days. As parents, they were now relying on their son to support the family. Then she felt a sense of pride. Her son was so capable, now even managing to buy a bicycle. Which villager wouldn't envy her? At this moment, facing the envious gazes of the villagers, she felt truly content. Chang Kun grinned, having returned home on a new bicycle, still unaware of how happy his little sisters would be to see it. He then saw Zhang Quan grabbing Jin Sanjia's clothes while Jin Sanjia had a bruised face, looking somewhat strange. Chang Kun asked, Chang, what happened?" Zhang Quan was on the verge of tears, quickly explaining the situation of their father and brother being trapped in the mountain. He pushed Jin Sanjia, wanting him to lead the way to find the Zhang family, father and son. But Jin Sanjia was so frightened by the wolves that he refused to move, preferring to hug his head and take the beating. As it grew dark, Jin Sanjia thought that entering the mountain now would be like courting death, and remembering the wolves' green eyes made his legs turn to jelly. Chang Kun furrowed his brow. He understood Jin Sanjia all too well. Jin Sanjia must have some confidence in locating the wild boars, which was why he borrowed a gun and teamed up with the Zhang family to venture into the mountains. Chang Kun asked Jin Sanjia, "How do you know where the wild boars are?" Jin Sanjia lowered his head, not wanting to answer. Zhang Quan slapped him and urged, "Speak up. If anything happens to my dad or my brother, I will kill you." Jin Sanjia trembled, afraid to argue with someone as reckless as Zhang Quan. As long as they didn't let him into the mountains at night, everything could be settled. I was following Chang Kun and found pig hoof prints on a ridge, which is why I called old Zhang and his son to come into the mountains with me. His voice was soft, but the surrounding villagers heard him clearly. Upon hearing this, the surrounding villagers exchanged glances. Jin Sanjia was known for his underhanded tricks. He had even learned to track Chang Kun just to hunt wild boars. Those who had a good relationship with Chang Kun spat on the ground in disdain for Jin Sanjia. Chang Kun harshly kicked his calf and asked, "Where did you encounter wolves with old Zhang?" "I know I did something wrong," Jin Sanjia admitted, rubbing his calf, afraid to complain. He gestured, "If you cross that ridge with hoof prints and go west over a hill, you'll find 3 wild wolves there." Chang Kun pondered for a moment and recalled that the hill where he hunted the green sheep was indeed that one of the wolves might have been attracted by the scent of the sheep's blood. He looked up at Zhang Quan. Zhang Quan turned to Chang Kun, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. He hesitated to speak. It was already dark, and anyone entering the mountains would face certain danger. The surrounding villagers began to discuss, mostly skeptical of the Zhang family, believing that since it had been half a day without their return, the situation was dire. A few families close to old Zhang didn't dare to voice their concerns, knowing the dangers of the dark and slippery roads, especially with wolves in the mountains. Chang Kun looked at Zhang Quan and remembered the scene from his previous life when someone had brought him food during his hunger. His heart softened. His close friend was in trouble, and he felt compelled to help. Moreover, with the system at hand, he believed he could manage the risks. He handed his bicycle to his mother and said, "Mom, I'm going to check on Xiu Xiu." Lu Meifin's heart skipped a beat, and she reached out to stop Chang Kun. It was dark and the mountains could be dangerous. She didn't want her son to take risks. Several families in the village were relatives of Zhang Pianxin, and they hadn't gone into the mountains to help. Why should her son, an outsider, meddle in their affairs? However, knowing the urgency of the situation, Lu Meifin felt hesitant to tell her son not to go. She glanced at the villagers who were close to the Zhang family. They all hung their heads, afraid to make eye contact, worried about being called out. This could not be blamed on them. These families all had elderly to care for and young children, and if they ventured into the mountains and encountered danger, losing a laborer could spell disaster for the entire family. Chang Kun had the system which allowed him to sense the location and size of 220-pound prey, giving him the courage to venture into the mountains. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare take on such a saintly role. Zhang Quan, upon hearing that Chang Kun was going into the mountains with him, wiped away a tear, silently grateful for the favor. He forcefully pushed Jin Sanjia to the ground, grabbed the prepared machete, and followed closely behind Chang Kun. Chang Kun turned back and smiled at his mother, saying, "Mom, don't worry, I'm just going to take a look. He'll be careful." Though he said this, Lu Meifin couldn't help but worry. She opened her mouth to speak, but hesitated, finally managing to say, "Son, be sure to be careful." At that moment, the crescent moon rose, casting a hazy light on the path outside the village. Chang Kun, carrying the gun, stepped carefully down to the foot of the mountain, while Zhang Quan cut some branches to use as torches. There were still paths outside the mountain, but once they entered, the way forward would rely solely on their familiarity with the terrain. Chang Kun remained vigilant, sensing the situation of the surrounding prey. The system could now detect within a range of 600 meters, and at night the prey was particularly active, with small animals scurrying about. Leading the way, Chang Kun held the torch, taking one steady step at a time, carefully avoiding the sensed locations of the prey. The sensed prey were mostly small, but Chang Kun did not let his guard down, knowing that among them might be traces of venomous snakes. He recalled that there was a snake called Tikizi, locally known scientifically as the short-tailed viper, which had no corresponding antivenom in this era. A bite could easily be fatal. In the surrounding 10 or so villages, every village had someone who had died from a bite by this snake. After walking for more than an hour, Chang Kun led Zhang Quan to the foot of Wild Boar Ridge. He sensed for a while, but did not detect the presence of the Zhang family. He quickened his pace toward the hill where he shot the green sheep. Meanwhile, more and more people had gathered at the village entrance to hear the news. Chang Dashin and a few little girls finished their meal, and seeing that Lu Meifin and Chang Kun had not returned, took them to the village entrance to gather information. Upon learning that Chang Kun had ventured into the mountains in the dark with Zhang Quan to rescue people, Chang Dashin and the little girls grew anxious. Without caring for the brand new bicycle, Chang Dashin climbed a large tree at the village entrance to look into the distance. However, with only half a crescent moon, he could hardly see far. The little girls leaned against their mother, not interested in the beautiful bicycle, only wanting their older brother to return home soon. In the past few days, they had enjoyed so many delicious foods with their older brother, and the rabbit assembling toy he brought them still hadn't been put together. They wanted their brother to assemble it together with them. The villagers around them were whispering among themselves. Chang Kun is too bold. There are all sorts of dangers in the mountains at night. Ordinary people wouldn't dare go in. That said, Chang Kun is quite something. He's not related to the Zhang family, but is willing to risk himself to save them. I admire him for that. Maybe the Zhang family has already met their end, and he's just wasting his efforts. Exactly. There are wolves and bears in the mountains at night, and the Tikizi is running about. What if they run into something? Lu Meifin felt irritated and wanted to refute their comments. Chang Qing couldn't hold back any longer and glared at those speaking pessimistically, saying, "My brother will be back soon. He will definitely bring them back. My brother can catch rabbits, can you? My brother can hunt wild boars, can you? My brother has a bicycle, does your family have one?" Chang Qing's words came out like a machine gun, leaving the others speechless. Lu Meifin's gaze turned icy as she scanned the crowd. Those who doubted Chang Kun quickly lowered their heads, not daring to meet her eyes. At that moment, Chang Kun, along with Zhang Quan, had slowly approached the hill where he had hunted the green sheep. From a distance, he sensed the Zhang family's location. They were lying by a large tree, completely still. However, he did not sense any trace of the wild wolves. Unbeknownst to him, the 3 wild wolves were crouched on the opposite hill, sniffing the air. This distance exceeded the sensing range of the system. The sense of smell in wolves can reach several kilometers in the right wind, far exceeding the range of the system's detection. Even against the wind, they can still detect scents from hundreds of meters away. Chang Kun and Zhang Chuhan rushed to the hillside sweating profusely, and the three wolves caught the scent from a distance. The wolves originally waiting under the tree for the person above to fall were eager for a feast. Unexpectedly, the two on the tree were remarkably persistent. After waiting for most of the day without any meat falling, they instead caught the scent of two bipedal creatures approaching from afar. Wolves are very intelligent animals. They caught the scent of human sweat from afar and moved to another hillside looking for an opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Chang Kun did not disclose the fact that his father and elder brother were in the tree to Zhang Chuhan, fearing that in a moment of impulse he would ignore his instructions and rush up the hillside recklessly. This was a deep mountain at night where every step could be a crisis. Even though Chang Kun had the system to help him avoid prey from afar, he did not dare to let his guard down underfoot. If he twisted an ankle or wrenched his back in the mountains at night, it would be a serious problem. The two slowly approached the large tree where the Zhang family was located, and when they were only about 30 to 50 meters away, Chang Kun still did not sense any traces of the wolves, which made him breathe a sigh of relief. He shouted, "Old man Zhang, big brother Zhang, where are you?" At this moment, the crescent moon was almost overhead, casting a dim light, and he couldn't tell Zhang Chuhan that he could see the Zhang family in the tree from dozens of meters away. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chuhan knew they had reached their destination and hurriedly shouted, "Dad, brother, I'm here." Zhang Pian Xian and Zhang Bushao up in the tree were almost in despair. It had been dark for a long time, and they had not seen anyone come to rescue them. The two took turns cursing Jin Sanjia, and eventually, they were so exhausted that they had no strength left to curse. Watching the green eyes of the wolves below and hearing their low panting, Zhang Pian Xian felt immense regret, with only thoughts of his grandson Zhang Liebao on his mind. Zhang Bushao was worried about his wife and son Zhang Liebao at home, tears streaming down his face. In these times, if the man of the family died, the remaining women and children would find it hard to survive, facing either starvation or being forced to remarry. The two lay weakly on the tree trunk, lost in their thoughts, not even noticing when the three wolves left. Suddenly, they heard a few shouts. Zhang Bushao was young and had some energy left after all the turmoil. He straightened up and softly said, "Dad, did you hear someone calling out?" His voice was soft, afraid to disturb the unknown beasts in the mountains. Since nightfall, various animals had been howling, frightening them all. Faintly, a few shouts drifted in the wind, "Dad, big brother." Zhang Pian Xian recognized it as his son Zhang Chuhan's voice, his heart racing with excitement as he shouted back, "I'm here." "Kun, good, that's my dad's voice over there." Zhang Chuhan had originally held little hope of finding his father in the mountains with so many hills stacked on each other, and it being pitch dark at night, finding two people was no easy task. Unexpectedly, just after entering the mountain past the wild boar ridge, he heard his father's voice. After coming down from the tree, the Zhang family members could hardly stand and sat down against the big tree to rest. Both men were in tears, repeatedly thanking Chang Kun. They knew that with Zhang Chuhan's abilities, he could never have reached this deep mountain in such darkness on his own. Zhang Pian Xian gently patted Zhang Chuhan's shoulder. He had always been quite strict with this younger son, giving all the good things at home to the elder brother. At this moment, seeing Zhang Chuhan disregard the danger to come into the deep mountains to rescue him and the elder brother, he felt deeply moved and decided to treat his silly younger son better in the future. As the elder brother Zhang Bushao had secretly taken his brother's gun into the mountains to hunt wild boars, only to find himself forced to hide in a tree from wolves for half the day. The one who came to rescue him was precisely the younger brother he had always looked down upon. He glanced at Zhang Chuhan, then looked away, recalling how he usually took advantage of his younger brother and never supported their father, feeling ashamed and lowering his head. Zhang Chuhan admired Chang Kun from the bottom of his heart. Entering the deep mountains so late, listening to the various animals howling around them, he understood just how dangerous it was at night in such a place. Although their journey had been arduous, they had not encountered any dangers at all, and he truly did not know how Chang Kun managed to achieve that. Not to mention, Chang Kun had led him directly to their father and elder brother. In Zhang Chuhan's eyes, Chang Kun was truly capable. No wonder he could hunt wild boars and even two young goats. The group rested for a while under the tree. Zhang Chuhan carried his elder brother who had twisted his foot, while Chang Kun led the way, and they slowly made their way out of the mountains. As they descended the hillside, Chang Kun was carefully watching his steps, when suddenly he sensed three wolf-like creatures rushing towards them from the opposite slope. Chang Kun halted, gun in hand, aiming at the opposite hillside. These three wolves were indeed clever, rushing down from the uphill position to their downhill spot, fast and energy efficient. If they were not shot down, it would be impossible to shake them off. The three members of the Zhang family saw Chang Kun's posture, their breathing momentarily halting as they realized they were in trouble. The village elders had spoken of wolves in the mountains here, and there were even reports of bears sighted. The thought of encountering a bear was enough to send shivers down their spines. While they were lost in their thoughts, the three wolves had already approached, stopping a few dozen meters away to assess the situation, likely pondering how they could catch these four-legged creatures for a meal. Bang! A gunshot rang out. Chang Kun steadily pulled the trigger. In his perception, two wolves heard the gunshot and quickly turned to flee, leaving one wolf lying on the ground convulsing. He fired another shot in the direction the wolves had fled, but missed. After a dozen seconds, the wolves had already left the system's detection range, and Chang Kun let out a long sigh. Kun, good, did the wolves run away? Zhang Chuhan's voice trembled slightly. Just now he had seen several pairs of glowing green eyes rushing towards them, making his body hair stand on end. Yes, I hit one, and two ran away. Chang Kun's tone was calm. He suddenly wanted to light a cigarette to ease his nerves. It was the first time in both his past and present life that he found hunting so thrilling. The wild boars and young goats he had hunted before were all targets he had actively sought to sell meat, but tonight these three wolves intended to eat humans, making him their prey. The moment he shot the wolf, Chang Kun felt a rush of exhilaration. Did you hit it? The three members of the Zhang family exclaimed in unison. Now in the dead of night, only a faint light from the moon illuminated the ground. The few wild wolves were still several dozen meters away, their eyes glimmering in the dark. Under such conditions, Chang Kun could actually shoot the wolf. No wonder he could hunt wild boars and goats. At this moment, the voices of the crowd at the village entrance grew louder. Over 2 hours had passed, yet there was still no sign of Chang Kun and the others returning. Many people were saying that it was reckless for the two to enter the mountain at night, and perhaps they had encountered trouble in the mountains. The Zhang family father and son were trapped in the mountains, and Chang Kun led Zhang's second son to his death. Now the Zhang family is doomed. Among so many villagers, only Chang Kun had the audacity to show off. Lucky enough to hunt wild boars and blue goats, he didn't realize how foolish he was to enter the mountains so late. Indeed, if one lacks the ability, they should not harm others. Now the Zhang family is left with only one Zhang Liebao, who is merely 5 or 6 years old. It is difficult for him to survive. Most villagers did not believe that Chang Kun could return with anyone alive. Some even looked on with envy and hostility towards Chang Kun. Chang Dashan, Lu Meifan, and several young girls no longer had the heart to argue with the gossips in the village. They were all anxious, feeling that time passed slowly. They tiptoed to look around, but did not see Chang Kun's figure returning. Chang Dashan's uncle Chang Wushu heard the villagers' increasingly outrageous comments and shouted, "You people too scared to go into the mountains to save anyone dare to talk nonsense here. If one day your family is in trouble, do not expect anyone to help. Let's go. I will head to the foot of the mountain to meet Chang Kun. Who dares to follow me?" As soon as Chang Wushu spoke, those who were making sarcastic remarks immediately lowered their heads. They did not dare to incur public wrath, knowing that most people admired Chang Kun for daring to venture into the deep mountains at night. Hearing this, Chang Dashan gathered Chang Wushu and called a few close, bold people to bolster their courage as they walked towards the foot of the mountain. His son Chang Kun had been in the mountains for a long time, and he was genuinely worried. Lu Meifan and the young girls Chang Qing, Chang Xiao, and Chang Mu clenched their fists tightly, eyes unblinking, as they watched Chang Dashan and the others disappear into the night. They could only silently pray for their elder brother and father. Chang Dashan and his group hurriedly made their way to the foot of the mountain where crops were planted, and although it was night, the danger was not too high. Along the way, no one spoke. The atmosphere was extremely oppressive. When they reached the foot of the mountain, Chang Dashan wanted to continue into the mountains, but was stopped by Chang Wushu. "Third brother, don't complicate things. Wait for little Kun to return. He will have to go back into the mountains to find you." Chang Dashan nodded, squatting down to smoke his pipe. He felt a bit anxious and somewhat resentful, wondering why his son would take such a great risk to help the Zhang family with whom they had no ties. At this moment, Chang Wushu, who was peering into the deep mountains, spoke up. "Come look, are there a few people walking on the opposite ridge?" The others, disregarding their rest and smoking, hurried over. At this time the moonlight was dim, and they rubbed their eyes, stretching their necks to look towards the opposite hillside. "It's Kun. It's Kun." Chang Dashan looked carefully, and although he couldn't clearly see their figures, he recognized his son's gait all too well and immediately identified it as Chang Kun. "Let's go, let's meet him up ahead." The few hurriedly rushed forward, and a figure became increasingly clear in their eyes. As the two groups drew closer, Chang Dashan and the others saw Chang Kun's figure. They rubbed their eyes and opened their mouths wide, seemingly in disbelief that Chang Kun had returned with a wild wolf. "Dad, why are you here? Come help me." Chang Kun was panting heavily, and on his shoulder lay the wild wolf he had knocked down. The wild wolf weighed around 70 to 80 pounds. In the deep night of the mountains, carrying such a heavy load was exhausting for him. If it weren't for the fear that leaving the dead wolf in the mountains would attract other animals, he would have wanted to abandon it and return for it tomorrow. Usually when he went hunting in the mountains with Zhang Quan, it was Zhang Quan, the hefty one, who did all the heavy lifting. But now with Zhang Buxiao injured and unable to walk, Zhang Quan had to carry his elder brother. Upon seeing his father and the others arrive, Chang Kun felt as if he had found a savior and threw the wolf onto the ground, letting his father carry it back. Chang Dashan circled around the wild wolf, glancing at Chang Kun as if to reassess his son. Others had already begun to examine the wolf, saying, "Little Kun's shooting skills are impressive in this dark night. He could still shoot through the wolf's neck with one shot. This wolf must weigh around 70 to 80 pounds. A Little Kun is getting better and better." Indeed, our Little Kun not only saved lives, but also hunted a wolf. Some folks at the village entrance were still making sarcastic remarks. We should go teach them a lesson. Those who came to greet them were all close to the Chang family and kept praising them. At this moment at the village entrance, several people who had a good relationship with the Chang family followed Chang Dashan to welcome them at the foot of the mountain. Among the remaining villagers, many were envious of Chang Kun for hunting wild boars and blue goats. They began to speak out. So many people have gone, yet none have returned. The deep mountains at night will eat people. Hunting and killing might have angered the mountain god. Indeed, even if one obtains prey from the mountains, it's not guaranteed that someone will ride the bicycle they trade for. Seeing that the comments were becoming increasingly unpleasant, Lu Meifan turned around and scolded them, cursing back to their ancestors, her words filled with fierce reproach. It should be noted that Lu Meifan had never lost a verbal battle in the village. Now worried for her son and husband, she would not hold back against anyone who dared to provoke her. Just as the cursing reached a boiling point at the village entrance, a sharp-eyed villager shouted, "Stop arguing, someone is coming back." At once no one cared about the argument anymore. They all rushed towards the village exit. Chang Kun and his group slowly walked into the village. The villagers widened their eyes, and when they finally made out Chang Kun and the others, cheers erupted among the crowd. The Chang and Zhang families had many acquaintances in the village, and many were worried for them. Seeing them return safely, they all cheered. I knew that Chang Kun could do it. Just look at that wild boar and that blue goat. They were all taken down by him. Who was it that said Chang Kun took Zhang's second son to his death? All previous slanders against Chang Kun transformed into praise. Villagers were lavish in their compliments for someone so capable and righteous, and everyone enjoyed befriending such individuals. Chang Dashan, carrying the wild wolf, walked at the back, and at this moment his figure was also revealed to the crowd. Is this a wild wolf? One villager who previously insulted Chang Kun rubbed his eyes, seemingly unable to believe what he saw. Giving him a cold glance, knowing their relationship was strained, Chang Dashan snorted and threw the wild wolf down in front of him. The villagers were stunned, and an uproar ensued. If one were to say that Chang Kun's late-night venture into the mountains to rescue someone was a display of loyalty, then rescuing that person could at best be described as a stroke of luck. The appearance of the wild wolf, however, firmly established Chang Kun's prowess. In this deep night, going into the mountains to kill a wild wolf is not something just anyone can accomplish. At least none of the people present could do it. After all, to aim at a wild wolf in a dark environment and take it down with a single shot requires not only skill with a gun, but also a calm mindset. Those envious of Chang Kun for hunting the wild boar had previously thought that they were simply unlucky not to encounter any. Now, upon seeing the dead wolf on the ground, they all sighed, realizing that Chang Kun was no longer the same village slacker. He had become more formidable than anyone in the village. Chang Qing, Chang Mu, and Chang Xiu rushed to their older brother as soon as they saw him return. After hearing the surrounding villagers' discussions, they had worried for a long time, fearing something had happened to him in the mountains. Little Chang Xiu held out her small hands, looking up and asking her brother to hold her. She had not seen him since she woke up early in the morning and missed him dearly. Chang Kun chuckled as he patted the heads of his little sisters, lifting Chang Xiu onto his shoulder, enjoying the playful banter of his sisters around him. Returning from the mountains to the warm embrace of family felt wonderful. Lu Meifan examined her son closely, relieved to see he was unharmed. She felt a twinge of fear. If her son had been bitten by a wolf, it would not have been a trivial matter. The onlooking villagers looked at the wild wolf and the bicycle with envy. Why couldn't they have the ability to hunt wild boars or wolves too? Tonight was one of the rare lively nights in the village. From Zhang Qiuan discovering that his father and older brother were left in the mountains to Chang Kun going to rescue them, the villagers had initially been skeptical, but upon his return with a wild wolf, their views changed. It was truly a roller coaster of events. In this era, there was no entertainment news, and this would become a topic of conversation in the village for months. Furthermore, some eager individuals hurried to introduce new potential matches to Chang Kun upon hearing that he wanted to ally with the Qin family from the neighboring village. Which family doesn't have a few unmarried young girls? The women of the village with sparkling eyes surrounded Lu Meifan, introducing their nieces and various relatives in convoluted ways. They hoped to arrange a betrothal with the Chang family tonight and send a bride to the wedding chamber by dawn. The villagers understood that Chang Kun was indeed capable. Just today he had managed to take down 2 young goats and a wild wolf. Anyone who could marry into his family could look forward to a life of meat and luxury. Lu Meifan was surrounded by the crowd, repeatedly deflecting their suggestions, saying that they had not yet formed a match with the Qin family and that they shouldn't speak recklessly. She knew that the villagers were eager to connect their families to hers because of her son's capabilities. The change in her son was so significant that sometimes it felt like a dream. The villagers lingered at the village entrance until late, reluctant to leave, eager to gossip until dawn. Lu Meifan pushed the bicycle while Chang Qing sat on the back seat and Chang Mu perched on the crossbar. The two little girls, puffed up with pride, made faces at their peers in the village, receiving envious glances as if their companions wished they could take Chang Kun home as their older brother. Chang Dashan carried the wild wolf on his shoulder, animatedly sharing stories with the villagers. The gloom over Chang Kun's previous expulsion dissipated from his face, and even his usually bent back stood straight. With his son showcasing his talents in front of the villagers, the image of a wasteful second-rate son was instantly transformed. From now on, no one in the village would dare to speak ill of him behind his back. Chang Kun had little Chang Xiu sleeping on his shoulder, drooling and wetting his collar. The family of 6 made their way home slowly. The villagers, enviously watching from behind, took a long time to disperse. Once home, Chang Dashan placed the wild wolf down, went inside to grab a cloth, and brought a basin of water to the bicycle in the yard. Previously, he had only been worried about his son's safety and hadn't properly examined this magnificent bicycle. Now that he was back home and too excited to sleep, he stood before the bicycle, touching this and that, wanting to give it a good cleaning. When Chang Qing saw her father take out the cloth, she shouted, "Dad, why did you take my new towel? This towel was brought home by Mom from the supply and marketing cooperative last time, and I haven't even used it much. I didn't expect Dad to use my new towel as a rag to wipe the bicycle." Chang Dashan chuckled. "Next time, let your brother buy you a new towel. A bicycle is a precious item. Using a dirty rag from home makes him worry about scratching it." Chang Kun watched his father wash the bicycle, grinning. The current bicycle holds a status comparable to luxury cars in modern times. Lu Meifan still couldn't believe that such a large bicycle belonged to their family. You see, in this village, if someone can borrow a bicycle to pick up a bride for a wedding, it is considered a great honor. No one has ever heard of a family buying their own bicycle. Seeing that his mother still seemed half convinced, Chang Kun reached into his pocket and pulled out a small green booklet, handing it to her as proof of ownership. Lu Meifan held it up to the moonlight. Seeing the steel seal on the booklet, it looked quite official. She flaunted the vehicle registration in front of Chang Dashan, saying, "Look, dear, this is the bicycle my son bought." Chang Dashan laughed. "My son is impressive. Come with me." Lu Meifan snatched the towel from her husband's hands and glared at him clearly. "It looks more like me. Get out of the way. Look at how you handle things. You can't even clean a bicycle properly." Chang Dashan wasn't angry. He stood aside, smoking his pipe, growing more fond of the bicycle with each glance. "Son, is this bicycle easy to ride? Teach me how to ride it. What's so hard about it? If you can walk, you can ride a bike. Just tie a stick at the back, and after falling a few times, you'll get the hang of it." Nonsense. Such a precious item, who would dare let it fall? Indeed, a new bike that gets scratched or dented will make anyone heartbroken. Over time, it becomes different, or as long as it doesn't affect riding, those scratches and worn paint could be forgotten. Chang Qing's eyes sparkled as she hugged Chang Kun. "Brother, I want to ride too. I want to ride." Chang Mu, a beat behind, ran to Chang Kun's other side, grabbing his hand and shaking it. "Brother, me too." Chang Dashan became anxious. He hadn't learned to ride yet, and his 2 little daughters were already stirring up trouble. Go, wait until Dad learns, and then I'll teach you." "If we don't want Dad to teach us, we want brother. Who knows how long it will take for Dad to learn to ride." Chang Qing and Chang Mu were unhappy, pulling at Chang Kun's arm and heading inside to assemble rabbit toys together. After playing for a while, Chang Kun remembered that he still had the rabbit ear headbands from the reward for catching rabbits in the system space. He told his 2 sisters to close their eyes and took out 2 headbands with both hands. When they opened their eyes, their faces lit up with surprise, and they squealed, "Brother, what is this? So beautiful." The 2 little girls had never seen such beautiful things before. The pink round headbands had 2 adorable long ears standing upright, adorned with a red strawberry. Chang Kun helped them wear the headbands, and the 2 little girls looked at each other before rushing out to the wall to look in the mirror. Seeing the happy expressions on the little girls' faces, Lu Meifan and Chang Dashan exchanged smiles, not blaming Chang Kun for spending money frivolously. Their son had achieved success, and the family enjoyed the blessings. It was truly wonderful. Chang Kun did not follow them out. Instead, he opened the system prompt to check. Current host can sense prey under 240 pounds within a range of 650 meters. This wolf fang dagger is a great item designed based on a triangular military stabber specifically for special forces, incredibly sharp. With its self-defense nearby is no longer a problem, and skinning prey in the mountains will be much easier. Chang Qing and Chang Mu, wearing their headbands, admired themselves for a moment before rushing back to kiss Chang Kun. "Big brother, you are so good to us. He patted their little heads thinking to himself, I am your big brother. If I do not treat you well, who else will I treat well? Go bring 4 bowls for big brother. Chongqing, being clever, peeked outside the door and asked softly, Big brother, what delicious food are we having? Changmu, the most obedient, had already gotten up to take 4 bowls and placed them on the 8 immortals' table. Chang Kun opened the milk powder bag, poured some into each bowl, and instructed, Go bring the thermos. Without needing Changmu to lend a hand, Chongqing, seeing the food, was more eager than anyone else. She rushed to grab the thermos, sniffing the milk fragrance in the air. Big brother, is this milk powder? Earlier at the village entrance, she had learned that the pack of milk powder her big brother brought back was worth over 100 pounds of cornmeal. Indeed, it smelled so good that she couldn't help but swallow. Lu Meifan finished cleaning the bicycle. Not just the handlebars and seat, but even the rims and spokes were polished to a gleaming shine. Upon entering the house, she also smelled the fragrance and looked up at Chang Kun, exclaiming, Oh child, is this milk powder? How did you spill it out? Quickly pour it back. She knew how precious this pack of milk powder was, and was thinking of hiding it for significant moments such as when she had a grandchild. Unexpectedly, she had casually placed the milk powder on the 8 immortals' table, focusing on cleaning the bicycle, and in that brief moment her son had opened it. Chang Kun quickly picked up the thermos and swiftly poured water into all 4 bowls to prevent his mother from stopping him. Lu Meifan rushed to the 8 immortals' table, glancing at the milk powder that had already dissolved in the bowls, saying this. Can it be poured back? Chang Dashan walked in upon hearing the commotion and laughed heartily. If my son has the ability to earn milk powder, you and the little ones can enjoy it. Why worry about anything else? Chongqing and Changmu, the 2 little girls, can no longer wait. They eagerly picked up the bowls and sipped. Big brother, it's really delicious. Chongqing had a layer of white residue on her lips, her eyes sparkling as she looked at her big brother. Father, mother, you should drink too, but won't taste good when it cools down. Chang Kun noticed his parents hadn't started eating and encouraged them. The family was severely lacking nutrition. Each one looked worn out, as if a gust of wind could knock them over. Now that they had the means at home, the most important thing was to help them restore their health. The old couple huddled together, sharing one bowl, pushing the remaining bowl towards Chang Kun. He smiled and stopped urging them, knowing that his parents were used to being frugal and liked to give good food to the children. The family sipped the milk powder slowly, all with blissful expressions. The 2 little girls held their bowls crowded in front of the mirror, admiring the rabbit ear headbands on their heads, giggling incessantly. Tonight they were incredibly happy. Their big brother had given them so many surprises. Thinking about riding the bicycle around and learning to ride, the 2 little girls were full of anticipation. Chang Dashan had a few sips of milk powder before stopping. He pulled out his pipe, wanting to enjoy a smoke. Lu Meifan glared at him and thumped the old man. With such delicious milk powder, why would you smoke your pipe? You would drown out the milk flavor. Chang Dashan ignored her, humming a tune as he walked around the yard, looking up at the crescent moon, never having thought the moon looked so beautiful. Xiaoqing, go grab the thermos and pour some more water to rinse the bowls. Milk powder is so precious, Lu Meifan would not waste a bit. After rinsing 3 times, she made sure all the milk powder was washed clean and consumed, then stopped. Meanwhile, many villagers lay on their kangs, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. At the home of the brigade leader Lu Taizhu, Lu Tai's wife, Li Ernyang, nudged the old man. Look at Chang Kun. Ever since he borrowed our gun, he has hunted wild boars and now wolves and goats. He is truly thriving. That's his own skill. Lu Tai's voice was somewhat muffled. He secretly envied and had fantasized about the prey being his. Unfortunately, there are no ifs. What do you think about introducing my cousin Li Meili to Chang Kun? They are the right age. What? Don't even think about it. Chang Kun doesn't even fancy Qin Meru, and your Li Meili has a face full of pockmarks. How could you even think of that? What? You dislike my face full of marks. Say another word, and once I bear you a son, this is how you treat me. Tomorrow I'll go into the mountains to hunt wild boars. If I don't catch anything, don't sleep on the calm. Chang Kun is so young, yet can hunt wild boars. What have you been doing all these years? Still claiming to be the brigade leader. At Uncle Chang Wu's home. Father, what do you think about letting Youfu learn hunting with Chang Kun? Youfu, as Uncle Chang was only son, a year or 2 younger than Chang Kun, a closer relative. Alright, stop thinking about that. Everyone in the village wants to learn some skills from Xiao Kun. Let Youfu get close to Chang Kun, or just don't be annoying. I think Chang Kun is a decent person. He won't let relatives down. Last time he even brought us some field mice to eat. That makes sense. Chang Kun helps the old Zhang family who are not even related to him, so he will certainly help us, his actual relatives. Last time, when little Chang Xiu had a fever, you were the one who helped him get better. Alright, let's not keep talking about these things. People will remember it in their hearts. Sleep now and don't worry too much. At Jin Sanji's home. Son, you should hide for a few days. You secretly followed Chang Kun to find wild boars, and then you left the old Zhang grandfather and grandson on the mountain and even lost their gun. Tomorrow they will definitely come looking for you for revenge. Jin Sanjia, fearing that the Chang family and Zhang family relatives would come looking for him, snuck home at night before Chang Kun returned to the village. Later he heard from neighbors that Chang Kun not only rescued the old Zhang grandfather and grandson, but also killed a wolf and brought it back. Jin Sanjia panicked. He had encountered wolves while hunting wild boars and had run back to the village without calling for help for the old Zhang grandfather and grandson. The Zhang family would definitely not let him off easily. He sought his father's advice, but his father had no good solutions and could only tell him to hide for a while. Jin Sanjia gritted his teeth, agreed, and thought of his deceased mother and his brother in the city. He had never contacted his uncle before, and now he had no choice but to put on a thick face and visit. As for his father, a mere old jar, he never even considered how his father would live after he left. Son, tonight we are indebted to you, otherwise your big brother and I would have been wolf fodder. Chang Kun sat on the Kong, recalling the scene in the mountains where the three wolves surrounded the tree, drooling still, making him a bit anxious. Chang Kun looked down, silent shadows falling on his face, making his expression hard to discern. He had understood now. The gun was his share from the hunts that Chang Kun had taken him on before, and when he was not home his father took the gun and called his brother to go into the mountains to hunt wild boars. The gun was his, but his father went to the fields without thinking to take him along to hunt wild boars. He truly could not understand why he was inferior to his brother and why his father was so biased. Did it really have to be like in the plays where the elder brother is favored and he is just the second son? Such a farmer as his father still distinguishing between legitimate and illegitimate children. Isn't that laughable? Zhang Pianxin saw his son silent and knew that he had acted improperly today, mumbling a few words. Son, your father was muddled today. Oh, it won't happen again. Just watch. Zhang Pianxin had also realized that his second son following Chang Kun would definitely not suffer losses. After all, Chang Kun was willing to give his son a gun worth $100 and even dared to risk going into the mountains to save him. He was indeed a trustworthy person. Tomorrow you go call your big brother. The three of us will go to the Chang family and properly thank them. Zhang Kun nodded silently in response. The next morning, Chang Kun woke up and the little girls in Dongqing were still sprawled across their beds while his parents had gone out for unknown reasons. He took out a spoon and scooped a spoonful of royal jelly from the system space, spinning it around on Xiao Changxiu's nose. Xiao Changxiu caught the scent and slowly opened her eyes, asking, "Big brother, what delicious food is this?" Chang Kun remained silent and fed the royal jelly into the little girl's mouth. This substance had a pleasant name, but it was far from tasty. It smelled sour and astringent, and tasted even more so with a hint of spiciness. If it could be mixed with honey, the taste would be much better, but unfortunately all the honey had been given to his elder sister. He could only hope to collect some more when he ventured into the mountains next time. Ugh! Xiao Xiu took a bite and nearly spit it out, yet she carefully swallowed it one mouthful at a time. For a long time the family had never wasted food, no matter how unpalatable they would force it down. Who would dare to complain about food being unpalatable these days? Who would dare to spit it out? That would truly earn them a beating and go hungry. Xiu'er is so obedient, eating this will help you grow tall. Chang Kun took out a rabbit ear headband and placed it in his little sister's hands, heading to the small room in the east, leaving Xiao Xiu cheering on the calm. After feeding Changqing and Changmu a mouthful of royal jelly, the two little girls had bitter expressions on their faces. In the past few days they had enjoyed plenty of good food with their big brother, but had never encountered something this distasteful. Chang Kun magically produced several pieces of pork jerky, stuffing one piece into each girl's mouth, the sweet and fragrant taste overpowering the bitterness of the royal jelly. The three sisters were comparing whose headband was cuter and who wore it better. Chang Kun dragged the wild wolf into the courtyard, opening its mouth to reveal its canine teeth. Clang, clang, clang. Chang Kun knocked out the 4 canine teeth of the wolf. At this time they weren't worth much, but in the future real wild wolf teeth would be worth at least 10 to 20,000. He planned to make wolf tooth necklaces for his sisters and nephew to protect against evil spirits. Just as he was cleaning the wolf teeth, Chang Dashan and the Zhang family father and son arrived at the courtyard. Zhang Buxiu's foot was still injured, causing him to limp as he walked directly to Chang Kun's side, bowing deeply and saying, "Chang Kun, thank you for saving our lives." They were incredibly poor and had nothing of value to express their gratitude, but they still wanted to thank Chang Kun in person at his home. Zhang Pianxin also approached, grinning to reveal his chipped tooth, nodding at Chang Kun. He was of a higher generation than Chang Kun, so he let his eldest son express their thanks. Meanwhile, the younger son Zhang Quan had received plenty of food and meat from following Chang Kun, and Zhang Pianxin was extremely grateful, knowing it was all thanks to Chang Kun. The few of them stood in the courtyard chatting. A commotion slowly approached from outside. 5 or 6 young men burst into the courtyard. "Kun Gu, are you busy?" The speaker was Chang Wushu's son Chang Youfu. Their families were relatively close, but Chang Yofu seldom interacted with Chang Kun in the village, only greeting each other occasionally. Now that he saw Chang Kun thriving, it was only natural for him to come over and get closer. Chang Kun glanced at these people and was surprised to find Chin Meru among the crowd. She was looking at Chang Kun with a complex expression, seemingly trying to understand him. The others, however, greeted Chang Kun before gathering around the bicycle. At that time, the bicycle was like a supercar. In later years, oh, what young person wouldn't love it? If only there were smartphones, then they would definitely take a few photos to post on social media. Chang Yofu hadn't gone to the village entrance to watch the excitement the previous night, but after hearing his parents talk about it, he decided to come to Chang Kun's house early this morning to see the bicycle. Not busy with much, just knocking out some wolf teeth to make necklaces for the little girls to play with. Chang Kun showed them the wolf teeth in his hand. Kun good, these wolf teeth are quite impressive. Chang Yofu squatted down to fiddle with the wolf's head, sounding envious. It's been years since anyone in our village hunted a wolf. Indeed, Chang Kun has been hunting wild boars and blue sheep recently, and with this wolf, my parents say you're amazing. The speaker's voice was crisp, belonging to the daughter of the women's director from the west side of the village. Her gaze involuntarily drifted toward Chin Meru, trying to gauge her reaction. After returning home last night, the women's director had encouraged her daughter, saying that Chang Kun was handsome and talented, and that the Chang family should go into an alliance with the Chin family, making him a suitable match for her daughter. The girl was decent-looking, but standing next to Chin Meru, she immediately lost her confidence. Without Chin Meru's charm, and with skin that wasn't as fair, she felt inferior. After stealing a few glances at Chin Meru, she thought that if Chang Kun didn't even look at someone like Chin Meru, there was no way he would notice her. Kun-gu, how do you catch those prey? I see many uncles and grandpas from the village going into the mountains, but they never seem to have any luck. Chang Yofu primarily came today to seek advice from Chang Kun. Chin Meru continued to stare intently at Chang Kun. Early this morning, relatives had visited her home and recounted what happened last night, even asking if the Chang family intended to form an alliance with theirs, which left Chin Meru feeling quite frustrated. Upon learning that Chang Kun had acquired a bicycle and hunted a wild wolf, she couldn't sit still and hurried to the Chang family to see the situation. If such a capable man formed an alliance with her family, she feared she would never look at anyone else again. It's quite simple. You just find the prey, aim, and shoot. The uncles and grandpas in our village have good marksmanship. They practiced a lot during the war with the Japanese. That's true. My father and my second uncle went into the mountains for 3 or 4 days and didn't see a single hair of prey. Their legs were shaking from exhaustion. In the end, it still comes down to skill. Someone like Kun-gun never returns empty-handed from the mountains. The young people discussed animatedly, their envy for the bicycle evident. Chang Kun smiled, but remained silent. When he was an apprentice at the factory, he was also praised by everyone in the village. However, in the days after he was dismissed and returned home, he heard quite a few rumors such things were inevitable in collective village life. However, the people present now were all relatively close to him and wouldn't act as if they were above others like Jin Sanjia. Thinking of this, Chang Kun asked, "Have you seen Jin Sanjia?" "I saw him this morning. He was carrying a small bag and headed south out of the village." South was the direction towards the city, and Chang Kun immediately understood that Jin Sanjia had fled early to avoid trouble with the Chang and Zhang families. Only Jin Sanjia's old father remained in the Jin family. That old man was frail, and even if there were grievances, one couldn't trouble the old man. The group stood in the courtyard, some squatting, some standing, looking at the bicycle, glancing at the wild wolf, chatting casually. Chin Meru found these people noisy. She wanted to spend a moment alone with Chang Kun to ask him what he was thinking and why his attitude toward her had changed so drastically. Previously, when Chang Kun was alone with her, his fiery gaze seemed as if he wanted to devour her. But now that gaze held only coldness, disgust, and hatred, leaving her filled with confusion. Was it truly just because of her baldness? She deeply regretted it. If she had opposed her mother's increase in the betrothal gifts back, then she could now be sitting on the bicycle laughing happily. As the time for the collective work of the team approached, several young people chatted for a while before leaving one after another. The women's director's daughter noticed that Chin Meru was still standing there and curiously asked Chin Meru, "Aren't you leaving?" Chin Meru bit her lip, remaining silent as she wished to spend a moment alone with Chang Kun. She had heard this morning that the Chang family was considering a marriage proposal, and it had spread throughout the village. She felt extremely anxious and hoped these people would hurry and leave, giving her space to act. Chang Yofu walked out of the courtyard and glanced back at Chin Meru, saying, "Brother Kun is quite capable. Women flock to him, and they can't be pushed away." The young people looked at Chin Meru and couldn't help but chuckle softly. Zhang's father and son also left one after another. Chang Dashan turned to look at Chin Meru, seeing she wouldn't leave. He shook his head, unsure of what to say. The courtyard shifted from lively to silent, leaving only Chang Kun and Chin Meru. Meanwhile, on the road from the city to Chang Kun's home, Chang Min rode her bike humming a tune as she hurried along. After learning the location of Chang Kun's village, she had come specifically to express her gratitude. She felt a bit curious about this peer of hers. She remembered the first time he helped her catch a thief. Chang Kun had been sitting on an ox cart looking like an ordinary rural person. The second time he saved her, Chang Kun had already taken to riding a bicycle, that brand new Phoenix bicycle clearly just bought. She had heard that rural people often struggled to have enough to eat, yet this Chang Kun could afford a bicycle. She felt a bit curious. Chang Kun squatted on the ground cleaning a wolf tooth, while Chin Meru stood beside him, and neither spoke. After a while, Chang Kun stood up, stretched lazily, glanced sideways at Chin Meru, and ignored her. He went back inside to grab a sewing kit, moved a stool, and came back under the large tree. He planned to make wolf tooth necklaces for his younger sisters. Chin Meru followed closely behind, fearing that Chang Kun would leave her behind. As Chang Kun sat under the tree, carefully selecting threads to tie the wolf teeth, he lifted his head and saw Chin Meru standing cautiously beside him, resembling a wronged little wife. Seeing her reminded him of his past life, and his anger flared as he shouted, "Stay far away." What was up with this shameless woman? She showed no hint of her previous aloof demeanor, and now clung to him like a stubborn gum. Startled by his scolding, Chin Meru trembled and choked out, staring wide-eyed at Chang Kun. "Why are you like this?" "Just because my mother asked for a higher bride price at your house. She's her own person, and in my own. I'm not that bad." Chang Kun snorted coldly. "Your entire family is no good." He recalled how in his past life his father had broken his leg due to the additional bride price demanded by the Chin family, and his anger surged again. Not to mention how later the Chin family took away their money and grain, leading to his mother and younger sister starving to death. These memories were ones Chang Kun usually dared not think of, fearing he would lose control and feel compelled to kill the Chin family. Chin Meru felt a bit wronged and hurried to argue, "That was all my mother's idea. I didn't know anything about it. In the future, after we marry, I'll listen to you." Her voice grew smaller and smaller, and her head dropped down, not daring to look at Chang Kun. "Before I beat you, you'd better get lost." Chang Kun didn't even glance at her. At that moment, Chang Min arrived at Chang Kun's home after inquiring along the way. From a distance, she saw this scene. Chang Kun was sitting under the tree with his head down, while a girl stood beside him, tears streaming down her face. What happened here? Chang Min's curiosity was piqued. Before she could hear more details, Chang Kun noticed Chang Min's arrival. "What brings you here?" Chang Kun stood up to greet her. Chang Min's eyes rolled between Chang Kun and Chin Meru, and she smiled, raising the snacks in her hand. "I came to thank you. Come on, let's go inside and talk." Ignoring Chin Meru as if she were air, Chang Kun led Chang Min back into the main room. Chin Meru widened her eyes, looking at Chang Min. Who was this? Could it be that Chang Kun had found a romantic interest in the city? The city girl rode a bicycle and wore a plaid skirt. Looking at her own drab clothes, Chin Meru felt completely incomparable. Was it because of this city girl that Chang Kun had given her the cold shoulder, refusing to share any food with her? Thinking this, her expression darkened. Seeing that Chang Kun completely ignored her, not even greeting her before leaving, Chin Meru felt her face twist in frustration. She had never experienced such humiliation in her life, especially in front of another beautiful woman. If it weren't for Chang Kun's newfound strength and the fact that he had hunted so many prey, she wouldn't humiliate herself like this. Why was it so hard to get a piece of meat to eat? Looking at Chang Kun's retreating figure, Chin Meru stomped her feet and turned to leave. She felt so angry. Previously, Chang Kun had treated her with utmost care, but now he discarded her like a worn-out shoe. The stark contrast drove her nearly mad. Inside the house, Chang Kun poured water for Chang Min. "Helping you twice was just a coincidence. There's no need to thank me specifically. It's the least I could do. Where are your family members?" Chang Min looked around the room, surprised that such a rural person could afford a bicycle. "Xiao Qing, come out here." With guests in the house, Chang Kun called for them to meet. He didn't want his younger sisters to face this enemy from his past life while Chin Meru was at home. Chang Qing, Chang Mu, and Chang Xiu timidly climbed out of bed to greet her. They had never seen a woman in a skirt in the village. Seeing Chang Min, they thought she was incredibly beautiful, and they felt a feeling they couldn't quite describe. This feeling would later be called charisma. Gazing at Chang Min, they couldn't remember having such a relative from the city. This woman was clearly from the city, unlike the rural people, who could never be as fair and beautiful as she was. Chang Min took out a few candies from her pocket, having anticipated that there would be children at Chang Kun's home. "Thank you, sister. As long as there's food, Chang Qing's little mouth is the sweetest." They casually chatted for a bit, discussing the wolf tooth necklace that Chang Kun had just made under the tree. The little girls became excited at the mention. Chattering about how amazing their elder brother was at hunting, they mentioned he had caught wild boars and blue sheep, and even a wolf last night. Chang Min was surprised to hear this. It turned out Chang Kun was such an excellent hunter, which explained how he could afford a new bicycle living in the countryside. Chang Qing, very familiar, pulled Chang Min, urging her to come to the yard to see the wolf. The wolf was brought out for everyone to see, and as Chang Min looked at the wolf, a thought crossed her mind about what her father had been catching in the nearby mountains recently, saying it was for a project. She wondered if Chang Kun could help. Chang Kun, can you take me to see how you hunt? Chang Kun was contemplating what to give as a return gift. Chang Min had come to his house and even brought snacks, and he couldn't let her leave empty-handed. Hearing Chang Min mention hunting was just right. He could catch some wild rabbits and chickens in the mountains for her to take home. With this in mind, Chang Kun nodded in agreement. All right, let's go into the mountains and hunt. Several young girls jumped up in excitement upon hearing that they would be going into the mountains to hunt. Elder brother, I want to go. Big pot. Me. Seeing the pitiful pleading eyes of the little girls, Chang Kun couldn't bear to refuse. Chang Qing grabbed a sack and Chang Mu picked up a hoe. The two rushed out of the yard, fearing that their elder brother would not take them along. Chang Kun slung the gun over his shoulder, placing the little Chang Xiu comfortably, and set off with Cheng Min towards the foot of the mountain. Cheng Min couldn't help but glance at Chang Kun. He was so kind to his sister, worried that the little girl would tire letting her ride on his shoulders. Remembering her childhood, she often rode on her elder brother's shoulders for fun. Now that she was grown up, she no longer felt that carefree sensation of her youth. They reached the foot of the mountain, where the production team was busy with farm work, and a few familiar villagers greeted Chang Kun. Upon seeing a woman in a dress following Chang Kun, the villagers' eyes widened. This woman's fair complexion and willow-like figure were unmistakably those of a city dweller. As Chang Kun and the others passed by, the villagers began to gossip. Little Kun has become quite impressive. Even city women are chasing after him. He just kicked the girl from the Chin family next door, and now a city girl has come knocking. Is this still our village's Little Kun? Hey, if you look like Little Kun with that build, you'd be in the same boat. The key is to have skills in this day and age. As long as you can enjoy meat, I would even be willing if the other party is Wu Dalong. Exactly, your daughter should go find a Wu Dalong. Get lost. Cheng Min's ears perked up hearing the villagers gossip, some of their faces flushed with embarrassment. She had come to Chang Kun's house just to express her gratitude, never expecting to be misunderstood by these villagers. She thought to herself that she wouldn't dare come again. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, Chang Kun instructed his younger sisters to search for dry branches and leaves. Cheng Min joined the little girls, gathering a bunch of twigs. The entrances to the wild rabbit holes had already been blocked by Chang Kun. He signaled to Cheng Min to light a fire to smoke out the rabbits. Cheng Min was a bit skeptical. Could this really work? It felt completely different from when her father went into the mountains to hunt. Whenever she had free time, she would go into the mountains with her father. They would wander aimlessly until they found traces of animals, then stop to observe and search for the animals' paths. But this Chang Kun hadn't even checked the rabbit holes. He just asserted that there were wild rabbits inside. Cheng Min had just examined the hole carefully. There were no signs of rabbits. No droppings, no footprints. She couldn't understand where Chang Kun's confidence came from in saying there were rabbits inside. At another wild rabbit hole, Chang Kun had already opened the sack, waiting for the rabbits to be smoked out. Seeing this, Cheng Min dropped the twigs and let the little girls start the fire. She ran to Chang Kun's side to see if there were really any wild rabbits. As the little girls stuffed the smoldering twigs into the rabbit hole, Cheng Min felt a bit anxious. Were there really wild rabbits? After waiting for a minute or two without seeing any rabbits emerge, Cheng Min was just about to ask when a gray shadow flashed at the hole and quickly darted into the sack. Rabbit! Rabbit! The little Chang Xiu beside her had already called out, jumping up with excitement and pointing at the sack. Cheng Min's eyes widened. They really had caught a wild rabbit. Chang Kun's luck was truly remarkable. He casually found a hole, and there was a wild rabbit inside. On the other side, Chang Qing and Chang Mu, hearing the commotion, rushed over to Chang Kun. Elder brother, where's the wild rabbit? Before Chang Kun could answer, another shadow flashed, and another wild rabbit darted into the sack. Wow, we're rich. We're rich. Chang Qing exclaimed joyfully. Chang Kun shot her a glare and said irately, who did you learn that from, saying we're rich? The group laughed. Having a bountiful catch right after arriving at the foot of the mountain was truly delightful. Elder brother opened the sack and let me see. This was Chang Qing's hard-earned catch, and she wanted to take a good look at the wild rabbits she had caught. Wait, there's more. She sensed that there was still a rabbit in the hole that hadn't come out. Upon hearing this, the little girls became even more excited. Cheng Min was a bit surprised. How did Chang Kun know there were still rabbits inside? She hadn't seen any signs at the hole. Moreover, wild rabbits usually lived in pairs. It was rare to hear of three living in one hole. Before she could ponder further, in the blink of an eye, another large wild rabbit sprang out of the hole and dove straight into the sack, struggling desperately inside. Chang Kun was right. Cheng Min couldn't help but glance at him, marveling at how he knew. The three little girls cheered and clapped. They knew that the wild rabbits could be exchanged for lots of candy, as well as peach crisps and mung bean cakes. Just thinking about all those delicious treats made the rabbits seem so adorable. Chang Kun, how did you know there were three wild rabbits in the hole? Shouldn't there usually be only two? Chang Min asked. I've seen 3 wild rabbits, 1 male and 2 females. I've even seen 1 male with 4 females. That was quite a sight. What they are? Chang Min hadn't finished her sentence when she suddenly realized and her face turned crimson. Ugh, dead rabbits. Seeing Chang Min's expression, Chang Kun understood that the girl had figured it out and was embarrassed. Elder brother, sister, let's go, let's continue catching. With Chang Qing as the lively spark, the atmosphere was never dull. With his younger sisters in tow, Chang Kun didn't dare venture deep into the mountains and only wandered around the foot of the mountain. Before long, the cheerful voices of the little girls rang out again. Elder brother, it's a wild chicken, let me see, let me see. These feathers would make beautiful shuttlecocks. Previously, the second flower from the east had a shuttlecock, but she wouldn't let me play with it. I'll have elder brother make me a prettier one to make her jealous. Big pot eat. The little girls surrounded Chang Kun, fondling the wild chicken's tail, their faces beaming with joy. The last wild chicken they caught had been given to the eldest sister, and they had been craving it for a long time. Chang Min watched in astonishment from the side. She saw Chang Kun walking casually, when suddenly he stopped and signaled for everyone to be quiet. He then dove into the bushes, and less than a minute later returned with a colorful wild chicken in his hand. Looking at the wild chicken in Chang Kun's hand, Chang Min felt that this person was truly amazing. She hadn't noticed any signs of the wild chicken at all. Glancing at Chang Kun from time to time, Chang Min remembered that her elder brother, when they were young, used to take her out to play like this. She truly missed those happy times. Elder brother, let's go catch some gray dogs. I want to eat them. Chang Qing pleaded, having not forgotten the taste of squirrel meat after trying it once. All right, gray dogs can only be shot with a slingshot, but fortunately, I brought one. She sensed that there was a nest of squirrels bouncing around in the small woods just a few dozen meters into the mountain. Little Qing, do you see it? The gray dog is up that tree. Outside the small woods, Chang Kun held his sister's hand and quietly pointed it out to her. Elder brother, I see it. Hurry up and shoot, it will run away. Chang Mu, with her keen eyes, spotted the squirrel and urged her elder brother. With a few bang sounds, the squirrels fell to the ground, and the little girls joyfully ran over to pick them up. Following his instincts, Chang Kun chased after the fleeing squirrels in the trees, shooting down a total of 4 squirrels. Chang Qing and Chang Mu each held 2, comparing their sizes, feeling incredibly excited. Elder brother, are there still pine nuts and walnuts in the trees? Last time, after catching the squirrel monkeys, Chang Kun had gathered a lot of pine nuts, walnuts, and peanuts, which they had fried and enjoyed at home. All right, if you want to eat, elder brother will go gather them. Chang Kun always felt that the things he gathered with his own hands tasted better than those bought. As Chang Kun sprinkled pine nuts and peanuts from the trees, the little girls were ecstatic, bustling about picking them up, sweating profusely, yet still filled with excitement. Chang Min watched Chang Kun up in the tree, reminiscing about her elder brother who used to take her out to play like this when they were young. She truly longed for those happy times. At that moment, Lu Meifan was hurrying home. Early this morning, she had taken some grains and a few meat buns, secretly bringing a package of dakiamen to her brother Lu Meilin's home. In the past, whenever her family had nothing to eat, she often received help from Lu Meilin. Last time, when her son caught a wild boar, it was Lu Meilin who helped transport it to the supply and marketing cooperative with an ox cart. That time, Lu Meilin brought back quite a bit of stuff. Yesterday, her son Chang Kun caught 2 green goats and a wild wolf, and the family had acquired a bicycle. Such a big event had to be shared with her brother. Since their parents passed away, Lu Meilin was the only sibling she felt close to. At her brother's house, she joyfully shared stories about her son's recent accomplishments, boasting about how impressive the bicycle was. Her brother praised Chang Kun, saying that this nephew had changed for the better and earned his respect. Hearing her brother praise her son made Lu Meifan the happiest. She remembered how much her brother used to look down on Chang Kun. Now that her son had improved, it brought her great comfort as a mother. They talked until around 8 or 9 o'clock, when she suddenly remembered that she had woken up too early and hadn't prepared breakfast for her son and the little girls at home. Her son was sensible now, though he should be able to make something for the little girls, right? Uncertain, she hurriedly left her brother's house and made her way home. As she reached the village entrance, she happened to run into Guo Wuhua, the wife of Chang Wushu, who was closely related to Chang Dashan, and their families were quite close. "Fan, come here," Guo Wuhua called out to Lu Meifan in a low voice, glancing around as if afraid someone would see. Seeing Guo Wuhua's mysterious demeanor, Lu Meifan thought there was some gossip and hurried over. "I have to tell you, a girl from the city came to the village looking for your son Kun today." "What?" Lu Meifan didn't expect to hear gossip about her own son. "That girl wearing a skirt looks like she's from a wealthy family. She's much better than the girl from the Qin family next door. Kun is really lucky." Guo Wuhua said enviously, noting that her own son Chang Youfu hadn't had such fortune. "Oh no, I need to go home and check on this," Lu Meifan exclaimed, slapping her thigh, eager to leave. With her husband working in the fields, she couldn't leave her son alone with a girl from the city. It just wouldn't do. "Don't rush. I saw them take Xiaoqing and a few others over to the foot of the mountain, probably playing. Let's wait here for a bit. Oh, what a troublemaker Chang Kun is getting involved with city girls. Lu Meifan frowned, recalling that the engagement with the Qin family hadn't been settled yet, and now another girl had appeared. Guo Wuhua replied, "You're just worried about having too many daughters-in-law, aren't you?" Meanwhile, Chang Kun and Cheng Min were on their way back. Cheng Min arrived at Chang Kun's home to express her gratitude, and after a while it was time to head back. As she reached the village entrance, she called out, "Mom, what are you doing here?" "Mom." Several little girls rushed to their mother, excitedly sharing that they had caught a few wild rabbits, a gray dog, and a wild chicken that morning. They had a great time, and the sweat had soaked their hair, but they didn't care. "Look at how hot you all are," Lu Meifan said, helping the little girls wipe their sweat while pretending to scold them. Guo Wuhua listened on the side, feeling envious. They had caught wild rabbits, wild chickens, and gray dogs in just one morning, making it hard for her to keep a smile off her face. "I have things to do at home, you all stay here." It was truly heart-wrenching. Her family was struggling to have enough corn porridge to eat, while Chang Kun was out hunting meat every day. It was simply infuriating. Chang Kun, oblivious, introduced Cheng Min to his mother. When Lu Meifan learned that her son had saved the girl and that she was here to express her gratitude, she felt relieved. She was afraid her son would get himself into another situation like with Qin Meru, remembering how her son had been infatuated with her, disregarding everything. Even if the Qin family offered a hefty betrothal gift, he still wanted to marry her. Back at home, Cheng Min bid farewell to Chang Kun, saying she had things to do in the afternoon. Chang Kun couldn't keep her longer either, so he let her take 2 wild rabbits and 2 squirrels with her. After some persuasion, Cheng Min finally accepted. As she left, she thought to herself that she had come to express her gratitude, but ended up receiving an even heavier return gift. In this day and age, being able to give meat to others was rare. The Chang family was truly quite nice. After seeing Cheng Min off, Chang Kun prepared to take the wolf to the supply and marketing cooperative. The wolf meat had a strange taste and wasn't delicious, but at least it counted as a type of medicinal herb, so he decided to let the cooperative handle it. As he walked to the east room, several little girls were playing with the headbands on their heads, and the bed was strewn with wooden toy scraps as they chattered excitedly about how to assemble them. Lu Meifan squatted by the stove, preparing to cook some gray dog meat stewed with yellow beans for the children. She saw Chang Kun tying the wild wolf to the back seat of the bicycle. "Xiaoqun, where are you taking the wolf?" "Taking it to the supply and marketing cooperative. This thing isn't good to eat. The sooner I send it, the fresher it will be." Chang Kun primarily wanted to visit the cooperative more often to build connections and check if the work quotas had been released. Lu Meifan hurriedly grabbed her son's arm, saying, "You've been busy from morning till night these days without eating anything. That's not okay." She pulled him back to the main room, sitting him down at the 8 Immortals table, lighting the fire to heat the meat buns, preparing for him to eat on the way. The situation at home had improved a lot lately, all thanks to her son's efforts. But from a mother's perspective, seeing her son busy every day made her feel a bit distressed. As soon as the little girls heard that Chang Kun was going to ride the bicycle to the supply and marketing cooperative, they immediately flocked to their older brother. Brother, I want to go to the city too." Changqing clung to Chang Kun's neck, acting cute. "I want to go too," Chang Mu said, not able to grab onto her brother's neck, so she shook Chang Kun's arm instead. Little Changxiu ran slowly and could only hug his big brother's thigh when she reached him, saying, big brother, take me, take me." The little sisters hadn't been to the city in years and were very eager. Moreover, they had never ridden a bicycle before. Only Changqing had seen a bride riding a bicycle when she was little and had always envied it. Chang Kun glanced left and right at his 3 younger sisters, feeling troubled. With a wild wolf tied to the bicycle's back seat, and the front beam could only fit 2 little girls at most, it wasn't very safe. What would happen to the remaining little girl left at home? That would be too cruel. She would surely cry her eyes out at home. After thinking for a moment, he took 3 fire-starting grass stems from the stove and said to his sisters, "Today we can only take 1 person with us. Let's see who can grab the longest stem. That person will go with me. Next time we go to the city, the other 2 can grab again." "Understood." The older Changqing and Changmu immediately understood and nodded. The 3-year-old Changxiu seemed to comprehend a bit and followed suit, nodding along. The results of the drawing came out quickly. Changqing and Changmu pouted. They had both rushed to grab first, but ended up with nothing. Little Changxiu looked at her brother and then at her 2 sisters, and after a moment, she realized she had won. Overjoyed, she jumped around on the ground, shouting, Oh, I want him going to the city." Lu Meifan sat by the stove, tending the fire, watching her children play and suppressing a smile. Her son was becoming more and more sensible. After eating, Lu Meifan packed a few meat buns for Chang Kun to take with him in case he got hungry on the road, repeatedly reminding him to pay attention to safety and look after his little sister. Changqing and Changmu watched with tearful eyes as their brother rode away on the bicycle. Even the milk candies he had given them couldn't console them. Riding with little Changxiu, they rushed to the supply and marketing cooperative at breakneck speed. Originally a journey that would take over 2 hours, they arrived in just over 40 minutes on the bicycle, making it really convenient. Changxiu sat on the front beam, enjoying the cool breeze blowing at her face as she watched the small trees by the roadside rush past, feeling no fear, only excitement. Upon arriving at the cooperative, they skillfully found Wang Suiqin asking her to help lock up the bicycle and carry the wild wolf inside. At that moment, Director Song of the cooperative had not yet arrived, and the two chatted about everyday matters. Wang Suiqin found a small stool for little Changxiu, arranging for her to sit under the counter. She stepped out to bring back an ice pop and handed it to Changxiu to lick. "Big brother, it's sweet." Changxiu squinted her eyes in delight watching Chang Kun. She had never eaten an ice pop before, and with her brother it was both fun and delicious, making her feel incredibly happy. After finishing the ice pop, Wang Suiqin poured out the crumbs from the peach crisp box, wrapped them in paper, and let Changxiu lick them. She took out a half-melted ice cream from the freezer and gave it to her to drink like water. Chang Kun laughed, saying, "This little girl won't need to eat, she's already full from all these treats." After waiting for a while, Director Song hurriedly returned. As soon as he entered and saw Chang Kun, he was taken aback. Then he saw the wild wolf on the ground and smiled, greeting, "Xiao Kun, just in time. Good news, let's go talk in the office." Chang Kun's eyes lit up. Could it be that there was progress on the work quotas? The two entered the office. Director Song closed the door, settled down, poured a glass of water for Chang Kun, and slowly said, "Xiao Kun, the work targets have been settled just in the next few days, you see." Chang Kun's eyes lit up, and he immediately expressed that whatever the conditions were, they could just speak frankly, he would definitely comply, without any hesitation. Hearing this, Chang Kun knew that the last time he sent 2 green sheep to the street office, it had been found out by the supply and marketing cooperative. These days meat was scarce everywhere, but the supply and marketing cooperative acted like a little lackey in front of the street office, not daring to compete for meat. Chang Kun immediately stated that in the future any meat would definitely be prioritized for the supply and marketing cooperative. After all, if he wanted his mother to work comfortably here, he needed to maintain good relationships. "Director Song, that wild wolf outside, I just caught it last night. See, I'm bringing it to you." "Oh, that thing is meat, but it's not tasty. The leaders don't like it." Director Song waved his hand, honestly telling Chang Kun that most of the pork and lamb went into the mouths of the leaders. He continued to explain that if he didn't take the meat, how could the leaders take it? If the leaders didn't take it, how could he make progress, and so on. Chang Kun was left utterly baffled. In the end, the two agreed that whether it was pork or lamb, as long as it was good meat, 200 pounds could be exchanged for work targets. As for money, the leaders didn't lack it and didn't want it at all. After the discussion, Chang Kun felt a sense of urgency in his heart. He needed to hurry to the mountains to find prey and finish the work as soon as possible so that his mother and younger sister could become city dwellers and enjoy grain products without having to run far every day to dig for wild vegetables. After bidding farewell to Director Song, he left the wild wolf at the supply and marketing cooperative for them to handle, not counting the money for now, thinking that if he couldn't find wild pigs or green sheep, this wild wolf would suffice as meat. Since the work targets didn't require money, Chang Kun decided to make a big purchase. He bought 3 pounds of peach pastries, 3 pounds of mung bean cakes, a bucket of wheat milk powder, and 2 cans of yellow peaches at the supply and marketing cooperative, keeping them to supplement the nutrition and satisfy the cravings of his younger sisters. He bought 10 tubes of lard and 5 small boxes of snowflower cream. His parents' hard-working hands were full of cracks that would hurt whenever they touched water in winter. He took 3 tin frogs back home to amuse Chang Qing and Chang Mu. These 2 little girls probably didn't even know how upset they would be at home. None of these items required tickets. Having connections was good. He directly exchanged them for cash. When he asked if the supply and marketing cooperative had any books or notebooks, Wang Suiqin told Chang Kun to go to the Xinhua bookstore in Wangfujing, where the selection was the most complete. After leaving the door, he took little Changxiu straight to the Xinhua bookstore. He bought notebooks, planning to take them back for his younger sisters to practice writing, at least to recognize some commonly used characters. He bought a pile of children's books: The Feather Letter, Crossing the River, Reconnaissance, The Beginning of the Storm, Investiture of the Gods, and My Struggle, plus a complete set of the other 4 classic novels. Just as he was about to leave, he saw a stall selling colored crayons by the door and bought 3 sets. These were the favorites of little kids, and he thought Chang Qing and Chang Mu would jump for joy when he brought them home. The entire pile of books and crayons cost over 70 yuan, and knowledge was truly valuable these days. After exiting, he saw that the sun was already quite high, so he didn't linger, buying a skewer of candied hawthorn for little Changxiu to lick before riding home. On the way home, Chang Kun deliberately detoured to the alley where he had previously encountered the thief, and the ruffian took a glance and did not see the girl in the plaid skirt again. When he reached the village entrance, many villagers who had finished work were sitting under a big tree to cool off. Chang Kun and Chang Xiu sped over, and many children looked on eagerly when they saw the half-eaten candied hawthorn in Chang Xiu's hand. Their mouths watered profusely. The news of Chang Kun buying a bicycle was definitely the biggest news in the village in the past 3 to 5 years, more shocking than him losing his job, and it had already spread throughout the village. At this moment, the villagers saw the bicycle with bags of goods on the handlebars and the back seat, and their hearts were filled with envy. "Xiao Kun, did you go to the city?" Uncle Wu greeted him. "Uncle, I went to the city to deal with that wild wolf." "Having a bicycle is great, and just one morning you went to the city and back." "Indeed, this bicycle is really impressive. The Lao Chang family has good fortune. The son is promising." "Xiao Kun, your cousin Dazhong is getting married next month. Can I borrow the bike to pick up the bride?" "Sure, Uncle Yang, when Dazhong gets married, you can come to my house to pick up the bike." The uncles all chimed in with their opinions. Chang Kun agreed, as these relatives who were 5 degrees removed lived in the same village and were closer than ordinary relatives. After casually chatting for a while, Chang Kun rode his bike home. Hearing the crisp ringing of the bell, Chang Qing and Chang Mu rushed out of the main room. Elder brother, elder brother." Chang Kun, Lu Meifun, and Chang Deshan were startled and asked in unison, "What happened?" Chang Qing wailed, "We pooped out a lot of worms, wah, Chang Kun replied. He immediately understood what was going on and asked, "Did you steal the candy I brought back? The colorful one with the spiral pattern on it?" Chang Qing, with a sorrowful face, cried, "Big brother, how did you know?" Chang Kun smiled, but did not answer. The candy had no effect on them. It wouldn't cause them to have roundworms. He originally wanted the little girls to eat on an empty stomach, but unexpectedly, they secretly ate it when no one was home. He brought Chang Qing outside, where Chang Mu and Chang Xiu were still squatting on the ground looking at the worms they had passed with tears on their faces. They thought their bellies were full of worms and that they were about to lose their lives. It was only after Chang Kun explained everything clearly that the 3 little girls finally stopped crying and smiled. He asked them if they would dare to steal food again next time. They shook their heads in unison, saying, "Big brother, we won't dare anymore." "Good, since you are obedient, I will give you something fun." "Big brother, what good thing? Is it more fun than frogs?" Back in the East Room, just as Chang Kun took out a children's book, Chang Deshan's eyes widened. "Xiao Kun, where did you buy this?" He held a copy of the feather letter, flipping through it with a rustling sound. There were a few books at home that had been repeatedly read by Chang Deshan, and the edges were already worn. Later, when the family ran short on food, a few books were exchanged for half a pound of sorghum flour. Lu Meifan snatched the book from Chang Deshan's hands and gently stroked it, saying, "Be gentle, this book is so new." The 3 little girls looked at the books spread out on the Kong, gulping, nervously afraid to reach for them. They knew how precious books were. Whenever they visited friends' homes and saw their books, they didn't even dare to touch them. Chang Kun asked them to wash their hands clean and introduced the stories in the books one by one, allowing them to choose for themselves. The children's books had illustrations, and as soon as the little girls got their hands on them, they couldn't bear to put them down. Even Chang Deshan, forgetting about his swollen eyes, leaned against the edge of the Kong, flipping through the book. Chang Kun pulled Lu Meifan aside and slowly began to discuss the work quotas from the supply and marketing cooperative with their mother. Lu Meifan stood there in shock, and it took her a few minutes to react. She trembled as she asked, "Are you saying that the supply and marketing cooperative has work quotas, and we can exchange meat for them?" Chang Kun nodded. Lu Meifan slapped her thigh and shouted, "Old man, he's father, hurry up and come here." Chang Deshan had already been engrossed in the children's book and did not hear Lu Meifan calling him until she slapped his arm a few times, prompting him to respond. Reluctantly, Chang Kun repeated himself. Chang Deshan was stunned and exchanged a glance with Lu Meifan, noticing that her eyes were slightly red. Since their son Chang Kun was fired from his job in the city, they had felt as if a heavy stone was pressing down on their hearts. This job was something that could be passed down from father to son to grandson, generation after generation. Especially now, city folks had access to commodity grain to eat, while rural people could only starve. In these times, a job in the city was worth more than a rural person's life. Since Chang Kun lost his job, they had said little about it, and they had never brought up the village gossip at home, fearing it would crush their son. Now their son suddenly said that there was a way to obtain work quotas from the supply and marketing cooperative. Working at the supply and marketing cooperative. This was a prestigious position. Compared to Chang Kun's previous apprenticeship at the molding factory, this was not even worth mentioning. Chang Deshan's mouth trembled, deciding to burn some paper for his deceased parents. This truly was a sign of good fortune from the ancestral grave. Lu Meifan turned around several times, ran to the stove and murmured, "Hurry and make some food, you two, eat quickly and go into the mountains. Hurry and hunt something to secure that job." Now she could not care less about whether her son was tired. As long as they could secure the job, she was willing to endure any fatigue. Chang Kun could not resist his mother and had no choice but to agree. Meanwhile, at Zhang Chuhan's house, Zhang Chuhan and Zhang Pianxian worked hard in the field all morning and returned home to rest. The two had little to say. One was smoking a pipe, while the other was fiddling with the gun Chang Kun had given him. This gun had been left in the mountains and was retrieved by them early in the morning before dawn. With the sound of footsteps outside, Zhang Bu Shao pushed the door open. "Dad, brother, I'm here," he said, raising a little cloth bag in his hand. "Dad, let's make some cornmeal porridge for lunch. Oh, I brought some cornmeal with me." Zhang Chuhan looked at his older brother in surprise. He had never seen his brother bring anything to their father before, usually only receiving things from him. What was going on today? Zhang Pianxian got off the Kong and asked, "Where's Lai Bao and your wife?" "Don't mention that Fu Dmo. Oh, she wanted to take cornmeal to her family this morning, and I had a fight with her. She ran back to her home with Lai Bao." "Oh my Lai Bao, why aren't you going to get him back quickly?" Zhang Pianxian slapped his thigh anxiously. Zhang Lai Bao was the lifeblood of the old Zhang family. "Dad, why are you in such a hurry? Her family isn't any good either. Just wait and see. Oh, after 2 meals, Fu Dmo will be back home." Zhang Pianxian blinked, but said nothing, still worried that his precious grandson would go hungry, glaring at Zhang Bushao. "You should have snatched Lai Bao back so she could roll back to her own family." Zhang Pianxian had always been dissatisfied with his eldest daughter-in-law, but he had not spoken out for the sake of his eldest son and grandson. Zhang Bushao patted his younger brother on the shoulder, saying, "Brother, go wash some wild vegetables. Let's eat together at noon." He had sprained his ankle last night and had to be supported by his father to escape, and later his younger brother risked saving him. After this thrilling experience, he somewhat understood that when it came to reliability, it was still his father and younger brother. Even his wife had to take a back seat. Although his father had little ability and his younger brother was also simple-minded at critical moments, he still had to rely on them. At the Chang family, Chang Kun and Chang Deshan casually ate something, packed a few meat buns in a sack, grabbed the military water bottle, and hurriedly headed toward the mountains. There was no way if they were truly annoyed by Lu Meifen's urging. Their mother was afraid they wouldn't catch any game and that the job quota would slip away. The two of them carried a 56 semi-automatic rifle and a shotgun, exchanged a few pleasantries with the villagers at the village entrance, and then proceeded deep into the mountains. On the way into the mountains, they encountered 4 or 5 groups of people, most of whom were villagers, except for one group that looked well-equipped, likely from the city. These people were also hunting in the mountains. Seeing how much game Chang Kun had caught a few days ago, the villagers felt they could do the same. Chang Kun did not join them, and randomly found a mountain path to turn into. This time, entering the mountains, he did not plan to hunt small animals. His target was wild boars, at the very least a blue goat. With the system sensing on, there was actually an abundance of game in the mountains, with various wild chickens, rabbits, and badgers frequently appearing in Chang Kun's senses. Chang Kun ignored them, leading his father along the mountain path. Suddenly, he sensed a large creature at least 70 or 80 pounds. He immediately became excited and headed straight for the hilltop with his father. The trees on the hilltop were not dense. There were many fallen vines in the middle, covered with small wild fruits in red and green. Just as they reached the hilltop and walked about 30 or 40 steps forward, a loud roar echoed. Hung, hung. This roar resonated across the hilltop, causing the branches and leaves in the woods to rustle, as if a monstrous beast was lurking inside. As the sound reached Chang Kun's ears, he felt his scalp tingle and his whole body felt electrified. "What is that?" Both of them turned pale with shock. After a loud roar, both father and son were startled, hesitating to move forward. Chang Kun held his father tightly, holding his breath as they retreated step by step, aiming their straight gun towards the source of the roar. Only after retreating about 50 or 60 meters did they slowly stop and exhale a sigh of relief. "Father, was that a bear?" Chang Kun asked, though he was already somewhat certain. In this mountainous area, there had long been legends of bears, but everyone thought it was just hearsay. Little did they know they had ventured too deep into the mountains and truly encountered one. Chang Dashan nodded slightly, wiping the sweat from his forehead, and whispered, "It could indeed be a bear. That roar just now made my legs feel a bit numb." Chang Kun looked around. The surrounding forest was sparse, and there was no sign of the bear on the hillside. After a moment's thought, he still dared not take the risk to approach. His system could only sense prey weighing below 240 gene, but judging by that powerful roar, it could be an adult giant bear, while the only thing he sensed was a small one. Bears have extremely sensitive noses, and if he and his father were to go back up the hillside, they would easily be detected, which could indeed be dangerous. Chang Kun pondered for a moment, then stepped back a few more paces with his father standing behind a large tree. "Father, I'll take a shot towards that hill, and then leave to see if I can scare something out." Being this far away, it seemed unlikely that the bear would find them. Chang Dashan nodded, raising the bird gun and scanning the surroundings to keep watch for his son. Chang Kun peeked from behind the tree, kneeling steadily on the ground, aiming at the location sensed by his system. Without the system's guidance on the bear's location, shooting randomly at the hillside would be futile. With a bang, the gun fired. A piercing howl echoed across the hillside. Huh, huh. Even from a distance, both Chang Kun and Chang Dashin felt their hearts race with shock. Suddenly a large and a small round black bear dashed out from the woods and disappeared over the hillside in the blink of an eye. Chang Kun and Chang Dashin waited for more than 10 minutes, but there was no further movement from the mountain. Chang Kun carefully sensed again, finding no other prey on the hillside. They then focused their minds, slowly making their way up the mountain, stopping at every step. In just 10 minutes, they were both drenched in sweat. Arriving between 3 small trees, they found a tangle of vines bearing numerous wild fruits with a conspicuous puddle of blood beneath them. After a moment of silence, Chang Dashin turned to look at his son, feeling somewhat amazed. From such a distance, he had randomly shot and actually hit something. If this luck were used in gambling, he would definitely sweep the board. Father, the black bear was eating wild fruits here, but unfortunately, I didn't hit a vital spot. Alas. Indeed, if I had hit a bear, it wouldn't just have been a work quota, but enough to exchange for 2 or 3 work units. Bears are treasures all over, far beyond wild boars. The bear's nose, when dried and ground into powder combined with yellow wine, is very effective for treating epilepsy. The knee bones of bears can treat rheumatism. And the most valuable bear bile is even more essential, effective in clearing heat and detoxifying. If a young child at home has a fever, using just a little yields excellent results. The two stood on the hillside watching the direction the black bears had left, feeling quite regretful. It would likely be difficult to encounter black bears here again, as they are extremely rare in this mountainous region. The two made their way back along the path they came, searching for traces of prey along the way. Perhaps their luck had run out after encountering the black bear, as even nearing the edge of the deep mountains, Chang Kun hadn't sensed any larger prey. Feeling tired, they sat on a large stone by the roadside to rest. Suddenly Chang Dashin shouted, "Xiao Kun, there's a big long worm over there in the grass, quick come here." Saying this, he dashed towards the grass. Chang Kun patted his legs and stood up. In truth, he had already sensed the snake, but he was only interested in larger animals like wild boars or blue sheep. He had little interest in snakes, which lacked meat and oil. When he arrived at the edge of the grass, Chang Dashin had already used a stick to lift the snake into the air, his face full of excitement. This was the norm for hunting in the mountains. Returning empty-handed was common, and occasionally catching a wild rabbit or wild chicken was enough to boast about at home. "Xiao Kun, look at this snake, isn't it quite fat? We can make soup at home and enjoy a drink, wonderful." This snake was caught by Chang Dashin himself, and he felt quite pleased. "Father, one snake isn't enough for my little sister to eat." Chang Dashin put away his smile, realizing that with one Chang Ching and one Chang Mu at home, 2 little ones could eat a lot. One snake wouldn't be enough to fill their stomachs. Over there are more snakes. Should we catch a few more? Chang Kun pointed in a direction. Chang Dashin glanced at his son, pondering where he had learned this ability to predict since returning home. He seemed to know where the prey in the mountains was. The two reached a barren slope where wild grasses grew in clusters, and stones the size of grinding discs were scattered everywhere. Chang Kun no longer pretended in front of his father, directly pointing at a stone, saying, "Father, there's a big long worm underneath, let's move it out." Chang Dashin shook his head. "No, it can't just be a dirt ball, let's be careful." The dirt ball, known scientifically as the short-tailed viper, has venom that is nearly impossible to treat with current medical conditions. Every village nearby has had people die from bites by this snake. Chang Kun chuckled and said, "Father, the one you shot earlier was a rat snake. Isn't there an old saying, 1 li of rat snake, 10 li of non-venomous snakes? Though it's a bit exaggerated being this close, it shouldn't be a venomous snake underneath." Chang Dashin adopted the demeanor of an old mountain man, admonishing his son to be cautious, explaining that one can never be too careful in the mountains. Ultimately, Chang Kun found 2 sticks, one to pry open the stone and the other as a weapon to strike the snake. As the stone was lifted, the snake hiding beneath for shade was revealed, and indeed, it was a rat snake. After a few strikes, they killed the rat snake, but both father and son found the snake bile too bitter and were unwilling to extract it. Subsequently, the two searched for snakes on that barren slope, and when the sun began to set, they had filled a sack with over a dozen snakes. Looking inside made them feel uneasy due to the density. Father and son did not linger, heading down the mountain back to the village. Villagers resting at the village entrance upon seeing Chang Kun and Chang Dashin passing by stood up to greet them. Seeing the bulging sack on Chang Kun's back, everyone displayed envy. They knew that the Chang family was truly rising, and with such a capable son, Chang Dashin would enjoy endless blessings. Chang Dashin strolled with his hands behind his back, reveling in the admiration of the crowd, his smile so wide it seemed crooked. As they reached the small courtyard, Chang Kun frowned. "That woman, why is she here again? Is she addicted to being scolded by nature?" Chang Dashin strolled into the house with his hands behind his back, pretending not to see Chin Meru standing outside in the courtyard. "Mother, Xiao Kun and I caught quite a few snakes. Let's make some snake segments to eat later." "Aunt," Lu Meifeng replied, smiling. My son is becoming more and more capable. What about my contributions? Why don't you say I'm capable too? Chang Dashin took out his pipe, instinctively retorting, capable. Prove it by bringing back a big game for me to see. Isn't it because you didn't find anything? Hunting takes time. The more you rush, the less you catch. How did Chang Kun manage to catch so many? Surely it wasn't a gift from the mountain god. Shoo. Chang Dashin quickly covered Lu Meifeng's mouth. Don't say such things carelessly. As Chang Kun caught all this game, it's a blessing from the mountain god. Lu Meifeng blinked and fell silent. After a while she patted her chest and whispered, Mountain god, please don't hold it against me. Bless my son to come and go safely in the mountains smoothly and successfully. Upon hearing their father and elder brother returning, Chang Qing Chang Mu and Chang Xiu cheered and ran out of the house, each holding a picture book. Elder brother, hurry and tell us a story. Elder brother, look at my book first. Oh, which one of these is the villain? Clearly it's that short one who is the villain. Humph. Life at home had improved significantly. The little girls didn't accompany their mother to dig wild vegetables, so they stayed home in the afternoon reading picture books. They didn't recognize many characters, so they could only guess the plot by looking at the pictures, occasionally bickering over differing opinions. Upon hearing Chang Kun returning home, they hurried out to ask him to settle their disputes. Running into the courtyard, they saw Qin Meru standing outside, and the little girls halted in their tracks. Earlier they had seen this older sister walking around their yard and talking to their elder brother. They heard others say she was their sister-in-law. A sister-in-law means the elder brother's wife, and their elder brother was about to marry, but they weren't very happy about it. If their elder brother married, he wouldn't be able to play with them anymore. He wouldn't be able to bring them many delicious treats, nor could he give them beautiful hairbands or fun toys. Just thinking about this made them feel a bit uncomfortable. Although this sister-in-law looked quite pretty, they couldn't shake the feeling of unhappiness, as if they were naturally at odds. Seeing their sister-in-law coming to look for their elder brother again, the little girls hurriedly ran back into the living room and hid behind the door to peep. They wondered if their elder brother would give her something delicious. Chang Kun, hearing the little girls calling, also wanted to follow his father into the house, ignoring Qin Meru. Qin Meru stepped forward, blocking his path, her eyes fixed intently on Chang Kun. She had been waiting outside for a long time. Seeing Chang Kun come home, she wasn't about to let him leave easily. Even talking to him for a few moments would be nice. Chang Kun, did you come back from hunting? She curiously looked at the burlap sack he was carrying, feeling it was full of game. Chang Kun shot her a cold glance and remained silent. Qin Meru was startled by his icy gaze. She clenched her fists tightly, took a deep breath to suppress the urge to turn and leave and search for something to say. I just came to see you. What did you catch? A smile suddenly appeared on Chang Kun's face as he recalled that in his past life Qin Meru was most afraid of snakes. Even if she saw a snake from dozens of meters away, she would turn pale. And at that moment the sack was full of snakes. I caught a bit of game. Do you want it? If you do, reach in and take it yourself. They're already dead. Chang Kun held the sack in front of him, revealing only a small opening, making it impossible to see what was inside. Upon hearing this, Qin Meru felt a bit excited. In recent days, Chang Kun had caught wild boars, blue sheep, and wolves, and she hadn't received a single morsel of meat. Not to mention that he had previously caught wild chickens, wild rabbits, and grass turtles, and she hadn't gotten even a hair from any of it. His attitude toward her was exceedingly disdainful. What was going on today? Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she looked up at Chang Kun, cautiously asking, can you really give it to me? If you don't want it, then forget it. Chang Kun pretended to put the sack away. No, I want it. Qin Meru hurriedly reached into the sack, eager to pull out the game. As she reached in and grabbed a handful, she felt something soft and slippery. It definitely wasn't wild vegetables. What kind of meat could it be? What did you catch? It feels slippery and cold, and there seems to be quite a bit of it. Chang Kun smiled mysteriously. This is really delicious. You will definitely like it. Take more. Use both hands to grab it. Qin Meru smiled, realizing that Chang Kun had changed his mind. He used to give her nothing, but now he was worried she would take too little and encouraged her to use both hands. Her appearance was indeed still attractive to him. With both hands reaching into the sack, she felt the contents and found it a bit strange. What exactly had Chang Kun caught? It didn't seem like a gopher, nor did it resemble wild rabbits or wild chickens. It felt smooth and hairless. What could it be? After a moment of groping, she grabbed two that were somewhat thicker and slowly lifted them up. Bring it out, you will definitely like it. Chang Kun was a bit impatient, eager to see Qin Meru's reaction. Thank you, as long as it's from you, I like it. Qin Meru gazed intently at Chang Kun. As long as you like it, hurry and bring it out. Chang Kun continued to urge her. Okay, I also want to see what good things you caught. Before his words had even finished, Qin Meru had pulled out two snakes as thick as her wrists. Off. A shrill scream burst from her throat, nearly piercing Chang Kun's eardrums. Her heart seemed to stop. Qin Meru's face turned pale as she stared at the long snakes in her hands. Her eyes rolled back, and she fainted to the ground. The dead snakes flopped limply onto her body. Oh no. Don't let her die from fright. Chang Kun quickly crouched down to check Qin Myra's breathing, relieved to find she was still alive. Immediately afterward, he caught a whiff of a pungent odor. Did she just wet herself from fear? He didn't recall her having such a problem in his past life. Several little girls were peeking out from the doorstep, and upon seeing the scene, they were all taken aback and rushed out. Elder brother, what happened? Did sister-in-law die? Why did you give sister-in-law worms? Why did she throw them on the ground? The little girls chattered away, each speaking over the other. Stop. Hurry and call mother, tell her to come see. Mother, come look, elder brother caught a lot of long worms. Hurry and prepare them to eat. Chang Qing ran into the living room shouting. Xiaomu, go call mother, just say this woman has fainted. Chang Kun was almost driven mad by Chang Qing. This sister only cared about eating. Mother, hurry and come. There's a woman who has fainted. Changmu ran back into the house calling for their mother. Little Xiaoer was tugging on a snake's tail, swinging it around, as if playing, showing no signs of fear. At this moment, Lu Meifan and Chang Dashan rushed over upon hearing the noise. Xiao Kun, what happened to this girl? Chang Kun rubbed his nose, feeling a bit awkward. He did not expect Qin Meru to be so easily frightened that she fainted on the ground and even wet herself. However, this was good. This woman often came looking for him, and scaring her this time would likely grant him peace for a long while. Lu Meifan was a bit flustered. She only heard a sharp scream, and when she ran out, she saw Qin Meru lying on the ground, thinking her son had done something bad. Chang Dashan also stared wide-eyed at Chang Kun. This son had been behaving well lately. Could it be that he couldn't resist the charms of a girl and had made a mistake? Father, mother, this Qin Meru fainted after being scared by a long worm. Chang Kun had an innocent look on his face, omitting the fact that he had intentionally frightened Qin Meru. Lu Meifan sighed in relief after hearing this, glancing again at the fainted Qin Meru. She pursed her lips and said, this girl doesn't seem like someone who can handle life, as she's scared of a long worm. Tisk tisk tsk. Her words were not wrong. As a rural person, even if one was afraid of snakes, it was unheard of for someone to faint from fright at the sight of one. She stepped forward and pinched Qin Myra's philtrum twice. Qin Meru slowly regained consciousness, and upon seeing Chang Kun's family surrounding her, she recalled the scene of being scared faint while holding a snake, still feeling a bit weak-hearted. After getting up, she noticed that her pants were a bit wet and cold, secretly cursing herself for it. Fearing that her future husband and in-laws would discover that she had wet her pants, she greeted the others hurriedly and fled. Chang Kun and his parents exchanged glances and couldn't help but laugh. Lu Meifan opened the burlap sack, looked at the snakes inside, praised her son a few times, and took out 2 snakes. She planned to give one to Uncle Chang Wu and the other to Captain Lu Taizhu. These 2 families were relatively close to theirs, and since her son had caught so many snakes that were not worth much, it was a good opportunity to send them a favor. Chang Dashan was peeling snake skin in the yard, while Chang Kun told a few little girls stories on the East Kong. The family enjoyed a harmonious atmosphere. For dinner, they had snake soup and meat buns, and the family ate heartily, their mouths greasy. Lu Meifan held a meat bun and sighed. Who would have thought that I would feel a bit sick of eating this meat bun simply? Indeed, in this day and age, saying you were sick of eating meat buns felt like a crime. For several consecutive days, every time Chang Kun went to the city, he would bring back a big bag of meat buns. Previously, their family had little oil and water, so how could they possibly be sick of eating? Chang Dashan enjoyed a piece of snake meat along with a drink, feeling quite pleased. You wouldn't believe it, this snake meat is really not bad. Just now when I returned to the village, that old Su wanted to ask me for a long worm, and I couldn't be bothered to deal with him. He used to say bad things about Xiao Kun quite a bit. Lu Meifan took over the conversation, saying, these past few days when I've been out digging wild vegetables, those women who used to ignore me have come looking for me, probably hoping to learn some skills from Xiao Kun. Those people used to flattering and stepping on others can be dealt with easily. Chang Dashan huffed, recalling the rumors when Chang Kun lost his job, and thinking about their family's changes now, where everyone praised them, made him feel quite pleased. Xiao Kun, you and your father are going to the mountains again tomorrow. If you don't catch anything, I won't feel settled. Work doesn't wait for anyone. Before they had finished their meal, Lu Meifan began to nag again. Chang Kun and Chang Dashan could only agree, planning to head into the mountains early the next morning, with Chang Dashan setting aside work in the team. After dinner, several little girls lay on the East Kong, not wanting to move because they were too stuffed. Chang Kun sat beside them telling stories while making a wolf tooth necklace. Little Chang Xiu listened for a while before running into Chang Kun's arms, staring blankly at her older brother. She recalled how a few days ago she went with her mother to dig wild vegetables and heard her playmate Ingzi say that her brother stole her food. She rubbed her little head against her big brother's arm, feeling that her big brother was simply the best. Meanwhile, Chang Dashan and Lu Meifan were in the yard using the moonlight to peel the remaining snakes. While thinking about what to eat tomorrow morning, 2 figures approached from outside the yard. It was Lu Taizhu and the women's director Song Shulan. Lu Taizhu also had snake soup for dinner, And at home his wife, Li Earnyang, praised Chang Kun for his kindness, having sent such a big snake to their family. As they were finishing up, the women's director Song Shulan came over and asked Lu Taizhu to help pull a line. Lu Taizhu and Song Shulan were relatives, so he of course had no objections. Arriving at the Chang family, Lu Taizhu and Song Shulan praised Chang Kun in the yard, talking about how capable he was and how envious the young people in the village were of him. After a while, Lu Taizhu explained his purpose, wanting to introduce the women's director's daughter Song Xiaoyu to Chang Kun, and inquired about the opinions of the elders in the Chang family. Song Xiaoyu had just visited the Chang family in the morning. She felt that Chang Kun didn't even regard a beauty like Qin Meiru, let alone herself, so she had abandoned that thought. However, her mother Song Shulan was unwilling. Seeing the Chang family becoming more prosperous, if her daughter could marry into the Chang family, there would be no worries about food or drink. Life would be so comfortable. Chang Dashan and Lu Meifan only responded with a few vague remarks, suggesting that the young people discuss it themselves without expressing agreement or disagreement. They genuinely could not decide and had no idea what their son thought. While Chang Kun talked about wanting to connect with the Qin family, he joked with Qin Meiru, leaving them puzzled. Lu Meifan thought that it was essential to finalize the work situation first, and everything else could be postponed. After chatting for a while, Lu Taizhu and Song Shulan took their leave. Chang Kun returned to the West Kong and opened the system prompt. Ding. Captured snakes, 1010, reward universal serum, 1 current, host, consents prey weighing under 260 gene, within a range of 700 meters. Another useless item. Chang Kun pouted and casually tossed the reward into the system space. The next day before dawn, Lu Meifan woke up Chang Kun and Chang Dashan. Breakfast had been prepared for them, consisting of the same snake soup and meat buns from last night. As long as they hadn't caught big game and secured the work quota, Lu Meifan remained anxious, fearing that they would lose the work quota. After breakfast, Lu Meifan brought the two of them some mung bean cake, and the burlap sack gun and small hand axe had already been prepared for them. The two of them made their way to the foot of the mountain and encountered several groups of villagers. While chatting on their way up the mountain, everyone said that there were no prey nearby, and if they wanted to catch big game, they would have to go deeper into the mountains. Chang Kun and Chang Dashan exchanged glances. They had gone deep into the mountains yesterday and had encountered a black bear. Fortunately, Chang Kun had woken up in time to retreat. Otherwise, facing a black bear in the forest was an unimaginable outcome. Chang Dashan reminded them a few times, but seeing that the villagers were unmoved, he stopped persuading them. If he said too much, they might think he was trying to hinder their fortune. Moreover, they had a point. If one wanted to catch big game without taking risks, where in the world would one find such easy opportunities? Chang Kun and his companion continued along the mountain trail, scanning the area, yet despite searching the whole morning, they found no trace of the big fellow. At this time of year, the heat was at its peak with the sun already high in the sky. The two were tired from walking and began to make their way back slowly. Chang Kun had already made plans. If they couldn't find the big fellow, he would catch some wild rabbits at the foot of the mountain to take home as a report for his mother. Before they could exit the mountain, they heard distant cries and wails. Oh, so painful. There were also some indistinct, noisy voices. Hurry, hurry, we need to go. My arm is broken, quickly take me to the city. Upon hearing the commotion, Chang Kun and Chang Dashan quickened their pace to catch up with the group ahead. As they approached, they saw it was the hunters from the village. Only one was injured, and that was Chang Wushu's son Chang Yofu. His arm was twisted at an odd angle, hanging limply, clearly broken. The back of his pants was torn to shreds and blood was seeping out from multiple cuts on his backside. He was being carried by the villagers, his face pale, sweat beads the size of beans rolling down his forehead. Seeing Chang Kun and Chang Dashan arrive, the crowd began to chatter about what had happened. Chang Yofu was quite bold upon seeing that Chang Kun had caught so many prey and even acquired a bicycle. He felt envious. However, his family did not have a gun and he couldn't borrow one at the moment, so he set his sights on Lu Taiz's family's water gun. He urged Lu Taiz's son Lu Chuqiang to take their gun. The two boys dashed into the deep mountains recklessly. Chang Yofu was 16 this year, while Lu Chuqiang was 14. Both were only interested in meat and knew nothing of the dangers of venturing into the mountains. Listening to other villagers who ran in the mountains, they learned that there was little game nearby, so they boldly ventured deeper into the mountains. When they reached a hillside, they heard the roars of animals, believing that, as the villagers said, there were indeed big creatures in the depths of the mountains. They ignored the wind direction, failed to conceal their presence, and ran straight towards the hillside. Just as they reached halfway up the mountain, a black bear suddenly charged out from behind a tree, knocking down Chang Yofu, who was walking in front. This black bear was the very one that Chang Kun had encountered yesterday. It had been shot in the hind leg by Chang Kun and was now licking its wounds in the forest. The injured black bear was particularly aggressive, catching the scent of human sweat in the wind, and without a second thought, lunged forward. Lu Chuqiang, seeing the bear, was terrified and fled as fast as he could. After running for several meters, he suddenly remembered that Chang Yofu was still on the hillside. He recalled what mountain runners had said: animals in the mountains would be frightened by gunshots, and if a gun was fired, any animal would scatter. He flipped the water gun in his hand, disregarded aiming, and fired a shot into the air. What he didn't know was that while other animals would flee at the sound of gunfire, the black bear was different. Upon hearing a gunshot, it would charge towards the source. Chang Yofu had already been knocked down by the bear, his arm broken instantly, leaving him dazed, merely howling in agony. The bear extended its claws from its powerful paws, swiping at Chang Yofu's thrashing backside. The thin layer of his summer pants was torn apart, immediately blood gushing down. Just as the bear was about to continue, Lu Chuqiang fired his gun from a distance. Upon hearing the gunshot, the bear became furious, recalling that yesterday, it was this very sound that had injured its hind leg. It abandoned Chang Yofu and charged straight for Lu Chuqiang. Lu Chuqiang was far away, and when he saw the bear charging, he was so scared, he lost control of himself, forgetting about Chang Yofu, and ran down the mountain with all his might. Truly, these two had luck on their side. The bear had been injured yesterday and could only hop on one hind leg. In the short distance down the mountain, Lu Chuqiang actually managed to leave the bear far behind. When he could no longer run, he dared to hide behind a tree and gasp for breath. Meanwhile, after a few cries, Chang Yofu felt the bear had left, and despite the excruciating pain all over his body, he crawled up and ran. The two circled around the hillside for quite a while before meeting up again. Upon seeing Chang Yofu in such a state, Lu Chuqiang couldn't help but feel a wave of fear. If he had been in front, he might have been the one injured. Lu Chuqiang helped Chang Yofu, and after more than 3 hours of walking, they finally reached the foot of the mountain and encountered villagers. The crowd carried Chang Yofu, hurrying towards the Chang family's courtyard. On the way, they had already decided that Chang Kun would ride the bike to take Chang Yofu to the city hospital first, while Chang Dashan would hurry to inform Chang Wushu. Chang Yofu was injured and couldn't sit. He could only stand on the back seat, holding on to Chang Kun's shoulder. Fortunately, Chang Kun's cycling skills were good, and the two managed to arrive steadily at the 6th hospital of Beijing. After helping Chang Yofu pay the fees and finding a doctor, Chang Kun finally sighed in relief. The entire trip had made him break out in a sweat, feeling hot and tired with a dry mouth. Upon finding the hot water room and preparing to drink, he suddenly heard a sobbing sound coming from behind the hot water room door. Looking over, he saw a girl in a floral skirt squatting on the ground, quietly weeping. Chang Kun was taken aback. Wasn't that Cheng Min? The one crying on the ground was indeed Cheng Min, whom he had encountered twice before when she beat up a thief and dealt with a ruffian. Chang Kun approached to inquire about her situation. Cheng Min looked up, her face tear-streaked. Recognizing Chang Kun, she explained the situation between sobs. Her father was a senior researcher at the National Academy of Sciences Institute of Animal Research who had been studying various animals in the country. Recently, the institute tasked him with researching the venomous snakes around the capital, and yesterday, he led a team into the mountains to capture them. Unexpectedly, shortly after entering the mountains, her father was bitten by a sand viper, and after being sent to the hospital, had fallen into a coma. Chang Kun recalled encountering a group of people while entering the mountains yesterday. That group was well equipped, and clearly not local villagers. Looking back now, it was highly likely they were the team led by Cheng Min's father. The dangers in the mountains were indeed numerous. Being bitten by snakes was a common occurrence. If it weren't for the system, Chang Kun wouldn't have been able to move so freely in the mountains. So what about your father now? Cheng Min shook her head. The doctor said there is currently no corresponding anti-venom for sandviper bites. My father, sob. Before she could finish, tears flowed down her cheeks like a waterfall. Chang Kun raised an eyebrow. Anti-venom. That term sounded very familiar. Wasn't the reward for catching snakes yesterday some sort of universal anti-venom? Could it be that this was to be used here? System, something feels off. This arrangement seems too deliberate. Although he thought this in his heart, he still took out the anti-venom and handed it to Cheng Min. Here, this is the anti-venom. It should be effective against the sandviper's venom. Are you willing to try it? Cheng Min was stunned for a moment. How could Chang Kun have the anti-venom that even major hospitals did not? Would this be useful? But if she didn't use it according to the doctor's remarks, her father would likely endure the pain and only last 2 or 3 days. Then it would be better to take a gamble. An hour and a half later, Chang Yofu was pushed out of the operating room and arranged to be placed in a hospital room. His injuries mainly consisted of a fractured arm and superficial wounds on his buttocks. As long as treatment was timely, there would be no danger. Speaking of the black bear, Chang Yofu felt fortunate. Thankfully, the black bear had a limp, otherwise he would not have had the chance to come to the hospital today. Chang Kun was chatting casually with him. Suddenly, he heard hurried footsteps outside the door, and the hospital room door was pushed open. Cheng Min burst in her face, beaming with joy, running to Chang Kun's side. Chang Kun, my father has woken up. He's awake. Chang Kun felt quite happy. The system's reward was able to save a life, which was indeed well utilized. When my father woke up, even the doctors beside him were stunned. You should have seen it. My father's complexion changed from a grayish-black to normal. It was as if he had taken a miraculous elixir. Haha. Chang Min had stayed beside her father for a long time, and after confirming that he was indeed fine, she hurriedly ran to thank Chang Kun. When she spoke of her excitement, Chang Min reached out to shake Chang Kun's hand and said formally, "Comrade Chang Kun, when my father is discharged, he will come to thank you for saving his life." Chang Yofu, who was on the adjacent hospital bed, was dumbfounded. Kun Gu truly was a role model for their generation. Not only was he skilled in hunting, but even girls were flocking to him. That Qin Miru was already a beauty in the surrounding villages, while this city girl Cheng Min was as pure as a freshly bloomed lotus. Rural folks dared not even glance at such a girl. As Chang Kun held Cheng Min's small hand, unsure of what to say, the hospital room door was pushed open, and in came Chang Dashan and Chang Wushu. Chang Dashan was stunned as soon as he entered. A girl with bright eyes and white teeth was looking at his son joyfully, their hands tightly clasped. Chang Dashan felt a bit dazed. His family already had a Qin Miru who wasn't completely out of the picture, and now he found out that his son had made acquaintance with such a beautiful girl. Chang Kun gently withdrew his hand and introduced them to each other. Cheng Min smiled and greeted them before leaving the hospital room to take care of her father. Chang Dashan glanced at his son without saying a word. Now that his son had grown capable, he as a father could no longer understand him. He thought to let his son handle his own affairs. While in the village, Chang Wushu had heard several villagers saying that his son was brought to the hospital covered in blood and his heart had been hanging in suspense. Upon finally arriving at the hospital and seeing his son in good spirits, he was relieved. Chang Kun rode his bike to the station restaurant to buy 10 large steamed buns for Chang Wushu. Initially, he contemplated buying some meat buns for Chang Wushu, but was stopped by his father. Bringing a few steamed buns was acceptable, but Chang Wushu definitely wouldn't accept meat buns. The two families had always maintained a good relationship. Giving too much would change the nature of things. After chatting for a bit in the hospital room, and seeing that Chang Yofu had no other issues, Chang Kun and his father took their leave to go home. By the time they got home, it was almost evening. Chang Kun wanted to continue making wolf-tooth necklaces for his younger sisters, but was instead hounded by them to tell stories. After a day of going into the mountains and riding to the hospital, he was utterly exhausted. Recalling that he had yet to take out the crayon notebook he bought last time, he decided to pull it out to entertain the little girls. The little girls had never heard of colored crayons before. Chang Kun used the colored crayons to draw a little girl wearing a floral dress with her hair tied up with a flower hairpin and blush on her face. Such a simple doodle made the little girls excited as if they were about to explode. They jumped on Chang Kun shouting, "Thank you, big brother. You're the best." Their little mouths kept kissing Chang Kun's face, leaving him covered in saliva. Without bothering to look at the comic book, the three younger sisters each held a box of colored crayons, their bottoms sticking up as they leaned on the Kong, drawing little figures on the notebook. Little Chang Xiu was the youngest and couldn't hold a pencil, so her two older sisters took on the role of teachers, occasionally correcting her. Chang Kun watched with a smile, slowly forming one wolf-tooth necklace after another. In a hospital room at the 6th hospital in the capital, Chang Wushu was scolding his son passionately. "Just look at you, how old are you, and you dare to take that half-grown Lu Chuqiang into the mountains? If it weren't for that bear being injured, both of you would have had to stay in the mountains today." Chang Yofu hung his head, not uttering a word. He himself was quite fearful. Remembering the moment the black bear pounced on him, he thought he was done for. Later, when the black bear knocked him down, breaking his arm and lacerating his buttocks, he regretted it immensely under the excruciating pain. He would never agree to go into the mountains again. In another hospital room, Cheng Min's father, Cheng Rongjiang, was half reclining against the wall with his head on a pillow, his complexion now resembling that of a normal person. Cheng Min was peeling an apple beside him, feeding him small pieces. "Dad, this was bought by my brother through someone. It was hard to get. You need to eat more. Xiaomin, you should eat some too." "Dad is fine now. Oh, I want to be discharged, but the doctor refuses. The system's rewards are truly exquisite. That universal serum has worked wonders on me. I feel completely fine, just like a normal person. That local boy's poison is so potent, it's not that easy to recover. You still need to listen to the doctor and undergo further checks." Cheng Min coaxed her father as one would a child. "Those doctors, when they needed the serum, they didn't have it. Now that someone else has treated me, they won't let me go. I want to go thank my benefactor as soon as possible. Dad, we must properly thank him. Chang Kun saved me before." "Oh, what happened?" Cheng Min recounted the incident with the thief and the rogue, which left Cheng Rongjiang feeling a wave of fear. "Xiaomin later let your brother get you a small gun, so it's convenient to carry." "Okay, he'll talk to big brother. I was scared last time too. Dad, what do you think we should give as thanks to Chang Kun? He saved me and saved you once too. What do you think? I don't know his family situation either. His family has 7 members. Parents above Chang Kun has an older sister who is already married, and he has 3 younger sisters, all under 10 years old. Chang Rongjiang looked at his daughter with a strange expression, as she was usually carefree, but he had never seen her so considerate. Stop, stop, stop. Just say what kind of gift we should offer as a token of gratitude. I heard their family lacks nothing. That Chang Kun goes hunting in the mountains every day. In just a few days he has hunted wild boars, blue sheep, and even wolves. As for other wild rabbits and wild chickens, there are simply too many. What do you suggest we send? Let me think it over. He'll be discharged tomorrow morning. After I'm out, we'll go to the young man's house to express our gratitude. Since he can hunt, he might even help me with the poisonous snakes in the town. The next morning, Lu Meifan got up, as usual, before dawn. Chang Kun was preparing to search around the mountain, where he discovered the black bear. The black bear was injured on its hind legs, and even Lu Chuqiang, a half-grown boy, couldn't catch up to it. He had to take advantage of its injury to end its life. Chang Dashan and Chang Kun arrived at the hillside where they encountered the black bear last time. Everything remained unchanged, with no trace of the black bear's return. The bloodstains from the bear's injury had already dried and turned dark. Sensing no signs of large prey around, Chang Kun said, "Dad, let's move to an open area and slowly make our way forward along the hillside. Let's go, be careful. That black bear is injured in its hind leg. As long as we don't get too close, we should be fine." Chang Kun led his father westward, ignoring the wild rabbits and pheasants they sensed along the way. Chang Dashan held the bird gun, observing the rustling around them. After crossing 3 hills, Chang Kun's system finally detected the prey they encountered 2 days ago, weighing around 70 to 80 pounds. Got it. A look of surprise appeared on Chang Kun's face as he turned to his father and nodded. Is it up there? Chang Dashan asked in a low voice. Yes, Dad, look, this hillside is covered with vines. That black bear is probably eating wild fruits up there. How do we shoot it? I've heard that bears have a keen sense of smell and can detect a human scent from a mile away. Chang Kun rubbed his chin momentarily, unable to think of a good plan. Dad, let's carefully make our way up, just avoid the dense forest. If we see the bear, we take a shot. As long as they didn't encounter the black bear heat, given the bear's current injury, it wouldn't be able to catch up with them. Just as the two climbed to the hillside and hadn't taken a few steps, they heard a roar from above. Roar. The sound was wild and filled with rage, echoing across the hillside. In an instant it felt as if a whirlwind had sprung up on the hillside, startling the birds in the forest, which fluttered into the sky and circled around. Chang Kun and Chang Dashan both shivered, a tingling sensation rushing to their heads. Chang Dashan's body was covered in goosebumps, and he even found it hard to stand. In these mountainous areas, people rarely encounter bears. They didn't know that the bear's roar was terrifying. An unprepared person hearing it could easily end up so frightened that they would wet themselves. Son, this. Chang Dashan's words were cut short. Suddenly, a 300 to 400-pound black bear burst out from the forest like a black whirlwind, charging straight at the two. The black bear, injured for 2 days, was in unbearable pain and extremely agitated. It remembered the scent of sweat it detected 2 days ago, followed by a loud noise that injured its hind leg. Yesterday, it caught that scent again, filled with rage. Upon seeing a bipedal creature, it charged at it, not waiting for its frustration to subside when it heard that loud noise that had caused its injury. This was unacceptable. Seeing its enemy made it furious. It abandoned the struggling bipedal creature beneath it and lunged at another. However, it didn't anticipate that due to its hind leg injury, it couldn't catch up. Furious, it howled on the hillside for a long time, then took its cubs and moved to another forest to eat fruits. Originally enjoying its meal today, it suddenly caught that annoying scent of sweat again, bringing forth a mix of new and old grievances. It opened its mouth and let out a roar, ignoring the pain in its hind leg, and charged down the hillside, wanting to tear apart all the bipedal creatures that irritated it. Dad, if we can't kill the bear, we turn around and run. If we can't kill it this time, there will always be a next time. Chang Kun raised the gun to his face, aiming at the distant black bear. Chang Dashan also held his breath, pointing the bird gun directly at the approaching black bear. Seeing the bear charge from 300 to 400 meters away, closing in on them, Chang Kun could no longer hold back. Bang, bang, bang. Chang Kun steadily pulled the trigger, firing 3 shots that hit the black bear. As the gunfire erupted, bursts of blood mist erupted from the bear's body. Damn, I didn't hit its head. Chang Kun cursed himself quietly. Shooting uphill at a bear that was constantly moving, the 3 bullets only struck the bear's front body. With a heartbreaking howl, the black bear collapsed to the ground, rolling over several times. Just as Chang Kun adjusted his position to take a few more shots at the bear, unexpectedly the black bear seemed too heavily injured and completely terrified, would abandon the cub following it and crawled and rolled into the nearby forest. In the blink of an eye, the black bear's figure disappeared from sight. Chang Kun gritted his teeth in frustration and turned to aim at the small bear behind. With 3 consecutive shots, the small bear finally fell heavily to the ground. Seeing the small bear collapse, Chang Kun sighed in relief. Fortunately, he had shot a smaller bear, which wasn't a complete failure. A bear weighing 70 to 80 pounds was equivalent to a 200-pound wild boar. Dad, you go check if the small bear is dead. He'll go track the big bear. Chang Kun raised his gun and quickly chased into the forest where the black bear had disappeared. This black bear was already injured in the hind leg, and now it had been hit with 3 shots in the front. It was likely severely wounded and dying. If it truly died in some corner and was picked up by wild wolves in the mountains, he would regret it immensely. Chang Dashin couldn't let Chang Kun chase the big bear alone, so he closely followed behind his son. Entering the forest, the two glanced at the bloodstains on the ground, both showing expressions of surprise. The blood was in a spray pattern. Those who often hunted knew that this kind of bleeding was indicative of a severed artery. The black bear was near its end. Meanwhile, in the Chang family courtyard, there was a festive atmosphere. A 69 Jeep was parked on the road outside the courtyard. In the shade outside the villages, small children, young girls, and young wives all stood there staring eagerly. In this day and age, having a 2-wheeled cart at home could be considered a wealthy family in the countryside. A bicycle being such a large item was practically unheard of in rural areas. Not to mention the Jeep parked outside the Chang family courtyard at this moment. The villagers had only heard about such a large iron box that could move itself with people inside through word of mouth. Now this large iron box was parked outside the Chang family courtyard. Did the Chang family have some remarkable relatives? The crowd under the shade buzzed with discussions, more shocked than when they saw Chang Kun riding a bicycle. In modern terms, it was like when the villagers were all vying to buy hand tractors. The Chang family had already driven a Ferrari. But that wasn't all. Today they even saw a private plane parked outside the Chang family courtyard. This was beyond what the villagers could imagine. Chin Meru stood among the crowd, her eyes sparkling with a different light, her legs slightly together. With such formidable relatives in the Chang family, she had to cling tightly to Chang Kun. Even if he scolded or hit her, she wouldn't leave. In the courtyard, Lu Meifan cheerfully welcomed the visitors with tea. The visitors were Cheng Rongjiang, his son Cheng Jie, and daughter Cheng Min. After a thorough examination at the hospital yesterday, it was found that Cheng Rongjiang's health had completely returned to normal, and the doctors exclaimed it was a miracle. At Cheng Rongjiang's insistence, he was discharged early in the morning, met up with his son, who had rushed back from a business trip, and brought his daughter along. The 3 of them set off to visit Chang Kun's family to express their gratitude. However, upon arriving at Chang Kun's house, they found that the father and son had not yet returned from the mountains. Cheng Rongjiang brought out the gratitude he had thought of while on the hospital bed, leaving the crowd inside and outside the courtyard wide-eyed. At this moment, the black bear in the forest was severely injured. Blood splattered on the ground, and the grass was trampled in disarray by the bear. Chang Kun and his father, stumbling along, hurriedly followed the traces of the black bear, feeling tense, afraid that the bear might ambush them behind a tree. After chasing out of the forest, they noticed that the blood trail gradually faded, yet they still had not caught up with the black bear, causing Chang Kun to feel a bit anxious. Outside the forest, the view was open, and the two no longer proceeded, cautiously jogging forward. After running for about 10 minutes, both were sweating profusely and panting heavily, finally spotting a solitary large tree. Surrounding the tree were stones of various sizes, and the big black bear was lying beneath it. The bear looked vacantly at the two-legged creatures approaching from a distance, struggling to lift its front legs, but it fell weakly back onto the ground. Yo! The black bear could no longer emit that terrifying roar. Its dying voice sounded like that of an old dog nearing death. Chang Kun did not approach, instead keeping a distance as he aimed at the bear's head. Bang! A gunshot ended the bear's suffering. Ha ha! Just as Chang Dashin was about to run forward, he was stopped by Chang Kun. Dad, the black bear is still alive. Be careful, it might be playing dead. Bang! Another shot rang out, hitting the bear's head. After staring for 4 or 5 minutes, realizing the bear was motionless, he finally felt relieved. Dad used the small hand axe to open it up and take out the bear's gallbladder. Chang Dashin, unable to contain himself, rubbed his hands excitedly and walked forward. He took out the small hand axe from the burlap sack, made an incision in the bear's throat, and cut downward. After opening it up, he severed the bear's protective heart branches and slowly took out the gallbladder. The gallbladder was only the size of a fist and entirely green. It was the height of summer, and the quality of the gallbladder was much inferior to that of winter. Moreover, this black bear was not particularly large, weighing only a little over 300 pounds. The two carefully placed the gallbladder into a cotton bag, which Lu Meifan had hastily prepared the night before specifically for storing bear gallbladders. Xiao Kun, is this gallbladder valuable? Chang Dashin held the gallbladder carefully with both hands, his face glowing with joy. It is valuable, but I don't know how much it's worth. We should ask someone later. Chang Kun didn't understand the market for it and had no idea how to deal with the gallbladder, so he decided to take it to the supply and marketing cooperative or the neighborhood office to ask for help. The two sat under the tree to rest for a while, looking at the over 300-pound black bear, feeling a bit troubled. With their strength, it was impossible to pull the bear back home. Chang Kun thought of another smaller bear and said, Dad, why don't I go back and carry that small bear home and then find someone to help pull the big bear? The small bear weighed over 70 pounds, which was relatively easy for him to carry. All right, you keep an eye on the big bear while I go get the small bear. Chang Dashan stood up after resting enough. His son had been running in the mountains for the past few days looking quite tired, and he felt a bit sorry wanting Chang Kun to rest more. Chang Kun nodded in agreement. His father had been running around the mountains for years, so the 70-pound small bear was not heavy for him at all. It was just a pity that the gallbladder from that small bear had probably already deteriorated by now. But it didn't matter, the gallbladder of a young bear was small, and its ball thin, and such poor quality gallbladder would probably not even be accepted by the pharmacy. Inside the Chang family courtyard, Lu Meifan looked at the radio that Cheng Rongjiang was holding in his arms, feeling a bit flustered and repeatedly waving her hands. After chatting for a while, she roughly understood that her son had saved the life of the person before her and that they had come specifically to express their gratitude. However, she hadn't expected such a hefty gift. This was a brand new radio. She had heard that this year the commune had acquired an old radio that had been passed around so many hands that the sound it produced was distorted. Even that was treasured by the people in the commune, usually locked in a cabinet and rarely allowed for others to listen. When her son Chang Kun bought a bicycle, he told her that he also wanted a radio to listen to plays at home for his mother. After being scolded severely by Lu Meifan, who chastised her son for buying this, and that just after living a good life for a few days deeming it too wasteful, Lu Meifan learned that the price of 2 radios was equivalent to that of a bicycle. Her son had merely happened to save someone. How could he deserve such a heavy gift? The crowd outside the courtyard was also in an uproar. They didn't expect that someone would bring a radio to the Chang family. I heard this thing can sing plays by itself. Really? I once heard it at the commune, and the singing was truly amazing. This thing isn't cheap, right? We've never even seen one before. Hey, cheap. This thing requires tickets. Ordinary people can't get it at all. A group of people stood in front of the jeep, their eyes nearly popping out as they stared at the radio in the courtyard. Qin Myra's face flushed with excitement. She fantasized about being the mistress of the Chang family in the future, envisioning the glorious scene. Guests have come to the house. Where are Chang Kun and his father? You don't know? They went into the mountains early this morning. Look at that, no wonder they're thriving. They have bicycles and still go into the mountains every day. Hey, they went to hunt the black bear. Chang Yofu got scratched by the bear yesterday and is still lying in the hospital. What? The black bear scratched someone and they still dare to go into the mountains to look for it? The murmurs in the crowd grew louder as they discussed Chang Yofu's unfortunate situation, admiring the bravery of the Chang father and son. Qin Meru felt a bit worried after hearing this. She clenched her fists tightly, hesitated for a long time, and slowly walked closer to the Chang family courtyard. Auntie, she called out to Lu Meifan, asking, how long have Chang Dashan and Chang Kun been in the mountains? Lu Meifan glanced at Qin Meru a few times. They left before dawn. They should be back soon. The Chang and Qin families, even if they were to rekindle their relationship, couldn't show it in front of the guests. Cheng Min disregarded Lu Meifan's obstruction and moved the radio into the hall of the Chang family. As she walked out, she happened to make eye contact with Qin Meru. This beautiful girl whom she had seen once outside Chang Kun's home, was she Chang Kun's wife? Cheng Min bit her lip, her eyes inadvertently glancing at Qin Meru again. Qin Meru felt slightly uncomfortable. She had always been the beauty of the surrounding villages, and when meeting peers others often felt inferior. But this time it was completely the opposite. The girl opposite her, dressed in a long skirt, serene and elegant, had her hair lightly tied up, revealing a graceful neck, her features resembling exquisite porcelain. When Qin Meru faced her, she felt like a wild chicken meeting a colorful phoenix, completely incomparable. The two girls exchanged glances and then turned their eyes away, each lost in their own thoughts. A few little girls were hiding in the hall, chattering away. Chang Qing was eating the rice strips that Cheng Min had brought, and she couldn't help but comment, this older sister seems even prettier, and she brings us good food, much better than the previous sister-in-law. It's really delicious. This older sister is great. If she becomes our sister-in-law, we'll have good food every day. Sister-in-law. Delicious. Chang Xiu was munching, her eyes fixed on Cheng Min. In her eyes, whoever provided good food would be the one she liked. Just as the little girls finished the rice strips in their hands, they heard a series of gasps from outside the courtyard. Look, Chang Dashan is back. What the heck is he carrying? Before Chang Dashan even approached the courtyard, a large crowd surged over. Chang Dashan, panting heavily, arrived at his doorstep with a bear cub weighing over 70 pounds on his back. From a distance, he noticed a crowd gathered outside his yard, which struck him as odd. The village entrance, which should have been bustling, was devoid of people. They had all gathered at his doorstep. As he approached his yard's entrance, he noticed a group of village children rushed over, exclaiming, "Wow! What is this?" The little ones wanted to touch the black bear, but hesitated, trailing behind Chang Dashan with runny noses. At that moment, Chang Qing, Chang Mu, and Chang Xiu, 3 little girls, dashed out, their eyes sparkling at the sight of their father carrying a dark furry creature. They knew that their older brother and father must have captured some prey, and delicious food awaited them. Lu Meifan heard the commotion and hurried outside, followed by Qin Meru and the Chang family. "Where's my son?" Lu Meifan asked, quickly assisting Chang Dashan in unloading the black bear as they both carried it into the yard. Ignoring the bear, she first cared about her son. "He's fine, I'll explain later." Chang Dashan was taken aback by the large crowd following Lu Meifan. When he saw the jeep parked outside his yard, he rubbed his eyes in disbelief. "Ha ha, big brother, you are impressive." Cheng Rongjiang stepped forward, gazing at the black bear in wonder. Bears are hard to find in these mountains. It's been years since anyone has heard of a bear being caught. Chang Dashan's eyes darted to Cheng Min. He had seen her in the hospital yesterday and immediately understood the situation. "Just lucky, brother, let's get inside quickly." As they entered the house, the little girls along with Qin Meru and Cheng Min remained outside to observe the black bear. The onlookers pressed against the fence, unable to take their eyes off the bear. They speculated about how much meat the bear contained, how much it would be worth, and what they could exchange for it. Seeing Chang Kun capture so much prey in just a few days left everyone envious. Inside the house, Lu Meifan, worried about her son, asked, "Where's my son? Why did he come back alone?" Chang Dashan chuckled, pulling out a small cloth bag and presenting it to Lu Meifan. Lu Meifan was overjoyed, carefully opening the bag and exclaiming, "Is this bear bile?" Earlier, her son had asked her to sew a bag to carry bear bile if they caught a black bear. "Wow, this is bear bile!" Cheng Rongjiang exclaimed in surprise. "Big brother, this isn't from that little black bear outside, is it?" As a senior researcher at the Animal Research Institute, he knew that the little bear couldn't possibly have a bile sac the size of a fist. "It's definitely not. There's a big black bear and my son is watching it in the mountains." "Incredible. You two are truly amazing. You caught 2 black bears in one morning." Cheng Rongjiang's face showed admiration. He had led a team into the mountains a few days ago and knew how difficult it was to hunt in that area. The mountains stretch on and the forests are interconnected. Finding prey is exhausting. "Father, you should call someone to help bring it down from the mountain." Lu Meifan, feeling anxious, disregarded the guests. With such a large black bear left in the mountains and her son there, as well, she was somewhat uneasy. "Wait, sister-in-law, you haven't processed the bear bile yet," Cheng Rongjiang interjected. Cheng Rongjiang's son Cheng Jie chimed in, "Uncle, auntie, my dad works at the Animal Research Institute. If the bear bile isn't processed properly, neither station shops nor pharmacies will accept it. This bear bile is too precious, I estimate. It could be worth several bicycles." He explained this to Chang Dashan and his wife using the simplest analogy. "What a—" Chang Dashan and Lu Meifan gasped, their eyes wide as they stared at Cheng Rongjiang. They knew bear bile was valuable, but thought it would only fetch around 100 to 180 yuan, which they felt was already satisfactory. Now, hearing that the bear bile could be worth several thousand yuan, it was beyond their imagination. Cheng Rongjiang smiled at their reaction, recalling how he had looked when he first learned about the high price of bear bile. At that time, gold prices were not very high, and bear bile sold by weight was comparable to gold. Cheng Rongjiang didn't keep them in suspense and explained the steps for processing bear bile. "It's actually quite simple. The pot must be free of oil and water should be boiled. The bear bile is tied with a rope. Holding the rope, dip the bile into the boiling water briefly. After dipping, the bile shrinks. Hang it in a cool place for a while, and it will gradually swell again. Then dip it in boiling water again, repeating this several times. Once the bear bile has been dipped in boiling water, it will not swell again, no matter how long it is left. This means that the bile has been fully absorbed. Only then will station shops accept it." After hearing this, Lu Meifan hurriedly boiled water to dip the bear bile. "Big brother, wait for me. I'll go with you to the mountain to get the black bear," Cheng Rongjiang said. Chang Dashan waved his hands repeatedly. "That won't do. I can easily find a few people in the village to help. Guests shouldn't be asked to do work." Moreover, this guest was not just any guest. He had gifted them a radio. After several refusals, Chang Dashan finally accepted the radio. "Big brother, I'm going back into the mountains to catch snakes in a few days. It's a good opportunity to take a look. Oh, my son is excellent at catching snakes. A few days ago, the two of us went up the mountain and caught quite a few. There are still some soaking in the water tank outside. We can enjoy them later." Cheng Rongjiang's eyes lit up upon hearing this. He was currently researching venomous snakes, and if Chang Kun was skilled at catching them, it would make his research much easier. "Let's go, big brother, or we can drink when we get back. Let's head into the mountains first." Chang Dashan didn't urge them. Instead, Cheng Rongjiang grew eager. The group discussed and decided to take the jeep to the foot of the mountain and then walk in to retrieve the bear. Once the bear was brought out, they would throw it on the roof of the car to take it home. Cheng Min, hearing that there was an even larger black bear in the mountains, sparkled with excitement and strongly insisted on joining them. The girl often accompanied her father into the mountains and was very interested in the animals there. Thus, the 4 of them hopped into the jeep and headed straight for the mountain's base. Chang Dashan, sitting in the jeep for the first time, felt a bit nervous, gripping the window ledge tightly. He thought to himself that he was truly riding on his son's coattails. Even the commune leader probably hadn't ridden in such a jeep. He would surely boast about it in the village later. Chin Meru watched the group leave feeling unnoticed. A sense of urgency surged within her. Chang Kun was becoming increasingly impressive, capturing more prey while she was just a village girl. What if Chang Kun meets someone prettier in the future and really doesn't want her anymore? Just like that girl named Chung Min who had looked at her in a rather peculiar way. In the mountains, Chang Kun sat in the shade of a tree dozing off. He had not had a moment's rest in the past few days and was utterly exhausted. In his drowsiness, he suddenly heard a howl from afar. Ayo! Chang Kun jolted awake, gripping his long gun tightly. In the systems, sensing 2 wild wolves were charging down the hillside, likely drawn by the scent of blood from the black bear. Chang Kun leveled his gun, a smile creeping onto his face. The 2 wolves were the same 3 that had escaped a few days ago. Little did they know they had come right to him. A wild wolf appeared in the crosshairs. Bang! Chang Kun pulled the trigger directly. Blood splattered from the wolf, and its running steps faltered momentarily. He thought the wolf was doomed, so he quickly redirected the gun and crouched down, aiming at another wolf, slightly leading his shot. Continuously pulling the trigger, Chang Kun fired all the remaining bullets. Bang! Bang bang! The sound of gunfire echoed across the hillside. After firing 4 shots, the last wolf was hit, tumbling several times before collapsing to the ground motionless. He turned to look at the first wolf, only to find it still alive, scrambling over the hillside and fleeing into the distance. Seeing the speed of the wolf, he knew he couldn't catch up and had to give up. He reloaded his gun and rushed toward the hillside. Upon reaching the top of the hill and seeing the dead wolf on the ground, Chang Kun smiled, satisfied that he had at least taken down 1 wolf, not wasting any bullets. Meanwhile, on the other side of the hill, Chang Dashin and his group of 4 were nearing the area where the large black bear was located. Suddenly, they heard gunshots from the other side of the hill. The expressions on their faces changed. At this time, Chang Kun was alone in the mountains, the most worried about unexpected events. Chang Dashin didn't care about conserving energy, pushing himself to hurry forward. Chung Min's face showed anxiousness as she hurriedly followed behind Chang Dashin. Dad, big brother, hurry up. Rushing over the hillside, the group saw Chang Kun dragging something down the opposite slope. Xiao Kun, what's going on? Seeing Chang Kun on the opposite hillside looking untroubled, Chang Dashin called out. Uncle, it seems Chang Kun is dragging a wolf. Chung Min with sharp eyes exclaimed. Let's go take a look. Chung Rongjiang felt it was a bit miraculous. Ordinary people might not encounter such animals for years, yet Chang Kun seemed to run into several in a single day. The 2 groups met at the foot of the hill. Chung Min mentioned that they had come to thank him for saving her father. Chang Kun recounted the story of encountering the 3 wolves laughingly, saying he had a strong connection with them. He hoped the last wolf would come to him willingly and not be ungrateful. The group laughed and chatted. During a break, Chung Min introduced her father and brother to Chang Kun. She knew her father wanted Chang Kun to help catch snakes, so she mentioned that her father was a senior researcher at the Animal Research Institute, currently studying venomous snakes around the capital. She also introduced her brother Ching Jie, the head of the Gulu police station. He had been away on business, but rushed back upon hearing that their father had been bitten by a venomous snake and was in critical condition, only to find that he had fully recovered. He immediately accompanied his father to the Chang family to express their gratitude. Chang Kun couldn't help but glance at Cheng Jie, realizing that if his mother and sister needed to change their household registration, they might require his help. This connection came at just the right time. After resting, the group cut several large branches and rolled the black bear onto them. Dragging the bear, they slowly made their way out through the gap between the hills. By the time they reached the foot of the mountain, it was nearing evening, and the group was exhausted and starving, barely able to move. Although the black bear was only over 300 pounds, it felt extremely heavy on the branches. The mountain path was particularly difficult to navigate. It took them 2 hours to go up, but over 4 hours to drag the bear back home. At the foot of the mountain, a crowd of villagers had gathered, eagerly waiting. They had heard that Chang Kun had caught a large black bear and had all come to see the spectacle. This was more exciting than watching a grand performance during the new year. They're coming, a bear and a wolf. What a massive bear. It looks so fierce. Oh, no wonder it's been causing such trouble. Chang family's young man is quite capable. This is a black bear. Look, it's all muscle. Kun go, let me help. Zhang Quan, hearing that Chang Kun had gone into the mountains to hunt the black bear, had arrived early at the foot of the mountain to help. The villagers at the mountain pass rushed to help upon seeing the black bear. With many hands, they lifted the bear onto the roof of a jeep. The jeep carried the bear back to the village, and the crowd followed like victorious soldiers. The villagers gathered around Chang Kun and his grandfather, joking and expressing their admiration. This is a black bear. I've heard that a 300-pound black bear is worth as much as 1,000 or 1,800 pounds of wild boar. The ancestral grave of the Chang family not only had smoke rising, but seemed to have burned through the atmosphere. Upon returning home amidst the bustling crowd, Chang Dashin took out the snake meat he had prepared yesterday and distributed a piece to everyone who helped. Today's harvest was truly substantial, so it was treated as a share of celebratory candy. The villagers smiled broadly, praising the Chang family's generosity. Normally in the village, people would help each other without expecting gifts. Chang Qing, Chang Mu, and Chang Xiu, the three little girls, had grown tired of the small black bear in the yard and ran outside to see the big bear. Seeing the fierce appearance of the big bear, the girls were both excited and scared, wanting to touch it, but too afraid to reach out. Chang Kun held the little girl's hands and touched the big bear's paw. They joyfully jumped around, knowing they could boast about this to their friends in the village for a long time. Lu Meifan had already prepared the meal and walked outside to look at the big black bear and the wolf, filled with joy. Now her job situation was secure. Such a large black bear could not only secure a job at the supply and marketing cooperative, but also leave a good amount of money. If they also considered the bear bile, it would be simply. Lu Meifan thought, feeling a wave of dizziness. Her family had truly become prosperous. No longer would she have to worry about the children not having enough to eat every day. Lu Meifan's eyes sparkled as she glanced at her son, filled with pride. For dinner, she cooked all the meat they had at home. Stir-fried snake segments in lard, fried marinated rabbit meat in vegetable oil, stewed field mouse meat, and each person had a large bowl of braised soybeans. These three meat dishes paired with a bowl of pure grains were more sumptuous than the meals served at weddings for city folks. Lu Meifan felt a bit guilty receiving the radio sent by the Chung family. Just as Chang Kun had caught the large black bear, the Chung family also came with a jeep to help, so she brought out all the good food to entertain them. The group was already starving, and the Chung family members were not shy, eating the meat heartily, while occasionally sipping a bit of liquor. Once their bellies were filled, they slowly put down their chopsticks to chat. At this moment outside in the yard, Chin Meru smelled the aroma of meat wafting out and heard the cheerful laughter from inside the house, feeling a mix of emotions. If it weren't for her mother demanding a higher bride price, she would have married Chang Kun long ago. At this moment, if she were inside, she would have her own place, instead of standing outside drooling. After standing there for a long while, she finally left this place of heartbreak. Inside the house, Cheng Rongjiang took a sip of liquor and asked Chang Kun, "What do you plan to do with the two bears?" He worked at the Animal Research Institute and had dealt with animals for many years, and the institute didn't lack meat. However, in the capital region, black bears were incredibly rare. The research institute hadn't seen one in many years. "Uncle Cheng, do you have any ideas? Hey, nowadays meat is scarce everywhere. Who wouldn't crave a black bear when they see one?" Chang Kun smiled slightly and mentioned the work quota at the supply and marketing cooperative. Cheng Rongjiang's eyes lit up. The work quota at the supply and marketing cooperative, that little black bear would be sufficient. Oh, what do you want to do with the remaining big bear? Chang Kun shook his head. He truly had no good place for the large black bear, and the best outcome would be to give it to the street office as a favor. Cheng Rongjiang exchanged glances with his son Cheng Jie, filled with anticipation, and asked Chang Kun, "Do you need any other work? Chang Kun, do you want another job?" At these words, the entire Chang family froze, staring blankly at Cheng Rongjiang. After a few seconds, Chang Kun snapped out of his daze, his face lighting up with delight. "And Elder Cheng, do you mean? As for the black bear, its meat and fat are valuable enough, not to mention its gallbladder. But its most precious parts are the snout and knee bones, and especially its forepaws, which are truly delicious." Cheng Rongjiang said nothing about jobs, instead launching into an elaborate discourse on black bears. And when he mentioned the bear paws, a wistful smile crossed his face. He raised his wine cup and took a delicate sip. The three members of the Chang family watched Cheng Rongjiang in silence. Bear paws were the furthest thing from their minds. All they cared about was the job. "My research institute and Cheng Jie's police station both have vacant positions. Competition is fierce. Since you saved my life, I thought if you desire other employment, you may exchange the black bear's meat for it. One black bear's meat is more than enough to secure two positions." In hearing this, Chang Kun exchanged a glance with his parents. "And Elder Cheng, what exactly do these two positions entail?" "The Wildlife Research Institute dispatches staff nationwide to capture animals. Ideal for someone like you, an expert hunter. As for the police station, duties include routine street patrols and occasionally apprehending petty thieves or hooligans. Nothing particularly dangerous." At the mention of the Research Institute, Chang Kun's brows lifted slightly. And he had never sought formal employment. His sole wish was to hunt quietly and support his family. And securing jobs for his parents would grant them purpose and access to stay trash and grain. That alone would suffice. As for his younger sisters, placing them in the city to attend school and gain knowledge would be ideal. Yet now, hearing that the institute offered opportunities to travel across the country, capturing wildlife, his heart stirred with excitement. These past days, scouring the deep mountains for wild boars and hunting black bears, he had keenly felt the barrenness of this mountainous region. In small game, hares and pheasants were plentiful, but large animals were scarce and arduous to track. If he could journey elsewhere, to places like northeast China for instance, He would hunt with effortless mastery guided by his innate system. Lu Meifan watched her son lost in thought and grew anxious. And how could such an extraordinary opportunity require deliberation? And had her son not saved Chang Rongjiang's life, this privileged information about job quotas would never have been disclosed. Chang Kun, what's your decision? Then it's settled. The black bear for the jobs. We're deeply grateful, Elder Chang. Chang Kun refilled Chang Rongjiang's wine cup and raised his own in salute. Chang Dashan and Lu Meifan quickly followed suit. And the evening deepened. And around the table, everyone had eaten and drunk their fill. The little girls had long since finished their meal on the heated brick bed, absorbed in picture books, carefully tracing the illustrated figures with colored wax crayons. And the Chang family prepared to depart, intending to unload the black bear into the Chang courtyard. Such a valuable item by all propriety and sentiment could not be taken away first. Chang Kun hurriedly intervened and, Elder Chang, please don't trouble yourself. Brother Cheng Jie's face is already flushed with wine. Why not stay the night? Chang Rongjiang glanced at his son and gave a wry smile. Ni's son excelled in every respect, except for one flaw: his abysmal tolerance for alcohol. And had it not been for this shortcoming, he would long ago have risen far beyond his current post as a minor precinct chief. Cheng Jie's face and neck burned crimson. His steps had already grown unsteady. And he rarely drank. Only tonight, out of gratitude for Chang Kun saving his father, did he force himself to raise a few toasts. Even those few cups left him slightly dizzy. Chang Dashan stepped forward to urge hospitality in. Brother, it's far too late. The roads are unsafe for driving. Please stay the night. Cheng Min watched her elder brother sway dizzily and felt mortified, retreating behind her father to glare at him. After some polite refusal, Cheng Rongjiang finally acquiesced. Among them, only Cheng Jie knew how to drive, and in his present condition, nighttime driving was simply unthinkable. In that night, Cheng Rongjiang and Cheng Jie slept on the small heated brick bed in the easternmost room. Cheng Min and the little girls slept on the eastern main bed. In the Chang family, Chang Kun, his father and mother, slept on the western bed. Exhausted from hauling the black bear all day and having imbibed some wine, they fell asleep swiftly. Lu Meifan tossed and turned, unable to sleep. This all felt like a dream. And could it truly be possible? The entire family would soon work in the city. Would they truly become urban residents? Just weeks earlier, she'd raged over Chang Kun losing his job. Now, thanks to her son, the whole family was moving to the city. And the change had come astonishingly fast. Listening to her son's and her husband's loud snores, she felt a surge of irritation. And how dare these two sleep so soundly, when such a momentous matter as urban employment hung in the balance? After tossing restlessly for a long while, she gave up entirely and rose, intending to step into the courtyard to guard the black bear, lest it be stolen. She tiptoed into the central hall, and before stepping outside, heard quiet voices from the eastern bed. Big Sister Min, my big brother is wonderful. He takes us birdwatching and buys us peach pastries. It was Chongqing's voice. And meat buns too, added Changmu eagerly. Tang Tang sweet. Little Chang Xiao, who trailed after her elder brother begging for milk candies, chimed in. Is your brother really so kind? Did he also buy those picture books and crayons? Cheng Min's voice was hushed. Her father and brother's snores had already begun. She was certain they couldn't hear her. The picture books are amazing, and Big Brother tells us stories, and he even gave us hairbands with pink bunny ears. So pretty. Big Brother says even the city doesn't have them. And bunny toys. They're so much fun. Let's play together at dawn. With guests in the house, the little girls were too excited to sleep, taking turns boasting about the gifts their elder brother had given them. Your brother is so kind. Surely many people adore him. I love Big Pot best. Little Chang Xiao sat up, waving her hand. I love him more. And me too. Chongqing and Changmu scrambled upright as well. For days their brother had fed them delicious meals and brought them delightful toys, never once making them dig wild vegetables under the scorching sun. He was quite simply the finest elder brother imaginable. Then, besides you, who else loves him? In the darkness, Cheng Min's cheeks warmed with a faint shy flush. The little girls couldn't see her expression, and in any case didn't grasp the subtle weight of her question. Mama loves Big Brother. She praises him constantly at home. And Papa loves Big Brother too. He adores the wine Big Brother bought. And anyone else? Cheng Min's voice had dropped almost to a whisper. I know. I remember the older sister. Chongqing tilted her head, recalling how yesterday she'd secretly seen her brother and that young woman beneath the tree in the courtyard. What older sister? Cheng Min's pulse quickened. The one who watched the black bear in the courtyard today. Cheng Min searched her memory, and Qin Meru's image rose clearly in her mind. Who is she? Cheng Min's voice lowered, edged with quiet bitterness. They say she's our future sister-in-law, but I've never met her. Oh, I see. Time to sleep. Chang Min fell silent, then rolled onto her side facing the wall, her wide-open eyes fixed on the impenetrable blackness of the night. Chang Min felt troubled in her heart. After tossing and turning for a while, she couldn't fall asleep. She got out of bed, wanting to get some fresh air. Upon arriving in the main room, she looked up and saw Lu Meifan standing by the stove. The two exchanged awkward glances. Chang Min's face flushed red. The words she had just exchanged with a few young girls, could they have been overheard by Aunt Lu? When chatting with the young girls, they couldn't understand her. But if Aunt Lu had heard, it would be too embarrassing. Lu Meifan was at a loss for words. She had originally intended to go out to see the big black bear, but she was drawn in by the conversation between Chang Min and the young girls. Getting caught eavesdropping would be too awkward. Moreover, from the girls' words, it seemed she had some interest in her son. Her son becoming outstanding also brought some worries. Just like Qin Miru, who often ran to their home and was hard to chase away. Now this girl Chang Min in town looked like a fairy, and she actually had some charm. The two exchanged a quiet greeting, and Lu Meifan went out to see the black bear. Chang Min felt the atmosphere was too awkward, so she ran back to lie down on the bed. Judging by Aunt Lu's expression, she must have heard her inquiries about Chang Kun. What a shame. Tossing and turning, she didn't know what time she finally fell asleep. The night passed. Early in the morning before dawn, Lu Meifan woke up Chang Kun and his father to discuss work matters. Chang Kun planned to share his intentions. He wanted his mother to work at the supply and marketing cooperative, while his father would take a job at the police station. As for himself, he would go to the Animal Research Institute, where he could utilize his hunting skills. In this era, money wasn't that useful. The key was to have resources. It was for this reason that Chang Kun could exchange meat for 3 jobs. People in the countryside envied city dwellers. This was because city people had guaranteed grain supplies and would never go hungry. That is why city jobs were called iron rice bowls. Because they were drought and flood-proof, even if one didn't work, there would still be food to eat. At this time, without the internet, the disparities between city and countryside were only passed on through word of mouth. In later generations, people understood the distinctions between those inside and outside the system. Just like the image of a street cleaner in his 60s with a group of elderly playing chess and dancing beside him. Such scenes had unknowingly pricked the nerves of countless people. In the morning, Lu Meifan heated up the leftover meat for breakfast. During breakfast, Chang Kun asked about Cheng Jie's household registration. He wanted to split the family into 3 household registrations, allowing 3 younger sisters to enter the city. In a few years, with the wind of rural enlistment blowing, if the whole family was crammed into 1 household registration, there was a fear that the younger sisters would be sent to the countryside, which he couldn't bear. Cheng Jie was a bit confused upon hearing this. Splitting the family into 3 household registrations was something Chang Kun had thought of, but this was also quite good. The current city entry policy was very strict. 1 adult could only bring 1 child, which was already the limit. The Chang family now had 6 members, and splitting into 3 household registrations would be just right for them to be recognized as city dwellers. Although it was still a bit tricky with such a big bear here, it could definitely be managed. After finishing breakfast, Lu Meifan and Chang Dashan got into a jeep following the Cheng family to the police station. Their group planned to unload the big black bear at the police station, dividing it in half to let Cheng Rongjiang take to the Animal Research Institute. As they left, Cheng Jie took out a piece of torn rain cloth from under the seat and draped it over the big black bear to provide some coverage. Seeing that Chang Dashan and Lu Meifan looked a bit puzzled, Cheng Jie explained to Annie, "Uncle, if this bear isn't covered, it won't take long for news to spread across the drum tower. By then, how many people will come asking for bear paws? There won't be enough to share." Chang Kun put the little black bear on the back of his bicycle, also finding some torn burlap sacks to cover it slightly. The group hurriedly made their way into the city. They left a few meat buns for the young girls as lunch. As the car drove on the city roads, passers-by turned their heads to stare. "What's that being carried in the truck? It's dark, it can't be a pig, right? It looks pretty big, let's go and see." In an era when every household was short on meat, just hearing news of meat excited people. With so many people in the city, the car couldn't drive fast, and soon a large crowd had followed behind. Cheng Rongjiang looked back and patted his son on the shoulder. "It's a good thing you covered it with the rain cloth. If people saw the bear in the truck, there wouldn't be just this few people following behind." The people behind stared wide-eyed as the jeep entered the police station, all letting out a sigh. The desire for meat was also dashed. When Chang Kun rode his bike into the police station, the crowd outside had already dispersed. Cheng Min greeted Chang Kun at the door, directing him to park his bike next to the jeep and led him to the police station cafeteria. Inside the cafeteria, there was only 1 master chef. The rest of the kitchen helpers had been sent out. On the floor lay half a black bear, and the chef was wrapping it up with the rain cloth. "My brother took the other half of the black bear outside and told me that there wouldn't be any issues with the work." Cheng Min whispered beside Chang Kun. "First, let's handle the matters at the police station, then we'll go to the Animal Research Institute. The leader there is my uncle, so there won't be any problems." Chang Kun nodded without saying a word. After a while, Chang Jie returned holding an envelope. Lu Meifan and Chang Dashan looked at him expectantly. Chang Jie smiled slightly and handed the envelope to Chang Dashan. Uncle Chang, I did not fail your expectations. Chang Dashan's palms were sweaty. He wiped them on his body a few times before carefully taking the envelope. Lu Meifan watched from the side, her eyes slightly red. Seeing his parents like this, Chang Kun gently wrapped his arms around their shoulders. In his heart, he couldn't help but sigh. In the countryside, getting a job in the city was definitely a life-changing event, much more important than anything like marriage or having children. Yet in the eyes of some people, such life-changing events were worth only two bare paws, merely a matter of stamping a public seal. Thinking back to his past life, when he lost his job, his parents had hardly scolded him a few times, letting him off too easily. Chang Jie said, Uncle, your household registration is in the village. Later you can get a certificate from the village, then get a reception certificate from the street, and come to the police station to handle the household registration. Chang Jie paused, realizing that a rural person like Chang Dashan wouldn't know how to handle these matters, so he changed his approach and said, Uncle, just get a certificate from the village, and I'll take care of the rest later. Chang Dashan, not quite understanding the process, felt incredibly grateful to have someone help with this. He nodded excitedly. He would soon be a city dweller living off supply grain. He looked around at his wife and son, feeling as if he were dreaming. Cheng Rongjiang saw that the kitchen chef had already wrapped the remaining half of the bear and said, Cheng Jie, take that remaining half of the bear to your uncle and say you need a work quota. He'll understand. Cheng Jie nodded. The work quota at the Animal Research Institute was the easiest to obtain, though as long as the bear was delivered it would be fine. Chang Kun took his mother to the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. In this era, among the three jobs, the position at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative was the highest. As a Supply and Marketing Cooperative clerk, the various resources inside were always available first. Having a relative working at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative meant everyone would benefit. No wonder it ranked among the top 8 occupations. I wonder if Sister Wang Tsuichin and Director Song at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative will be startled when they see the little black bear. In the Drum Tower Supply and Marketing Cooperative, Wang Tsuichin looked at the small black bear on the ground, her eyes somewhat dazed. Xiao Kun, did you catch this? Although the black bear was right in front of her, she still found it hard to believe. Just a few days ago, Director Song had mentioned there were vacant work positions, and today Chang Kun brought a black bear for delivery. Although the bear was not large, such a thing was extremely rare. It is said that those who can eat bear paws are either rich or noble. In her several years as a sales clerk, she had never heard of anyone catching such a thing. After circling around the small black bear a few times, Wang Tsuichin remembered to call Lu Meifan over. Annie, come have some peach crisps. Every time relatives came by, Wang Tsuichin would treat them with peach crisp crumbs. Even if there were no crumbs left in the box, she could just crush some peach crisps, and there would be plenty. I sent Xiao Yao to call Director Song. Annie, brother, please wait a moment. The three chatted for over 10 minutes before Director Song hurried over. Wow, this black bear is really something. Director Song squatted down to examine the bear paw, his eyes almost sparkling. Xiao Chang, you really did well. Don't worry, with this black bear the work positions are as good as secured. Director Song was all smiles, eyeing the bear's forepaws. His direct superior was someone who appreciated good food, who knew how he would brag about himself upon seeing the bear paws. Xiao Yao, come, let's head to the bureau. Director Song and Xiao Yao entered the room, and within 2 minutes emerged carrying the black bear. The two hopped onto the Supply and Marketing Cooperative's tricycle, covering the small black bear with a tattered burlap sack, hurrying to the bureau. The old lady and Wang Tsuichin chatted about daily gossip, animatedly discussing the black bear. Chang Kun watched the two huddled together and smiled faintly. Indeed, the old lady was the most suitable to work at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. If it were his father or himself, their having to deal with the gossip-loving old ladies every day would surely be maddening. Around noon, Director Song and Xiao Yao returned. Director Song was smiling, waving an envelope to fan himself. Xiao Chang, how is it? Did you wait long? Chang Kun smiled slightly. There was no reason to be in a rush. If Director Song knew that he had also caught a large black bear and exchanged it at the police station and the Animal Research Institute for 2 job positions, he would surely be jumping with anxiety. Had there been no other job positions, the large black bear might have also been sent to the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. All right, take this. With this work position, you can start working right away. Director Song handed over the envelope. You go back and get a proof coordinate with the street committee and then head to the police station. Director Song patiently explained each requirement for entering the city. Chang Kun had Chang Jie helping with these matters, but he still felt Director Song's goodwill and didn't interrupt. Director Song, I actually want my mother to take this job. Once Director Song finished speaking, Chang Kun spoke up. Director Song looked at Chang Kun a few times and gave him a thumbs up. Hearing so many stories of parents and siblings falling out over jobs today, seeing Xiao Chang give a job to his mother, you are truly remarkable. He turned to Lu Meifan beside him and said, "Little sister, your son is really filial. Get ready to enjoy a good life." Chang Kun cupped his hands to Director Song. "Director Song, I would like to ask for your care for my mother at this job." Director Song nodded, waving his hand. "This supply and marketing cooperative plus your mother will only have 5 people in total. It's like a family, so don't worry." After a brief chat, Chang Kun rode back to the police station with his mother. In the police station's office, his father Chang Dashan and Cheng Rongjiang and Cheng Jia were happily laughing and talking about something. Seeing Chang Kun return, Chang Dashan waved the 2 envelopes in his hand. Chang Kun also took out the supply and marketing cooperative's envelope to show his father. Now all 3 jobs were secured. They just needed to wait for the others to start working. Chang Dashan and Lu Meifan were smiling broadly. They had never expected that all 3 members of the family could get jobs in the city in a single day. If people in the village found out, they would surely say that the family was dreaming in broad daylight. The 2 were eager to return to the village for the proof, but were stopped by Chang Kun. Today, thanks to the Cheng family for their help, even though he had saved Cheng Rongjiang's life before favors would run out over time. Chang Kun suggested treating the Cheng family to a nice meal as a small token of gratitude. Cheng Rongjiang firmly declined. In the future, Chang Dashan and Cheng Jia would work together, and Chang Kun and Cheng Rongjiang would also work together. They still had a long time to interact. With no other choice, Chang Kun took his father and mother on the bike to say goodbye. They needed to get 3 proofs to return to the village. If the villagers found out, they would be shocked. All the way, Chang Dashan tightly held the 3 envelopes, occasionally counting 1, 2, 3, being careful not to lose them. At this moment, the bicycle was truly sturdy. 3 people on 1 bike returned home steadily and safely. Once at home, Chang Dashan and Lu Meifan poured themselves a big bowl of water and gulped it down. They were so excited this morning that they had been thirsty all along, feeling as if they were on fire. They pushed aside the toys, comic books, and crayons scattered across the bed, placing the 3 envelopes neatly in the center. Chang Dashan and Lu Meifan sat cross-legged on one side watching. At that moment, with no outsiders present, both of their eyes turned red. "Hey, you said you would go to the grave to burn paper, but you haven't done it yet." "No time. Last time I heard Xiao Kun say he traded meat for a job, you kept urging us to go into the mountains, so there was simply no time to go to the grave." "He, if your father and mother knew our whole family could enter the city, they would have faced in front of our ancestors. They have such a good grandson." As the words fell, the old couple glanced at Chang Kun, filled with gratitude. The little girls saw their parents looking serious. Their eyes turned red, unsure of what was happening, and they didn't dare speak. "Xiao Kun, go buy some paper money from old son's house in the west of the village. We will go burn paper for your grandparents later." Chang Kun agreed, and on his way home from buying paper money, he ran into Zhang Quan and asked him to come home to help skin the wolf and share some wolf meat. The wild wolf would not fetch a good price at the supply and marketing cooperative, and the family did not lack money now. So they decided to eat it at home and share some with his elder sister and uncle. The family brought paper money to the ancestral graveyard outside the village, and Chang Kun looked around, feeling somewhat sentimental. In his previous life, after his parents and younger sister passed away, he often came to this graveyard to talk to them. In this life, since his rebirth, it was his first time coming to the graveyard to burn paper for his grandparents. After his rebirth, he had developed a bit of reverence for the supernatural. Kneeling in front of his grandparents' grave, Chang Kun silently wished for his parents' safety and his sister's health. He also spoke about the family's future as city dwellers, hoping to bring joy to his ancestors. As he burned the paper, a gust of wind arose. The paper money danced in the wind, swirling around Chang Kun in circles. Chang Dashan and Lu Meifan couldn't help but exclaimed that this was a blessing from the Chang family's ancestors bestowed upon Chang Kun. When he returned home, Zhang Quan was already waiting outside the Chang family courtyard. Over the past few days, Chang Kun had gone into the mountains with his father without taking him along. He had gone to the foot of the mountain to catch wild rabbits and field mice, but returned empty-handed, growing increasingly impressed with Chang Kun. Chang Kun instructed Zhang Quan to stay at home with his mother Lu Meifan to skin the wolf. He would go with his father to Lu Tai's house. Lu Taiju was the team leader, and he needed to get a certificate from him. By the time they reached his house, it was close to evening, and he was picking wild vegetables with his wife Li Ernyang. "Uncle Lu, and are you busy?" Chang Kun greeted them. "Ah, Xiao Kun is here, and so is old Chang. Come in and sit down." Lu Taiju saw the two come together and knew they must have something important to discuss. His son Lu Chuqiang heard Chang Kun's voice and ran out. Kun, good, tell me how you fought the black bear." Li Ernyang shot her son a stern glare. "What do you want to do? Do you dare to go into the mountains? They'll break your legs." Just a couple of days earlier, this reckless son had snuck in with Chang Youfu to the mountains, where they encountered a black bear. Chang Youfu lost an arm, and fortunately her son was unharmed. This frightened Li Ernyang so much that she no longer pushed for her husband to go into the mountains. As for her son, she kept a strict watch over him, forbidding him from going anywhere. Chang Kun chuckled twice, but said nothing. The three of them sat on the edge of the Kong, and Chang Dashan urged Lu Taiju to sit carefully so he wouldn't fall to the ground. The two had a good relationship in the village and spoke casually. Chang Kun recounted the details of the work quotas. Lu Taizu's eyes widened in surprise, and he turned to look at Li Ernyang beside him. Li Ernyang was also bewildered, dropping the basket of wild vegetables she was holding, forgetting about it, and looking at Lu Chuqiang instead. Lu Chuqiang was still just a half-grown boy, not feeling the weight of the opportunity to work in the city yet, but he was still quite shocked. So does this mean my Uncle Chang, my aunt, and my Kun Ge will all be city folks from now on? As soon as Lu Chuqiang said this, it jolted Lu Taiju and Li Ernyang from their stupor. Lu Taiju gasped in disbelief and asked old Chang, is this true? Chang Dashan laughed heartily. Can this be false? Shall Kun show your uncle the work quota? Chang Kun placed 3 envelopes on the Kong. Uncle, take a look. With a bang, Lu Taiju and Li Ernyang both tried to see the letter, their heads colliding. You illiterate woman, what are you meddling for? Lu Taiju rubbed his head and opened the envelope. Li Ernyang glared at her husband. Hurry up and read it, you're the slowest. After Lu Taiju finished reading the work certificate, he looked up at Chang Dashan. His old brother would now be a city person completely different from himself. He should have been happy for his brother, but why did his heart feel so bitter? Truly, he feared his brother would suffer, yet also feared he'd be driving a luxury car. Seeing his son standing next to Chang Kun, who was fighting bears to change jobs, the difference was too vast. Old Chang, you have a good son. Originally, the two were about equal in hunting skills, and as the team leader, he was slightly above Chang Dashan, the militia captain. But now in his eyes, all that was meaningless. Chang Dashan was going to the city to eat imperial grain. Li Ernyang gaped, looking at Chang Kun, and then at Chang Dashan, still unable to believe it. Lu Meifan, who used to dig wild vegetables with them daily, was about to go to the city. She was going to be a sales clerk at the supply and marketing cooperative. They had never boasted so grandly while chatting. Chang Dashan patted Lu Taiju on the shoulder. Old Lu, come over tonight to eat wolf meat, and let's have a few drinks. Lu Taiju came back to his senses and smiled wryly. Old Chang, you really surprised me. I'm impressed. He walked to the 8 Immortals table, took out some stationery from the cabinet, and began writing the certificate. Li Ernyang watched from the side with eyes that seemed to wish the stationery had her name written on it. Lu Taiju, excited, tore the paper while writing. After switching to a new sheet of paper, he took a deep breath and slowly wrote the certificate, reviewing it carefully for mistakes before handing it over to Chang Kun. After writing 3 sheets, Lu Taiju turned his wrist to look at Chang Kun. Shao Kun, if you have good things in the future, remember to think of Chang Di. It's natural for parents to think for their children, so Lu Taiju asking Chang Kun to look after his son was only human. Chang Kun nodded. In his past life, he owed many favors, and many people in the village had taken care of him. Come on, Uncle Lu, let's go to my house for a few drinks with Chang Di. He forcefully dragged Liu's father and son to his home. In the small courtyard at home, Zhang Quan and Lu Meifan had already skinned the wolf and chopped it into pieces. The pot was boiling with steam rising, and some wolf meat and bones were already in the pot stewing. Cricket, take a wolf leg home, and then come back for dinner. Zhang Quan felt a bit embarrassed, hesitated a few times before finally shouldering a wolf leg to take home. A cool breeze blew through the small courtyard. The few of them moved the 8 Immortals table and stools to the yard. Though the wolf meat was not yet cooked, Chang Dashan had already filled the cups. Old Lu, let's drink one. Chang Dashan had lived in the village for most of his life, only knowing how to farm and having a little knowledge of hunting. Now he was leaving the village collective to work in the city, feeling a whirlwind of emotions. All right, let's drink one. In those times, how often could one drink in the countryside? Even at weddings, only the newlyweds could get a bit of alcohol, but today Lu Taiju was sharing in the joy. But he didn't hold back with Chang Dashan. They had a good relationship that wasn't built in just a day. Seeing Chang Dashan going to the city to eat the provided grain, he was happy for his friend. At least the few little girls in the Chang family wouldn't go hungry. Before long, the wolf meat was served on the table. The meat had a bitter taste that even the mountain pepper couldn't mask. Yet everyone was eating happily. At that moment, Zhang Quan also returned. He learned from Lu Meifan that Chang Kun was going to work in the city, and he was quite pleased. Previously, when Chang Kun was expelled back to the village, he had heard many rumors claiming Chang Kun was a wastrel. Now the entire Chang family of 3 was going to work in the city, and those gossiping women had nothing to say anymore. The few at the table felt happy drinking and eating meat with great joy. A few little girls tried a bite of the wolf meat and immediately spat it out. Usually when they saw meat, their eyes would shine, but these days Chang Kun had spoiled their tastes, and they dared to spit the meat out. Seeing this, Lu Meifan slapped her hands together and chased the little girls into the house. Chang Qing and Chang Mu, hearing their mother get angry, quietly ran to the Kong to play with their crayons. Little Chang Xiu, still not understanding, didn't know why she was being scolded. She threw herself into her big brother's lap, seeking comfort with tears in her eyes. Chang Kun saw the little girl looking pitiful and carried her to the East Kong, taking out several slices of pork jerky and stuffing one into each of their mouths. The three little girls immediately brightened up, rushing to their big brother to act cute. Seeing his mother walk out of the hall into the yard, Chang Kun took out the reward from before for catching the wild chicken, a Dazhou braised chicken. As soon as the Dazhou braised chicken was taken out, that oily fragrance wafted into the little girls' noses. The little girls' eyes sparkled. This fragrance was something they had never encountered before. Little Chang Xiu even hung onto her big brother's neck, shouting "ah, ah, ah," with drool trickling down her chin. Tearing off a shiny piece of chicken skin and stuffing it into Xiuer's mouth, the little girl squinted her eyes in delight, covering her mouth with her small hands, afraid that the oily juice would spill out. This little appearance was simply adorable. That night, a few people in the courtyard were drinking with great enjoyment. Lu Taizhu envied Chang Dashan for having a good son, bringing the whole family to the city. Zhang Quan envied Chang Kun for re-entering the city for work. Even Lu Meifan had a few sips of wine, feeling extremely happy inside. After eating and cleaning up, the group sat in the courtyard chatting idly. The little girls enjoyed eating the roasted chicken, licking their lips as they came to the courtyard, leaning against their elder brother. Outside under the big tree, more and more people began to gather. Chang Kun found it a bit strange. Usually after dinner, villagers would go to the village entrance or under Lu Taizhu's big tree to cool off. Why was everyone gathered outside his own courtyard today? Lu Taizhu chuckled. During the day, while working, they all said they wanted to come to your house to listen to the radio. Chang Kun slapped his forehead. He had been so busy switching jobs today that he completely forgot to send the radio to the Chang family. He quickly went inside to grab the radio, opened the cover to check, and found that the battery was already installed. Gently twisting the knob, a voice emerged from within. It was Master Ho Baolin narrating Night Journey. "Oh my, there's someone talking in the box," Chang Qing exclaimed, rushing to the eight immortals table, looking up and down, even bending down to see where the voice was coming from. The others, except for Lu Taizhu, who had heard a radio before, were slightly more composed. Lu Meifan, Chang Dashan, Zhang Quan, and others all stared wide-eyed at the radio, not expecting that such a wooden box could produce sound. Chang Kun walked to the edge of the courtyard fence and called out, Uncle Wyatt-san, come to the courtyard to listen to the radio." Hearing this, the people under the tree outside rushed into the small courtyard. Once inside, everyone dared not make a sound, carefully watching the radio, listening to the comic dialogue coming from it. Before long, everyone heard the part in Night Journey where a cyclist fell into a ditch, and they all burst into hearty laughter. The little girls, seeing everyone laughing, not knowing what had happened, also pretended to laugh along. After the comedy, there were no commercial interruptions, and it directly transitioned to the Peking opera that everyone had been eagerly anticipating. As soon as the voice started, the chatter in the courtyard was immediately silenced. Everyone stretched their necks to look at the radio, as if trying to see the shadow of the performers inside. Chang Kun had a few drinks in the evening and was gradually feeling drowsy, leaning against the wall for a nap. Suddenly, a few shouts of appreciation woke him up. Then came a round of applause. Chang Kun glanced around the courtyard. Every face was filled with excitement. Even the little girls were clapping hard, their hands turning red. Wonderful, that was truly great, even better than the plays at the commune. The crowd discussed. Indeed, those who could be broadcasted on the radio were no ordinary performers. They could at least be considered famous artists. As the singing climaxed and faded away, the radio's sound gradually diminished. Xiao Kun, why is the talk box silent? Aunt Wu had not had enough, and since no one knew how to operate the radio, asked Chang Kun for help. Aunt Wu, they are on a break. If you want to listen, you'll have to come back tomorrow, and come early. Chang Kun approached the eight immortals table, teaching Chang Dashan and Lu Meifan how to adjust the station and turn it on and off. The people in the courtyard greeted each other and began to disperse, humming the Peking opera they had just heard on their way home, as if a day's fatigue had completely dissipated. Lu Meifan moved the radio back indoors and covered it with a new towel, muttering, "This precious item must not gather dust." Chang Qing pouted, "Mom, why are you using my new towel again? You used it to wipe the bicycle last time, and now you're using it to cover the radio again." Lu Meifan shot a glare at Chang Qing. "You go use it with Xiuer. You haven't washed your face in 3 days, and you still have the face to complain." Chang Qing, angry, turned around and went back to his small east room, feeling around in the dark for the tin frog that his elder brother had bought. Chang Kun returned to the West Kong, and the little girl Chang Xiu followed him, clamoring to sleep with her elder brother. Tonight she had a great time eating roasted chicken, feeling that being with her brother was much better than being with her parents. Chang Kun lay at the head of the Kong, stretching lazily and checking his system rewards. Ding. Capture bear 11, reward little bear cake 1. Current host can sense prey under 280 gene within a range of 750 meters. Ding. Capture wolf 11, reward 7 wolf skin belt 1. Current host can sense prey under 300 gene within a range of 800 meters. The next morning, Chang Kun took his household registration book, proof of identity, and work quota certification, riding straight to the Galu police station. At the village entrance, he saw Chin Meru coming from a distance, seemingly wanting to say something to him. Chang Kun did not stop and sped past. Ever since he had caught many prey, her attitude towards him had completely changed. Previously indifferent, she now seemed to want to cling to him. He was currently busy with work matters. Once his family was settled, he would slowly enjoy playing with her. Just like last time, scaring her with a snake was quite amusing. Lost in thought, he arrived at the police station office holding the royal jelly he obtained as a reward for catching bees. Last time he had given a spoonful of this to his little sister, and they almost vomited. The little girls didn't appreciate it. The station chief, Chang Jie, should recognize its value. This was a great item. A swarm of bees only produces a few grams daily, and it is particularly prone to spoilage. In this day and age, it is too difficult to accumulate a bottle of royal jelly. He came this time to ask Chang Jie for help in issuing proof for his family, changing their household registration, and later handling food relations and grain booklets. It wouldn't be polite to ask for so much help without bringing something. Knock, knock, knock. Chang Kun is here. Chang Jie opened the door and saw that Chang Kun was still holding something, pretending to scold him. Why are you bringing something when you come to my place? It's nothing special, just some royal jelly I collected after finding a beehive in the mountains. Chang Kun placed the royal jelly on the desk. Oh, this is a good item. Chang Jie carefully picked it up to examine it. My dad, your uncle Chang, got a jar of this about 4 or 5 years ago. He treated it like a treasure, didn't dare to eat it, and gave it to the leaders instead. It was taken from the mountains. It didn't cost anything. Just let Uncle Chang have some. Chang Jie put down the royal jelly and asked, is the proof ready? Chang Kun nodded, taking out the village certification, household registration book, and work quota proof, placing them one by one on the desk. Chang Jie picked them up to review and said, all right, you wait here, brew the tea on the desk, and I will go out to handle these matters for you. Okay. Chang Kun nodded, not sitting down, and walked to the wall to look at the photos hanging there. The photos seemed to have been taken on a battlefield, showing a group of soldiers in uniforms holding long guns, all smiling with smoke wafting in the background. After waiting for over an hour, Chang Jie finally returned. He held 3 leather bags and took out 3 household registration books, work certificates, and a small yellow booklet. Chang Kun, everything is ready. The grain book has been processed. Now your family of 3 adults will receive 28 jin of grain each month. The 2 older girls will each get 14 jin, and little Chang Xiao will get 4 jin a month. From now on, you will be part of our street. Go back and tell your parents to take these documents and go directly to work. Chang Kun looked at the small yellow booklet in his hands, filled with emotion. After being reborn, he had always thought about providing a better life for his family, and now he had finally taken a small step. The next step was to settle down in the city, so his parents wouldn't have to shuttle back and forth between the village and the city. Brother Chang, thank you very much. Chang Kun sincerely thanked Chang Jie. Without his help, it would take at least a month to sort out these documents. Moreover, splitting one household registration into 3 was a tricky matter. Oh, just thinking about it was difficult. Fortunately, Chang Jie was the police station chief. He was also taking a risk, helping. If someone made an issue of it, he would indeed be in a bit of trouble. The more favors one owes, the more the royal jelly was not given in vain. Emerging from the police station, Chang Kun cycled to Beijing No. 6 hospital. Chang Youfu, the son of his uncle Chang Wu, had suffered a fractured arm after being pinned by a black bear. His injuries having been treated, he was scheduled to be discharged today for convalescence at home. Chang Kun conveniently offered to bring him back. En route, Chang Kun recounted how the family of the slain black bear had secured urban employment opportunities. Chang Youfu fell silent, having himself nearly died at the claws of that very bear while hunting in the mountains. Yet Chang Kun had ascended the mountain, slain the beast to avenge him, and exchanged its carcass for 3 coveted urban job placements. How starkly fate diverged between one man and another. Upon arriving at their courtyard gate, Lu Meifan and Chang Dashan were already waiting outside. How did it go? Was everything settled? These 3 urban job assignments, and the accompanying household registration transfers, were unquestionably the most pivotal matter facing the family, eclipsing all else. Chang Kun nodded and raised the leather satchel in his hand. Let's go inside and see. The trio entered the Eastern Kong platform, where the young girls sat neatly in a row. Father, mother, this is our household registration booklet. Father and Xiao Mu share 1 registration, mother and Xiao Qing share another, I and Xiao Er share the 3rd. Chang Dashan and Lu Meifan exchanged a glance, suppressing their unspoken questions. They could not fathom why their son had divided the family's household registration into 3 separate entries, but recalling how profoundly their lives had transformed solely through his efforts, they chose not to inquire further. This is our grain ration booklet. The 3 adults receive 28 jin per month, Xiao Qing and Xiao Mu 14 jin, and Xiao Er 4 jin. At the word grain, Lu Meifan's eyes instantly welled with tears. She recalled that spring, when their granary stood empty. Wild vegetables had barely begun to sprout, and the meager harvest she'd gathered was fed entirely to the little girls. In the dead of night, hunger burned so fiercely in her stomach she climbed the locust tree beyond the courtyard to pluck and devour its blossoms, a gnawing emptiness she would never forget. Now, however, the entire family would eat state-allocated urban rations, never again knowing the pangs of starvation. Chang Kun slowly filled his tobacco pipe, then drew a quiet, contemplative puff. He remembered his own mother, her final gaze fixed upon him, yearning for just one steamed wheat bun. That humble wish as a son he had failed utterly to fulfill. Now at last the whole family would reside in the city and draw rations. How wondrous it would have been had she lived to witness it. Xiao Qing and Xiao Mu stared curiously at the small yellow-grain booklet, puzzled by their parents' palpable emotion. They did not yet grasp that in this era such a slender booklet held sway over life and death, determining whether a family gnawed bark in the countryside or dined on guaranteed urban rations. Had not Qin Meru married him precisely to secure urban residency and access those rations? Yet in later generations that same household registration booklet would become the steepest barrier dividing city from countryside. Even prodigies and celestial maidens, desperate for that thin slip of paper, would emulate Qin Meru marrying without regard for whether their groom was a slothful inertible. Was this the tragedy of humanity, or of the age itself? Chang Kun could not decide. One might only conclude if you cannot overcome the system, join it. If you cannot join, withdraw. And if withdrawal proves impossible, then simply lie still. The family spent a quiet while examining the household registration booklet, grain ration booklet, and work certificates before carefully stowing them away, ready for their first day on the job. Xiao Kun, more than half the wild wolf remains. I'll split it and send portions to your elder sister and your maternal uncle. Chang Kun nodded, understanding his mother's intention. With all three family members securing urban jobs, the news demanded immediate sharing with their closest kin, their elder sister and maternal uncle. Mother, I want to visit elder sister too. Me too. Xiao Qing and Xiao Mu had not seen their elder sister Chang Mei for a long time. Hearing she had given birth to a baby, they ached to see her. Lu Meifan had intended to accompany Chang Kun to visit Chang Mei and meet her grandson, only to find all the little girls clamoring to go as well. The walk to Chang Mei's in-laws' home took 1 to 2 hours. Since Lu Meifan could not ride a bicycle, Chang Kun would need to ferry his sisters there on his bike. Lu Meifan, meanwhile, would walk to her younger brother's home. After finalizing plans to depart early the next morning, Chang Kun and Lu Meifan began dividing the wild wolf meat in the courtyard. Chang Kun played with the little girls for a while, then reflected that gifting only wolf meat felt somewhat meager. He recalled numerous hares and field mice near the mountain's base, and resolved to clear them out entirely lest they continue ravaging the cornfields. The three girls immediately clamored to join him, eager to lend their hands to their elder brother's endeavor. After brief consideration, since the site lay safely at the mountain's base, Chang Kun agreed. Overjoyed, the girls leapt and danced, rushing forward to kiss his cheeks. Even before any prey was caught, they were already debating how many hares to send to elder sister and how many field mice to gift to their cousin Xiao Shui. Wearing burlap sacks atop their heads for sun protection, Chang Kun carried a hoe as they approached the mountain's base. At noon, the sun blazed directly overhead, and the mountain's base stood deserted. Undeterred by the heat, the girls obeyed their brother's instructions, gathering dry twigs and fallen leaves to smoke out the field mice and hares. Chang Kun instructed the girls to ignite the kindling at burrow entrances while he stood ready with an open sack. Xiao Xiu followed, closely watching the spectacle. Throughout the afternoon, the mountain's base echoed with the girls' exuberant cries. Whoa, brother, 2 hares. So many field mice, and this one's white. Brother, you've dug up heaps of corn kernels. By late afternoon, their hair clung in damp strands to their foreheads, soaked through with sweat, but not once did they complain of fatigue. Their faces glowed with unrestrained joy. This is how brother hunts in the mountains. It's absolutely thrilling. And it's not merely fun, we helped catch all this. Soon they would present gifts to elder sister and cousin Xiao Shui and bask in their praise. Chang Kun carried 1 full sack on his back and a half-full one in his hand. Xiao Qing and Xiao Mu together bore a 3rd sack between them. Xiao Xiu trailed behind her brother, straining her arms upward against the sack's weight, trying in her small way to ease his burden. Passing the village entrance, villagers greeted Chang Kun with warm smiles and cheerful salutations. The boy before them was no longer the aimless, jobless scapegrace who had once squandered his position. Last night, listening to the radio, they'd learned Chang Kun had traded the slain black bear for 3 urban jobs, securing residency and employment for his entire family. Their astonishment left them speechless. Such a feat defied imagination. Though 1 or 2 individuals from neighboring villages had secured urban posts, no one had ever witnessed an entire rural family relocating en masse to the city for work. Countless urban dwellers remained unemployed, languishing in endless queues. Yet the Chang family had simply walked in and claimed rations. It was truly unbelievable. Many hunters who'd ventured into the mountains now bitterly regretted their failure to search more diligently. Perhaps that black bear might have fallen to their own rifles. Then they would be the ones moving to the city. How had the Chang family drawn such extraordinary fortune? Still, procuring such jobs was neither simple nor trivial. Villagers knew only that a black bear roamed the mountains, a creature unseen for decades, let alone killed. They knew Chang Kun had bartered it for jobs, but could scarcely fathom the weight of personal favors expended. In this era, even purchasing a slab of meat from a state-run food store required connections. Chang Kun walked homeward with his youngest sister in tow. Behind him, voices buzzed continuously at the village entrance. Look, the eldest Chang boy carries a sack, surely something valuable inside. Indeed, it looks heavy. From now on they'll dine on state-allocated rations, the true urbanites. Yes, I wish my family had such a son. Heh. Don't you recall saying when Chang Kun lost his job, thank goodness he's not my son, or I'd die of shame. Chang Dashan is truly blessed. His life's worth has been fulfilled. As Chang Kun receded into the distance, the crowd stood transfixed, heartbeats lingering long after he vanished from view. Mother, we're back. Chang Qing and Chang Mu walked into the courtyard, dropped their burlap sack onto the ground, and dashed inside to find Lu Meifan. Mother, we caught so many wild rabbits and field mice. Chang Qing tilted her head up, hands on her hips, waiting eagerly for her mother's praise. With a warm smile, Lu Meifan gently stroked her daughter's hair. She had known all along that her son's efforts would surely yield results. Though she had braced herself, Lu Meifan was still taken aback when she saw the two bulging burlap sacks lying on the ground. Her son, accompanied by several young sisters, had filled them both in just half an afternoon. Xiao Kun, what did you catch? 6 warrens of wild rabbits, 14 in total. 7 or 8 burrows of field mice, 50 or 60 altogether, I didn't count precisely. They're all already stunned dead. There's also some grain in the sacks. Lu Meifan patted her son's shoulder and praised him. My son is truly remarkable. Turning to see the little girls standing tall and proud, she wrapped her arms around them and said warmly, my daughters are remarkable too. They know how to help their elder brother with chores. Chang Kun and his younger sisters washed their faces, then helped their mother sort the wild rabbits and field mice in the courtyard. Xiao Kun, take these wild rabbits to your uncle Chang Wu. He's done us many favors before. Take this one to the Zhang family. Chu Han has been tirelessly accompanying you into the mountains these days. And give another to your uncle Lu along with several field mice for his whole family. Lu Meifan carefully selected rabbits from the sacks, assigning each with thoughtful precision. Mutual aid among kin and neighbors was customary in the village, but the Chang household was large and provisions were often scarce. Though relatives couldn't offer substantial help, they occasionally shared small portions of food with the little girls. Now that Chang Kun had brought home such an abundant haul of rabbits and field mice, there was no urgent need to sell them for coin, so he simply distributed several to those close to them. Chang Kun agreed and set off first for Zhang Chuhan's home, carrying rabbits and several field mice. Zhang Chuhan, his elder brother, and their father were squatting by the stove stewing wolf meat. The day before, Chang Kun had gifted Zhang Chuhan a wolf leg, and the 3 men still hadn't finished it. Uncle Zhang, today we caught some wild rabbits and field mice. I've brought a few for you to taste. Chang Kun greeted Zhang Pianxin warmly. Not long ago, Chang Kun had rescued both Zhang Pianxin and his grandson Zhang Bu Xiao deep in the mountains, and the Zhang family still cherished that debt, eager for a chance to repay it. Seeing Chang Kun arrive once more with gifts, Zhang Pianxin instinctively tried to refuse, until Chang Kun clarified these were meant specifically for Zhang Chuhan, at which point the elder man accepted them. After exchanging a few casual words with Zhang Chuhan, Chang Kun left the Zhang residence. Back home, Zhang Pianxin studied the rabbits and field mice, then glanced meaningfully at his son Zhang Chuhan and said, Second son, could you ask your elder brother to take 2 of these field mice to his in-laws and bring Lai Bao back home? His beloved eldest grandson had been taken to his daughter-in-law's natal home and still hadn't returned. He missed the boy terribly. In former times, Zhang Pianxin would never have consulted his son before deciding to send even 2 field mice. He wouldn't have hesitated to hand over every rabbit and field mouse to his eldest son, never giving a thought to his second son. But things were different now. Lately, nearly all the meat eaten at home had been brought in by Zhang Chuhan, not to mention the life-saving rescue the 2 of them had shared. Gradually, Zhang Pianxin had begun considering his simple-minded second son's well-being. Zhang Chuhan looked up at his father and elder brother, who were both watching him intently, and quietly nodded his assent. When Chang Kun returned home, he happened upon his father heading out carrying rabbits and field mice. Upon asking, he learned his father was delivering gifts to the Lu Taizhu and Uncle Chang Wu households. Seeing no need for his assistance, Chang Kun stretched lazily and strolled into the inner courtyard. As dusk deepened, Chang Qing squatted in a corner of the yard, keeping a respectful distance from her mother, using a twig to teach her 2 younger sisters how to write their names. Lu Meifan worked busily in the courtyard, skinning the rabbits while muttering, We've only been eating meat for a few days, yet you dare say wild rabbit tastes bad. You've already forgotten how during lean times you dig for Jingyao those grubs, to eat. This meat weighs dozens of jin. If measured against our old days, it would last you years. And now you dare be picky. Hearing this, Chang Kun understood instantly it must have been Chang Qing, who alone among them dared voice such complaints. To anyone else overhearing it, might seem the Chang family were wealthy landlords feasting daily on delicacies from land and sea. Xiao Changxiu struggled to form her own name with clumsy gestures, and mocked by her two older sisters quickly lost interest in writing altogether. Spotting her elder brother returning home, she cried out joyfully and rushed toward him. Big brother, carry me. Among the three little girls, Changxiu, being the youngest, excelled at coquettish charm. As Chang Kun lifted her, he noticed she felt noticeably heavier. Just days earlier, they'd secretly devoured bout of sugar and expelled a swarm of parasites. Now their bodies absorbed nutrients efficiently and growth surged forward rapidly. Behind his mother's back, Chang Kun retrieved 3 milk candies from his system space and slipped them into the mouths of the 3 little girls. They knew better than to let their mothers see. Otherwise, another round of scolding would surely follow. Stealthily retreating to the eastern Kong, they took up their tin frog toys for a friendly contest. Meanwhile, Chang Kun stoked the fire and added oil, preparing to braise rabbit and stir-fry field mice. His mother, ever frugal, rarely used oil when cooking, preferring instead to boil rabbits and field mice in vast pots of water. No wonder the dishes seldom tasted good. Lu Meifan caught the rich aroma of stir-frying, hurried into the main hall, and stared at the glistening oils-licked morsels in the wok, her heart tightening with quiet dismay. She thought to herself, this son is rather reckless. How much oil did he use? Thank goodness he's skilled at hunting. Otherwise, no household would dare cook so extravagantly. Once the braised rabbit and stir-fried field mice were ready, he served them in small bowls. The little girls, drawn by the fragrance, had already gathered nearby, eyes wide and expectant. Big brother, your cooking smells amazing. It's far tastier than mother's. They flattered Chang Kun with practiced ease. Xiao Changxiu's mouth watered freely as she gazed up at her brother, utterly entranced. Chang Kun handed them several pieces of field mouse meat. Their eyes crinkled shut in bliss. The tender, fragrant morsels instantly conquered their palates. Shoo, let's use the remaining oil to simmer a pot of soybean soup. Eat too much richness tonight, and you'll surely suffer stomach upset tomorrow. Lu Meifan ushered her son and the little girls away. Just then Chang Dashan returned home, and the entire family gathered around the octagonal table to feast. A pot of soybeans simmered slowly over low heat, while the table bore steaming, aromatic braised meat. The little girls laughed and chattered, devouring their meal, with gleeful abandon, grease glistening on their lips. Xiao Changxiu's teeth were still emerging, and she couldn't gnaw clean the bone in her tiny hands. Her eyes darted slyly. Then she shoved the bone straight into her father's mouth. Next, she reached for another piece of meat and pressed it into her brother's mouth, babbling sweetly. Big brother, daddy eat meat. Chang Dashan chuckled helplessly, poured 3 bowls of wine, and declared, wife, son, tonight there's no one else but us, our family alone. Let's share a sip, to celebrate these blessed days. They lightly clinked their bowls and sipped, reminiscing silently about hardships past, each heart swelling with quiet gratitude. The little girls remained unaware, yet in that very moment their lives had undergone the most profound transformation. From country children to city dwellers, their destinies irrevocably changed. Before falling asleep, Chang Kun checked his system rewards. Ding! Captured 1,010 wild rabbits. Reward 20 spicy rabbit heads. Current host can sense prey weighing under 320 jin within a radius of 850 meters. Ding! Captured 5,050 field mice. Reward 20 mouse dung pills, Ji Gong Dan. Current host can sense prey weighing under 340 jin within a radius of 900 meters. Spicy rabbit heads. A true delicacy, perfect with alcohol. Rumor has it no rabbit ever leaves Chengdu intact, but whether that's true remains uncertain. The mouse dung pills are made from tangerine peel and preserved plums, shaped into small, glossy black pellets resembling droppings. Tangy and sweet, they stimulate the appetite. The younger sisters would surely love them. Night passed. Before dawn, Lu Meifan and Chang Dashan rose from their Kong to pack their things. Today, the young girls and Chang Kun were heading to Aunt Chang Mei's home to visit her newborn nephew. Lu Meifan, meanwhile, prepared to visit her younger brother's house, bearing gifts of wild rabbits and field mice. From the small storage room, she retrieved 2 large baskets, long and used and thick with dust. After cleaning them thoroughly, she filled each basket with 2 wild rabbits, 10 field mice, and some wolf meat. She covered the contents with cloth sacks stuffed with over 10 jin of soybeans and corn, dug by hand from field mouse burrows. She also took down the peach pastries and candy balls hanging from the rafters, divided them evenly, and placed them inside the baskets. Both baskets were now nearly full. The family ate breakfast together. The little girls could hardly contain their excitement. They hadn't seen elder sister Chang Mei in ages. Chattering eagerly, Chang Kun strapped Xiao Changxiu to his chest and mounted the bicycle. Chang Mu sat atop the bicycle's top tube, while Chang Qing rode on the rear seat carrying one of the heavy baskets on her back. A wooden plank extended behind the seat, distributing the basket's weight onto it to ease Chang Qing's burden. The bicycle wobbled unsteadily as it set off, carrying one adult, 3 young girls, and a massive basket. At home, Lu Meifan hoisted the second large basket onto her back, preparing to head to her brother's house. With both parents gone, her younger brother Lu Meilin was now her sole remaining kin. Visiting him felt just like returning to her natal home. She secured the heavy basket firmly across her back. In these times, arriving at one's natal home bearing such a basket was the height of opulence. Most families considered even a small cloth pouch a generous offering. Her brother's home lay nearby. Lu Meifan arrived in just 15 minutes. Before stepping through the gate, she spotted several women gathered outside the courtyard, each holding woven baskets for foraging wild vegetables. "Oh, it's Meifan. Come to see Meilin. What's that you're carrying on your back?" Seeing her approach, the women, who had planned to gather greens, took turns greeting her warmly. "My son hunted some wild rabbits and field mice. He insisted I bring some for his uncle to taste." Hearing the commotion, her sister-in-law Fan Erxiao stepped out, then hurried forward upon spotting Lu Meifan. "Elder sister, you've come. But why bring so much?" Spotting the baskets brimming with provisions, Fan Erxiao beamed with delight. "All caught by Chang Kun. Wild rabbits, field mice, plus some peach pastries and candy balls for Xiao Shui." In earlier days, ashamed of her son's failures, Lu Meifan never mentioned him when visiting her brother's home. Now, however, her household had transformed entirely, thanks to her son, and wherever she went, she proudly sang his praises. Noticing guests had arrived, the women outside exchanged polite farewells and dispersed to continue their foraging. "I heard elder sister Lu's eldest son is quite extraordinary now. Indeed, they say he's brought down enormous game deep in the mountains. My aunt lives in their village. I've heard it firsthand: wild boars, blue sheep, even black bears. He's slain many. So capable. Is he married yet? My niece would make a fine match." Their voices faded into the distance, laced with envy. Fan Erxiao led Lu Meifan indoors and immediately asked about the black bear. Having heard rumors in the village, she still found it hard to believe Chang Kun had actually killed one. Xiao Shui, timidly peering out softly, called, "Great aunt." Lu Meifan quickly produced a box of Bao Tang, worming tablets, specifically entrusted to her by Chang Kun for Xiao Shui. She carefully explained to Xiao Shui and her mother, "This medicine expels intestinal parasites. Once taken, the worms will pass, and she'll recover fully." Unafraid, Xiao Shui cradled the tablets in her palms and wandered off, slowly licking them with her tongue, the sweet syrupy flavor utterly delightful. Seated side by side on the Kong, Lu Meifan and Fan Erxiao spoke of how Chang Kun had traded 2 black bears for formal employment, a feat even more astonishing than slaying the beasts themselves. Fan Erxiao gasped so sharply she nearly tumbled off the Kong, edge-mouth agape, as she stared at Lu Meifan. After a long pause, she finally stammered, "Elder sister, does this mean your family is now officially urban residents? You won't need to till the fields anymore, and you'll receive state-issued grain rations." In those days, jobs and wages paled beside the vital necessity of food. For generations, the first greeting exchange between neighbors had always been, "Have you eaten?" Lu Meifan smiled and nodded. "It's all thanks to Xiao Kun. He arranged it through connections." Wiping away tears, Fan Erxiao laughed. "Elder sister, you've truly entered your golden years." She recalled how not long ago 2 adults struggled to feed 5 children, how impossibly harsh life had been, especially over the past 2 years with everything requisitioned for collective use, and the communal kitchen collapsing. Hunger had become constant in her elder sister's home. The little girls had grown gaunt as firewood, emaciated, almost spectral, breaking Fan Erxiao's heart each time she visited as their aunt marriage. Now at last the entire family received ration grain, no longer facing starvation. Fan Erxiao genuinely rejoiced for her elder sister's family. Such a capable nephew, still remembering his little cousin Xiao Shui, bringing so many treats for the household. Meanwhile, Chang Kun pedaled toward elder sister Chang Mei's home, passing through Qinjia village. Suddenly, Qin Meru's voice rang out from behind. "Chang Kun. Chang Kun, wait." She hadn't visited Chang Kun's home in 2 days today, hoping to check, and she'd happened upon him cycling past. Chang Kun ignored her completely, focusing solely on his ride. He was busy ferrying his younger sisters to elder sisters, and had no time for this woman. Living in the neighboring village, Qin Meru had caught wind of the rumor that the Chang family had traded black bears for official work, and now rushed to question Chang Kun, directly sprinting after him with long strides. Chang Kun, already slowed by carrying 3 girls and a heavy basket, stood up on the pedals the moment he saw Qin Meru gaining ground. Wretched woman, get lost. Chang Kun, slow down. Wait for me. Seeing him accelerate further, showing no sign of stopping, Qin Meru burst into tears. Though she gave chase with every ounce of strength, the distance between them widened steadily. Why, you brute. Glancing back, Chang Kun saw Qin Meru collapse to her knees, sobbing uncontrollably. He burst into laughter. The scene reminded him vividly of the fool Yun Peng chasing the swallow. He pedaled all the way to elder sister's gate, where she stood rocking her infant in her arms, humming a gentle lullaby as she strolled along the courtyard entrance. Elder sister, I'm here. Before the cart even came to a full stop, Chang Qing and Chang Mu scrambled down and rushed straight to Chang Mei. Xiao Qing, Xiao Mu. Chang Mei cried out in delighted surprise. Xiao Kun, Xiu'er, you've both come too. Chang Kun parked the cart, lifted Xiu'er down, and greeted his elder sister. The three little girls swarmed around Chang Mei, clamoring to see the newborn. Wow, he's sleeping. Look, he's blowing bubbles. The girls burst into giggles. Shoo, keep your voices down or you'll wake him. And if you do, can you even soothe him back to sleep? Chang Kun stepped forward and gently shooed them away. Elder sister, let me hold my nephew. Chang Kun took the baby into his arms, cradling him crosswise. Elder sister, he grows more like his uncle every day. Look at that little nose, those tiny lips. Chang Mei smiled, but said nothing, instead drawing the girls close with an arm draped affectionately over their shoulders. She had raised all her younger sisters when they were small, though having not seen them for so long, her heart ached with tender longing. Xiao Kun, what brings you here? Yes, something good. I just hunted some wild rabbits and field rats. I brought a few over. Then he'll go call Granny. She's gone outside the village to forage for wild greens. Chang Mei asked Chang Kun to wait inside with the baby while she went to fetch Granny. The girls, thrilled to see their elder sister again, clung to her like ivy and trailed after her step for step. Just 3 or 5 minutes after they'd left, the infant seemed to sense the shift in scent and stirred awake of his own accord. He didn't cry, only gazed up at Chang Kun with wide jet black eyes. TSK, say uncle. Chang Kun teased the baby, slipping a finger into the tiny clutching palm. Unfazed by strangers, the little one grinned broadly and drooled. Moments later, a pungent odor wafted through the air. Chang Kun leaned in. Sure enough, the baby had soiled his diaper. From afar, Sun Xiaohong, Chang Mei's mother-in-law, came dashing over, calling out anxiously, Xiao Kun's never cared for a child before. How could you leave little Bao in his hands? Chang Kun chuckled softly. Granny, my nephew and I are kin through blood. He's quiet, calm, and content, though he did just have an accident. Sun Xiaohong took the baby, glanced fondly at his rosy cheeks, and beamed. Indeed, he hasn't shed a single tear. Blood truly binds. Nephew and uncle share a bond no ordinary kinship matches. Behind them, Chang Mei held Xiu'er's small hand while Chang Qing and Chang Mu skipped along behind. Big brother Granny gave us gyrio fruit. Their mouths were stuffed full, and each clutched several more gyrio fruits in their small fists. As they entered the house, Chang Kun carried the large wicker basket inside. After changing the baby's diaper, Sun Xiaohong turned and exclaimed, Xiao Kun, what have you brought this time? We haven't finished the last batch you gave us. Oh, Granny, nothing fancy. Just things I hunted myself. Chang Kun placed sugared candy balls and peach pastries onto the heated brick bed. The rest, meat and grain, he carried over beside the cooking stove. Brother, what did you hunt this time? Chang Mei asked, curiosity sparkling in her eyes. Chang Mei's husband's village, Yangjiatun, lay far from her natal home. News of Chang Kun's black bear kill had yet to reach her. Just a few wild rabbits, field rats, and some wolf meat. Chang Mei and Sun Xiaohong gasped in alarm. Wolf? Were you hurt? Chang Mei seized Chang Kun's shoulders, turning him this way and that, scanning him head to toe. Only breathing easy once, she confirmed. He bore no wounds. How did you even encounter a wolf? We've only ever heard tales of wolves deep in the mountains. Never laid eyes on one. Chang Kun reached into his pocket and handed her a necklace strung with wolf fangs. Sister, it's crafted from real wolf fangs, said to ward off evil spirits. It's perfect for infants. Xiao Qing, Xiao Mu, and Xiu'er each have one. The necklace, completed the night before, had already been claimed, eagerly draped around the necks of the girls who'd coveted it for days. Sun Xiaohong, touched by Chang Kun's devotion to the baby, smiled warmly. Xiao Kun, you all catch up. You've got much to talk about. I'll prepare something for you. We'll eat lunch right here. Chang Kun had brought ample meat and grain. No need for pretense. Oh dear, Xiao Kun, why bring so much? Sun Xiaohong pulled a cloth sack from the large basket beside the stove. It brimmed with yellow soybeans and maize. Granny, I dug these up from field rat burrows. Goodness, you've got such a big family at home. Keep them for yourselves. Granny, elder sister, I've come today with wonderful news. Sun Xiaohong and Chang Mei exchanged glances, leaning in expectantly. Hunting so many rabbits and field rats, and even a wolf, was surely auspicious. Then Chang Kun recounted how he'd slain a black bear, how he'd later crossed paths with a wolf, how upon returning home he'd enlisted the Chung family's help to secure jobs, and how now his entire family had moved to the city and secured state-rationed grain. Chang Mei and son Xiaohong listened bewildered, as if hearing a storyteller weave a tale. In these times, rural families scraped survival from the soil. The notion of anyone entering the city to draw a ration grain was nearly unimaginable. And it wasn't just one person. It was 6 souls, all transformed overnight into urban residents. Utterly incredible. Chang Mei's gaze drifted to the 3 little girls, blissfully ignorant, stuffing themselves with gyrio fruit, leaning over the baby and coaxing him to call them auntie. Only after a long pause did she realize Chang Kun was utterly serious. Chang Mei clasped her hands tightly. They trembled. Xiao Kun, is this truly real? Or are you spinning a tall tale? Elder sister, why would I lie to you? Especially with Granny right here. Would I dare fabricate such a story? Chang Mei broke into a radiant smile. Then her eyes welled with tears. She remembered her unmarried days, scarce food, younger sisters wailing with hunger, her parents, and herself as eldest daughter, skimping on every morsel to stretch the rations. Each midnight hunger would jolt her awake, her stomach hollow, her body trembling. Now, her brother, wise and capable, had led the whole family into the city, into stable work and guaranteed grain. No more gnawing hunger. A blessing beyond measure. Son Xiaohong paused, stunned. Her in-laws, entirely, were becoming urbanites. Her own father-in-law, a security captain at the commune, had pulled strings for years just to place his eldest son in the city. Her younger son still waited, opportunity elusive. Yet here was the Chang family, propelled into urban life solely by Xiao Kun's hunting prowess. Unbelievable. A sudden thought struck her. She laughed aloud. Xiao Kun, does that mean my daughter-in-law Wang Ziqin and your sister Meifan will soon work side by side at the same supply cooperative? How splendid. Then our families shall truly prosper together. That cooperative is a prized post. She then asked about the others' positions, learning one worked at the local police station, another at a research institute. Son Xiaohong sighed repeatedly. Her in-laws' fortune seemed boundless. Rural life grew harsher by the day. Food stocks dwindled alarmingly. Anyone with foresight knew this winter would test endurance to its limits, perhaps heralding a great famine. Chang Mei listened quietly, awestruck. Her brother had become someone extraordinary. After a moment, she turned to Son Xiaohong. Mother, may I take Bao and Xiao Kun home to visit father and mother? Son Xiaohong hesitated. Though the baby had passed his first month, and visiting the maternal home was customary, her heart clenched at the thought of parting with her cherished grandson. Yet after reflection she nodded. Such momentous joy demanded celebration at the natal home, and as the eldest daughter, Chang Mei deserved to share it. Hearing this, Chang Kun's heart soared. His mother at home often spoke of elder sister, recounting her childhood hardships, lamenting how now that prosperity had arrived, Chang Mei remained unable to share in it. The girls, hearing they'd all go home together, leapt with glee. Elder sister, we'll sleep on the same heated brick bed tonight. Chang Mei packed her baby's clothes, diapers, and some infant formula. Before lunchtime, the group hurriedly departed and rushed all the way home. Her mother, Lu Meifan, had not yet returned from her younger brother's home. Chang Mei laid the sleeping infant on the eastern Kong platform, then walked through the east room, west room, and courtyard, inspecting each space carefully. Having carried a large belly and observed postpartum confinement for over a year, she had not visited her natal home in that time. Now returning felt deeply familiar. Every corner evoked warmth and nostalgia. From his system space, Chang Kun retrieved the last few strips of dried pork and shared them with his elder sister and youngest sister to ease their hunger. Next, he lit the stove, poured oil into the wok, and stir-fried the remaining rabbit and field mouse meat. The rich aroma drew all 4 sisters to gather around the hearth. Brother, why use so much oil? Mother will scold you when she returns. Chang Qing laughed. Elder sister mother would never scold elder brother. Last night he cooked just like this, and she said nothing. Mother said the oil and meat in our home were all hunted by elder brother, so he may use them freely as long as nothing is wasted. It smells delicious already. Surely even more delectable to taste. Chang Mei licked her lips and inhaled deeply. Chang Xiu leaned close. Delicious. Xiu'er loves it. Yummy. Xiu'er loves it. Everyone laughed. The youngest Xiao Xiu'er had the most insatiable palate, never missing a single feast. Just as the meat sizzled fresh from the wok, Chang Dashan returned home. Seeing Chang Mei at home, he beamed with joy and reached out to grasp her arm. My eldest daughter has come home. Father. Chang Mei too felt a surge of emotion and gently led him to the eastern Kong to see her son. Look, your grandson. Chang Dashan rubbed his hands together and chuckled softly. He truly resembles his maternal grandfather. Hearing this, Chang Kun smiled inwardly. He'd said the very same thing that morning upon first seeing his nephew. The stir-fried rabbit and field mouse meat steamed warmly while the soybeans simmering in the pot released an earthy, savory fragrance. After sharing laughter and tender words around the baby, the family gathered around the octagonal table for dinner. Elder sister, try this leg meat. It's the most fragrant. Chang Qing offered her favorite field mouse leg to his elder sister. Chang Mei smiled and took a bite, then remarked, "It seems Xiao Qing has grown remarkably thoughtful." Elder sister, me too. Xiao Changxiu nestled against her elder sister, lifting her morsel of meat high. Yes, delicious. And Xiu'er has grown thoughtful too. Pleased by the praise, Xiu'er happily scrambled back onto her small stool. No sooner had the family finished eating than the infant on the Kong burst into loud, piercing cries. Chang Mei lifted him up and instructed, "Xiao Qing, fetch the infant formula bag I brought home." She fed him spoonful by spoonful. As soon as the formula touched his lips, his wailing ceased, and his tiny mouth smacked contentedly. Seeing this, Chang Dashan asked curiously, "Xiao Mei, why feed the baby this formula?" Chang Mei sighed softly, "Father, after my last bout of heatiness, my milk supply dwindled. These past days we've relied entirely on the formula Xiao Kun provided." Hearing this, Chang Dashan rose, opened the cabinet, and placed a full packet of formula onto the Kong. "There's still more than half a pack left. If it runs low, just ask your brother to replenish it. We must never let our precious grandson go hungry." This too was part of what Chang Kun had brought home. After one shared meal, the family had not tasted it again. Chang Mei nodded with a quiet smile, saying nothing. Without this formula, the baby would have subsisted only on thin rice or wheat gruel, and who knew how emaciated he might have become. "Xiao Kun, I've heard elders say pig trotters boost lactation. Shall we head up the mountain to look?" In Chang Dashan's mind, though formula was available now, famine could strike at any moment, and his grandson must never starve. He'd ventured into the mountains several times over the past 2 days, but failed to hunt wild boar. Instead, he'd felled a black bear. His son possessed extraordinary hunting skill. With his official duties not yet begun, now was the perfect time for another foray. Chang Kun nodded. "All right, father, let's go." He too wished to hunt a wild boar, perhaps trade its hide or tusks for a bicycle. That way his parents could ride to and from work instead of trudging endlessly between city and countryside beneath the scorching sun. Chang Mei tugged gently at Chang Kun's sleeve, reluctant to let her father and younger brother brave the blistering heat. Chang Dashan waved dismissively, paying no heed to her concern. Hunting, like fishing, was addictive. Too many fruitless trips had depleted stamina, and villagers' forays into the mountains had dwindled accordingly. But these past few days, accompanying his son Chang Dashan, had taken down both a black bear and a wolf. His spirit now soared fierce and unyielding. Just as the two stepped beyond their courtyard gate, they met Cheng Rongjiang pedaling toward them, flanked by 2 young men shouldering rifles. "Uncle Cheng." Chang Kun greeted him warmly. "Xiao Kun, where are you off to?" Cheng Rongjiang noticed father and son both wore sackcloth hats and bore long rifles, clearly preparing for a mountain expedition. "Just a stroll through the mountains, see what we might catch." Cheng Rongjiang parked his bicycle in the courtyard. "Perfect timing. I was just coming to invite you along. I'd assumed you'd start work today, so when you didn't appear, I came straight here." "Uncle Cheng, do you have business in the mountains?" "This venomous snake project I'm leading was delayed for several days after I was bitten by a mole cricket. Now fully recovered, I must press forward without delay. During my hospital stay, I saw many victims of snake bites, none successfully treated." Chang Kun nodded. "Understood, Uncle Cheng. Venomous snakes abound here. I know exactly where to find them." He did not ask why Cheng Rongjiang's team had shrunk to 3 members. Surely the terror of venomous serpents had left deep psychological scars. The group slowly advanced into the mountains. Along the way, Chang Kun activated his system's detection, yet deliberately ignored every hair he sensed. When pheasants appeared, he hurried to investigate. If he missed the shot, he'd simply collect wild eggs instead, to steam into delicate custards for his elder and youngest sisters. Cheng Rongjiang followed Chang Kun, casually watching as he fired once to fell a pheasant, then ducked into tall grass to retrieve a clutch of eggs. Within half an hour, 2 pheasants filled Chang Kun's sack, while over a dozen wild eggs nestled in the cloth pouch he carried. Cheng Rongjiang stood utterly dumbfounded. Having worked for years at the Animal Research Institute, he knew well how arduous hunting could be. As for marksmanship, his 2 companions were veteran soldiers, exceptionally skilled with firearms. Yet sharp aim did not guarantee success. Wild creatures were always sharper, keener in sight, scent, and hearing than any human. The true art of mountain hunting lay not in shooting, but in finding. Most hunters returned empty-handed, not for lack of skill, but because they could not locate their quarry. Yet Chang Kun moved through the wilderness as if strolling through a kitchen garden, knowing precisely which eggplant had ripened, which tomato glowed crimson, reaching out effortlessly to pluck it. When Chang Kun once again emerged from the grass, clutching a nest of wild eggs, Cheng Rongjiang could contain his astonishment no longer. "Xiao Kun, how on earth did you know those eggs were hidden there?" Uncle Chang Kun replied cheerfully, spend enough time running these mountains, and such things become second nature. Chang Dashin snorted quietly. His son was telling yet another tall tale. If anyone in the village knew these mountains intimately, it was Chang Dashin himself, undisputed among the top hunters. Yet his son Chang Kun had scarcely entered the woods before adulthood. No one knew where he'd learned this uncanny gift of tracking. As they chatted idly, the group crossed ridge after ridge. Uncle Chang, the ridge ahead teems with snakes. Though whether any are venomous remains uncertain. Chang Kun had sensed them days earlier, dozens coiled beneath sun-warmed stones. But flipping boulders to hunt snakes demanded effort, and their meager flesh offered little reward, so he'd passed them by. Cheng Rongjiang perked up instantly. Let's go, hurry. Suddenly Chang Kun's expression shifted. Uncle Cheng, wait. Something's wrong over there. Through his system's perception, a massive creature, weighing 200 to 300 jin, stood locked in tense confrontation with something long, slender, and serpentine. Xiao Kun, what's wrong? Chang Dashin and Cheng Rongjiang asked in unison. Chang Kun raised a finger to his lips, shill, and whispered, let's move slowly, something's happening over there. He then crept silently to the crest of the hill. The others followed, flattening themselves behind a rocky outcrop at the summit to peer downward. Halfway down the slope, a massive wild boar, nearly 300 jin, stood snorting and thrashing its tail in fury. Tu Qiuzi. It's a Tu Qiuzi. Cheng Rongjiang exclaimed, voice trembling with excitement and dread. He himself had nearly died from the venomous bite of one. Xiao Kun, do wild boars even eat snakes? Chang Dashin blinked, bewildered. He knew only that boars fed on fruits and tender leaves. Father boars are omnivorous. They occasionally hunt meat too. This one likely stumbled upon the snake and decided to indulge in a change of fare. After a few hushed exchanges, Chang Kun lifted his rifle and took careful aim. Two men behind Cheng Rongjiang also raised their rifles, ready to fire if Chang Kun missed. With a sharp crack, the report echoing across the hills, the boar collapsed instantly. Startled by the sudden collapse of its adversary, the Tu Qiuzi recoiled, flattened itself low, and vanished into the tall grass within seconds. Last time it was just like this. I was bitten by a Tu Qiuzi that lunged from the grass, Cheng Rongjiang murmured, shuddering faintly. Chang Dashin, elated by the boar's fall, leapt up ready to rush down. But Chang Kun stepped forward and held him back, pointing toward the midslope. Father, I'll go first. There are many snakes beneath those rocks. Let's clear them before hauling the boar. He led the way to a large boulder. Uncle Cheng, there's a snake under this stone. The two men behind Cheng Rongjiang, already awestruck by Chang Kun's uncanny ability to locate game, sprang into action. One reached for the stone, while the other gripped a shaped branch poised to pin the serpent. Try to capture them alive. Cheng Rongjiang rubbed his palms together eagerly. If we catch 10 or more today, they'll have ample specimens for study. As the stone was lifted, the dazed snake barely stirred before being swiftly pinned to the ground by the forked branch. Another Tu Qiuzi, seems this entire slope teams with them. Together they secured the serpent in a specially woven sack. Xiao Kun, you're truly remarkable. How did you know there'd be a snake beneath this stone? Cheng Rongjiang circled the boulder several times, scrutinizing it closely, yet found no clue. Uncle Cheng, after seeing enough of them, you simply know. It's hard to explain. Chang Kun smiled faintly. He possessed a system after all, and thus knew precisely where every serpent lay hidden. 2 hours later, the entire slope had been combed clean of snakes, and Cheng Rongjiang was utterly convinced. It was fortunate indeed that Chang Kun was present. Otherwise, with so many serpents lurking across the hillside, one might have sprung forth unexpectedly and struck again. That would have been no trivial matter. Chang Kun moved like a living radar, directing each capture with uncanny precision. In total, they caught over 20 serpents, far exceeding Cheng Rongjiang's expectations. Once the last viper was secured, Chang Kun approached the fallen boar, his face alight with quiet satisfaction. This boar weighed nearly 300 jin. Its trotters would be stewed for his elder sister, to help her lactate. As for the rest of the meat, he hoped to exchange it for a bicycle, easing his parents' daily commute to work. Uncle Cheng, could we trade this boar for a bicycle at your research institute? Chang Kun's urban connections remained slender, limited to the supply cooperative, the police station, the research institute, and the neighborhood committee. Xiao Kun, you want to swap this boar for a bicycle? That's simple. Just ask your brother Cheng. They often seize unclaimed bicycles during raids, though none are brand new. Go take a look. If one suits you, just ride it away. A warm smile spread across Chang Kun's face. So it was true. Having someone inside truly smoothed every path. Even the bicycle, once a daunting prospect, now seemed effortlessly resolved. The five of them dragged the boar back toward the village. As they passed the entrance, villagers erupted once more in astonished clamor. Inwardly they groaned. Why did fortune always favor the Chang family? They'd already hunted several boars, and even a black bear. It defied reason. Rumors had it that Chang Kun had traded his black bear for formal employment, securing state-issued grain rations for his entire family. Fellow hunters who ventured into the mountains felt humbled, unable to lift their heads in pride. They could no longer feign ignorance, claiming the mountains held no boars, just as fly fishers could no longer insist the river held no fish. By the time they reached home, it was barely 4 in the afternoon. Lu Meifan had already returned from her brother's house and stood in the courtyard cradling little Bao with radiant joy. Spotting Chang Kun and Chang Dashin dragging the boar, her eyes lit up. She broke into laughter and dashed forward. "My son has bagged another wild boar." At the commotion, the 4 sisters, Mei Qing, Mu, and Xiao, rushed out from the house. They had already witnessed Chang Kun bringing home wild boars, wolves, and even a black bear. Seeing their eldest brother return with yet another boar, they were unsurprised, only overjoyed, leaping and dancing in delight. But Chang Mei was different. She'd only heard tales of her younger brother's hunting prowess. Today marked her first real glimpse. She'd returned to her natal home that morning, and by afternoon found her brother hauling in a colossal boar. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Had this mountain become overrun with wild boars? Before her marriage, she hadn't heard of a single boar being hunted here in years. Now her brother had felled one in less than a day. Were it not unfolding before her very eyes, she would never have believed it. Lu Meifan and Chang Dashin had already fetched cleavers to begin butchering the boar. Along the way, Cheng Rongjiang and his companions had lent strong arms to drag the heavy carcass. They slit the throat, drained the blood, removed the entrails, and carved 3 generous slabs of fatty belly meat, each handed respectfully to Cheng Rongjiang and his 2 companions. All 3 wore broad grins. They'd merely hoped to enlist Chang Kun's aid in capturing venomous snakes. Yet not only had the task been completed far beyond expectation, but they'd also received a generous share of rich, glistening fat, nearly 10 jin. In these times, though urban residents received 2 liang of meat coupons monthly, actually purchasing meat remained extraordinarily difficult. State-run food stores offered only meager supplies. Queues formed before midnight, yet most still left empty-handed. And the black market, that depended entirely on the thickness of one's wallet, prices there ran 3 to 5 times higher than official rates. "Xiao Kun, this meat is excellent. I want to decline it." I'll cycle back and fetch Cheng Jie to haul the boar away, discuss the bicycle with him directly. Chang Kun nodded and walked Cheng Rongjiang to the gate. Inside the courtyard, Lu Meifan beamed, waving her hand decisively. "Xiao Mei, start the fire. We'll render lard and feast on crispy cracklings." The girls shrieked with glee. The last batch of cracklings had been unforgettable. Chang Mei stoked the flames to render the lard. Meanwhile, Chang Qing and Chang Mu gathered kindling in the yard to singe the boar's trotters, soon filling the air with a pungent, acrid smoke. Lu Meifan and Chang Dashin worked steadily on the offal. Little Chang Xiao came bounding over to her eldest brother. "Big pot. Big pot. Stinky. Want candy?" Chang Kun cradled little Bao in one arm and drew several milk candies from his spatial realm, placing one gently into the girl's mouth. Her eyes crinkled shut in bliss as she scampered off to show her sisters. Chang Kun peeled each candy wrapper and distributed one to his youngest sister, his elder sister, his father, and his mother. As the family savored the sweet confections, laughter mingled with the rhythmic chopping and scraping, warmth and contentment blooming quietly in every heart. After roasting the trotters briefly, Chang Qing judged the bristles sufficiently charred, tossed them aside, and hurried to Chang Kun's side. "Brother, let's catch cicadas. Elder sister loves them most." Chang Kun ruffled her hair. This sister still remembered elder sister's favorite treat. A tender pride swelled within him. Hearing this, Chang Mei stepped into the courtyard, recalling how before her marriage, she'd led her siblings through the trees in pursuit of cicadas. Just 1 or 2 years had passed, yet she now held her own child, and those carefree days belonged irrevocably to the past. Noticing her wistful gaze, Chang Kun understood she was reliving memories long faded. He turned to his mother. "Mother, you tend the lard. Let me take elder sister and the younger ones to catch cicadas." At once the girls burst into cheers, skipping over to surround Chang Mei and usher her gleefully toward the gate. "Hurry, elder sister. Brother's unmatched at catching cicadas." Chang Kun cradled Xiao Bao in his arms. Little girls held Chang Mei's hand. The group quickly arrived at a small woods outside the village. Without waiting for instructions, the girls spontaneously scattered to gather dry branches and fallen leaves. The sky had not yet darkened. Chang Kun and his eldest sister searched for cicada nymphs. With his system's perception activated, Chang Kun moved as if guided by an innate radar. Within minutes, his hands were brimming with cicada nymphs. Gradually, dusk settled in. Chang Kun ignited the pile of dried leaves on the ground, then climbed a tree and vigorously shook its branches. Chang Mei, holding Xiao Bao, watched in wonder as cicadas swarmed from the treetops toward the flickering fire. The 3 little girls burst into delighted laughter, shrieking and scrambling to catch the cicadas fluttering wildly across the ground. "Let's have a contest. Who catches the most? Agreed. The winner gets extra portions. I don't care about that. When we get home, I'm having crispy pork cracklings. I want cracklings too. Even as they chattered, their hands never paused, pinning down cicadas one by one, tearing off wings and tossing them into a growing heap. Relying on his system's perception, Chang Kun knew precisely which trees, and even which branches, teemed with cicadas. He shook each nearby trunk in turn. He leapt down from the tree, took Xiao Bao from his elder sister's arms, and urged her to join the hunt, rekindling the simple joys of childhood. Chang Mei proved far more adept than the little girls. In no time, a modest mound of cicadas accumulated beside the fire. That's enough. We should head back now. This haul is more than sufficient for our meal tonight. We still have pork cracklings at home along with pig hearts and livers. The girls lingered, reluctantly torn between lingering and the irresistible allure of cracklings, ultimately trudging home with wistful sighs. Before departing, Chang Qing fished several cicadas that had tumbled into the fire. Crisp and charred, they tasted rich and savory with every bite. As Chang Mei chewed, memories surfaced of childhood days when she'd led her younger siblings on just such cicada hunts. Back then, Chang Qing and Chang Mu had been tiny, clinging shadows trailing behind her day after day, endlessly chanting, "I'm hungry." Now roles had reversed. She stood where her younger brother once did. Yet watching her younger sister, she saw how well he cared for them all. How heartwarming. Before even crossing the courtyard gate, the girls dashed inside like gusts of wind, drawn by the intoxicating aroma of sizzling pork cracklings wafting from afar. Chang Qing strode into the yard, holding a large bowl, popped a crackling into his elder sister's mouth, then fed one to his elder brother. Only then did he share the rest with his two younger sisters, one piece each, filling their mouths with rich golden fragrance. Chang Mei bit into hers. A crisp crunch echoed unctuous fat, flooding her palate, her eyes instinctively narrowing in bliss. Truly exquisite. Lu Meifan beckoned warmly. Come inside quickly. The pig liver and heart are nearly done. Chang Mei entered first and buried a handful of cicadas deep within the warm embers of the stove. Just as Chang Kun stepped toward the doorway, a beam of light swept across the yard. From afar, a jeep pulled up. Cheng Jia hopped out, laughing heartily. Xiao Kun, you're incredible. Not even a full day has passed, and already you've bagged another wild boar. Brother Cheng, you came all the way here so late. Please come in and join us for a bite. How could I not? The lads at the station haven't stopped begging for meat. If I don't haul this boar back, they'll keep me awake all night. He laughed again. The officers hadn't tasted meat in months. The last black bear carcass had gone straight to higher-ups. After brief banter, Chang Kun ushered Cheng Jia indoors. On the octagonal table, slices of pig heart, liver, and lung steamed gently. Dipped in garlic soy sauce and savored with a single bite, they were pure, unadulterated delight. Xiao Changxiu nestled contentedly in her elder sister's lap, clutching a large bowl and eating ravenously, her face smudged with grease. Once sated, the girls retrieved the roasted cicadas from the stove's embers and crunched into them one after another. Many cicadas remained. The girls insisted Cheng Jia take half back for Cheng Min. Having shared a bed with the girls last time, she'd already won their affection. Chang Kun and the others hoisted the wild boar onto the jeep. As Cheng Jia prepared to depart, he turned and said, Uncle Chang, tomorrow when you report for work, stop by the warehouse and pick any bicycle you like. For a boar this size, choose freely. Hardly had the jeep vanished down the road when villagers began trickling into the Chang courtyard. Chang Mei greeted them warmly. Uncle, Auntie, Grandpa. Then quietly asked Chang Kun, Xiao Kun, why have so many people gathered at our home? I know. They've come to listen to the radio. Chang Qing whispered conspiratorially into his elder sister's ear. Chang Mei blinked, stunned. We own a radio. Since when? Another of Xiao Kun's achievements. Our household has changed beyond recognition. From outside, she heard murmurs drifting in. What's that scent? Is it the aroma of rendered pork fat? Indeed, it's Xiao Kun's latest wild boar. Why can't my son ever bag one? Don't even dream of it. You didn't see how badly Chang Wu's son Youfu broke his arm. He'll be laid up for months. Lu Meifan fetched the radio, locked away in a cabinet, and placed it reverently upon the stone table in the courtyard. In rural life, entertainment was scarce. Now that the Chang family owned a radio, anyone with spare time rushed over to hear operas and stories. Tonight, crowds overflowed. People lined up nearly to the courtyard gate like an open-air cinema. The moment the radio crackled to life, silence fell over the courtyard. First came the news bulletin. Farmers grasped little of national affairs or global politics, yet listened with rapt, earnest attention regardless. When the news concluded, the resonant dong-dong-dong of Beijing drum opera filled the air. Instantly, the courtyard grew so still a pin drop would echo. Everyone closed their eyes, swaying gently, nodding in time with the rhythm. The Peking opera continued until past 10 o'clock. Only 2 or 3 minutes after the final note faded into silence did Lu Meifan sigh softly and switch off the radio. The crowd dispersed reluctantly, sighing inwardly. If only they could hear opera every night without ever needing to till the fields. As villagers exchanged farewells and departed, the little girls, though yawning incessantly, had refused to retire early, insisting on hearing the opera to its end. That night Chang Qing, Chang Mu, and Xiao Bao slept together with Chang Mei on the eastern Kong. Chang Kun slept with Xiao Chang Xiu on the western Kong. Instinctively, he activated the system interface. Ding. Captured 1,010 snakes. Reward: acquired 1 bottle of black snake wine. Current host can detect prey under 360 gene 180 kg within a radius of 950 meters. Ding. Captured 11 wild boar. Reward: acquired 5 gene 2. 5 kg of pork skin jelly. Current host can detect prey under 380 gene 190 kg within a radius of 1,000 meters. Ding. Captured 100,100 cicadas. Reward: acquired 1 gene 0. 5 kg of golden fried cicadas. Current host can detect prey under 400 gene 200 kg within a radius of 1050 meters. Detection range exceeds 1,000 meters. System upgrade in progress. Chang Kun nodded thoughtfully. He recalled that black snake wine alleviated rheumatism, adding bare knee bones might amplify its efficacy. Pork skin jelly was smooth, tender, and springy, like delicate fruit jelly. The little girls would surely adore it. As for the golden fried cicadas, he'd bring some to his elder sister's natal home. She loved them most, and pairing them with honey water would soothe her heatiness. The next morning, the entire Chang family rose unusually early. It was the first day of work for 3 of them, and Lu Meifan treated it with solemn importance. Chang Kun, Lu Meifan, and Chang Deshan all donned new clothes. These garments had been sewn by Lu Meifan from second-grade fabric Chang Kun brought home, never worn, never even unfolded. My son stands so tall and upright. This new outfit suits him perfectly. Lu Meifan smoothed wrinkles from Chang Kun's shirt, gazing at him with radiant pride. Chang Deshan quietly retrieved a pack of De Qianmin cigarettes from the cabinet and urged everyone to hurry. 1 bicycle carried them all, his mother perched on the top tube, his father seated on the rear rack, while several wild rabbits dangled from the handlebars. Chang Kun pedaled unsteadily. After 40 or 50 minutes, they reached the city. At the police station, he let his father off. As he watched his father enter the station, a human-shaped target suddenly appeared within his perception. Chang Kun's pulse quickened. Had the system's perception upgraded? It now detected not only weight, but also form. Soon venturing into the mountains, he'd distinguish wolves from sheep at a glance. This newly sensed human silhouette evoked memories of thieves and thugs, criminals who in his mind were merely prey. His father, now inside the station, awaited the chance to earn merit. Chang Kun glanced at the station signboard and smiled. It was his first day at work. Chang Kun needed to deliver his mother to the supply and marketing cooperative early. He cycled to the cooperative, handed his mother over, and presented 2 wild rabbits each to Director Song and Wang Zuiqing. Wang Zuiqing beamed with delight, addressing his mother affectionately as auntie and solemnly vowing that the cooperative would become her new home. She would never suffer a moment's hardship there. Without lingering for more than a few words, Chang Kun hurried on toward the Animal Research Institute. En route, he opened the system notification. System upgrade complete. The host may now sense both the weight and shape of prey. Rare or special prey bears distinctive markers. The system storage space accommodates inanimate objects only with an initial volume of 333 cubic meters, upgradable. Though the upgrade notice was brief, Chang Kun rejoiced inwardly. For years while hunting in the mountains, he could only perceive the weight of prey, not its species, leaving him vulnerable to perilous encounters. Once upon first encountering a black bear, he mistook it for a wild boar and nearly collided head-on. Now with shape-sensing capability, such dangers were eliminated. Moreover, the system space had previously stored only system-awarded items, rendering it virtually useless. But now it could hold any lifeless object. No longer would he need to scramble for transport to haul game back and forth. True spatial storage had arrived, and it was extraordinarily convenient. Unable to wait, Chang Kun veered his bicycle into an empty alley, pressed his hand against the frame, and with a soft shush, the bicycle vanished into the system space. He spent a few delighted moments experimenting before heading, flushed with excitement, to the Animal Research Institute. There he found Cheng Rongjiang clad in a white lab coat, restraining a local snake and drawing venom into a test tube. Chang Kun did not disturb him, simply placing the wild rabbits beside the workbench. After finishing the extraction, Cheng Rongjiang finally noticed him. "Xiao Kun, you're here. Please have a seat." Glancing at the rabbits on the floor, he smiled faintly, but said nothing. "I've spoken with the director. You possess exceptional skill in hunting. It would be a waste not to harness that talent. Your official position is sampling technician, tasked exclusively with collecting biological samples from various animals." Cheng Rongjiang paused, then pointed toward a venomous snake coiled inside a glass terrarium, just like yesterday's fieldwork. "Capturing snakes in the mountains, that is your domain. Chang Kun offered a quiet smile. This role suited his system's unique advantages perfectly. Then Uncle Cheng, what shall I do first? Nothing urgent at the moment, Cheng Rongjiang replied, shaking his head. The snakes you helped me catch yesterday will last me several months. No other projects require sampling right now. So, I just sit idle. Never call it idling. Go sip some tea, read the newspaper, stay informed about national affairs. Go on. The office next door is mine. You'll share it with me. Unable to assist with venom extraction, Chang Kun was gently ushered off to drink tea in the office. Chang Kun shook his head. Was this really what working life entailed? Unbelievably comfortable. Though he earned wages and received rations, the monotony was stifling. Before he'd even steeped his tea, the office door crashed open. Dad! Chung Min burst in, breathless and flustered. Chang Kun, what are you doing here? Right, you started work today? Where's my dad? Before Chang Kun could answer, her eyes lit up. Oh, you're brilliant at catching snakes. Why bother fetching my father when I can enlist you instead? She seized his arm and tugged him toward the door. Whoa, what's going on? Come quickly, we'll talk on the way. Chang Kun nodded to Cheng Rongjiang next door, mounted his bicycle, and followed Cheng Min. Along the way, she explained the situation. She taught at Gulu Government Primary School. During class that morning, a venomous snake, thick as a human forearm, had dropped from the ceiling beam, nearly sending the students into hysterics. Fortunately, having grown up around her father's menagerie, she possessed steady nerves and swiftly drove the serpent away with a broom. Terrified children wailed uncontrollably, refusing to re-enter the classroom. Even neighboring classes, upon hearing the news, fled en masse to the playground, fearing the snake might slither into their own rooms and strike. The school's academic director organized teachers to search every classroom meticulously, yet the serpent remained elusive, a creature that thick couldn't possibly have flown away. Someone recalled that Cheng Min's father worked at the Animal Research Institute, renowned for handling venomous beasts and wild predators. So Cheng Min was dispatched to fetch him. In those lean years, many schools teetered on the brink of closure. Adults struggled to fill their stomachs. Children fared no better. Teaching and learning alike demanded energy they simply lacked. When both teachers and students went hungry, attendance dwindled steadily, until classrooms stood nearly empty. Yet Cheng Min's government primary school was different. Most pupils were children of government cadres, guaranteed at least basic sustenance. If a child from such a privileged background were bitten by a venomous snake at school, the repercussions would be severe. Thus, the academic director urged Cheng Min repeatedly, urgently, to bring help without delay. Chang Kun grasped the situation instantly. All this fuss boiled down to one simple task: catching a snake. Effortless. Fortunately, Cheng Min had summoned him. Had she fetched Cheng Rongjiang instead, he'd have wandered the halls blindfolded. They sped to the school, a modest compound of gray brick tiled classrooms. Teachers stood in small clusters before each entrance, scanning nervously left and right, braced for a sudden strike. On the playground, groups of elementary students laughed and played, already forgetting the serpent's terror. To them, recess meant freedom from class, and they half wished for more snakes to keep it going. The academic director, his belly notably round amid widespread hunger, spotted Cheng Min approaching and hurried forward. Teacher Cheng, whom have you brought? Seeing Chang Kun trailing behind her, barely 20, youthful and unassuming, he bristled inwardly. They'd agreed she'd fetch her father, not dispatch a greenhorn to handle a crisis. Yet as an experienced administrator, he masked his misgivings flawlessly. This is Technician Chang Kun from the Animal Research Institute, exceptionally skilled in handling venomous serpents. Cheng Min had heard only second-hand praise of Chang Kun's prowess, never witnessed it firsthand, and dared not overpromise before the director. Welcome. Technician Chang, your assistance is deeply appreciated. The director's expression remained affable as he shook Chang Kun's hand. Chang Kun merely nodded, silent. The moment he entered the school grounds, he activated his system's detection and sensed serpents in several classrooms. More than a few. Cheng Min leaned close, whispering near his ear, "Don't boast too boldly. If you catch it, fine. If not, no harm done." He felt the warmth of her breath and gave a gentle nod. At the doorway of one classroom, a lanky young man approached Xiao Min. "Who's this? Didn't you say you'd bring your father?" Cheng Min frowned, her distaste plain. "Yin Feng. Don't presume familiarity with that nickname." Yin Feng's face darkened momentarily, then twisted into a practiced grin. "My apologies. I meant no offense, Cheng Min. So who exactly is this?" Having glimpsed her whispering to Chang Kun moments earlier, jealousy flared hot within him. He longed to stand where Chang Kun stood. Upon closer look, noting Chang Kun's composure and bearing, suspicion flickered in his mind. Cheng Min had initially sought only his help capturing the snake, but seeing Yin Feng's condescension, she shifted tactics. She took Chang Kun's arm firmly. "This is my dearest friend Chang Kun. He's here to help us catch the snake." Yin Feng's chest tightened, his fists clenched. "Oh, your friend. With so many teachers on staff unable to locate it, how could he succeed? Watching her grip Chang Kun's arm, jealousy threatened to consume him. Chang Kun narrowed his eyes, glancing between Cheng Min and Yin Feng. Understanding crystallized, Cheng Min held no interest in Yin Feng, yet he clung with desperate persistence. The Cheng family had rendered invaluable support to Chang Kun's kin, securing jobs, arranging household registration. Now that Cheng Min needed aid, he would not stand aside. He smiled faintly at Cheng Min, then cast a cool, appraising glance at Yin Feng. Does it matter whether I succeed, or shall we wager on it? Just as Chang Kun was about to help Cheng Min catch a snake, Chang Dashan had his first day at the police station and ran into a small trouble. Cheng Jie took him to the storage room to pick out a nearly brand new bicycle, then let him patrol with Team 2 in Nanlo Guxiang. The captain of Team 2 was named Ji Sibao. Originally, Ji Sibao wanted his younger brother, who had just retired from the military, to work at the police station, but unexpectedly, he was outpaced by Chang Dashan. To his surprise, Chang Dashan ended up being assigned to his team. During the patrol, Ji Sibao kept chattering incessantly, complaining that some people only know how to use connections. He thought that older folks shouldn't take positions meant for the younger generation. He further remarked that older people can't catch thieves and can't handle thugs, so he wondered what they could do at the police station. Chang Dashan kept his head down and remained silent. As the captain, Ji Sibao didn't name him directly, so he couldn't say anything. His son had worked hard to secure this job, and he couldn't just quit because of a few jabs. Fortunately, the other team members did not echo the captain's sentiments. The others already knew that the wild boar brought back by the captain last night was actually due to Chang Dashan's efforts. To get their share of the wild boar meat, the young men from the station didn't go home late last night, and in the end they were rewarded with 5 pounds of pork each. According to the city's standards, with 2 taels of meat per month, it would take over 2 years to accumulate that 5 pounds of pork. Moreover, even with meat tickets, it was impossible to buy meat. The meat from the Statron Food Depot was impossible to obtain, and they wouldn't even be able to buy it after waiting in line late at night. With this 5 pounds of meat, the young men returned home to a hero's welcome. Sons praised by their parents, husbands pampered by their wives, and fathers cherished by their children. Today, seeing the man who had brought down the wild boar, the young men felt embarrassed to join the captain in mocking him. After all, they owed him a debt of gratitude. Moreover, old Chang was quite adept at socializing. Having just started his job, he treated everyone to a big chinman, and it was rumored that he had some connection with the captain, so the other team members hardly engaged with the captain. Ji Sibao kept chattering on, but when he saw no one agreeing with him, he reluctantly fell silent. He could only think of other ways to see if he could drive Chang Dashan away. Meanwhile, in front of the classroom of the elementary school, Chang Kun raised his chin and said to Yin Feng, "How about we make a bet? If I catch a poisonous snake, I win. If I can't, you win." Yin Feng, facing his rival, would definitely not back down. What are the stakes? After thinking for a moment, Yin Feng recalled that he and so many teachers had searched room by room for a poisonous snake, but found none. Could this kid actually do it? He sneered inwardly. This kid must be trying to show off in front of Cheng Min, stubbornly boasting. He coldly laughed. A bet is fine. But what's the stake? If I win, you keep your distance from Cheng Min, and if you see her, you walk the other way. If I lose, if you see the bicycle I rode here, it belongs to you. Chang Kun was eager to raise the stakes on this guaranteed win. Cheng Min widened her eyes and quickly grabbed Chang Kun's arm urgently, saying, "No, we can't bet on this." Hearing that Chang Kun was willing to stake his bicycle to avoid harassment from Yin Feng made her feel a bit sweet inside. However, the stakes were too high, as she couldn't let Chang Kun take the risk. Yin Feng hurriedly nodded in agreement, afraid that Chang Kun might back out. His father was the director at the grain station, a cushy job, but he hadn't bought him a bicycle. It wasn't that they couldn't afford it, but they feared he would attract trouble by being too conspicuous. So when he heard Chang Kun say he would bet the bicycle, he was overjoyed. How could this kid who hadn't caught any snakes despite all the teachers searching possibly catch one? As for his pursuit of Cheng Min, he had little hope. After pestering Cheng Min for over a year, he had never received a kind look from her. He figured he might as well take this opportunity to snag a bicycle. In his eyes, Chang Kun was merely putting on a show for Cheng Min. The bicycle would soon belong to Yin. Cheng Min shook her head anxiously. The stakes were simply too high. Meanwhile, the director and several teachers watched with an expression as if they were watching a show, anticipating a contest for the girl before the snake catching even began. They were generally displeased with Yin Feng's behavior of pursuing Cheng Min, but due to Yan's family influence, they hadn't said much. They didn't know Chang Kun's background, nor were they aware of his relationship with Cheng Min. As they saw him confidently betting with Yin Feng, they grew curious. What on earth did Chang Kun have that made him bold enough to bet a bicycle? Chang Kun remained unmoved by Cheng Min's persuasion. Catching a poisonous snake was easy. With the system outside, it was foolproof. Whether the stake was a bicycle or something else, it made no difference. Betting the bicycle just made Yin Feng agree sooner. Seeing Cheng Min still trying to persuade him, Yin Feng hastily said, "If you win, I promise. From now on, if I see Cheng Min, I will walk the other way." Chang Kun nodded lightly. "All right." Cheng Jie had helped him resolve his family's household registration issues, so he was happy to help Cheng Min a bit now. Cheng Min felt extremely unsettled, her eyes slightly red, staring at Chang Kun without trying to persuade him again. Chang Kun took the lead and walked into the second classroom on the east. Director, there's a poisonous snake on that beam. Can you send someone up the ladder to poke it down? Chang Kun pointed at the beam above his head, speaking to the director. Upon hearing this, the director had a face full of questions. You didn't even look around carefully, and you expect to find a poisonous snake. That's just too dismissive. Ha ha, Yin Feng laughed mockingly, shaking his head. Is this person here to be a comedian? He didn't even look and just claims there's a snake up there. It's ridiculous. Chang Kun remained silent, just casting a cold glance at him. Cheng Min felt a bit nervous, her mouth dry as she looked around for the snake, but couldn't find any trace of it. She was anxious and sweating on her forehead. Could it be that Chang Kun was just talking nonsense? If they couldn't find the snake later, he might find a way to weasel out of the bet. There was no way a bicycle could be lost to someone like Yin Feng. Yin Feng's eyes darted around. Director, I'll go get a ladder and see if there's a snake to prevent some people from losing and then cheating. This Chang Kun casually pointed and claimed there was a snake on the beam. Yin Feng felt delighted. This guy was just spouting nonsense. Let's see how I expose him. Today was a good day. He could get a bicycle for free. Yin Feng hummed a tune as he fetched a bamboo pole and ladder, holding the pole in one hand while climbing the ladder. Cheng Min looked worriedly at Chang Kun, then at the beam above her. She regretted inviting Chang Kun today, as there wouldn't have been a bet otherwise. The director and the other teachers stood aside, looking up at the beam, feeling skeptical. If it were that easy to find a poisonous snake, what had they been doing searching for so long? Yin Feng stood on the ladder looking down at Chang Kun, chuckling. Is that bicycle easy to ride? It'll be mine from now on. Seeing that Chang Kun ignored him, he stopped talking. Holding the bamboo pole, he poked around the beam a few times, looking down and sneering. Have you given up now? Where's the poisonous snake? Let's see if you can admit defeat. Chang Kun looked up, a smile on his face. Cheng Min noticeably relaxed her face, also struggling to suppress a smile. The director and the other teachers had their eyes wide open, mouths agape, as if witnessing something unbelievable. Yin Feng sensed something was off with the expressions of the crowd below and followed their gaze. Holy crap! A poisonous snake was winding its way down the bamboo pole, already halfway down, just 1 or 2 meters away from Yin Feng. Oh! A shriek escaped Yin Feng's mouth, sounding like a duck quacking. Yin Feng let out a sharp scream, urgently swinging the bamboo pole in his hand, which fell towards the position where the director of education was standing. Oh my mother! The director of education with his big belly swiftly stepped aside to avoid the bamboo pole and the venomous snake. Without time to curse, everyone rushed out of the classroom and only stopped relieved when they were far from the door. Looking back, the venomous snake was coiled in a ball on the ground, its gray-brown patterned body with a triangular head raised, swaying as it flicked its tongue. It's a soil ball snake. This guy is really not small. The director of education wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, recalling how Yin Feng nearly dropped the bamboo pole and the venomous snake on him. He was truly terrified, his heart still thumping continuously. The director of education and several teachers looked at Chang Kun in astonishment. This person really had a knack for it, casually pointing to the beam and identifying the venomous snake, which was indeed there, simply unbelievable. Fortunately, he hadn't doubted Chang Kun at that time, otherwise he would have been proven wrong now. Cheng Min looked at Chang Kun with sparkling eyes. No wonder Dad praised Chang Kun so much last night, saying how skillful he was at catching snakes. Seeing him today, he seemed even more impressive than Dad had described. He was also quite handsome. What a pity he was already engaged. But what am I thinking? Just when the few of them outside the classroom were still in shock, inside the classroom, Yin Feng started crying. You all, come save me. My God. The venomous snake thrown to the ground was startled and flicked its tongue for a moment, searching for an enemy. Not finding one, it began to slowly climb up the ladder. Yin Feng on the ladder was frozen in fear, unable to go up with the snake below. Within moments, a smell of urine wafted from his pants. Chang Kun, I give up. I admit defeat. Come save me. Yin Feng remembered Chang Kun's impressive snake-catching skills. Life was at stake, so he disregarded his pride and cried out for help. Chang Kun glanced at Yin Feng's pleading expression and smiled lightly. Since he had admitted defeat, and he was the one who had invited him to catch snakes, it would not be right to let him be bitten by one. Chang Kun slowly walked into the classroom, picked up the bamboo pole from the ground, and used it to poke the venomous snake. He swung the pole repeatedly, and in just a few strikes the snake's head was crushed, its body limp and motionless on the ground. Yin Feng, flat against the ladder, slowly slid down to the ground, stopping at every step. He dared not look at Chang Kun, but glared at the venomous snake on the ground, his legs clamping together, as if hiding something, and he hurriedly dashed out of the classroom. At the entrance of the classroom, the director of education caught a whiff of something, waved his hand in front of his nose, and exchanged glances with several teachers chuckling, but saying nothing. They all understood what had happened with Yin Feng wetting himself. Knowing without speaking they chose not to get involved in others' affairs. Cheng Min covered her mouth and smiled, walking up to Chang Kun, patting her chest with a relieved expression. It's a good thing you found this venomous snake. If it had bitten a student, it could have led to serious trouble. The director of education also expressed his gratitude, knowing that if something had happened to a student, he would likely be the first to take the blame. Chang Kun waved his hand and said, "You all are celebrating too early." Huh? Cheng Min and the director of education were taken aback. In the nearby classrooms, there are snakes inside, some on the beams, others under the eaves, and some even in the ground holes. As the saying goes, if you find one cockroach in your home, it means there are at least hundreds lurking around. The same goes for snakes. Finding one means there are many more, unless it's just a stray snake. When Cheng Min and the others heard that there were still many snakes in other classrooms, their faces turned pale. With so many snakes around, it was truly remarkable that the school had not experienced any incidents. Chang Kun stepped outside the classroom, pointing at the eaves above. Over here, there are two on that side, and in the two classrooms ahead, there are ground holes, each with one inside. You all need to clean the eaves of this classroom. There are quite a few sparrows which have attracted the snakes. Since the removal of pests in 58, the number of sparrows had significantly decreased, and usually there were no signs of sparrows on people's rooftops. Yet strangely, the school's rooftop was full of sparrows. Chang Kun went around helping to clear away all the venomous snakes from the school. At some point, a group of elementary school students gathered around the dead venomous snakes. This snake is huge. It was found in class 2. What do you say we put this snake in Sun Yanan's desk hole? How about that? Sure, he. It will definitely scare her into screaming. Humph. I'm going to tell the teacher that you guys are bullying a classmate. Pa, you traitor, you lick Sun Yanan's behind every day, and she won't like you. As several elementary school students were arguing about to come to blows, Chang Kun walked by holding several dead snakes, laughing heartily at their commotion. Cheng Min stood by glaring as she shouted, "Which class are you all from?" As soon as she finished speaking, the students dared not lift their heads, scattering like birds. The two made their way outside the school, and across 3 buildings at the street corner was a state-run restaurant. Today, Chang Kun caught 6 venomous snakes for the school, and the director of education strongly insisted on inviting Chang Kun to lunch at the state-run restaurant to express gratitude. At the state-run restaurant, the chef was smiling broadly, chatting with the director of education. From the tone, it seemed the chef's youngest son was trying to get into the local elementary school and was pulling strings everywhere. "Chef, please help cut these snakes into sections into 3 portions, 1 portion for soup at noon." Chang Kun handed several snakes to the chef. "Oh, how can I accept that? I said I would treat you." The director of education hesitated a bit. In this day and age, snake meat is still meat, which is hard to come by. The snakes were caught at school. Just giving a flower to present to Buddha. We'll have 1 portion for lunch, you take 1 back, and 1 for Cheng Min. With a total of 6 snakes, Chang Kun could divide them into 3 portions perfectly, and his family had no shortage of meat. This was a good opportunity to build rapport with the director of education, who knows his little sister may need his help when she goes to school in the city. It's all about relationships, and they need to be nurtured in advance. Waiting until the last minute won't yield the same flavor. The director of education was taken aback. Who exactly was Chang Kun, and why was he giving away these substantial snakes? "Director, don't be polite. My family has no shortage of meat." The director of education blinked. Which family nowadays didn't have enough meat unless? Could it be that Chang Kun's background was indeed quite high? Thus his family had no shortage of meat, and he could casually take a bicycle as a wager. He needed to warn Yin Feng later that Chang Kun was not someone he could provoke. With this in mind, the director of education smiled even more broadly, instructing the chef to add some braised pork. Chang Kun was unaware that the director had already imagined what kind of family he came from. During the meal, everyone enjoyed themselves. Chang Kun was quite satisfied his family didn't lack meat, but the variety of seasonings at home could never compare to a restaurant's. Moreover, the chef's skills were truly exceptional. The same snake meat tasted tender, smooth, and pleasantly chewy. Cheng Min, on the way back to the Animal Research Institute with Chang Kun, hesitated several times, as if wanting to say something. She wanted to ask why Chang Kun had made a bet using his bicycle on her behalf. Now that they had won, it was a joyous occasion. But what if they had lost? If they lost, how would Chang Kun's family and that engaged partner view her? Girls are sensitive, and after much inner turmoil, she still couldn't bring herself to ask. "You're back? There's nothing much going on today, so you can go home early." Cheng Rongjiang, seeing Chang Kun return and realizing there was little to do at the office, allowed him to leave. Chang Kun was delighted by this. Sitting idly here was indeed quite boring. He hopped on his bike and arrived at the supply and marketing cooperative in just a few minutes. Before even entering the cooperative, he heard bursts of laughter coming from inside. Among them was his mother's laughter, indicating she was having a good time. Pushing the door open, he saw Lu Meifan chatting animatedly with Wang Tsuechin, clearly enjoying some juicy gossip. Mother Sister Wang. Chang Kun. What brings you here? Aren't you supposed to be at work? It was still just a little past noon, far from the time to clock out, and Lu Meifan was somewhat puzzled to see Chang Kun. There wasn't much to do at the office, so I left early. Lu Meifan shot a glare at Chang Kun. Even if there's nothing happening, you should stay at the office. Leaving this early, what's that all about? She recalled how Chang Kun had been dismissed and sent home, previously fearing that his current job might face similar turmoil. Don't worry, mother. Chung Dae said there was nothing going on at the office and told me to go home. Lu Meifan fell silent upon hearing this. She herself had spent all day at the cooperative doing little more than gossiping with Wang Suiqing. Her son going to work and having nothing to do, leaving home by noon. It made her feel as if the pay for this job was somehow too hot to handle. She wondered how her husband was doing, whether he was as leisurely as she was. After chatting with his mother for a while and seeing her happy, Chang Kun felt relieved. The cooperative was sheltered from the sun and wind, unlike back in the countryside where he had to dig for wild vegetables under the scorching sun. Life was simply too comfortable now. Moreover, there was a salary to be earned and food provided. This was the difference between workers and farmers. The gap would only widen after retirement. Cadres enjoy traveling the world after retirement, while old farmers have no rest. No wonder there are so many disgruntled youths online in later generations. There are some things that others can do, but you cannot speak of. After chatting for a few moments, Chang Kun bid farewell to his mother and rode his bike toward the police station. At this time, the squad, led by G.C. Bao, had already returned. G.C. Bao was still brooding over the matter of Chang Dashan taking his brother's job. His brow furrowed as he began to formulate a plan. Old Chang, by now you've gotten familiar with our patrol duties. In the afternoon, our squad will split up for patrols, and you'll be responsible for that muddy alley. With that, he walked out without waiting for Chang Dashan's response. Seeing G.C. Bao leave, a nearby teammate smirked and quietly leaned over to Chang Dashan's ear. Old Chang, be careful in that muddy alley this afternoon. It's not very peaceful there. Xiao Lu, could you elaborate? Chang Dashan also felt a bit strange. It was only his first day on the job, and he was already assigned to patrol a small alley, especially one called the Muddy Alley. The name alone suggested it wasn't a good place. That muddy alley has plenty of local ruffians and gamblers. Just mind your own business, and you'll be fine. Xiao Lu whispered a few words to Chang Dashan. Chang Dashan's expression turned serious as he nodded. Being given special treatment on his first day at work, this job was going to be tough. Thank you, Xiao Lu. Despite feeling uneasy, Chang Dashan still smiled and thanked Xiao Lu, handing him a large front door. Hey, no need to be polite. Just remember to sell me some if you catch any game in the future. Xiao Lu had been praised by his parents for bringing back meat last night. Today, seeing old Chang being targeted, he kindly offered a few reminders. Chang Dashan smiled in agreement, clearly pleased that his son had sold the wild boar at the police station. He walked into the courtyard of the police station, quietly smoking his pipe. Such minor matters were not worth mentioning to Cheng Jia. He would take it one step at a time. Before he could finish a cigarette, Chang Kun walked in from outside the police station. Dad, what are you doing? Have you eaten lunch? Yes, the food here is quite good. The two of them chatted idly in the courtyard when Cheng Jia walked in, escorting two rather unsavory-looking individuals. Chenggu, who are these? Chang Kun felt a bit strange. There were no signs of these two in the system's detection. Oh, these are two scoundrels I caught. Since the last incident with Cheng Min almost going awry, Cheng Jia had organized the personnel in the station to crack down on local ruffians. Chang Kun quickly understood. The system only detected criminals in the act or on the run as prey, not those who had already been captured. It made sense, so otherwise Chang Kun would have sensed a plethora of prey in the police station or prison. It was like how domesticated pigs were not considered prey while wild boars on the mountain were. Chang Dashan opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to say something to Cheng Jia, but after hesitating several times, he ultimately refrained, simply nodding in greeting. Chang Kun glanced at his father. Dad, is something wrong? Chang Dashan hesitated and sighed. Xiao Kun, do you think it's inappropriate for me to come to the police station? I wouldn't know how to do this job. Dad, no one knows how to do a job from the start. We learn slowly. What's wrong? Is someone at the station unhappy? It's nothing major. Perhaps I'm just stepping on someone else's toes. Chang Dashan sighed again, this old farmer struggling himself, yet still considering others. So what if you are? Our family has brought out such a big bear. Chang Kun paused for a moment and continued, Dad, why don't we catch a few thieves? If we make a contribution, others won't have any complaints. Chang Dashan's eyes lit up. This could work. But, Xiao Kun, it's easier said than done. Where do we catch thieves? Dad, just rest assured. I have my own methods. Chang Kun smiled mysteriously. All right, then I'm supposed to patrol the muddy alley anyway. I've heard that it's a mixed bag there with plenty of petty thieves around. After discussing a bit, the two of them got up and walked out of the police station, heading toward the muddy alley. At this moment, the squad leader had his own small resting room in the police station. G.C. Bao was resting in his room when his good buddy Old Huang walked in. Old G, are you still thinking about your brother? Ji Sibao snorted coldly. If it weren't for that guy with the surname Chang, my brother would be here working by now. He's already working. Don't stir up trouble. Who knows where old Chang got the connections to get in here? I just can't swallow this anger. At his age, what can he do at the police station? The more Ji Sibao thought about it, the angrier he became. I want to see how he manages in that muddy alley. While the two were talking, Chang Kun and his father arrived at the muddy alley. Standing at the mouth of the alley, Chang Kun took a deep breath. It was indeed a mixed crowd in here. In the system's detection, there were so many humanoid prey that he couldn't count them all at once. Among the multitude of humanoid prey, there was one who stood out. In the system's detection, he was flickering like a crimson fawn glowing with a blood-red light. Chang Kun looked at the overwhelming number of human-shaped prey detected by the system, feeling a shiver run down his spine. How could there be so many criminals in this small alley? On their side, there were only himself and his father. As for equipment, he was unarmed, and his father only had a wooden baton and a whistle for communication. With just the two of them, capturing a criminal was simply wishful thinking. Moreover, as the saying goes, to catch a thief, one must catch the stolen goods. Even if they caught the criminal, it would be difficult to put them under the law without evidence of a crime. Dad, what's the background of this filthy alley? Facing so many criminals, Chang Kun didn't know which one to catch. I've heard there are many thugs and gamblers here, but I don't know the specifics. Chang Kun sighed lightly. This was troublesome. He focused his senses and suddenly noticed that the location of the prey, glowing with a blood-red light, looked a bit off. The locations of the other prey were all above ground, scattered within various houses. Only that specific glowing prey was quietly lying about 6 to 7 meters underground, completely still. Who could this person be? Why would they hide so deep underground? Generally, a normal cellar is only 2 meters deep, and even deeper ones are just over 3 meters. A cellar dug 6 or 7 meters deep is not something an ordinary person could accomplish. Chang Kun stroked his chin, pondering for a moment before reaching a decision. Now that they had the support of the police station, who would still go it alone? Dad, let's go back and find Brother Chang. Chang Dashan was confused. Xiao Kun, I still need to patrol. Why should we go back? Just follow me, and you can wait for the credit. Credit? As long as I can do this job steadily, I'll be satisfied. Chang Dashan sighed again, unsure how his wife was doing at the supply and marketing cooperative. When the two returned to the police station, they happened to see Ji Sibao walking out. Old Chang, weren't you supposed to patrol the filthy alley? Why are you back? Not following orders. Ji Sibao shot a sidelong glance at Chang Dashan, feeling a surge of doubt. Could it be that this old Chang was getting too old to even handle patrols? Chang Dashan pursed his lips and said nothing. Chang Kun understood that this person was making things difficult for his father at the police station. Without being polite, he directly spoke up. Who are you to meddle in this? Oomph. Ji Sibao snickered. I'm the captain of Chang Dashan. If the patrol isn't finished and he returns, shouldn't I inquire about it? We found something unusual in the filthy alley and returned to report to Director Chang. If you have any objections, take them up with Director Chang. Ji Sibao fell silent. Since the other party mentioned the director's backing, he couldn't say much more without offending the director. Turning to see Chang Dashan and his son entering the director's office, he rolled his eyes and inexplicably followed. In the office, Chang Jia looked at Chang Dashan and Chang Kun, somewhat surprised. The two should be at work right now. How could they have time to come to his office? Brother Chang, my dad discovered something unusual in the filthy alley, and we came to ask how to handle it. Chang Kun got straight to the point. What kind of unusual thing? Why did you go to the filthy alley? Chang Jia walked around the desk and poured water for the two. At this moment, Ji Sibao rushed in from outside, urgently arguing. It's like this, the filthy alley has been unattended for patrol, and when old Chang came, I assigned him to it. Chang Jia made a non-committal sound, glancing at Ji Sibao. Ji Sibao also knew he was in the wrong and dared not look up. That filthy alley was a mixed bag, and due to the shortage of personnel at the police station, they usually didn't patrol there. Ji Sibao had sent Chang Dashan there purely out of personal vendetta. After a few seconds, Ji Sibao felt cold sweat trickling down his back, only to hear Chang Jia's voice. Xiao Kun, what unusual thing is there? Chang Jia knew that if something truly was discovered, it was definitely Chang Kun who found it. In the previous hunts, it was always Chang Kun who took the lead, while Chang Dashan didn't show any special abilities. Don't be fooled by Chang Kun's young age, he actually had some skills. Brother Chang, it's like this. Chang Kun leaned closer to Chang Jia's ear and whispered. Nothing can be kept secret if not done properly. Who knows what connections the people in that filthy alley have? If the news leaks out, all their efforts would be in vain. After all, the filthy alley had existed under the police station's noses for so long. To say there were no connections, even Chang Jia wouldn't believe it. What? 6 or 7 meters? Chang Jia exclaimed in shock. Having worked his way up to the director in the police station over 7 or 8 years, he had encountered all sorts of criminals, but had never come across one hiding in a cellar 6 or 7 meters deep. What kind of criminal would hide so deeply? The words enemy agents flashed in his mind. It was 1959, just 10 years since the founding of the country. Back in 1949, there were over 100 espionage organizations in the capital with 8,000 to 9,000 professional spies and over 10,000 on the periphery. Most of these spies had vanished in the first couple of years after the founding. Yet a small group of stubborn elements remained hidden, waiting to sabotage the country's progress. With this thought, Chang Jie's expression grew serious as he paced around the office. After a few laps, he turned to Chang Kun. Xiao Kun, is the intelligence accurate? Chang Kun also became serious and nodded. Absolutely no problem. Good. Chang Jie abruptly stopped. Captain Ji, notify teams 1 and 2 to gear up and head out, and bring your firearms. Upon hearing this, Ji Sibo shivered all over, standing at attention and saluting. Yes. After saying this, he turned and quickly ran out. He slapped his forehead, feeling very regretful. It seems that Chang Dashan and his son had discovered some significant intelligence in the filthy alley. If he had gone to the filthy alley himself, the credit would have been his. Xiao Kun, you lead the way, and be sure to follow orders, understand? Chang Jie turned back to remind Chang Kun. Brother Cheng, don't worry, I know the gravity of the situation. Chang Dashan was bewildered what was going on. Xiao Kun, what's going on? Chang Dashan tugged at Chang Kun's sleeve, whispering. Dad, just rest assured this time, we should be able to gain credit. Chang Kun saw Chang Jie calling people to bring weapons, thinking this was secure. His guess was confirmed. The prey glowing like fangs must be enemy agents. Since the system's sensing range exceeded 1,000 meters, the system became smarter after the upgrade, providing special alerts for special prey like enemy agents. Deep within the filthy alley, there was a messy courtyard with lifted stone slabs and overgrown weeds, as if no one had lived there. Chang Jie led 2 teams to gather outside the courtyard with many police officers in plainclothes, hands in their pockets, ready to draw their guns at any moment. Only after all personnel had entered the alley did Chang Jie inform everyone of the target. Upon learning that a possible enemy agent was hiding in the courtyard, the police were excitedly rubbing their fists, itching to rush in and capture him. This was an enemy agent. As long as they captured him, it would be a walking medal, a living honor. An ordinary police officer might never get the chance to capture an enemy agent in their lifetime. Upon learning that it was information provided by Chang Dashan, team leader Shin Yong stepped forward and put his arm around Chang Dashan's shoulder, whispering, Old Chang, how about being transferred to my team later? They'll treat you to a drink. Chang Jie stared at Shin Yong and pointed to the tightly locked gate of the courtyard. This implied that the enemy agent had not yet been captured, so they should not become complacent. The courtyard had 3 sections, and according to the information provided by Chang Kun, the enemy agent was hiding in the cellar located on the eastern side of the second section. Now that the main gate was securely locked, they could not force their way in. Chang Jie gestured for several police officers to form a human ladder. Wait a moment, Brother Chang. Chang Kun recalled the lockpicking skill he had received as a system reward. He looked around and picked up a sharp twig from the ground, using its tip to pry at the lock cylinder, twisting left and right. With a soft click, the lock was opened. The surroundings fell silent as Chang Jie and the police officers stared blankly at Chang Kun. How could this kid be so skilled at picking locks? Even the best lockpicker in their department couldn't match this. Chang Kun gently pushed the door, only to find it bolted from within. He turned back to Chang Jie to signal him. Squad leader Shin Yong sprang into action, leaping over the wall and into the courtyard to unbolt the door. Squad 1, move in quietly. Squad leader Ji Sibai, take 2 men and stand guard outside. Chang Jie commanded the operation. Ji Sibai's face fell when he heard he was assigned to guard the door. He quickly pleaded in a low voice, Please, Chief, let me go in. I want to be at the front lines. If he could enter, he might just have a chance to capture the enemy agent himself and earn some credit. Being left outside meant he had no hope of personally apprehending the suspect. It was all his fault for trying to pull a fast one on Chang Dashan. The lead on this enemy agent was discovered by him, and along the way he hadn't dared to speak up, fearing the chief's displeasure. Unexpectedly, the chief still made him guard the door. Oh, regret filled him. Chang Jie glared. Ji Sibai, are you disobeying orders? Ji Sibai paused. This was the same phrase he had used on Chang Dashan, and now the chief was using it on him. Gritting his teeth, he saluted Chang Jie. I promised to complete the mission. The police officers quietly surged into the courtyard with Chang Kun leading the way to the central courtyard. He pointed to the cellar on the eastern side. Brother Chang, it's right in there. Chang Jie nodded, waved his hand, and squad leader Shin Yong led the team into the cellar. After 3 or 4 minutes, muffled groans of pain echoed from within. Shin Yong emerged, escorting a middle-aged man in his 30s who had a simple face but looked terrified as he shouted, Who are you people? Why are you arresting me? I have no money. In Chang Kun's perception, this man was the one with the blood-red tusks. He nodded to Chang Jie, indicating that this was the person. Chang Jie stepped forward and asked, Shin Yong, what did you find? Shin Yong, with excitement on his face, nodded vigorously. This kid is definitely up to no good. When I rushed in, he seemed to notice and was about to burn a notebook, which I extinguished. This ensured his credit. He turned to Chang Dashin, smiling, already thinking about how to get this old Chang transferred to his squad. Report, squad leader. We found the codebook in the roster. At this moment, another officer emerged from the cellar and hurried over to Cheng Jia. The roster was almost burned. This kid didn't expect our sudden attack, lighting it just before we subdued him. The codebook was found under the bench, and it was retrieved as well. Great. Well done. Cheng Jia laughed heartily, flipping through the roster. This is a big fish. As he flipped through the roster, he gasped, growing increasingly alarmed. Xinyong, you lead the team to continue the search. We must not overlook any clue in this courtyard, especially that cellar. Cheng Jia hastily instructed, and while escorting the suspect, quickly left with Chang Dashin and Chang Kun. This big fish was beyond what his small Gulu police station could handle. Back at the station, Cheng Jia was busy, and only after several phone calls did he finally relax. Little Kun, you and your grandfather have made a great contribution this time. Cheng Jia gulped down some water, took a breath, and walked over to put an arm around Chang Kun's shoulders. Hey, who knows, the entire police station might get some credit too. The more Cheng Jia spoke, the happier he became. Tonight I'll treat you both to dinner. Chang Dashin scratched his head, feeling that he hadn't done anything yet. He was getting credit. Half an hour later, the suspect was taken away and the roster and codebook were handed over. Cheng Jia let out a sigh of relief. The personnel listed in the roster were spread throughout the Beijing area, especially in Pinggu, where there were even telegraph operators and radio stations. The number of people involved exceeded 100, far beyond the capabilities of his police station. This big fish was even a lieutenant colonel, and if he insisted on taking it on, it would be like choking on a bone. This case was such a hot potato that it was best handed over to the department. The special task force around Beijing would be responsible for the capture. Now, the Gulu police station would certainly not miss out on the credit it deserved for this case. Chang Dashin should definitely not miss out on a third-class merit, and the station might even receive a collective third-class merit. Today was indeed a stroke of luck. Let's hit the Statron restaurant for a few drinks. Cheng Jia was overjoyed, wrapping his arms around Chang Kun and Chang Dashin as they headed out. Brother Cheng, please, today is my first day at work and my younger sisters at home are still waiting for me. Besides, there might be someone from the department coming to question us tonight, so don't get drunk later. Chang Kun thought of his little sister at home, who he hadn't seen all day, wondering if she was behaving well with her older sister. Moreover, considering Cheng Jia's drinking capacity, if someone from the department came to ask questions and found the chief passed out drunk, that would not reflect well. Cheng Jia thought for a moment and nodded. Then let's save it for another day. We'll drink when we discuss merits. The three of them left the office and walked outside. At that moment, squad leader Xinyong and squad leader Ji Sibai, along with several team members, returned from outside. Xinyong laughed heartily, reaching out to shake hands tightly with Chang Dashin. Old Chang, your luck has rubbed off on me today. Just now the department leaders praised me for capturing the enemy agent. This was the most glorious moment of Xinyong's life. After retiring, he usually only dealt with petty thieves and scoundrels, and he had never dared to imagine catching such a big fish like today. Come on, old Chang, let's go drink. He turned around and said he would transfer Chang Dashin to his squad. Xinyong's face flushed with excitement. Chang Dashin, holding Xinyong's hand, felt a bit embarrassed. He had hardly participated, merely following his son to collect credit. Don't go drinking now, there might still be people from the department coming to ask questions later. Let's drink together after discussing merits. Cheng Jia advised. Can we even discuss merits? Xinyong's eyes widened as he stared at Cheng Jia. Chief, what kind of credit could there possibly be? Cheng Jia stroked his chin. I suspect the station might receive a collective third-class merit, and Chang Dashin should have his personal third-class merit secured. What the person we caught has quite the background. Xinyong was even more astonished. He had been at the police station for years and had never seen a collective merit awarded. Let's talk about it after the case is closed. This time we've hit the jackpot. Cheng Jia was feeling quite pleased. Ji Sibai, hiding behind Xinyong, was overwhelmed with regret as he listened to the laughter. If he had just gone to the muddy alley earlier and not targeted Chang Dashin, he could have stood at the front and laughed along with everyone. But now he just wanted to sneak away unnoticed to avoid being embarrassed. Xinyong noticed Ji Sibai trying to sneak away and laughed, pulling him back by the arm. Ji Sibai, where do you think you're going? Our station is about to receive a collective third-class merit. Aren't you happy? You arranged for old Chang to go to the alley, and he earned credit. Aren't you happy? Ji Sibai kept his head down, not saying a word. I just want to sneak away quietly. Why do you have to stab me in the chest? After finishing work, Chang Dashin proudly pushed the newly acquired bicycle home. Xiao Kun, come and teach your father how to ride a bicycle. Chang Kun did not want to follow behind his father, correcting him amid shouts. He thought it would be better to go home and play with his younger sister. Dad, go to the supply and marketing cooperative and call my mother. You two can practice slowly, one riding in front and the other supporting from behind. After a few falls, you'll be able to ride it. Chang Dashin glared, gently touching the bicycle handlebars, reprimanding, "Such a precious thing, how dare you drop it? With Mom behind, it won't get damaged. I'm going home to find my little sister now." Chang Kun waved his hand and bought 20 meat buns on the way. At this time, there were no other dishes to eat at the station restaurant. The only things that could be taken home were buns or steamed bread. While riding home along the mountain path, a large creature resembling both a deer and a horse appeared in the system's detection range. Chang Kun immediately stopped and gazed at it from a distance. At this moment, the detection range of the system had exceeded a kilometer, able to sense prey weighing over 400 gene. From afar, halfway up the northern hillside, this large creature with a horse-like body and a pair of huge horns had a dark brown body, partly concealed in the grass, looking around. Chang Kun's heart stirred. Was this a horse deer? The horse deer was far more alert than wild boars or black bears. Its ears were extremely sensitive, capable of hearing unusual sounds from over 100 meters away. Once it sensed danger, it would quickly flee. Though it had a strong, gamey flavor, its meat and blood were excellent. Moreover, the big antlers were highly sought after by men for making wine, far better than oysters or kidneys. In spring, when it shed its antlers, the newly grown velvet was the most valuable part of its body. Chang Kun watched from a distance, sighing, "What a pity. Unfortunately, he hadn't brought his gun to work today. Otherwise he would have definitely gone over to take a shot." He silently noted this location, planning to come back later for another chance. Upon returning home, Chang Kun took out 10 spicy rabbit heads, 2 gene of pig skin jelly, a handful of fried cicadas, and wrapped them together with the meat buns in oil paper, holding a handful of jigong dan rat droppings. As soon as he entered the fence gate, Chang Qing heard the noise and rushed out of the house. Elder brother is back." The little girls all ran out, and Chang Xiu hugged Chang Kun's thigh, saying, "Big brother, I missed you." Though they knew that today their elder brother and parents had gone to work after staying home all day, they couldn't help but miss him. The eldest sister, Chang Mei, came out of the house holding the baby, saying, "Xiao Kun, were you busy at work?" Chang Kun thought for a moment. What did he do at work today? In the morning, he helped Chung Min catch snakes at school, and in the afternoon, he assisted his father in catching enemy agents at the police station. As for the work at the Animal Research Institute, he hadn't done any. Not knowing how to explain it to his elder sister, Chang Kun mumbled a few vague responses, merely saying work was not busy. Little Chang Xiu sniffed a fragrant aroma like a little dog, her small nose twitching towards Chang Kun. "Big brother, eat. I want to eat." Chang Qing and Chang Mu also widened their eyes, staring at the bag in Chang Kun's hand. Come, everyone gets a share. Eat this first." Chang Kun opened his palm, revealing the jigong dan. Chang Xiu didn't see what her brother had taken, eagerly snatched one and put it in her mouth. "You, big brother, why did you bring back rat droppings to eat?" Chang Qing glanced at Chang Kun's palm, showing a disgusted expression. The jigong dan was nicknamed rat droppings, and it wasn't wrong. If one didn't look closely, they would indeed mistake it for rat droppings. Chang Xiu was happily grinning, thinking the sour and sweet taste was incredibly delicious. Hearing Chang Qing say it was rat droppings, she opened her mouth and started to cry. "Wah wah wah, phew. Big brother bad." Seeing this, Chang Kun burst into laughter, holding little Chang Xiu in his arms, pinching a jigong dan, breaking it in half. One half into his mouth, and the other half into Chang Xiu's mouth. "See, it's not rat droppings. This is really delicious." Only then did the little girl stop crying, still murmuring, "Don't. Let Qing eat, don't." She thought Chang Qing was purposely tricking her, feeling angry. Chang Qing and Chang Mu snatched a handful of jigong dan from their brother and ran back into the house. After carefully inspecting, they confirmed it wasn't rat droppings, then happily stuffed it into their mouths, not forgetting to give a piece to their eldest sister, Chang Mei. After finishing the jigong dan, licking their palms, the little girls once again focused on the oil paper bag containing the meat buns. They caught a whiff of a unique aroma, a flavor they had never encountered before. The spicy rabbit heads, marinated with various spices, had an absolute allure for the little girls who had been accustomed to eating only salt and seasoning their whole lives. "This is not allowed. We'll wait for Dad and Mom to come back to eat together." Chang Kun placed the oil paper bag on the table. Having shared meals for over a year, they already knew that they couldn't snatch their parents' food. If they ate more, their parents would go hungry. But usually their parents pretended to be full, saving a little bit of food for them. Seeing his sister's pitiful, tearful faces, Chang Kun couldn't bear it, taking out 4 rabbit heads and a handful of fried cicadas. "Here, take this to eat. Finish it all. No waste allowed." The 3 little sisters jumped up 3 feet high, running to Chang Kun and smacking kisses on him. "Thank you, big brother. Big brother is the best." Holding the rabbit heads, they brought them up to their noses, saliva nearly overflowing their mouths. "Sister, I'll hold the baby. You go eat some too." Chang Kun took the baby and handed Chang Mei a rabbit head and some fried cicadas. Fortunately, the eldest sister could help look after the little sisters when she returned to her family's home. Otherwise, Chang Kun would be truly worried about leaving the little ones alone at home. The matter of getting a house in the city needed to be dealt with as soon as possible. Traveling back and forth with his parents while leaving the little sisters without supervision was really inconvenient. As Chang Mei took the rabbit head, she looked at the red oil coating it, pondering how to take a bite, when she suddenly heard a painful cry from beside her. Ouch, hiss, huh? It was Chang Qing who, unable to resist the tempting aroma, had stuffed the rabbit head directly into her mouth. Water, water. Big brother, my mouth is on fire. Chang Qing was so spicy that her tongue trembled continuously, sucking in air with a hiss-hiss sound. Little Chang Xiu also held a rabbit head and took a bite, turning to look at Chang Qing puzzled and asked, "What's on fire?" "This is really delicious, amu." Chang Kun burst into laughter. He hadn't expected that the elder sister Chang Qing would be so afraid of spicy food, while the youngest Chang Xiu could handle it quite well. Chang Qing was busy drinking water to rinse her mouth. Chang Mu held the rabbit head but hadn't taken a bite yet. After glancing at Chang Qing and Chang Xiu, she hesitated, lowered her head, and took a bite, then looked at Chang Qing and smiled before taking a big bite. "Well, how come you all can eat it? I don't believe it." Chang Qing, seeing her two younger sisters unafraid of the spiciness, grabbed the rabbit head and bit down with her eyes closed. When Chang Dashin and Lu Meifan returned home, they found Chang Qing squatting in the yard, her eyes filled with tears, lips swollen, constantly sticking out her tongue, and panting, looking utterly in pain. Beside her, Chang Mu and Chang Xiu surrounded her, watching the second sister with grins. The old couple didn't understand what was wrong with Xiao Qing. During dinner, Chang Dashin grabbed a spicy rabbit head to pair with his wine. "Hiss, huh? You can't say this isn't spicy, but it's quite invigorating." Chang Mei laughed from the side, saying, "Dad, I think Xiao Qing is just like you. Neither I, Xiao Mu, nor Xiu'er find it spicy." "Exactly, I don't find it spicy either. This flavor is something even a chef can't replicate." Lu Meifan finished the rabbit head, feeling quite satisfied, wondering where her son bought it. Surely, it must be expensive. Little Chang Xiu finished another one, licking the red oil off her fingers, shouting, "Big pot. I want more." Chang Qing pouted, annoyed that she couldn't eat spicy food, feeling that all the good things were going into other stomachs. "Xiao Qing, eat this." Chang Kun poured pigskin jelly and fried cicadas into her bowl. "This is the best. It tastes like jelly and is not spicy at all," Chang Kun said as he handed a piece of pigskin jelly to Chang Qing. "Wow, it really tastes great." After taking a bite, Chang Qing's eyes lit up, reaching for another piece. "Elder sister, you have some." This slippery, bouncy, and refreshing texture was something she had never experienced before. "Elder brother, what is jelly?" Chang Qing asked, still chewing, not forgetting what elder brother had said about jelly. The name sounded delicious. Chang Kun was momentarily at a loss for words. Jelly definitely didn't exist now. If his memory served him right, it would only be available in the 1980s. Not receiving an answer from elder brother, Chang Qing didn't care. She had lost interest in meat buns, eating a few bites of pigskin jelly, then having some fried cicadas, busy and delighted. After dinner, the little ones were stuffed, running to lie on the East Kong, not wanting to move at all. Chang Dashin was telling Lu Meifan and Chang Mei about what happened today, mentioning capturing an enemy agent and how he might receive a commendation. Lu Meifan and Chang Mei were astonished. They had heard stories of enemy agents in the village, always feeling that they were far removed from them. They never expected that Chang Kun would actually help the police capture an enemy agent today. "Xiao Kun, if you encounter a spy in the future, don't rush forward." Lu Meifan recalled that legendary spies were often fierce and fearsome. If her son got hurt, that would be unforgivable. "Hey, where would so many spies come from? Today was just a coincidence." Chang Dashin waved his hand, not wanting Lu Meifan to worry. He didn't mention that he had been targeted at work by the squad leader. Even if he said it, Lu Meifan couldn't do anything, just adding to her worries. "Coincidence. Coincidence. You just happened to catch one on your first day at work." Lu Meifan shot a glare at the old man. "You two be careful when encountering ruffians. Don't think you're still young." Lu Meifan, tough on the outside but soft on the inside, reminded the old man. Got it. Chang Dashin waved his hand. "Go set up the radio. Aunts and sisters will be here to listen to the opera soon." "Exactly, this is the main thing." Lu Meifan carefully placed the radio on the stone table outside. In recent days, after dinner, villagers would come to listen to the radio, and Lu Meifan was flattered, often grinning from ear to ear during these times. Several little girls were so stuffed after dinner that they were now lying on the Kong, holding their bellies and groaning. "Xiaomu, Xiu'er, does our belly look like Aunt Chen's from the east? I heard that means you're going to have a baby." Chang Qing lifted her shirt, touching her bulging belly, a bit worried. I don't want to have a baby. Little babies only cry." Chang Mu was a bit scared. Yesterday, elder sister brought the little baby to her maternal home. The baby did nothing but eat, poop, sleep, and cry. At first, the aunts were quite taken with the baby, but after a while they got bored, feeling that little children were really frightening. How could adults want to have children? Little Chang Xiu pouted as if she was about to cry. "Big pot, I don't want to have a baby, woo woo woo." Chang Kun listened to the little ones chatting, finding it amusing. He took out a few Gong pills from space and stuffed them into the little girl's mouth. These contained hawthorn and dried tangerine peel, which were great for digestion. The sound of the opera from the radio outside drifted in through the window, and the little girls instantly scrambled up, rushing to the window, perked up to listen. In the village, there were truly no entertainment options. The little comic books that Chang Kun bought for them had been flipped through so many times that they were frayed. The rabbit assembling toy had been taken apart and put together many times. Even little Chang Xiao could assemble it proficiently. The tin frog jumped from one end of the Kong to the other, then from the threshold to the courtyard gate, hopping around every corner of the house until it got bored. Now listening to the opera on the radio every night had become their most anticipated program. Chang Kun was chatting casually with his elder sister, listening to her say that she hadn't produced milk yet, and that the baby had only had formula 3 times today, his little face looking thin and hungry. He recalled how in his past life his nephew would visit him, drink with him, and then looked at his nephew's current thin and small figure, feeling a bit anxious. The baby was used to breastfeeding and didn't like formula. It wouldn't do to let him starve. He remembered that crucian carp and pig trotters could help with milk production. Regardless of whether it worked or not, he decided to catch a few fish to try, especially since they hadn't eaten fish at home for a long time. Chang Kun went to the yard, greeting the uncles and aunts, and walked out through the crowd, preparing to go to the river to catch fish. He activated the system's sensing feature and stealthily made his way to the riverbank, stopping after walking a short distance along the river. According to the sensing, there were the most fish in this section. Before coming, he had already thought of a method for catching fish. As long as he blocked both ends of this small river with stones and drained the water, he could go down to collect fish. Now that the system upgrade was complete, the space could contain external objects. Chang Kun stored the stones in the space and threw them into the small river. Before long, the river was blocked at both ends. Draining the river water was the same. He filled the river water into the space and then released it on the riverbank without any effort. In less than half an hour, a section of the river was emptied, revealing the stones and mud beneath. There were no stars in the sky. In the systems, sensing various sizes of fish and shrimp were jumping around like fireflies exposed in the night sky. Chang Kun took out the burlap sack that he had prepared earlier in the space and began selecting plump crucian carp, fierce black fish, and slippery catfish, filling nearly half a sack. He had caught over 10 big black fish and catfish, smashing them with stones and tossing them into the space. With the sack on his back, it contained about 20 to 30 crucian carp, each weighing around 3 to 5 tails. Such large crucian carp were the tastiest, having fewer bones and tender meat. If they got any bigger, the meat would become tough. After dismantling the stone dam in the middle of the river, when Chang Kun returned to the yard, the radio's peaking opera had just finished. Where did Xiao Kun go? Aunt Wu from the Wu family asked. I caught a few fish, I'm going to make soup. Chang Kun opened the sack to reveal the crucian carp inside. It's already so late, and you can still catch fish. Xiao Kun is getting better and better. Many villagers gathered around, discussing as they dispersed. They found it difficult to catch fish during the day, not expecting Chang Kun to catch fish at night. Looking at the crucian carp in the sack, it seemed to weigh over 10 Gene. Mom, I caught some crucian carp. I'll make pig trotter crucian carp soup tonight. Xiao Kun, don't go to the river at night. It could be dangerous. Lu Meifan took the fish and didn't forget to nag him once. Mom, I remembered, this soup is good for milk production. Chang Kun whispered in his mother's ear. You're lucky your sister dotes on you. Lu Meifan felt very happy seeing the siblings' deep bond. Chang Kun put the pig trotter into cold water in the pot, boiling it, and then taking it out to wash it thoroughly. Just as his mother and father had cleaned the fish, Chang Kun heated the pot with cold oil, frying the fish until both sides were golden. The little girls, smelling the aroma, all gathered around the stove while elder sister settled the baby before coming to the stove. Little brother, what are you cooking? Why do you put so much oil? He, elder sister, just wait and see, this is something good. He added half a pot of water to the pot, put in the pig trotter, threw in a handful of wild onions, and instructed Chang Qing to boil it on high heat. The little girls watched the fried fish at the stove, salivating, unable to wait for the pig trotter crucian carp soup to be ready. Chang Kun pulled over a small stool, sitting in front of the furnace, carefully peeling the fish meat, feeding small bites to the 3 little girls. The 3 little girls sat in a row, mouths wide open, looking like hungry little birds waiting to be fed in a nest. After patiently feeding them 5 pieces of fish, their mouths were all greasy, and they were beaming with joy. After simmering the pig trotters until tender, add the fried fish, and continue to simmer for another 20 to 30 minutes. Serve with salt and sprinkle with chopped green onions. A pot of pig trotter and crucian carp soup is perfectly ready. Wow, little brother, it smells amazing. Chang Mai's eyes sparkled. She felt that this flavor was far better than her favorite fried cicadas. This was specially simmered for you by your brother. Give it a try, Lu Meifan said with a smile, showing her appreciation to Chang Kun. Chang Mei glanced at her brother, understanding that this was for Xiao Bao's meal. The corners of her mouth curled up as she lowered her head to take a bite. The taste was truly wonderful. The family enjoyed the creamy white soup while the little girls gnawed on the soft glutinous and fragrant pig trotters, having an exceptionally delightful evening. Having grown up, Chang Kun had never had a midnight snack, nor had he eaten pig trotters with cushion carp. After filling his stomach, he lay on the Kong and opened the system for a look. Ding! Captured Spy 11. A reward disguise technique greatly reduces the probability of being detected by prey. Current host can sense prey weighing up to 420 gene within a range of 1,100 meters. Ding! Captured fish 50-50, a reward 5 gene of wild yellow croaker. Current host can sense prey weighing up to 440 gene within a range of 1150 meters. Chang Kun's eyes lit up. The disguise technique was a great asset. With this, it would be hard for prey to detect him while hunting, allowing him to approach closer for a shot, significantly increasing his hit rate. Even for small prey, he could approach very closely and capture them by hand. Yellow croakers were also a prized catch, said to be highly nutritious. In later years, wild yellow croakers cost at least several thousand. Large wild yellow croakers could sell for over 10,000 per gene. Just right, there were still 2 pig trotters left at home, perfect for simmering with the yellow croaker tomorrow. A night without further incident. Early the next morning, before his little sister woke up, Chang Kun set out with his gun. He planned to search for deer. Riding his bike, he hid behind a tree, stowed his bike into space, and walked toward the hillside where he had spotted the deer. In the morning mountains, various animals were lurking. As Chang Kun walked, the system sensed a plethora of prey, but unfortunately there were no large ones. After searching for over an hour in the mountains and climbing several hills, there was no sign of the deer. Reluctantly, Chang Kun could only shoot 2 wild rabbits and toss them into the space. He rode his bike all the way to a secluded alley near the neighborhood office, took out a burlap sack containing the rabbits and some blackfish and catfish. The flow of time in the space remained unchanged. The fish taken out were just as fresh as when they were caught. He arrived at the door of the neighborhood office, which was wide open. Knock, knock, knock. Chang Kun tapped on the door, and Director Wong of the neighborhood office looked up from behind her desk. Upon seeing Chang Kun, she waved her hand. Little Kun is here, come in. Last time you brought the blue sheep, it really raised my profile. I've been wondering if you caught any rare prey lately. Chang Kun placed the burlap sack on the ground. Aunt Wong, I caught 2 wild rabbits and a few fish, come and try them. Director Wong smiled broadly. You brought gifts when you came to visit. How polite of you. How's it going? I heard about your work last time. How's it been? Aunt Wong, it's all settled. I'm working at the Animal Research Institute. My dad is at the nearby police station, and my mom and Wang Tsuechin work at the same supply and marketing cooperative. Well, little Kun, you're quite capable. Your whole family is working in the city now. Director Wong was somewhat surprised. It's not easy for farmers to get jobs in the city. For all 3 members of Chang Kun's family to enter the city at the same time, even a department-level official like her would need to put in some effort. There's no other choice. A life in the countryside is too tough, and I have 3 younger sisters at home. If we don't move to the city, we might not survive. Director Wong felt there was more to Chang Kun's words and directly asked, what's the matter? Are there still difficulties after moving to the city? It's just that with 3 adults from our family working in the city, leaving the 3 little ones at home is quite worrying. It would be great if we could secure housing in the city. Chang Kun was waiting for this moment to speak. He had cultivated a convoluted relationship with Director Wong, giving her blue sheep and wild game, all to facilitate her assistance in securing housing. Upon hearing this, Director Wong understood he was requesting her to arrange housing. She pondered for a moment, recalling the housing rank list, and nodded. Little Kun, don't worry, I'll do my best to arrange it for you. Chang Kun secretly curled his lip. What does do my best to arrange it mean? If it's arranged, that's called doing your best. If it's not arranged, it can still be said to be doing your best. The phrase 2 mouths in the government is indeed quite vivid. It seems that to get housing allocated sooner, he would need to make some significant sacrifices and give more gifts. After all, Director Wong isn't a true relative. Being able to connect with her already felt fortunate. Many people often struggle to find ways to give gifts. Chang Kun internally complained while maintaining a calm expression, repeatedly thanking Director Wong. After a bit of small talk, he took his leave. Director Wong got up to open the burlap sack, peeking inside at the wild rabbits and fish, slightly surprised. This little Chang Kun is quite generous. The 2 wild rabbits weigh nearly 10 gene, and the 5 or 6 fish also weigh about 10 gene. While these aren't as valuable as pork, they aren't exactly cheap either. Originally thinking that just putting their name on the housing allocation list would suffice, now it seems that she would need to move their rank up a bit. Upon arriving at the Animal Research Institute, Chang Kun had just entered the office when he heard Cheng Rongjiang's voice. Little Kun, you arrived just in time. Come with me to see Director Fu. Is there a task, Uncle Cheng? Cheng Rongjiang nodded. Director Fu is currently researching the topic of the blue sheep, which the mountain folks call the blue goat. I heard that your bicycle was traded for blue sheep, so I recommended you for it. After saying this, he looked around, noticing no one was around, and lowered his voice. Perform well. This Director Fu is quite generous and has plenty of good things on hand. Chang Kun blinked and said nothing. In this era, what good things could there be? Could they be giving him a phone to watch videos and live streams? After thinking it over, he felt something was off. He hadn't told Cheng Rongjiang about trading for blue sheep. How did he know? Cheng Rongjiang cheerfully explained that it was Cheng Min who told him, and Cheng Min learned about it when Chang Qing was bragging about her big brother to the little girls. Chang Kun gave a bitter smile. This Chang Qing is going to be quite the chatterbox when she grows up, telling everyone everything. Following Cheng Rongjiang to Director Fu's office, there were already 3 people inside. The young man in the center stood tall and straight with a serious expression, clearly from a military background. Next to him stood a dark-skinned old man, small in stature, who was saying something. Sitting at the desk was a capable middle-aged man, smiling as he listened to the old man speak. Old Fu, I brought the person you asked for. This young man is quite impressive. He promised to treat me to a meal later. Cheng Rongjiang introduced Chang Kun to Director Fu and then turned to leave. Welcome, Chang Kun. This is Ing Qiangjuan, who just retired a year ago and is our hunting team's leader and expert marksman. This is the old hunter from the north, 10 Li Go, named Tian Ashing, responsible for guiding and capturing. He's also an old sampler at our institute. You and Chang Kun are peers. You both have skills in hunting. Retired soldier Ing Qiangjuan glanced at Chang Kun, slightly furrowed his brow, and nodded gently as a greeting. Tian Ashing smiled and asked Chang Kun where he was from, engaging in friendly chit-chat, as if he had no particular thoughts about the arrival of a fellow hunter. All right, now that we all know each other, let's discuss our task. Director Fu clapped his hands, interrupting their conversation. The task of capturing blue sheep has been ongoing for over a month without any progress. I heard that Chang Kun has previously hunted 2 blue sheep, and I hope you can help us capture them alive and complete the sampling process after joining us. Tian Ashing's old face slightly drooped. Having led the team as a guide in the mountains for over a month without success, he felt a bit embarrassed. This Chang Kun, while claimed to be invited to assist, was actually replacing Tian Ashing's position as the guide. Chang Kun appeared younger than his son, so Tian Ashing was keen to see what this young man could do. A group of 7 tidied up and set off into the mountains, led by Chang Kun. In addition to Chang Kun, there were Director Fu, Ing Qiangjuan, Tian Ashing, and several strong young men who were accustomed to running in the mountains. The direction led by Chang Kun was towards the mountain ridge where they had previously encountered the Qingyang. It was just a matter of luck. It didn't matter where they went. At this moment, the system's sensing range was over 1,000 meters, and as long as there were Qingyang, they could sense them across the mountain. On the way, Chang Kun chatted with Tian Ashing. Uncle Tian, how can we capture the Qingyang that run so fast? When he heard about the mission in the office, he felt uneasy. He could kill prey, but catching them alive was truly puzzling. He Xiao Kun, this is a secret technique. I really wouldn't tell just anyone. Tian Ashing teased, pointing to the grass on the mountain ridge. There are 2 methods. One is to use medicine and the other is to set traps. Understood. Chang Kun nodded slightly. Although these 2 methods seemed worthless when explained, the specific skills involved could not be learned without guidance. Some old hunters use herbs to concoct potions, soaking the tender shoots and moss that the prey loves to eat in this potion, then placing it where the prey forages. As long as the prey eats it, they will become as if drunk, lying down and immobile. He didn't expect that this old hunter Tian Ashing had such skills. As for setting traps, old hunters would use branches or bamboo to create a bow shape connecting one end to a triggering device. The challenge was to accurately find where the Qingyang were active. Both methods required prior knowledge of the Qingyang's activity range to capture them. Tian Ashing had been wandering in the mountains for a month without seeing a single hair of the Qingyang. If it weren't for hearing that Chang Kun had caught 2 Qingyang, Tian Ashing would have doubted whether the Qingyang in the mountainous areas near the capital had gone extinct. Chang Kun led the 7-member team through the mountains with the system sensing prey such as wild rabbits and mountain chickens. By noon, everyone felt both hungry and thirsty. They found a spring and indulged in a drink, sitting in a circle under the shade beside the spring. Chang Kun, is this the mountain where you previously caught the Qingyang? Director Fu fanned himself with his straw hat. His face and neck reddened from the sun. Chang Kun nodded, pointing to the mid-slope. It's over there, a group of at least 5 or 6, but unfortunately, I don't know where they have run off to now. If it were that easy to find, I wouldn't have been searching for a month without even seeing a shadow of a Qingyang, Tian Ashing said with a grin. It wasn't that he couldn't do it, it was just that Qingyang were too hard to find. Chang Kun had gotten up too early that morning, having only filled his stomach with a meat bun, and was now feeling extremely hungry. The system sensed a wild chicken over 100 meters to the west, and a nest of wild rabbits was hiding in a hole nearby, enjoying the shade. Director Fu, everyone is hungry. I'm going to hunt some wild rabbits and wild chickens to bring back to eat. Director Fu looked at Chang Kun's retreating figure, feeling a bit puzzled. They hadn't seen a single wild rabbit or wild chicken along the way, and now he was going to hunt. Wasn't that a waste of effort? Tian Ashung pulled at his lips. This young man is really energetic. He hasn't even gotten tired after walking all morning. On such a hot day, the wild rabbits and wild chickens must be hiding. Where are you going to find them? The team leader Ing Qiangjuan stood up and chased after him, saying, "If you want to eat, you have to work for it. Chang Kun will go with you." Director Fu shook his head. "I'm willing but unable to let the young ones go and have their fun." Less than half an hour later, Chang Kun and Ing Qiangjuan returned. Chang Kun was in the lead holding 2 wild rabbits. Ing Qiangjuan had a wild chicken in one hand and a nest of grass in the other. He stared at Chang Kun's back, feeling it was truly miraculous. Their group had walked all morning without seeing any prey, yet Chang Kun casually wandered in the valley and found a rabbit hole where there were actually wild rabbits. On the way back, they discovered a nest of wild chickens in the grass, with over 10 wild chicken eggs underneath. This was simply unbelievable. Hunting in the mountains had never been this easy. He had to remember that in the previous month he had followed Tian Ashung in the mountains and had never eaten meat even once. They had only caught a wild chicken once, which Tian Ashung had taken home. Director Fu heard the commotion and groggily woke up, saying, "What? Shao Kun, did you catch these just now?" He couldn't believe it. It felt like he hadn't even fallen asleep when Chang Kun had returned, and it hadn't even been half an hour, bringing back a wild chicken and 2 wild rabbits. Could it be that he had fallen asleep and was dreaming? Seeing Director Fu in a daze, Chang Kun joked, "Director Fu, we didn't catch these, we bought them from the state-run food station." Director Fu laughed and pointed at Chang Kun, then turned and shouted, "Get up, old Tian, get up, the wild rabbits and wild chickens have been caught." Tian Ashung, old and weary, had already fallen asleep. Hearing the shout of wild rabbits and wild chickens, he jolted awake, rolling over and reaching for his gun. "Hey, old Tian, what are you doing? The wild rabbits and wild chickens are right here." Ing Qiangjuan waved the wild chicken in front of Tian Ashung's eyes. Tian Ashung rubbed his eyes, coming to his senses. Did you catch these just now?" He leaped up, looking at the wild chicken and then at the wild rabbits, his mouth agape. Earlier, when Chang Kun said he was going to catch a wild rabbit or wild chicken to eat, Tian Ashung had laughed to himself, thinking the kid seemed inexperienced. In the heat of noon, the prey would be hiding in the shade, and it was impossible to find them. He didn't expect the slap in the face to come so quickly. The wild rabbits and wild chickens in front of him couldn't possibly be fake. Director Fu patted Tian Ashung on the shoulder, saying, "Old Tian, hurry up and skin them for roasting. You're the best cook here." Tian Ashung smacked his lips and muttered, "How did this kid get so lucky?" In no time, the aroma of roasting meat wafted through the air. Director Fu was indeed right. Old Tian was skilled at roasting meat. In the mountains, without salt or seasonings, Old Tian simply picked some herbs nearby and added a few colorful mountain fruits, smashing them with a stone to extract the juice. Drizzling the juice over the wild rabbit and chicken meat, the roasted meat carried a fragrant aroma, neither dry nor greasy. 2 wild rabbits and 1 wild chicken filled the stomachs of 7 people, and each person also got 2 wild chicken eggs. Everyone was quite satisfied. Shao Kun is great at hunting, and Old Tian's roasting isn't bad either. This meal was really enjoyable. Indeed, I haven't eaten meat so heartily in a long time. At home, I usually only manage to get a bit of meat for the little ones. If I could eat meat every day, I'd be willing to run in the mountains for another month. After finishing their meal, everyone praised Chang Kun profusely. In these times, being able to obtain meat to eat is a skill. Chang Kun was also very happy. The rabbit meat was delicious. It reminded him of Chengdu. After resting for a moment, Chang Kun led the team back to the city via a different route, but they did not sense the presence of any Qingyang along the way. Back at the research institute after work, Chang Kun did not wait for his parents to return home. He rode his bike straight to the mountain ridge where he had discovered the elk yesterday. He had a strong intuition that by evening the elk should return there to forage. If he could catch an elk, even if there were no antlers at the moment, it would still be remarkable. 1 elk antler could be exchanged for a bicycle. Now the elk had hard horns which could at least be exchanged for a wheel. Plus there was elk blood and meat along with the coveted elk whip that many men yearned for. Of course, the readers out there wouldn't need an elk whip for their own purposes. An hour later, Chang Kun stood on the hill letting out a faint sigh. He had arrived with high hopes, but after searching for half an hour in this place, he found nothing. "They'll come back tomorrow." I refuse to believe it. Chang Kun hardened his heart, vowing to return every day until he found the elk. He returned home. His mother strolled in the courtyard holding little Bao with a face full of affection, humming a tune as she swayed. "Mother, don't sway too much or little Bao will get used to it and expect to be held every day." Chang Kun took little Bao, playfully poking his little nose. Seeing her elder brother return, several little girls couldn't care less about listening to their elder sister's story and rushed to his side. Elder brother, today I learned 5 characters. Elder brother, I can write my name now. Big pot, sugar, sugar. Little Chang Xiu took advantage of her small size to climb onto Chang Kun's lap, hugging him, big pot sugar. Chang Kun lifted the little girl, pinching her small nose, pretending to be fierce. If you eat more sugar, your teeth will be eaten away by bugs. Bugs, I want more sugar. Chang Xiu mimicked the shape of a sugar tower. Last time after eating the sugar tower, she had a lot of bugs, and she still remembered it. Big pot sugar. Seeing her brother hadn't taken out the sugar, yet Chang Xiu pecked at his face with her little mouth. Annoyed, Chang Kun wiped his face and pulled out a few milk candies. Bugs or no bugs, which child who eats sugar doesn't have them? After playing with his little sister for a while, Chang Kun walked out of the courtyard pretending to go to the creek to fish and returned with 2 large yellow fish. Mother will have pig trotter stew with fish tonight. These were just caught from the river. Lu Meifan took the large yellow fish, her face filled with confusion. What kind of fish is this? Your grandfather and uncle love to catch fish, but I've never seen one like this. The whole family gathered around to admire the rarity. This fish looks better than gold. Oh, why not save it instead of eating it and take it to sell? Chang Dashan stroked the fish's body, reluctant to eat it. Surprisingly, Chang Dashan guessed quite accurately. In the future, large yellow fish truly are as precious as gold. Elder brother, is this a golden fish? The stories say there are golden fish. Is this it? Can we eat golden fish? Chang Qing turned into a chatterbox, asking questions nonstop. A mother, hurry and stew the fish, and don't let anyone ask questions tonight about golden fish. Chang Kun turned his head and shot a glare at Chang Qing. But this isn't a golden fish, it's called a large yellow fish. That evening, the large yellow fish and pig trotters were both stewed. When the large yellow fish was served on the 8 immortals table, the little girls sniffed, looking at Chang Kun like eager puppies waiting for their brother to feed them. After eating fish yesterday, they already knew that fish meat has bones which can get stuck in their throats and hurt. The meat of the large yellow fish was extremely tender. As soon as it was placed in their mouths, it melted on their tongues with a fragrant taste mixed with the crispness of sea salt, incredibly sweet. Not to mention the little girls, even the adults in the family had never tasted seafood. This meal made everyone feel rejuvenated. Lu Meifan squinted her eyes, wiped the sweat from her forehead, and sighed. Xiao Kun, did you catch the fish spirits from the Dragon Palace? The taste is simply amazing. I never expected there could be something so delicious. Chang Mei drank 2 bowls of soup, her eyes sparkling. The little girls ate until their faces turned red. It was really too nourishing. After finishing their meal, they felt lazy and didn't want to move. As usual, they listened to the radio in the courtyard, which was lively. Lying on the Kong, Chang Kun planned to search for the elk again tomorrow morning and unknowingly fell asleep. In the following days, Chang Kun went out to look for elk every morning and evening, but still had no luck. During the day, he led the team into the mountains searching for blue sheep. Although there were no signs of blue sheep, he still hunted some small game daily to satisfy his team. As they became familiar with him, everyone realized Chang Kun's abilities. Tian Ashing was thoroughly convinced. After all, he didn't have the skill to catch prey every time he went into the mountains. That early morning, Chang Kun still went to the hilltop to look for elk. After being disappointed too many times, he had lost most of his hopes, thinking that the elk had moved to another place. He carefully stored his bicycle and slowly walked up the hill another day without finding the elk. Just when he was feeling disheartened, suddenly at the northern edge of his sensing range, a blue sheep appeared. It truly is the case of a heart that plants flowers, but they do not bloom. He hadn't found the elk, yet he discovered the blue sheep. Chang Kun instantly felt energized, quickly raising his feet and running towards the north. The system's sensing range was over 1,000 meters. It didn't seem too far, but in the mountains, climbing and circling hills, after more than 10 minutes, he barely reached his destination. Standing at the top of the hill, hiding behind a tree and looking down, Chang Kun discovered 4 or 5 blue sheep grazing halfway up the mountain, vigilantly surveying their surroundings. The grass was half a person tall, nearly engulfing the entire bodies of the blue sheep. Chang Kun smacked his lips, feeling a bit troubled. If he just wanted to eat mutton, he could just kill the sheep. After all, freshly killed mutton is just as fresh. However, since the goal was to catch live blue sheep and he had already led the team into the mountains for several days, he was really tired and wanted to complete the task as soon as possible. After silently observing for a moment, Chang Kun's eyes brightened. Among the 4 or 5 blue sheep, there was a little one that seemed to weigh only 30 to 40 pounds. He recalled the disguise technique he had obtained from capturing enemy spies. If he could use the disguise technique to approach these blue sheep, then while he might not be able to handle the larger ones, catching the little one should be relatively easy. After all, the organization didn't specify how big the blue sheep had to be. Catching this little one would suffice for a report. If he caught a little blue sheep, he wondered what reward Director Fu would give him. He loaded his long gun and returned it to his spatial storage, ready to take it out for immediate use. Chang Kun crouched down, supporting himself on the ground, and slowly approached the blue sheep, heard step by step. Several blue sheep in the grass occasionally turned their heads to be on guard, but they did not notice the slowly approaching Chang Kun. This only proves that the skills rewarded by the system are indeed useful. When he was only a dozen steps away from the blue sheep, several larger blue sheep seemed to catch a different scent, stopping their grazing and looking around. Chang Kun felt a bit nervous, keeping his head low, curling up behind a small bush, silently praying, "Please, don't see me, don't see me." After 2 or 3 minutes, he cautiously raised his eyes and saw the blue sheep resume grazing, finally breathing a sigh of relief. It was still morning, and the temperature wasn't high, but Chang Kun could already feel the sweat forming on his forehead. He lay flat on the ground, cautiously wriggling forward until he was only 4 to 5 meters away from the sheep herd. At this distance, he could leap right up to the blue sheep. All the blue sheep had stopped chewing, turning their heads in unison to look in Chang Kun's direction. Not good they've noticed. There's no time to hesitate. Taking advantage of the blue sheep's momentary daze, Chang Kun suddenly launched himself forward, his figure almost leaving an afterimage in the air. The originally stationary blue sheep flock suddenly exploded in chaos, scattering and fleeing like a flower blooming, instantaneously darting towards the surrounding small woods. Only that little lamb weighing 30 to 40 pounds in a panic lost its direction and tried to slip past Chang Kun. Chang Kun, quick as lightning, leaped onto it, tightly grabbing its 2 hooves and flipping it onto the ground. Following up with a knee strike, the little blue sheep was pinned to the ground, struggling desperately. Bah! Bah! The little blue sheep seemed to be calling for its mother, but amidst the vast expanse of grass, where could it find the shadow of its mother? While Chang Kun was still tying up the sheep on the mountain, Chang Dashan rode his bicycle with Lu Meifan on the back seat and Xiao Chang Xiu sitting on the front beam all the way to the supply and marketing cooperative. After several days of practice, his cycling skills improved significantly, and he even dared to take someone on the road. Previously, the little girls at home had to go out every day to dig for wild vegetables, but now they stayed home from morning till night feeling a bit bored. Lu Meifan discussed with Director Song about bringing a little girl to the supply and marketing cooperative to play every day. Without a moment's hesitation, Director Song agreed. Chang Kun had given him many things, and just a few days ago, he specially brought over some fish. Besides, the work at the cooperative was not busy, so having an extra little girl wouldn't be a problem. Xiao Changxiu arrived at the supply and marketing cooperative, timidly looking around. Wang Suiqin saw the little girl, her eyes brightening as she took a sugar ball from the candy jar. "Xiu'er is so cute. Come here, sister, will give you some candy to eat." Xiao Changxiu dared not take it, glancing at her mother. "Go ahead, this little girl is just shy." Wang Suiqin stuffed the sugar ball into the little girl's mouth and picked her up. "I really cherish girls. It's a pity I only have a son." "Then hurry up and have another. The Yang family still doesn't have a granddaughter," Lu Meifan joked. The little girl licked the sugar ball, her eyes narrowing with delight. "Xiao Xiu'er, is it delicious?" The more Wang Suiqin looked at the little girl, the more she cherished her. She placed her on a small stool, reached out to grab a hair tie, and braided the little girl's hair. "Sweet. The big pots is even better." With the sugar ball in her mouth, the little girl spoke indistinctly. Lu Meifan tapped the little girl's forehead. "Are you being picky now? When did you ever get candy before?" Turning to Wang Suiqin, she said, "Little Kun somehow bought some milk candy, and the few little girls at home pester him to eat it every day. I reckon their teeth will rot sooner or later." "Oh, little Kun really dotes on his sister. I wouldn't want to buy the little one milk candy. Just having a sugar ball is enough to make them happy." Wang Suiqin fiddled with the little girl's braid, feeling a bit envious. Lu Meifan smiled broadly. "That's true, he fills the little girl's belly with good food. Last night, he even fried fish, and the little ones' bellies were about to burst." At that time, the word Versailles didn't exist, but Wang Suiqin still sensed that kind of vibe. He goes to work during the day and catches fish at night. How is he so capable? Occasionally, Chang Kun would go to the riverside at night to catch a few fish, distributing them to relatives and friends, and also asking his parents to take some to their workplace to improve colleague relations. Isn't that right? Recently, little Kun has been quite capable. Reflecting on the past, Lu Meifan felt that life now was like a dream. "Hey Annie, has little Kun's marriage been settled yet? My family has a niece, and they are quite well off." Mentioning this, Lu Meifan felt a bit depressed. The marriage proposal with the Qin family hadn't been resolved yet, and she didn't know what her son was thinking. "What's wrong, Auntie? If there's anything, just say it, and I'll help you think about it," Wang Suiqin said, noticing Lu Meifan's furrowed brow, her gossiping fire igniting. After much hesitation, Lu Meifan carefully explained the situation about the Qin family wanting to increase the bride price because Chang Kun was expelled. This matter had been on her mind for a long time. She hadn't reached a conclusion even after discussing it with her son, and her husband, being prideful, feared that breaking off the engagement would affect the reputation of the Chang family. Just as Wang Suiqin asked, Lu Meifan poured out her woes, taking the opportunity to ask Wang Suiqin if she had any good ideas. Wang Suiqin, after hearing this, suddenly slapped the counter. "This is simply going too far. They've already received the bride price, and they still want to increase it. This is just bullying your family because you are easy to talk to." Lu Meifan blinked, not saying anything. She felt embarrassed to say that it was her son Chang Kun who insisted on marrying Qin Meru, which made the Qin family so arrogant. Auntie, it's not that I'm speaking ill behind your back, but this family that little Kun is marrying into is really not good. Seeing little Kun's misfortune, they would surely kick him when he's down, and who knows how many problems would arise after marriage. Lu Meifan nodded, agreeing with this thought. Thankfully, her son had come to his senses and showed resistance toward Qin Meru. Wang Suiqin continued, Auntie, why not just break off the engagement? My uncle is way too concerned about face. You just ask him what's more important, face for a moment or your son's life. Lu Meifan's eyes lit up and she slapped her thigh. Xiao Qin, you're absolutely right. I'll go back and tell my husband to break off this engagement as soon as possible. Ooh, I really can't stand that family. Wang Suiqin nodded repeatedly. Exactly. Little Kun is so capable and handsome, girls can line up to choose. I'll tell you, my niece is really not bad looking. After we break off the engagement, let them meet. At this moment, the little girl finished her sugar ball, ran to her mother's side, and opened her mouth, indicating that her mouth was empty. Wang Suiqin laughed heartily. This little girl is so amusing. Come, sister, will give you some popsicle water. She took out a new tea jar and rinsed it with some boiling water. Walking to the entrance, she opened the popsicle box and took out 2 soft, limp popsicles, placing them in the tea jar. Here, drink it as syrup. The little girl happily held the tea jar, took a small sip, and her little dimple showed. Thank you, sister. You're really good. Finish this before you get more. Rubbing the little girl's head, Wang Suiqin moved a small stool for her to stand on, letting her look in the mirror at her 2 horn braids. Just indulge her. Lu Meifan laughed and shook her head. Meanwhile, inside the Animal Research Institute, Changjuan was organizing the team preparing to head into the mountains. Noticing that Chang Kun hadn't come to work, yet he felt a bit strange. Chang Kun was usually very punctual. What could have delayed him today? Team leader Ing, shall we go? Are we still waiting for Chang Kun? Let's wait a bit longer. Following him into the mountains means there's meat to eat, but following you, old Tian, only leads to empty stomachs. Little Kun is really skilled at hunting. Old Tian even admire him. A few people were discussing at the entrance of the research institute when Director Fu walked over. Still haven't gone into the mountains. If I were you, I'd give up on catching the blue sheep. It's taking too long. If it doesn't work out, I'll switch to another topic. Old Cheng has caught so many poisonous snakes, I'll just research snakes with him. Hearing Director Fu's words, Tian Ashing's old face wrinkled into a smile. Director, that's a good idea. I think there are no blue sheep in this area, otherwise it wouldn't take us over a month to not find any. Having spent more than a month in the mountains without finding a blue sheep, not only was he physically exhausted, but his face also lost its dignity. The expressions of his fellow team members when they looked at him were strange. If it weren't for Chang Kun joining the team these past few days and bringing back some game every day, the team would have lost interest in going into the mountains long ago. Has little Kun not come yet? When he arrives, tell him he doesn't need to go into the mountains anymore. You all have worked too hard during this time. As Director Fu spoke, everyone dispersed a piece of candy. Old Tian reluctantly took one, sniffed it, and tucked it behind his ear. Suddenly, he spotted Chang Kun coming on his bicycle, waving his hand. Little Kun, hurry up, we've been waiting for you. As Chang Kun approached, he saw the blue sheep tied to the back seat of Chang Kun's bicycle. Holy cow! Holy cow! Director Fu also saw the blue sheep tied to the back seat and rubbed his eyes vigorously, unable to believe what he was seeing. Don't be fooled by the lamb's weight of just 30 to 40 pounds, it has quite a lot of strength. Along the way, the little lamb struggled desperately in the back seat, nearly causing the bicycle to wobble and fall several times. Chang Kun wanted nothing more than to smash it to death and throw it into his space. Riding crookedly toward the research institute in Changjuan, a veteran reacted swiftly and ran over to take the bicycle from Chang Kun. Tian Ashing and Director Fu, like waking from a dream, rushed over. This is indeed a little green goat. Xiao Kun, where did you find this? Seeing that it was truly a little green goat, the two were completely dumbfounded. It was still early in the morning. Oh, where did Chang Kun get a green goat? On my way to work, I passed a hill, saw some movement up there, ran up, and caught this little green goat. Chang Kun's explanation was simple, but the others felt like they were hearing a tall tale. Their team of 5 had been going into the mountains every day for over a month without having seen a single trace of a green goat. Chang Kun encountered a green goat on his way to work. This was quite unbelievable. If it were that easy, what had their month of hard work been for? Although they had seen Chang Kun hunt and almost never return empty-handed over the past few days, catching a wild rabbit or pheasant was on an entirely different level compared to capturing a green goat. Xiao Kun, even if you did encounter a green goat, how did you catch it? Director Fu asked, voicing everyone's doubts. The green goat's ears are exceptionally sensitive. Before a person even approaches, the goat would run away without a trace. Ing Changjuan sincerely admired him. Among everyone, he could claim to be the best shot with a long gun, but when it came to capturing a green goat alive, he truly had no method. Tian Ashing thought long and hard, but couldn't figure out how Chang Kun had caught the little green goat. Based on his plan, he would first locate the green goat, set traps, or use drugs in the areas it frequented, thus having a chance to catch it alive. How did Chang Kun manage it? Everyone looked at him, eagerly waiting for him to explain. Chang Kun shrugged. I just slowly crawled closer, and then pounced and I caught it. The others exchanged glances, finding it utterly impossible. Even for a wild chicken, it was challenging to get close enough to capture it alive, let alone the highly sensitive green goat. They all assumed that Chang Kun must possess some special skill that he wasn't revealing. Director Fu lifted the little green goat's hind leg for a look and remarked, "It's still a little female goat. We should find a male goat to pair it with later and see if we can improve the breed. You guys help me carry it inside." Xiao Kun, how many green goats did you encounter? Do you think you can catch any more? About 5 or 6, but I don't know if you'll encounter them again. This green goat seems quite clever. It changes places when it senses danger. Chang Kun knew in his heart that encountering a green goat again would depend on luck. The first time he caught the green goat was when he was with Yang Shanong at that spot, but after passing by there 7 or 8 times, he hadn't seen any trace of the goat again. Director Fu nodded. All right, having this little female goat will suffice for now. Come with me to the office. The two went to the office and Director Fu closed the door. Xiao Kun, this little green goat which you caught on your way to work should count as your personal achievement. What do you want to exchange for it? Chang Kun recalled that Cheng Rongjiang had mentioned that Director Fu was generous and had quite a few good things on hand. After thinking for a moment, Chang Kun felt that there was nothing urgently needed at home, so he said, Director, I don't really need anything, you can decide. Since Director Fu was generous, he surely wouldn't let him suffer a loss. Director Fu chuckled a few times. All right, I'll take charge and get you a bicycle one that's about 70 to 80% new. Chang Kun was a bit surprised. Last time he had sold 2 large green goats at the street office to exchange for a new bicycle. Now just for capturing a little green goat alive, Director Fu was offering him a bicycle that's 70 to 80% new. No wonder Cheng Rongjiang said he was generous. Unfortunately, he didn't need a bicycle at the moment. He already had one and his parents shared another one, which was enough for now. If in the future the whole family moved to the city, having too many bicycles would just mean they became decorations. Seeing Chang Kun hesitating, Director Fu was a bit puzzled. In these times, a bicycle was considered a luxury item for ordinary families, yet Chang Kun seemed reluctant to take it. Xiao Kun, if you don't want it, we can exchange for something else. Our institute has plenty of good stuff. Chang Kun nodded. Director, we have 2 bicycles at home. Having one more would be a bit much. Oh, your family is doing well then. How about I get you a watch? Having a watch would make it convenient to check the time while hunting in the mountains. Chang Kun's eyes lit up. A watch would be great. Just as Director Fu said, having a watch while hunting in the mountains would help keep track of time. Plus, waking up in the morning and going to bed at night would no longer be a guessing game. It would be clear down to the minutes. Chang Kun agreed, and not long after Director Fu left, he returned with a watch in hand. It was a classic Shanghai brand watch with a full steel case and a hydraulic convex face featuring golden hands. In these times, wearing a Shanghai brand watch was a source of great pride. Chang Kun put the watch on his wrist, admired it for a moment, and thought it looked pretty good. If his father saw it, he would surely be envious. Not bad, young man, you look quite spirited wearing it. All right, you go ahead and be busy. I'm going to check on that little green goat. Without further pleasantries, Director Fu went out to study the little green goat. Back in Cheng Rongjiang's office, Chang Kun greeted him. With the task of capturing the green goat completed, he returned to his previous state of idleness. After a few casual chats with nothing else to do, Cheng Rongjiang dismissed Chang Kun for the day. It was only just after 9 o'clock. Chang Kun remembered that his mother had taken Xiao'er to the supply and marketing cooperative. Since he had nothing to do today, he thought about going to see if the little girl was causing any trouble over there. As soon as he entered the supply and marketing cooperative, Xiao'er spotted Chang Kun. Big pot. Big pot. The little girl rushed over, climbed onto her brother's body, and tightly wrapped her arms around his neck. Chang Kun kissed the little girl's cheek and laughed, asking, What's going on, Xiao'er? Why are you so happy? Big pot. It looks good. Xiao'er gently tugged at her 2 braids for Chang Kun to see. Just now, Wang Cuiqin had tied her 2 horn braids secured with red ribbons, making the little girl feel quite proud as she posed in front of the mirror, admiring herself endlessly. Looks good, Xiao'er is the cutest. Chang Kun patted the top of Xiao'er's head, praising her repeatedly. Candy. Candy. She stretched out her little hand, eagerly waiting for her brother to give her some milk candy. Chang Kun grabbed a handful of milk candy and stuffed it into the little girl's hands. She held the candy up, trying to give it to her sister, while calling out, Sister, have some candy. Oh, the little girl was quite generous. Having just arrived at the supply and marketing cooperative, she was already sharing candy with her sister. Chang Kun looked up and was momentarily stunned. Cheng Min was also in the room, smiling as she watched Chang Kun play with the little girl. His mother and Wang Cuiqin were tidying up the shelves while chatting idly. They had been talking about the son's marriage when they stopped upon hearing Chang Kun enter. Chang Kun greeted everyone. Before his mother could ask, he took the initiative to explain that he had finished work early today. Xiao Kun, what did you say? You caught a green goat and exchanged it for a watch. Lu Meifin's face showed surprise as she grabbed her son's wrist, gently touching the shiny watch. In just a few days of work, he had earned a watch. How is it that her son is so impressive? Cheng Min and Wang Suiqin also gathered around, marveling at the watch. They both understood the situation of Chang Kun's family very well. In just a month, the Chang family transformed from a large family of farmers who struggled to make ends meet to now having 3 adults working in the city and even acquiring 2 bicycles. All these changes were due to Chang Kun's efforts, which was truly astonishing. Now he had caught a young goat and exchanged it for a watch. The possessions of the Chang family were far better than those of the average city dwellers. Wang Suiqin looked at the watch with envy, as she hadn't even bought one for herself, and Chang Kun was indeed impressive. Her eyes darted around, and she patted Chang Kun on the shoulder. Xiao Kun, I just mentioned to your mother about your engagement. Oh, I support you in breaking it off. Let's get it done soon, and I can introduce you to a good family. She wanted to introduce her niece as soon as possible to let the 2 of them get to know each other. With 3 family members working in the city and a wealth of possessions, the key was that Chang Kun was so capable. In a few years, they might not even consider her niece. Chang Kun felt a bit awkward, scratching his nose without saying a word. Cheng Min, listening from the side, blinked a few times and couldn't help but steal glances at Chang Kun. Indeed, those with abilities are welcomed wherever they go. Xiao Changxiu saw that the adults were engrossed in conversation and completely ignored her. She grabbed a handful of milk candies and held them up to Wang Suiqin. Sister Candy. Candy, eat. Oh, it's milk candy. You little girl are so generous. Wang Suiqin couldn't help but pinch the little girl's cheek and took a piece of candy from her small hand. Sister, eat. The little girl raised her hand in front of Cheng Min again. Sister, candy, eat. Seeing that Cheng Min didn't respond, Changxiu shouted again loudly. Cheng Min was lost in thought, while looking at Chang Kun, and the little girl's shout brought her back to reality, causing her face to flush suddenly. She hurriedly accepted the milk candy and stuffed it into her mouth, lowering her head, too shy to look at the others. Lu Meifan glanced at Cheng Min with a half-smile. This girl was quite good, with outstanding looks and a nice temperament, especially compared to the Qin family, which was much better. The Cheng family helped secure 2 jobs for themselves, while the Qin family only demanded a higher betrothal gift. The 2 families were simply not comparable. The little girl was laughing and playing in the supply and marketing cooperative. After being cooped up at home for days, she was so happy today with good food and a new sister who would tie her hair. Lu Meifan sighed. Xiaoer is happy, but I wonder what Xiao Qing and Xiao Mu are causing at home. Last time Chang Kun brought Chang Xiu to the supply and marketing cooperative, and now Lu Meifan brought Chang Xiu again. The other 2 little girls were probably crying at home. Thinking of this, Chang Kun stood up and said, Mother, I have nothing much to do today. I'll go back and bring Xiao Qing and Xiao Mu to the city to play. Lu Meifan thought for a moment this would be even better, and she nodded in agreement. When Chang Kun walked towards the door, Cheng Min also stood up. Chang Kun, I miss Xiao Qing and Xiao Mu too. I have nothing to do today. Let's go see them together. As she suppressed her shyness and walked out the door with Chang Kun, Lu Meifan and Wang Suiqin exchanged glances, both smiling. Wang Suiqin exclaimed, Xiao Kun is capable and truly well-liked. On the way home, Cheng Min asked about Chang Kun's engagement issue, and he recounted the whole story in detail. After hearing this, Cheng Min puffed up her cheeks in anger. How could there be such a family? They agreed on the betrothal gift, and now it's increased. Lu Dinyang should have broken off the engagement earlier. Chang Kun said nothing. If raising the betrothal gift was merely infuriating, then stealing food during a famine was a crime and murder. The 2 chatted casually back home. As they arrived at the yard entrance, Xiao Qing rushed out upon hearing the noise, forgetting to pick up the iron frog on the ground. Big brother, you're back. Chang Mu followed out, looking at Chang Kun with a happy smile. Xiao Qing, where's the eldest sister? Eldest sister is feeding the baby. Big brother, we want to go to the city too. It's always Xiaoer who goes. Chang Qing grabbed Chang Kun's hand and shook it, looking at him eagerly. All right, there's nothing to do today. Big brother will take you both to the city to play. As soon as these words were spoken, Chang Qing and Chang Mu jumped up joyfully. Yay, big brother is the best. Big brother, let's go quickly. The 2 little girls urged excitedly. You 2 go change into new clothes and shoes and bring the eldest sister along. Going to the city to shop, let the little girls dress nicely, giving them a sense of occasion. Just in time, Cheng Min came along, and the 2 bicycles could take the eldest sister as well. Wow, we can wear new clothes. Hurry up, let's change into new clothes, Xiao Mu. The 2 little girls rushed back into the house, completely forgetting to greet Cheng Min. Chang Kun walked to the next door, to Uncle Chang Wu's house, and mentioned to Aunt Chang Wu to help watch over the house. Aunt Chang Wu asked, Xiao Kun, is there no one at home? Where are Xiao Qing and Xiao Mu? Aren't the little girls bored at home? Take them to the city for a stroll. The little girls are really enjoying their time with you, Aunt Chang Wu said with envy. Which family in the village can pamper their little girls like that? Chang Kun smiled, finished his instructions, and turned to leave. When he returned home, the two little girls were already dressed up, admiring themselves in the mirror by the wall. Dressed in new clothes, wearing new shoes, and sporting a headband with bunny ears, their outfit looked mismatched, but the little girls hopped around joyfully, feeling incredibly happy. Eldest sister, hold the baby tight and sit on my back seat. Xiaoqing and Xiaomu, you two sit on Chengmin's bike. With everyone packed up, they happily rode towards the city amidst the excited shouts of the two little girls. Changmei sat sideways on Chang Kun's back seat, humming a little tune, playing with the baby in her arms. The baby, jostled by the bicycle, thought it was a game and grinned widely. Changqing and Changmu sat on the beam and back seat, respectively, chattering nonstop, ecstatic about going to the city to play. Chang Kun, where are you planning to take the sisters to play? Chengmin asked while riding alongside Chang Kun. Do you have any good places in mind? Chang Kun was not very familiar with the city in this era, so it was better to listen to suggestions from Chengmin, who was a city dweller. Chengmin tilted her head and thought for a moment. How about going to Wangfujing Dongan Market? There are many fun things there with food, drinks, and entertainment. Great, let's go there, shall we, big brother? Before Chang Kun could reply, Changqing eagerly answered. All right, today we'll entertain the little girls, they get to decide. Upon reaching the supply and marketing cooperative, they picked up Chang Xiao and exchanged a few words with Lu Meifan. Chang Kun, the three little girls Chang, Mei, and Chengmin all held hands and made their way to the Dongan Market. Lu Meifan watched as Chang Kun took the little girls further away and sighed. It feels like Xiao Kun has grown up, learning to care for his sisters. Wang Suiqin chimed in beside her. Isn't that so? He's capable and considerate. Whoever marries into your family will be quite fortunate. Chang Kun and his companions arrived at the Dongan Market. At this moment, the market was bustling with people and many were buying goods. Upon arriving here, Changqing looked around, feeling as if his two eyes were not enough. Elder brother, there's someone singing over there. That's a street performer. Hold on to each other so you don't get lost. Chang Xiao, riding on her elder brother's shoulders, occasionally let out exclamations of awe. As they walked along the path with the flow of people, the little girls chattered nonstop. Their mouths were sticky from eating candied hawthorns, fried cakes, walnut pancakes, and almond tofu, as if they had grown little mustaches. When they reached the bookstore, Changqing and Changmu were mesmerized by the abundance of children's books. They couldn't take their eyes off them. When they left, Chang Kun was carrying a large stack of children's books, all chosen by the little girls, enough for them to read for a long time. The three little girls walked hand in hand behind their elder brother, resembling victorious generals. Today they were happy eating, playing, and even happier buying things. Elder sister, there's a clothing shop over there. You should pick out a piece. Chang Kun saw a ready tower shop with quite nice colors and styles. Changmei waved her hands repeatedly, saying, I stay at home every day, oh, I don't need new clothes. Let me buy you a piece of clothing, elder sister. It's no trouble. The little sisters all have new clothes to wear. Chang Kun pushed his elder sister towards the clothing shop. Looking at Chang Kun, Changmei's face was filled with gratitude. Previously, her brother rarely spoke with his sisters, and he had never been so considerate or bought anything for them. Now, not only had he grown capable, but he was also so caring towards his sisters. She was truly happy with his transformation. Unable to resist her brother's insistence, Chang Mei chose a set of blue cotton clothes. At that time, people primarily considered durability and stain resistance when it came to clothing. In an era where hunger was common, appearance was not a priority. Chengmin watched the deep bond among the Chang siblings with envy. Her elder brother had joined the army when she was very young, and by the time he returned home, she had grown up. Although the siblings had a good relationship, they never interacted so easily. While Changmei joyfully measured the clothes against herself, Changqing tugged at Chang Kun's hand, asking, elder brother, what does that writing on the wall say? Changqing pointed towards the distant wall. Chang Kun looked back and saw the words, Kite. Xiaoqing, that's the name of a movie. A movie? Is it like the Grand Opera? Can we go watch it? Upon hearing the word movie, the three little girls' eyes widened in excitement, surrounding Chang Kun eagerly. Elder brother, let's go see it. Yes, let's go. Seeing the eager looks on his little sisters' faces, Chang Kun couldn't refuse. After all, he was there to play with them today, so he would go along with their wishes. He checked with Chengmin and Changmei, both of whom were also very interested in the movie. They bought tickets and entered the movie theater. The little girls no longer dared to make noise, quietly sitting on the wooden benches waiting. As the movie played, their eyes widened. They had never seen a black and white film, let alone the first color movie of the new era. It was truly a shock to their souls. As the movie featured two children interacting, the little girls giggled joyfully, and even after the movie ended, they remained immersed in its scenes. As the screening ended, Changqing grabbed Chang Kun's arm, saying, elder brother, I want a kite too. Please make one for me. She was envious of the kites in the movie. In her heart, her elder brother was capable of anything, and making a kite would certainly be no problem. Chang Kun smiled wryly. He couldn't make such things. He could only look for one at the market later to buy for them to play with. After wandering around the market, he bought each of the three little girls a kite. The three little girls couldn't wait to fly their kites, immediately wanting to tie a letter to it like the children in the movie to make friends. Chang Kun poured cold water on their enthusiasm, saying, "You can barely write a few characters. Can you really write a letter?" The little girls exchanged glances. Chongqing stubbornly replied, "We're still young. We'll learn to write when we grow up." Learning one character every few days won't amount to much when you grow up. Chang Kun used children's books to teach the little girls to recognize characters, but they were often distracted and took a long time to learn a few. Over time, Chang Kun found it troublesome himself, but he wished there were a teacher to manage them. Suddenly, he thought of Cheng Min, who was a primary school teacher. "Cheng Min, does your school accept students like Xiao Qing and Xiao Mu?" The primary school is for children from government families. They generally don't accept outsiders. However, since I'm a teacher there, I can surely make it happen. Ruffling the hair of the little girls, Cheng Min turned to Chang Kun and asked, "But they still live in the village now, so it must be inconvenient to commute, right?" Chang Kun nodded and whispered to Cheng Min, "Recently, I've been looking for connections to see if I can arrange housing sooner." Cheng Min looked at Chang Kun in surprise. For Chang Kun's large family to move into the city, a single small house would not suffice. It would be challenging to queue for several larger houses, as many were also looking for connections to secure a spot. Chang Kun smiled without saying anything. There had been no news from Director Wang at the street office, and he would have to provide more gifts. As they approached the north gate of Dong'an Market, a fragrant aroma wafted toward them, making them stop in their tracks. Chongqing and Chang Xiu closed their eyes, sniffing the wind with their noses nearly drooling. Chang Kun looked up and exclaimed, "Ah, isn't this the famous Dong Lai Shun from the future?" The aroma was indeed that of lamb hot pot. "Let's go eat." At this time, most restaurants required meal tickets. However, unlike the few high-end restaurants like Dong Lai Shun, they did not require grain or meat tickets, but their offerings were extremely expensive, unaffordable for ordinary citizens. "Xiao Kun, this restaurant looks very expensive. We could just grab some snacks by the roadside." Chang Mei quickly pulled her brother's arm and shot a glare at the little girls to prevent them from bothering their elder brother. Cheng Min also spoke up to advise against it. She had never eaten at Dong Lai Shun, but had heard of its high prices. "You came to the city, so you should definitely enjoy some good food. Let's go eat," Chang Kun said without hesitation. Having made a good amount of money from selling wild boar, and since he usually needed both cash and tickets to buy things, it was a rare opportunity to dine at a restaurant that didn't require tickets, so he definitely wanted to indulge. Chang Kun pushed his elder sister forward while the three little girls pushed Cheng Min, and they surged toward Dong Lai Shun. With a dingling of the bell, they pushed open the door and were immediately greeted by the strong aroma of lamb. A waiter clad in a white coat adjusted his apron and approached them, saying, "Please come in, everyone. The lamb just arrived fresh this afternoon." Chang Kun smiled. This was the correct attitude of service. He recalled the slogan hanging in the department store, "No unreasonable beating of customers allowed." It truly was a mark of the times. It was reminiscent of how some departments in later years would make people run around several times for a single document. Chang Kun and his companions were seated around a large square table. "Waiter, bring 1 pound of fatty lamb, 3 pounds of lean meat, 1 pound of tofu, 3 servings of sesame paste, and 7 baked pancakes." The waiter, with a broad smile, noted the substantial order, clearly pleased by such a big customer. Soon the copper pot from the kitchen was brought to the table, charcoal crackling beneath it with slices of ginger and scallion floating in the clear water. The little girls, enticed by the aroma of meat wafting in from next door, couldn't help but swallow hard. Before long, the lamb was served. The slices were as thin as paper, arranged on a plate, with the plate's design faintly visible through the translucent meat. At Dong Lai Shun hot pot, one begins with fatty meat known as fatty soup, followed by lean meat and tofu, making for the most delicious meal. The lamb slices cooked in the pot in just 3 seconds, wrapped in sesame paste, and as they entered his mouth, a profound satisfaction washed over him. The little girls, already half full from snacking on various treats by the roadside, still stuffed their mouths with lamb hot pot. Big brother, this is really delicious. This meat is so fragrant. Mom can't cook anything this good." Chang Kun chuckled, thinking that if his mother had such skills, she could have worked as a chef at Dong Lai Shun. Little Chang Xiu leaned in Chang Kun's arms, eagerly waiting to be fed. She could hardly contain herself, her mouth wide open. Chang Kun picked up a slice of lamb with his chopsticks and blew on it to cool. As the lamb entered her mouth, Chang Xiu tightly closed her lips, fearing that the exquisite taste would escape. Everyone was utterly absorbed in their meal, and in an era when many went hungry, the chance to savor fresh lamb was an immense pleasure. By the end, they even drank down the soup from the pot. Almost everyone was slumped over on their stools, completely stuffed. When it came time to pay, Cheng Min felt a bit embarrassed, having eaten quite a lot. She tried to take the initiative to pay, but Chang Kun wouldn't allow it. Chang Kun remembered that it was Chang Jie who had helped them secure their urban residency permits. Offering a little help to Chang Min by treating her to something was truly no trouble at all. After leaving Dong Laishan, he took the little girls to the department store. They had eaten so much today and had also bought a large stack of children's books. They were reluctant to buy more, fearing their mother would scold them for spending too much. As they walked through the department store leisurely enjoying the sights, they came across a barber shop. Chang Kun remembered that since his rebirth he hadn't had a haircut yet. The little girl's hair had grown wild, making it a perfect opportunity to get a trim. Approaching the barber's stall, Chang Kun asked, "Master, do we have to wait for a few more people?" The barber glanced at Chang Kun and replied, "Just 3 more people. Do you have a ticket?" Chang Kun was taken aback. He had forgotten that a ticket was needed for a haircut. "Don't cut it here, you have to queue and get a ticket." Cheng Min stepped forward, tugging at Chang Kun. "Come with me, I can cut hair." Cheng Min led them out of the department store, explaining to the group. Normally, whenever her family needed haircuts, she would do it herself with just a pair of scissors. They arrived at Cheng Min's home, which was a small separate courtyard. The courtyard was about 20 square meters with a row of small rooms on the north side consisting of 3 bedrooms. Cheng Min invited everyone into the small room on the west side, which was her personal space. Inside was a bed, a set of tables and chairs, and several books spread out on the table. As soon as they entered, Cheng Min busied herself serving tea and pouring water while she cut an apple for the little girls to eat. It was little Chang Xiu's first time eating an apple, and she held it with both hands, taking tiny bites, her 2 front teeth sticking out like a rabbit's. Cheng Min smiled as she ruffled Chang Xiu's braids and asked who wants to go first for a haircut. She had already found the scissors. The little girl seemed a bit nervous, leaving Chang Kun to go first. "Sit still and look up." Cheng Min carefully examined Chang Kun's face, imagining what kind of hairstyle would suit him. As she was looking, she seemed to lose her focus, her cheeks turning slightly rosy. With the sound of scissors snipping, Cheng Min soon said, "All right, take a look." Chang Kun took the mirror and noticed that he indeed looked much more spirited with his new haircut. "Very nice. With this skill you could work at a state-run barbershop." The little girls clapped in praise, and seeing their big brother looking sharp after the haircut made them less apprehensive. After spending half an afternoon, the little girl's hair was meticulously styled, and Chang Mei's hair had also been trimmed quite a bit. "When our mother sees us, she will definitely say I look the best." Chang Qing held the mirror, admiring herself. "I look good, my braids look good." Little Chang Xiu argued with her second sister, having retied her hair with a red ribbon. All right, you all look good. Did you remember to thank Sister Cheng Min?" Chang Kun pulled the 2 little girls apart to stop their bickering. "Thank you, sister." The 3 girls chimed in unison as they were the most obedient to their big brother. Cheng Min smiled quietly, wishing she had a younger sister to talk and play with. After chatting for a while, Chang Kun took his leave from Cheng Min, knowing their parents would soon finish work. The little girls had played all day and were tired, so it was best to head home for them to rest. At the supply and marketing cooperative, their mother was still working, and Chang Kun thought for a moment before deciding to first take the 3 little girls home. Little Chang Xiu was yawning continuously, having spent the whole day shopping and playing without a nap. She was utterly exhausted. Riding his bicycle with 2 on the front beam and 1 on the back seat, Chang Kun hurried home with his younger sisters. The eldest sister and little Bao would follow along with their father. On the way, little Chang Xiu kept drooping her head, struggling to stay awake, nearly dozing off while sitting on the bicycle. Little Mu held on to Xiu'er tightly, "Don't let her fall." Chang Mu nodded and leaned in to shout in Chang Xiu's ear, "Xiu'er, big brother's bringing candy." Little Chang Xiu perked up, turning her head to look where. "Give it to me." "To eat." Chang Kun was wary of little Chang Xiu having candy right now. The bicycle was bumping along the road, and if she choked it wouldn't be a joking matter. Little Xiu waited for a while, seeing that there was no candy. Her head drooped again, about to fall asleep. "Xiu'er, big brother's bringing lamb." Chang Mu called out to her again. In Chang Mu's mind, candy and the lamb they had eaten today were the best things in the world. Little Xiu, still drowsy, opened her eyes, looked back at her brother, then at Chang Mu, pouting as if she wanted to cry. This third sister always teased her. "All right, Xiu'er, don't sleep, we're almost home." Chang Kun pedaled faster, worried that little Xiu would fall asleep and tumble off the bike. "Xiu'er, don't sleep. Big brother will teach us how to fly kites when we get home." Chang Mu shouted in little Xiu's ear again. Little Xiu recalled the scenes of children flying kites in the movies and instantly perked up. "Big pot kite. All right, I will teach you when we get home." As he chatted with the little girls, they unknowingly arrived near the hill where he had previously sensed the deer. Upon reaching this spot, Chang Kun instinctively checked the system sensing. He suddenly halted the bike, and indeed there was one. A tall, robust deer with enormous antlers appeared on the radar. It was the large one he had sensed earlier. Today, with a gun in the space, he absolutely could not let this opportunity slip by. Chang Kun rode forward for a while, arriving at the entrance of a village where he set the little girls down and cautioned, "You all wait here for your elder brother. I will go catch something big. Keep an eye on Xiu'er, and don't let her run off." The 3 little girls nodded in response to their elder brother's serious demeanor. Chang Kun rode back to the hillside where the deer was secured his bicycle and took out his 56 rifle. He carefully chambered a bullet and stealthily approached the hillside, striving to make not a single sound. After all these days, the deer finally appeared again. If he scared the deer away due to his carelessness, it would be a great pity. He slowly approached the deer, getting within 100 meters, yet the deer remained blissfully unaware. Logically, at a distance of 100 meters, the deer should have sensed an unusual presence and at least become alert, instead of leisurely munching on tender grass, as it did now. Chang Kun understood that this was the effect of the camouflage technique. It seemed he needed to capture more criminals, so as long as he could acquire a useful skill, it would be well worth it. When he got closer to 50 meters, the deer seemed to sense something shaking its head and stomping its hooves restlessly. Chang Kun hid behind a small tree, not daring to move. If he exposed himself now, the deer would certainly get startled and flee. The deer could run extremely fast, and he had no confidence in hitting a moving target like that. After waiting for a moment in the systems, sensing the deer lowered its head to nibble on tender shoots again. He slowly extended the gun barrel from behind the tree, took aim, and decisively pulled the trigger. Bang! 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 After the first shot, he saw a burst of blood splatter from the deer through the sights. Unsettled, Chang Kun fired 2 more shots, all hitting the deer. After firing 3 shots, he rushed out from behind the tree, heading straight for the deer. By this time, the deer had already collapsed, lying on the ground, convulsing, blood gushing from the gunshot wound like a fountain. Deer blood was a precious commodity, it could not go to waste. Chang Kun quickly ran to the deer's side, grabbed it, and stored it in his space. With this big deer exchanging for a house in the city should be secured. Back on the road, he rode to pick up his younger sister, hurrying home in high spirits. The 3 little girls, seeing that their elder brother had not brought back any prey, thought he had failed and did not ask further. When they arrived home, their parents and older sister had not returned yet. Chang Kun let Chang Qing and Chang Mu take the little Chang Xiu to fly kites in the yard. The little girls imitated the people from the movies, running around with kites while shouting whoosh as the kites danced erratically behind them. While their parents were still out, Chang Kun took the deer out of his space, positioning the wound over a pot, letting streams of blood spray into the pot. He only put it back into space when the deer could no longer bleed. He took out a large bag of salt and poured it all into the pot, picking up a large spatula to stir vigorously. The blood mixed with the salt made a gurgling sound, with foam rising as the blood gradually congealed the edges, turning a light brown, filling the house with a savory scent. This was deer blood, a nourishing substance. Eating a small amount every so often was very beneficial for health. However, he couldn't let the little girls find out. If they ate too much at once, it would be counterproductive. After playing with the little girls for a while, their parents and older sister returned. Before they could even enter the door, Chang Qing shouted, "Sister, look at my kite, isn't it beautiful?" Chang Mei nodded with a smile. On the way back, she told their parents about the day's events, and their eyes widened in surprise. Chang Kun had taken the little ones to buy a pile of comic books, watched a movie, eaten at Donglai Shun, and even gotten a haircut. This day was more thrilling than their entire lives. The little girls were truly fortunate to have such a caring elder brother. "Hey Dad, Xiao Kun caught a blue goat today and traded it for a watch." Lu Meifan pulled her son's arm, showing the watch to Chang Dashan. Touching the watch, Chang Dashan felt a pang of envy. He had yet to earn a watch, while his son had already traded for one after a trip up the mountain. It was quite embarrassing. His eyes shifted and he thought of something. "What's a watch? I have something better. Cough cough, everyone come here, I have something to say." Chang Dashan called the little girls over. Once all the children were gathered around, he cleared his throat and slowly said, "Today, I'm going to show you all something good to open your eyes." As he spoke, he took out a small cloth bag from his pocket, unwrapping it layer by layer to reveal a copper medal. "Oh, you old man," Lu Meifan exclaimed, reaching out to snatch the medal. "You just stuffed it in your pocket like that. Aren't you afraid of losing it?" She had long heard that her son had helped the old man earn a merit last time and might receive a medal, but she never expected it would actually arrive. "What does this medal signify?" Lu Meifan examined it for a while, reluctantly passing it to Chang Kun. This has a big background. It's a third-class merit medal from the Ministry of Public Security. Only the director Cheng Jie has received one at the station. I earned this on my first day at work." Chang Dashan grinned broadly. He not only had a good son, but also good fortune encountering a significant enemy on his first day at the police station. Lu Meifan was even more delighted upon hearing this. Such great honor, it can be a family heirloom. "Son, place it under your grandparents' spirit tablet to make them happy as well." The grandparents' spirit tablet was placed under the small windowsill on the north side of the 8 Immortals table. Chang Kun nodded, holding the medal in both hands, going to share this good news with his grandparents. "Hey, I haven't even had a proper chance to wear it yet," Chang Dashan exclaimed in a hurry. He had only worn it during the awarding ceremony, then taken it off to wrap it carefully for showing off at home. "At your age, what do you need to wear it for? If it weren't for your son, you wouldn't even have received the medal. My son is great. He helped me earn merit, and now I've been promoted to deputy captain in the first squad, haha." Chang Dashin took out his pipe and happily began to smoke, recalling the dismayed face of the second squad leader Ji Sibai. Upon seeing the medal, his heart felt good. After placing the medal safely indoors, when Chang Kun went out, he stored the deer blood from the pot into his space, removing all traces of the bloody odor from the house. He took out a small piece, popped it into his mouth, and tasted the bloody, iron-rich flavor, which was not particularly pleasant. After just a few steps, he felt his whole body warming up and started to feel a bit sweaty. Indeed, deer blood lived up to its reputation, or just a small taste had an effect. At dinner, he tricked the little girls into each having a tiny bit of deer blood, causing them to wrinkle their brows, thinking their elder brother was feeding them mud from a puddle. Their parents each took a piece, as well grimacing as they ate it. Their older sister Chang May didn't dare give it to her baby. This stuff was too warming, and it wouldn't be good if the heat transferred to the little one while nursing. After dinner, the villagers outside were enjoying a performance, while Chang Kun lay down on the West Kong to check the system messages. Ding. Captured 1 blue goat 1, a reward 10 pounds of morel. Current host can sense prey under 460 pounds, range 1200 meters. Ding. Captured 1 deer 1, a reward 10 pounds of hoof cakes. Current host can sense prey under 480 pounds, range 1250 meters. Hoof cakes are smooth and sweet. At this time in the north, they are nearly unavailable, and the little sisters will surely enjoy them. Moreover, morels stewed with meat are an absolute delicacy. They can complement any soup, and tomorrow the family will be in for a treat. The next morning, Chang Kun deliberately woke up early. He went to the foot of the mountain and caught a few rabbits, killing them and throwing them into his space. He rode his bike to the street office and knocked on the door to enter the director's office. Xiao Kun is here. Come sit down. What did you bring? Director Wang of the street office feigned reproach. This remark shouldn't be taken seriously if one does not frequently visit. Who knows how long it would take to get housing in the city. Aunt Wang, just a few wild rabbits, Chang Kun said as he placed the sack of wild rabbits in the corner of the room. You're really too polite, kid. Director Wang paused for a moment and asked, so are you here to inquire about housing today? Chang Kun nodded, waiting for Director Wang to continue. Xiao Kun, I've already submitted your family's housing application and I managed to move you up in the queue. However, there's a serious shortage of houses right now and it won't be easy to get one anytime soon. Director Wang had a troubled expression. What she said was the truth. These days, getting a house in line is not a simple task. Those who can queue typically have some connections. Those at the front of the line either have strong connections or have spent a lot. Of course, there are some who get housing directly without queuing. Those individuals are of a higher status, making it enviable for others. Hearing Director Wang's words, Chang Kun nodded slightly. He had anticipated this outcome before coming. Without further ado, Chang Kun stood up and approached the desk, speaking mysteriously. Aunt Wang, I have a big guy. Do you need one? Big guy. Director Wang was momentarily puzzled, but after thinking for a moment, her eyes suddenly lit up. A male deer. Xiao Kun, is it a male deer? Chang Kun smiled and nodded. Where is the male deer? Let's go see Xiao Kun. Director Wang quickly stood up. If it really was a male deer. She remembered her child's father, who had been listless lately, and each time it left her in a difficult position. She had heard that deer antlers are very effective for certain matters, whether it's true or not, it was worth a try. Ahem, Aunt Wang, will find a vehicle to bring over the male deer. Director Wang was quick to understand Chang Kun's implication. Xiao Kun, don't worry. With a male deer, I'll make some arrangements, and within half a month. No, within 10 days your family will definitely get a housing offer. She was a bit excited. She had only heard of male deer in rumors, and never thought such a big guy could be found in the mountainous areas around the capital. All right, Aunt Wang, will bring over the male deer, and we'll talk more then. Good, take your time, Xiao Kun. Director Wang, full of anticipation, stood up to see Chang Kun out, and it was Chang Kun's first time enjoying such treatment. Turning to the supply and marketing cooperative, Chang Kun borrowed a pedal tricycle. He rode into a deserted alley, threw the male deer from his space onto the tricycle, and covered it with a sack. Upon arriving at the street office courtyard, Director Wang personally welcomed him, and the tricycle backed up to the entrance of the leader's cafeteria. Xiao Kun, this thing can't be seen by others, or it will spread in no time. Seeing how large the male deer was, Director Wang beamed with joy. She recalled the last 2 green goats that Chang Kun had brought. Due to poor confidentiality, many leaders found out, and the goat meat was simply insufficient, putting her in a difficult position. With the help of 2 chefs from the leader's cafeteria and Chang Kun, the 3 of them lifted the male deer into the cafeteria. This guy is really not small, weighing around 400 pounds. The middle-aged chef exclaimed in astonishment. He had been a chef for over 20 years and had never dealt with a male deer before. Xiao Kun, you really are something. Director Wang was also very excited and gave a thumbs up. With so much male deer meat, each leader would get some, and there would still be plenty left for herself. She had heard that deer meat was very potent. She wondered whether the effects were similar to those of the antlers. I heard that the deer has antlers, which are the most valuable part. Where are they? The young chef was looking over the male deer, trying to find the antlers. Chang Kun smiled and explained, "Antlers only appear in spring, and now it's summer, and the antlers have hardened. While these antlers are worth something, they can't compare to antlers." Director Wong suddenly understood. Even without the antlers, just the large antlers would make a great gift for leaders who enjoy collecting. After looking for a while, Director Wong took Chang Kun back to the office and specifically instructed him to keep the deer antlers well preserved before leaving. "Xiao Kun, come have some tea. This tea is from the south. It's called biluakan. I don't know how to drink it, so take some back with you later." Director Wong's smile never faded as she praised Chang Kun repeatedly. She chatted with him, mentioning that through Wang Tsuechin their families were quite close. Wang Tsuechin was her niece and also Chang Kun's sister-in-law. This kind of relative would not visit each other for joyous or solemn occasions. It can only be said that wealth in the deep mountains has distant relatives. Chang Kun's capabilities would naturally earn him some respect. Chang Kun felt a bit speechless. When he previously asked Director Wong for help arranging housing, she had said to wait for his turn. Now he brought a large male deer, and she said it would be arranged in 10 days or half a month. However, he also understood that his family had many members, and Director Wong wanting to help arrange a bigger house would inevitably consume her goodwill. Most of the male deer would be used to smooth things over, and what was left would be his gratitude to her. If he wanted to arrange housing sooner, he would have to give and take. When he bled the male deer last night, he had caught a whiff of its meat, which had a very strong odor. Without a lot of seasoning, it was nearly inedible. He didn't even save any male deer meat for his family. After chatting with Director Wong for a while, Chang Kun stood up to take his leave. "Xiao Kun, take this." Director Wong took a stack of tickets from the drawer and handed them to Chang Kun. She knew the value of the male deer. Since she was helping Chang Kun's family arrange housing early, she was afraid it wouldn't match the value of the male deer, so she simply gave some rare tickets to Chang Kun. Chang Kun took them and looked down. The top ticket was for a wall clock. This, he hesitated to refuse, but felt reluctant to part with it. If he really moved into the city and had a wall clock at home, that would certainly be quite impressive. "All right, I've already gained quite a bit. Don't be polite with me." Director Wong said this while grabbing a large bag of tea leaves and stuffing it into Chang Kun's hands. Chang Kun nodded, not saying anything more. He rode the tricycle back to the supply and marketing cooperative. On his way to work, Chang Kun checked the tickets in his hand. Aside from the wall clock ticket on top, there were also tickets for light bulbs, cotton, and eggs. Most importantly, there was a sewing machine ticket inside. A sewing machine is an excellent item. If they could buy one for the house, his mother would probably wake up laughing in her dreams. Upon arriving at the research institute, as soon as Chang Kun walked in, he was called over. "Xiao Kun, come, there's a new task." Cheng Rongjiang waved him over. Chang Kun was delighted. Finally, there was a task. If he had nothing to do every day, he would feel like his salary was burning in his hands. Cheng Rongjiang took Chang Kun to the director's office. On the way, he introduced the director to Chang Kun. The director was Cheng Rongjiang's brother-in-law, and Cheng Jie and Cheng Min called the director uncle. This was a true family member, the kind with whom one could discuss anything. "Brother-in-law, I brought you a person. This is my nephew, and you can't treat him unfairly." Cheng Rongjiang said this and hurriedly turned to leave. His snake project was at a critical moment. "Director," Chang Kun greeted him. "Chang Kun, right. There's a task to catch some yellow weasels. See if you can handle it." "Yellow weasels?" Chang Kun's eyes flickered. "Isn't that just the yellow mongoose? What do we need to catch that for? Its meat has a foul smell and is slightly toxic. Normally no one eats it. However, its fur is quite nice." The director explained the matter at hand. There is a farm located to the south of the capital which specializes in raising chickens for eggs. Recently, for some unknown reason, the chicks have been frequently lost or found dead. After investigation, the farm staff discovered that the chicks were being killed and taken away by wild animals. After several days of a battle of wits against these creatures, the losses of chicks only increased, with hundreds dying in a single night. The farm manager was alarmed. The chicks were crucial for the meat and egg supply of the capital and could not be taken lightly. To address this, the manager specially hired hunters, and after several days of waiting, discovered that a group of weasels was stealing the chickens. They lurked in packs near the farm, emerging at night, treating the farm as a granary and the chicks as food. The hunters who went to assist the farm only managed to catch a few weasels after several nights of waiting. There was no alternative. As soon as the weasels entered the farm, the hunters dared not shoot, fearing that the gunfire would scare the chicks to death in droves. Moreover, even if they wanted to shoot, they could not find the opportunity. At night, visibility was poor, and the weasels were small and quick to escape before they could even aim. These detestable weasels not only killed the chicks, but also bit them to death, drinking a few drops of blood before leaving them on the ground uneaten. Such waste of life made the farm staff gnash their teeth in anger. After several consecutive nights of losing hundreds of chicks each night, the manager could not bear it anymore and sought help from higher authorities. Coincidentally, the director of the Animal Research Institute learned of this and informed Chang Rongjiang, who then recommended Chang Kun. This task was said to offer a substantial reward. As long as one performed well, the superiors would not be stingy. After hearing this, Chang Kun nodded, indicating that he had no problem with it. What are weasels after all? With the system in place, they would be easy to handle. The director named Fang Qingxing wrote a letter of introduction for Chang Kun and sent him to the southern farm in the institute's jeep. Before leaving, Chang Kun asked Chang Rongjiang to send word to his mother saying he was out on official business and might not return home that night. After leaving the city, the jeep drove south for over half an hour before arriving at the farm. Welcome, Comrade Chang. The farm manager, with 2 dark circles under his eyes, glanced at the introduction letter and wearily greeted him. The manager, named Tian Guoguang, hadn't had a good night's sleep in 5 or 6 days. Every night, he kept his eyes wide open guarding several chicken coops, yet the chicks continued to be killed one by one. If this continued, he would not be able to hold on, let alone eliminate the weasels. Tian Guoguang led Chang Kun into an office filled with smoke where 2 people were loudly arguing. Quiet down, let me introduce. This is Comrade Chang from the Animal Research Institute. You experts should discuss a plan together. With that, Tian Guoguang shouted into the room. It fell silent immediately, and the 2 men sat still staring at the incoming Chang Kun. One had a square face while the other had a broad face. Both men looked weathered, clearly seasoned hunters. As Tian Guoguang introduced them, Chang Kun learned about their backgrounds. The square-faced man was from the Forestry Bureau, while the broad-faced man came from the zoo. As Chang Kun had speculated, both men were seasoned hunters from the mountains, each with remarkable achievements. The square-faced man's pride was in having single-handedly killed 2 wolves in the mountains with just a shotgun and a hunting knife. It was based on this achievement that he was specially recruited into the Forestry Bureau. The broad-faced man had unique experience in setting traps and catching prey. He once set a trap and caught 3 wild boars, making a name for himself among mountain hunters. This Comrade Chang from the Animal Research Institute. Let's all discuss a way to quickly eliminate this group of weasels. Tian Guoguang offered each of them a cigarette, fatigue etched on his face. The square-faced and broad-faced men exchanged glances, subtly shaking their heads. The Animal Research Institute. What kind of organization is that? They had never even heard of it. Hunters from the Forestry Bureau dealt with various animals in the mountains year-round. Hunters from the zoo were always out capturing animals to fill the park. They were truly unaware of what the Animal Research Institute did. Was it perhaps researching how to make hens lay more eggs and roosters gain more meat? As they pondered, they glanced at Chang Kun's youthful face, which led to a hint of disdain in their hearts. So young, and his complexion didn't look rough like a mountain person. It was clear he didn't often venture into the mountains. Perhaps he was just some rich kid who heard about the weasel troubles here and came to collect a reward. Thinking this way, they did not show it on their faces. After all, if he were a leader's relative, they wouldn't want to offend him. The square-faced and broad-faced men nodded at Chang Kun and continued their discussion on how to catch the weasels. The square-faced and broad-faced men had arrived a day earlier. Last night, they guarded the front and back doors of the chick yard, witnessing packs of weasels crawling into the chicken coop, likely numbering around 70 or 80. The square-faced man wanted to shoot, but was firmly stopped by Tian Guoguang, who feared that the gunfire would scare all the chicks to death. After a night of commotion, the 2 old hunters, along with 5 or 6 men from the farm, managed to kill only 4 weasels. Meanwhile, the losses of chicks were severe. Over 100 had been killed by the weasels, and some were accidentally stepped on by hunters trying to catch them in the dark. It was yet another night of significant losses. The square-faced and broad-faced men, having not slept all night, felt as if they had been injected with adrenaline. As seasoned hunters, it was truly humiliating to be bullied by a group of weasels. That entire morning, they remained in the office, smoking and brainstorming strategies. The broad-faced man suggested setting wire snares at several entrances. The weasels would surely get caught in the snares. This way, success would be assured. If they set several hundred snares, they were confident they could eliminate this group of weasels. Tian Guoguang nodded in agreement after listening. They'll go to the storeroom to get some wire. You all handle the setting of the snares. The broad-faced man smirked, pleased to be setting traps, which was his specialty. When Tian Guoguang returned from the storeroom, he had a large coil of wire on his shoulder and a bag in his hand. There are slingshots in the storeroom which can serve as substitutes for guns. He pulled out dozens of slingshots from the bag and handed them to several men. When the weasels approach the farm, we can first use the slingshots to shoot at them, then catch them with the traps. Slingshots can be used by anyone, but to hit accurately is not something just anyone can do. The broad-faced man crouched down to inspect the wire, preparing to make the snares. At that moment, 2 people entered through the office door. Report. The voice was robust and resonant. Just by hearing it, one could tell they were 2 strong men. Turning to look, indeed. One was tall, over 6 feet. The other wore a tank top, his muscles bulging, exuding a fierce presence. Tian Guoguang was overjoyed and hurriedly stepped forward. Are you sent by the military? The tall man nodded and extended a letter of introduction. Tian Guoguang's fingers trembled with excitement as he said, the farm is saved. Come in, please. The square-faced and broad-faced old hunters exchanged glances. Who were these experts they had invited? From their demeanor, they appeared to be military personnel. But using military personnel to deal with weasels wouldn't help, nor could they use heavy artillery. Did these two have some secret skills? The tall man is named Wu Hengao, while the muscular man is called Chang Nan. They have been dispatched by the army to support the farm and help resolve its difficulties. These two individuals belong to the hunting team in the army pursuing yellow sheep across the vast grasslands to supplement the army's rations. To them, the hunters in the civilian world are merely small-time players. Hunters of lesser skill may catch a wild rabbit or a pheasant, while the more proficient might hunt wild boars or wolves. Compared to their army's organized hunts where dozens or even hundreds of yellow sheep are caught at once, civilian hunting seems trivial. Upon learning that their mission involves weasels, they initially thought their superiors were giving them a break. In their eyes, those small yellow creatures could be easily eliminated. Director Tian, what measures have we taken at the farm? I'd like to understand the situation, inquired the muscular Chang Nan. This group of weasels comes to the farm at night to eat the chickens. I organized a team, beat drums, and even lit fires to scare them off, but none of it worked. Have you tried using geese? Chang Nan asked again. Those who have been nipped by geese since childhood know that geese are quite dominant among medium-sized animals. Geese will chase and bite any smaller animals they encounter, and weasels are no exception. Tian Guoguang nodded. The farm also raises some geese, but when we placed them in the chicken coop, those weasels were not afraid at all, though instead they killed the geese. With a sigh he added, geese are more valuable, so I didn't dare to use them again. Chang Nan exchanged glances with Wu Hengao, realizing that this group of weasels was not simple. No wonder the farm had sought assistance. However, since the army has sent them to carry out the mission, why are there others here as well? The two men across from them smoking looked weathered, indicating they were veteran hunters likely hired by the farm. A young man beside them, looking no older than 20, did not show signs of spending years in the mountains. Could he also have skills in hunting? It's not that they underestimated youth. Hunting is a skill that requires extensive experience, and being young often means lacking that experience. Such individuals surely have little capability. He might also be some sort of insider trying to take credit. When the time comes to catch the weasels at night, they should let him stay back, so as not to hinder the operation. Chang Nan glanced around the few people in the room, having a rough idea in his mind. He and Wu Hengao usually worked as a team, with him coming up with ideas and Wu Hengao executing them. They had also made considerable preparations before coming, including bringing geese. Since the geese couldn't be used, they would directly employ hunting dogs. Director Tian, please help me prepare some dog food. I brought 2 large wolfhounds that will be useful tonight. The 2 veteran hunters, one with a square face and the other with a long face, brightened at the mention of wolfhounds. Comrade, where are the wolfhounds? Can we take a look? As hunters, they are well aware of the significant aid that wolfhounds provide in hunting. They can protect their owner in times of danger, track prey during the hunt, and assist in capturing the quarry, making them invaluable. Unfortunately, in this day and age, people struggle to feed themselves, let alone raise dogs. It's simply unaffordable for an average family to maintain a good dog that can accompany them up the mountains. These 2 veteran hunters were truly envious to hear that the army had come with wolfhounds. You can take a look, go ahead, Chang Nan generously replied, knowing he would need their help to guard the farm at night. The wolfhounds raised by the tribe were indeed majestic, with their sleek black coats shining and their physique strong. They did not bark at strangers, but merely bared their teeth and emitted a low growl, clearly fierce. The food offered by the old hunters and Chang Kun was ignored by the 2 wolfhounds. They only ate the food provided by Chang Nan, displaying remarkable discipline. During lunch, the group had enjoyed various chicken dishes, leaving them with greasy lips. The hateful weasels bite the chickens, but do not eat them, merely drinking a few drops of blood, leaving the dead chickens for the farm workers to sadly consume. However, they are truly delicious. After they were full, Chang Nan finalized the plan for hunting the weasels. With their group, along with the farm workers, they would total around 30 people, bringing the wolfhounds to use slingshots against the weasels and let the dogs bite them. If that doesn't work, Chang Nan also brought along bright flares from the army, who once fired they illuminate a radius of 100 meters, as bright as day. Weasels are nocturnal creatures, and when suddenly faced with bright lights at night, their eyes are stimulated. Frightened, they will flee quickly. Meanwhile, inside, according to Dama Lian's plan, iron wire snares were set at every entrance to the chicken coop. Inside the chicken coop, they spread goose droppings, as it is said that weasels fear geese and will flee upon smelling their droppings. It's a measure, albeit a small one. This way, even if there are too many weasels to catch in time, and some slip into the farm, they will await various snares and traps. Even if they cannot eliminate the weasels tonight, the two wolfhounds can track the scent of the fleeing weasels back to their nest for a decisive strike. Upon hearing this, everyone praised the plan. Previously, they were unable to locate the weasel's nest and could only defend passively. Now armed with wolfhounds, if they can find the weasel's nest, they can take the initiative and annihilate them. Having discussed the plan, Chang Jin then looked at Chang Kun. Chang, you will follow closely behind me tonight and obey my commands, all right? Even though he was asking Chang Kun's opinion, his tone left no room for doubt. He feared Chang Kun, being young, might act rashly and disrupt his plan. Chang Kun thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. He had no better suggestions. During his time at the farm, he had been using the system to sense, but had not detected any trace of the weasels. In the afternoon, they helped set up iron wire snares at various entrances. Afterward, they rested to regain their energy in preparation for the battle at night. When night fell, everyone finished their meals early and stationed personnel at every entrance of the farm according to the plan. Chang Kun followed closely behind Chang Jin Nan, and the two engaged in casual conversation. Learning that Chang Kun was not from a cadre family, but a mountain farmer who had been recruited by the Animal Research Institute due to his exceptional hunting skills, Chang Jin Nan couldn't help but feel some admiration. One's aspirations are not dictated by age. He reminded himself not to look down on others just because they are younger. Suddenly, during their chat, Chang Kun sensed a group of weasels entering his range from the northwest. Over there, something's happening. Chang Kun pointed northwest and hurried to head that way. Chang Kun, wait. What's going on? The dogs haven't barked yet. Chang Jin Nan reached out to stop Chang Kun. What was going on with him? They had agreed he would follow closely, and without seeing any weasels appear, he was already disobeying orders. Brother Chang, the weasels are coming over there, hurry. Chang, you're too anxious. Relax. According to Director Tion, the weasels won't arrive for another half hour. Let me tell you, I was just like you when I was young. I would get nervous and act rashly when faced with situations. Once, Chang Jin Nan was about to give Chang Kun a lesson in mindset. Woof woof. The large wolfhound beside him barked wildly at the sky. The direction was indeed towards the northwest. The sound of barking entered his ears, and the strong man could tell that this was the sound of a wolf dog discovering prey. He widened his eyes in surprise and glanced at Chang Kun. Without bothering to ask Chang Kun how he knew the weasel was coming from the northwest, he shouted, "Hold your positions and watch the 10 o'clock direction." The command was passed down one by one, and the farm suddenly fell into silence. Everyone held their breath, their eyes wide, staring into the dark night. That night, the moonlight was dim and the starlight was faint, making visibility blurred even just 5 or 6 meters away. Everyone felt a bit nervous, and the palms of those holding slingshots began to sweat. The strong man calmed the wolf dog, covering its mouth to keep it from barking, and fixed his gaze on the northwest direction. 200 meters. 100 meters. 50 meters. Chang Kun quietly counted. According to the system's sensing, 20 to 30 weasels were marching toward the farm. They were truly too arrogant. The intelligence level of a weasel is comparable to that of a 2 to 3-year-old child. They knew there were people guarding the farm, yet they still dared to come and steal the chicks. If they got killed, they deserved it. At this time, killing weasels was not illegal, rather it was considered a good deed. However, in the later years, weasels often appeared in the chicken coops of rural households. By then they had become a protected species. They could eat your chickens, but you could not harm them. It was simply outrageous. The strong man listened to Chang Kun's counting, knowing that these numbers indicated the distance of the weasels, and he couldn't help but believe. After all, it was Chang Kun who first noticed the direction in which the weasels were coming even earlier than the wolf dog. He recalled the squad leader's words, "There are always stronger individuals, and there are experts in the community, so one must maintain a learning attitude." 20 meters, Chang Gu, can we shoot now? Chang Kun tightly pulled back the slingshot's rubber band, pointing toward the northwest. Even if he couldn't see clearly in the distance with the systems sensing, every weasel's position was crystal clear. At just 20 meters away, he would surely not miss. Shoot. The strong man gritted his teeth and shouted loudly. Prepare to shoot, 10 o'clock northwest. Chang Kun had been waiting for this command. Whoosh. A steel ball was shot out, and Chang Kun did not stop. He immediately switched to another steel ball and continued firing. All they heard was a squeak. A scream followed, and then another. After 4 consecutive screams, the strong man finally caught sight of the weasels. Good grief. Brother Chang shot blindly, hitting all 4 shots. He had truly underestimated him before. The wolf dog leaped out, dashing towards the nearby weasel. A dog trained by the tribe was indeed different. It understood how to dodge shots and did not block Chang Kun's shooting direction in the slightest. Everyone come here. The weasels are over here. Seeing that more and more weasels were gathering over here, the strong man wanted to seek support. Wait, Chang Gu, there's a group of weasels slowly moving in from the east and south. They haven't passed yet, and our numbers are the least here. According to the system's sensing, there were over 100 weasels combined from 3 directions, and the number of weasels to the northwest was the least. What? The strong man felt a bit dazed. Weasels could use tactics. He almost fell for the simplest feint. These yellow weasels. Are they becoming enlightened? If he fell for it, it would be a huge embarrassment. Being tricked by a weasel would truly be laughable. Brother Chang, you take charge. The strong man knew that in this hazy night, he was like a blind man, forcing himself to command would only delay their actions. All right. Chang Kun didn't bother with pleasantries. Brothers on the east and south, after counting to 100 the weasels should have passed. Stay alert. Chang Kun worried they wouldn't be able to gauge the time, so he changed the minutes into counting. In the east there are about 40 or so. There are more than 50 in the south. The remaining manpower all go support. The orders were passed on one by one, and everyone seemed to have a backbone, no longer feeling lost and confused. On the northwest side, Chang Kun and 3 farm workers were shooting with slingshots. The weasels that got close became more agile and hard to hit. Several weasels had already rushed into the farm. At this point, they could not care less, only hoping that the wire trap would catch the weasels. The strong man shot a few times with the slingshot, but because the weasels were too close, they dodged nimbly. Damn it! He clenched his teeth, threw the slingshot aside, and grabbed a nearby shovel, charging forward. With one horizontal swing, the weasel couldn't even let out a scream. Its entire head was a bloody mess flying into the air. Haha, this feels so good. The strong man was already tired of playing the game of shooting and dodging with the small slingshot. His muscles bulged, and the shovel in his hand felt like a feather. The little weasels were knocked away one by one. This is so satisfying. One can imagine that in ancient times a mighty general slaughtering small soldiers was just like the scene now, with the strong man fighting weasels. Brothers with shovels used them to hit the weasels. It's more effective than slingshots. Chang Kun hurriedly relayed this situation. In no time, laughter echoed from the east and south. Using shovels to bully little weasels was indeed a delightful experience. Nevertheless, many weasels still rushed into the farm. Who knew why they were so persistent, going crazy for a bit of food, disregarding their lives? At some point, 2 wolf dogs chased after the weasels, moving further and further away from the crowd, and gradually the barking became faint. The people guarding the farm were quite happy to see that many weasels had been killed tonight. As long as they could do this 3 or 4 more times, the weasel problem would be manageable. Suddenly, Chang Kun sensed 2 large figures appearing far away in the northwest direction. At first glance, he thought it was just 2 large wild wolves entering the sensing range, and paid no attention. The area around the farm was flat, with a few small hills outside where many wild rabbits and pheasants resided. Thus it was common for wild wolves to wander over to hunt. But soon Chang Kun realized something was wrong. Because around these 2 large wild wolves there were a dozen or so weasels, and the 2 were very close to each other, yet not in conflict. Could wild wolves and weasels coexist harmoniously like this? That was impossible. Chang Kun carefully examined the prey in the sensing. At the moment he saw clearly, he felt as if his heart had stopped for a beat, a chill running down his spine, and his face turned pale. Those 2 big guys had slender bodies, short limbs, and long tails resembling weasels to a T. They were indeed weasels. Weasels larger than wild wolves. Chang Kun nervously swallowed. Damn it. Wasn't it said that after the nation was founded no one was allowed to become enlightened? At this moment the 2 wolf dogs of the troop had been led toward the direction of the 2 giant weasels. In the sensing, the 2 giant weasels dashed forward at high speed, lunging in midair. Immediately after, faint howls of the wolf dogs came through. A whoa, ow, ow. Not good. Chang Kun's face changed, and he pointed to the northwest. Chang, go over there, the dogs. It's the mournful howling of the wolf dogs. Chang Jin Nan has heard the barking, having accompanied 2 wolf dogs for many years. He recognizes this as their cry of injury. This tiny weasel, could it really injure his wolf dogs? It is simply unbelievable. But there's no time to lose. The dogs' cries are growing fainter, as if something is dragging them away into the distance. Chang Kun desperately rushed towards the sense direction, stealthily pulling out the wolf fang dagger awarded by the system. Chang Jin Nan's forehead was already beaded with sweat as he closely followed, gripping his shovel tightly, producing a clanking sound. The giant weasels are incredibly fast. A person's 2 legs ultimately cannot outrun their 4. Listening to the increasingly distant howls of the wolf dogs, tears nearly flowed from Chang Jin Nan's eyes. The 2 wolf dogs were raised by him since they were young, having been fed for 5 or 6 years. Calling them dogs is an understatement. They are like family. Hearing their cries, he is consumed with anxiety. Just then a voice came from beside him. Flashbang. At that moment, the soldierly qualities of Chang Jin Nan were revealed. He immediately calmed down, pulled out a flashbang from his pocket, peeled back the pin, counted silently for 2 or 3 seconds, and suddenly threw it into the air ahead. In an instant, the night was split into daylight, exposing the 2 giant weasels ahead to the bright light. Chang Kun and Chang Jin Nan were already prepared. They squinted their tightly shut eyes and slowly opened them. What the hell is this? The two stood there dumbfounded, staring blankly at the creatures before them. Two weasels the size of newborn calves appeared before their eyes. They stood upright over 1.7 meters tall, nearly matching Chang Kun's height. Their fluffy long tails swept across the ground, and their mouths grinned wide to their ears, drool dripping down. The most horrifying sight was that their front paws were rubbing their eyes, just like humans. The flashbang had indeed affected them. The two wolf dogs were left on the ground howling pitifully and unable to rise for a moment. Although Chang Kun had mentally prepared himself, he was still startled by the upright weasels. This appearance, if one said they hadn't achieved sentience, no one would believe it. Chang Nan's pupils contracted, and he gulped, stunned by the sight of the weasels. How could there be such large creatures? Witnessing the weasels rubbing their eyes like humans, he gripped the shovel tightly and instinctively stepped back half a pace. What the hell? Could they have become sentient? Suddenly, he heard the wolf dogs whimpering. Chang Nan's teeth clenched tightly, rage rising from his heart. Regardless of what you are daring to hurt my beloved dogs today, you shall die. He raised his shovel and prepared to charge forward. At that moment, the two giant weasels seemed to recover from the bright light. Seeing someone chasing from behind, a look of panic appeared on their faces. Their bodies curled, and a cloud of green mist ejected from behind. What the hell? Chang Kun had long known that weasels could emit foul gas, and had been on guard. Yet upon first seeing these sentient weasels, he was taken aback, forgetting that this was their most powerful skill, emitting foul gas. Just as Chang Nan charged forward, he was hit directly by the green mist. Ugh! He covered his nose and staggered a few steps, his curses choked in his throat by the stench. Chang Kun, behind Chang Nan, also caught a whiff of the odor and bent over to dry heave. He had never encountered such a foul smell. It was comparable to a biological weapon. At that moment, two veteran hunters with square faces chased after the flashbang's bright light and ran over. What the hell? Huangdaxian. It really is Huangdaxian. The two felt their scalps go numb, their lips quivering, their voices distorted, and their throats nearly torn. Seeing the two giant weasels scurry into the distance, they were utterly dumbfounded. Having hunted in the mountains since childhood, they had heard countless stories of Huangdaxian, yet never took them seriously. Now, witnessing such large weasels firsthand, they were certain they had achieved sentience, transforming into Huangdaxian. Huangdaxian has shown his spirit. The square-faced hunter trembled and instinctively moved closer to Chang Kun and Chang Nan, as if seeking protection. Ugh! Smelling the lingering foul gas, the square-faced hunter couldn't help but dry heave a few times. After a moment, he struggled to speak. What is this smell? He, your great deity has blessed you with a divine fart. Smell it more, and you might ascend. Chang Kun distanced himself from the stench and squatted down to check the wolf dog's injuries. The square-faced hunter forced a dry laugh. I can't afford to enjoy a divine fart. If I smell it too much, I might ascend tonight. The two wolf dogs whimpered in Chang Nan's embrace, their dark eyes still showing a hint of panic. Having nearly been carried off by the two giant weasels, they had experienced a rather unique canine life. Chang Nan checked the wolf dog's injuries repeatedly and finally felt relieved. They had only been bitten on the back of the neck with some blood loss. After a while they would recover. Changzi, how are they? The tall Wu Hangao rushed over with a few others. Seeing that the other weasels had already retreated and knowing that the flashbang had been used here, they hurried over to assess the situation. Chang Nan stroked the wolf dog's head, stood up, and recounted the incident with the giant weasels. Except for a few who had witnessed it firsthand, others were left bewildered. Weasels can use diversionary tactics. The weasels carried off the wolf dogs. Weasels as big as calves. Is this a story from Strange Stories from a Chinese studio? The others looked at Chang Nan with skeptical eyes. Sighing deeply, if Chang Nan hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have dared to believe it. Changzi, are you saying that the weasels are organized in their attempts to eat chickens? They follow the orders of the giant weasels, advancing when told to and retreating when told to. Wu Hangao knew that his partner, Changzi, never spoke nonsense, but still found it hard to believe. Having lived for 30 or 40 years, he had indeed never heard of such a thing. Chang Nan nodded seriously. I suspect that it is indeed the case. The small weasels are driven by the giant weasels, which is why they have become so strange, daring to charge at farms. When the giant weasels leave, they immediately retreat. Upon hearing this, a discussion erupted among the crowd. If that's the case, they will probably come again. Is there something in our farm that attracts that Huangdaxian? Or perhaps someone killed the offspring of Huangdaxian, and this is retaliation. Yes, I heard that Huangdaxian has the strongest sense of revenge. What do we do if they come again? I dare not confront Huangdaxian. Chang Nan and Wu Hangao had dark expressions. If they were still in the army, they would definitely teach a lesson to those calling Huangdaxian. Since the establishment of the new era, it had been a long time since they had heard such a term as great deity. Just when everyone was unsure of what to do, Chang Kun stepped forward. "I'll go look for the lair of the weasels. If I can find it, I'll take it down tomorrow." Who is this young man daring to take down the lair of the great deity? He's not from the farm. He must have been sent down from above. We've searched for so many days without finding the lair, and he just comes and boasts. The people in the farm were skeptical. If the weasel's lair were easy to find, they wouldn't have been delayed for so many days. Chang Jin then walked over to Chang Kun. "I'll go with you. Is anyone else joining?" Having seen Chang Kun's abilities, he knew Chang Kun could detect weasels from afar, giving him some confidence in finding the weasel's lair. If they could find the lair, it would be easy to resolve. Whether it be smoke or fire, if all else fails, they could shell it flat. A tiny weasel thinks it can overturn the heavens. This is the world of the new era. "All right, brother Chang, just you and me will do. We'll go and return quickly regardless of whether it is Huang Dashin tomorrow. We'll make it into a yellow skin." "Haha, well said. Brother, let's go." Others were either carrying 2 wolfhounds back to the farm to tend to their wounds, cleaning the battlefield, or hurrying back to the farm to check if the wire traps had caught any weasels. Before long, the results of the night's hunt were tallied. A total of 26 weasels had been killed and 33 chicks had been bitten to death by the weasels. These weasels were utterly ruthless, killing the chicks without even consuming the meat or drinking the blood, making one wish to punish their corpses. However, there was no need for that. They would inevitably be skinned and dismembered later. The pelts of weasels were valuable. Made into fur coats, they were both beautiful and warm and in high demand for foreign exchange. With so many weasels killed, the achievements of the night were significant. Yet the news of the appearance of the legendary yellow divine beast weighed heavily on everyone's hearts at the farm. They could only hope that Chang Kun and his companion could indeed find the weasel's lair, whether to drive them away or capture them, as long as the farm was spared from further disturbances. Meanwhile, Chang Kun sensed the retreating weasel's tracks, chasing them eastward and then northward, following their trail. Chang Jin then kept a strong pace behind him, his long spear already equipped with a bayonet, vigilant and ready. Everything that happened tonight was far beyond his expectations. He had thought this minor task could be easily accomplished, but unexpectedly, he almost suffered a setback, first being deceived by the weasel's distraction. Later, his beloved wolfhound was nearly snatched away by a weasel. The image of that weasel standing upright and rubbing its eyes was still deeply etched in his mind, reminding him of the tales his grandmother used to tell him as a child. No more thinking. "I am a materialistic person of the new era." Chang Jin then shook his head vigorously, interrupting his scattered thoughts. Seeing Chang Kun proceed without hesitation towards the northeast, Chang Jin Nan's thoughts grew complicated. At first, he thought Chang Kun was just a privileged child of a bureaucrat, but after hearing that Chang Kun had entered the research institute through hunting, he began to see him in a new light. It was only later at night that he witnessed Chang Kun's skills. If it weren't for his reminder, he would have certainly fallen into a trap and redirected personnel to the northwest, leaving the east and south completely unguarded, allowing the weasels to enter freely. At that point, he would have become the culprit. And later, it was Chang Kun who first discovered that the wolfhound had been taken, leading the pursuit that allowed him to use a flashbang to rescue the dog. This favor he would certainly find a way to repay. If Chang Kun could indeed find the weasel's lair, he and Old Wu would forfeit their credit, giving it all to Chang Kun. Moreover, with Chang Kun's hunting skills, it was truly an insult for him to be confined to a small research institute. If there was an opportunity to recommend him to the squad leader, he could come to the unit as a comrade. Just think, they could go to the grasslands together to hunt sheep. How delightful that would be. Just as Chang Jin Nen was lost in thought, Chang Kun slowly came to a stop. He had been trailing the fleeing weasel about 700 or 800 meters behind. This distance was just right. It wouldn't allow the weasel to escape his sensing range, while also preventing the giant weasel from suddenly noticing him, leading to an ambush. At that moment, the giant weasel appeared within his sensing range once again. Within the sensing, the numerous weasels were all stationary, and the retreating weasels had also come to a halt there. This was it. The place where all the weasels had stopped was their lair. These creatures sure could run. No wonder the farm's people could not find this lair at all. It was a full 7 or 8 miles away from the farm. He couldn't understand why these weasels had fixated on the farm, running such a long distance just to eat a chicken. Changgu, the weasels are all lingering about 700 or 800 meters ahead. Should we get closer and take a look? After pondering for a moment, Chang Jin then shook his head. It was difficult to find the lair. If they approached now and startled the weasels, all their efforts would be in vain. He turned around, found a crooked tree, and drew an arrow on the trunk, pointing directly to the weasel lair. "Let's go back, rest while we have a big battle tomorrow." Chang Kun scratched his head, a bit embarrassed. "Changgu, how do we get there? I don't quite remember." They had taken many twists and turns, and with it being dark at night, Chang Kun was starting to lose his way. Chang Jin Nan chuckled a few times, patting his chest. "Chang Lao-Di, have you forgotten what I do? We come from the military. Recognizing directions and finding places is basic." They had followed Chang Kun on the way there, but now it was Chang Kun following Chang Jin back. Meanwhile, the farm had prepared a few rooms for the higher-ups who came to assist. Inside the room, Guizi Lian and Dama Lian were arguing. Why hasn't Chang Kun and the others returned? They wouldn't have been taken by the yellow divine beast, would they? Dama Lian's eyes darted around, his voice low. What yellow divine beast? It's just a couple of big yellow weasels. I could stab a few holes in them. How could Chang Kun and those two guys possibly have any trouble? Guizi Lian spoke as if snoring, making a thunderous sound. Keep your voice down, keep your voice down. Dama Lian jumped up, walked to the door, and seeing there was no one outside, finally relaxed. In the farm manager's office, Tian Guoguang was smoking one cigarette after another, feeling a bit worried as Chang Kun and his companion had been gone for quite a while. If something really happened, it would be serious. Remembering their solemn assurance about the yellow divine beast, Tian Guoguang sighed, wondering why his farm was so unfortunate to attract the attention of the yellow divine beast. In a few days, the chicks in the farm would be completely ravaged by the weasels, and he as the farm manager would be finished, possibly even ending up in prison. Sigh. Just as Tian Guoguang was anxiously lost in thought, Chang Kun and his companion returned to the farm, arriving at Tian Guogang's office. You're back. With a loud crash, Tian Guoguang jumped up, the chair beneath him tipping over, but he didn't mind. What's the situation? Did you find the lair? Seeing Chang Kun nod, Tian Guoguang finally felt relieved. Now, as long as they took out the weasel's lair, the farm would be safe. Thinking of this, his dark circles seemed to lighten a bit. Comrades Chang and Chang, have a smoke, have a smoke. Tian Guoguang was a bit excited, having already forgotten that Chang Kun had stated he didn't smoke earlier. What? The weasel's lair is 7 or 8 miles away. Listening to Chang Kun's account, Tian Guoguang was quite surprised. These weasels came to wreak havoc on his farm from such a distance. They were truly wicked. Fortunately, the higher-ups had sent a skilled person like Chang Kun to help you. Otherwise, relying on the people in the farm, they wouldn't have found the weasel's lair no matter how long they searched. With good news, Tian Guoguang was in high spirits, pulling Chang Kun and his companion into a casual conversation while preparing fine liquor to treat them. Knowing they would be going to attack the weasel's lair tomorrow, Chang Kun declined the feast and left the office. Back in the resting room, he lay on the hard bed, feeling uncomfortable no matter how he tried to sleep. After thinking for a long time, he finally understood. At this moment, there was no Kong from the old house beneath him, no parents nagging beside him, and no little sister's noise in his ears. He wondered if his little sisters missed him. Were they crying or making a fuss at home? Thinking of this, a smile unconsciously crept onto Chang Kun's face, and his heart gradually settled. Early the next morning, Tian Guoguang gathered the people on the farm to announce good news. Now I declare some good news. Thanks to Comrade Chang Kun's tireless efforts, we found the weasel's den last night. Put down all your tasks for today, and let's go catch the weasel together. After breakfast, well set off. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd buzzed with discussion. I didn't expect that among the few who came, the strongest is this young man. Look at him, so clean and tidy, he doesn't look like a mountain dweller. Who would have thought he was so capable? That's the legendary Huang Daxian. Do you dare to confront him? What is there to fear? The troops are already here. Whether it's Huang Daxian or even a deity, well, blast him with a couple of shots. Chang Jin heard the last sentence and loudly cheered. Great. Well said. What is there to fear from the yellow weasel? If one shot doesn't work, we'll fire 10. Behind us stands the people's army. The crowd erupted in cheers, their fear of the giant weasel quietly dissipating. After finishing their meal, everyone grabbed their tools and marched towards the weasel's lair. Those left behind at the farm side regretting not being able to seize the opportunity to confront Huang Daxian. After walking for more than half an hour, they arrived at the crooked tree where they had been the previous night. The arrows carved into the crooked tree pointed directly to the weasel's den. At this moment, they were far from the farm, no longer fearing that gunshots would scare the chicks. The group was armed with various weapons, ready for anything. Be it a weasel or even a few black bears, they would meet their demise under the barrage of fire. The only thing on their minds was how to capture the whole pack of weasels without letting a single one escape, especially the two legendary Huang Daxian. If they managed to flee, they might come back for revenge against the farm. Chang Kun silently sensed for a moment and discovered that the weasels were motionless, staying in place. After thinking for a bit, he said to the others, "I'll go to the den to scout the situation and then return to discuss our strategy." He was worried that if everyone rushed in, it would startle the weasels in the den. If the weasels panicked and fled during the day, it would be challenging to capture them again. With his camouflage skills, as long as he didn't get too close, the weasels wouldn't notice him. The group watched as Chang Kun slowly made his way into the woods. "Chang, you are impressive. You can find something in such a remote area." He found it in the dark. With that skill, hunting in the mountains must be a piece of cake. "If I had that skill, I could eat meat every day at home." "Just eating meat. Shouldn't you marry a few wives?" "A few. One is already exhausting me." As envious remarks arose behind them, the conversation gradually drifted off. Chang Kun entered the woods, getting closer to the weasel's lair. Deep in the woods, there was a slope beside a large rocky area filled with cracks. Through his senses, Chang Kun found that all the weasels were hiding in the openings of the cracks. After counting, he noted there were 14 cracks. This was a bit troublesome. Chang Kun stroked his chin, pondering that in order to smoke them out, he needed to block most of the holes. However, that could easily alert the weasels. With the two legendary Huang Daxian directing them, the startled weasels might escape in advance. After thinking for a while, and not coming up with a good plan, Chang Kun slowly exited the woods. He explained the layout of the weasel's den to the others, and was about to ask if there were any good ideas. Dama Lian jumped up, saying, "This is simple. Use iron wire to make a few covers and block the openings of the cracks. The weasels won't be able to escape." This method was not bad, and everyone nodded in agreement. Many who came to catch the weasels brought iron wire along. Dama Lian, who had been setting traps for years, was skilled and quickly crafted an iron wire cover. Chang Kun took a look and confirmed that such covers would indeed work. If two people pressed it against the crack opening, the weasels wouldn't be able to escape. Next, he drew the sizes and approximate locations of the 14 cracks in the den on the ground with a stick. 8 of the smaller openings could be blocked immediately by cutting a few branches. For the remaining 6 larger cracks, they would make 6 iron wire covers. Soon the 6 iron wire covers were ready, with 2 strong men assigned to each cover, while the weaker individuals carried some branches to prepare for blocking the smaller cracks. Chang Kun and Chang Jin, then along with others, would serve as the supporting troops ready to intervene if anything happened. Everything was set. The group quickly divided into teams and rushed towards the weasel's lair. The iron wire cover suddenly sealed the crack openings, and the smaller openings were blocked by branches. Everything proceeded very smoothly. Through his senses, Chang Kun felt that one weasel after another was rushing towards one of the larger cracks. Indeed, the two legendary Huang Daxian were highly intelligent, and sensed that something was amiss outside. They wouldn't just sit idly by. Over there. Chang Kun pointed to the crack from which the weasels were about to emerge. The two people waiting for assistance immediately ran to the entrance and secured the iron wire net tightly. Squeak, squeak. One weasel rushed to the entrance, only to be blocked by the iron wire net, squeaking in distress. This method works well. Not a single weasel can escape. He, of course. In our area, we catch rabbits in the mountains like this too, Dama Lian said proudly with a smile. Everyone sighed in relief as they saw the weasels trapped under the iron wire net. At this moment, over there, send for people. Chang Kun sensed that the 2 giant weasels were charging towards a crack at high speed. These 2 giant weasels were attempting to play a trick of diversion. First, they sent the smaller weasels to assault one entrance while they planned to charge at another entrance when everyone's attention was drawn away. Following Chang Kun's command, 4 people quickly positioned themselves, firmly pressing the iron wire net in place and tying its corners to nearby protruding rocks. Just as they were getting ready, they suddenly felt a tremendous force. Bang! One giant weasel crashed into the iron wire net. The net deformed upon impact, and the weasel was left disoriented, collapsing at the entrance. Following closely behind, another giant weasel charged at the iron wire net, and with a loud crash it broke through. The giant weasel escaped. Wow! The crowd was in an uproar. Even though they had heard Chang Kun and others describe the giant weasel's appearance the night before, they were still greatly shocked. Such a large weasel, they had never seen one before, nor had they even heard of it in tales. No wonder it could drag away 2 large dogs last night. It truly was a spirit in form. The giant weasel broke through the iron wire net and landed on the ground. Just as it was about to rush out, it turned back to glance at its fallen companion, emitting a sorrowful chirp as it mourned. Unexpectedly, it slowly retreated to the entrance, lowered its head gently, and began to lick its companion's head, its eyes showing a look of sadness. Silence. The scene suddenly became extremely quiet. In this moment, the behavior of the 2 weasels displayed more humanity than the crowd. Everyone fell silent. As the big yellow weasel licked another weasel, slowly opened its eyes. Chirp, 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 chirp. The sound was urgent, seemingly urging its companion to escape quickly. Chang Kun and the others put down their long guns and short cannons, quietly watching this scene. Finally, encouraged by its companions, the other weasel wobbly stood up. Using its head to support its companion's body, the weasel walked step by step forward. Chang Kun sighed inwardly. Even if you resemble a human, you are still not human. Having harmed so many chicks, you deserve today's calamity. To spare your lives is already considered good fortune. Chang Jingnan chuckled and tossed the long gun to Wu Henggao. Come, come, come. If you can pass my test, I'll let you 2 go. He provocatively extended his hand towards the 2 weasels. You almost killed my pets He and Xiaohe last night. Today, giving you a chance is very merciful. Wu Henggao laughed behind him, cursing. You, the first in the military for wrestling, come here to bully 2 animals. The giant weasel, seemed to understand, licking its companion's body and turning to look at Chang Jing-nan. You really can understand. Chang Jing-nan beckoned with his finger comb. The weasel let out a horrible shriek and pounced forward at high speed. Watch my slide tackle. Before Chang Jing-nan's words fell, he crouched down and slipped beneath the weasel. Then with a roll, he mounted the weasel and pinned down its head. Ha, doesn't it look like Wu Song fighting the tiger? Chang Jing-nan was extremely excited, riding on the weasel's back, raising his fist as if to strike. The weasel merely lay on the ground, offering no resistance. Observant eyes could tell that it had no intention of resisting at all. Perhaps it knew its companion could not escape and did not want to flee alone. Tisk, this is boring. Chang Jing-nan, disappointed, got off the weasel and kicked it. You beast, don't act pitiful. You have harmed so many chicks that would be polite not to kill you. The others from the farm also reacted, realizing that although this weasel looked humane, it had never shown mercy in harming their chicks. If it weren't for the fact that these two giant weasels were rare, they would have skinned and dismembered them by now. A few days ago, they had been disturbed by the weasels every night, unable to sleep while watching their chicks being killed. Now with the two giant yellow weasels captured, it felt surreal, like a dream. The young man named Chang Kun beside him truly had skills. It was thanks to Chang Kun that they took down the lair of the weasels. The two giant weasels were bound tightly and carried back to the farm by the two men. The other descendants of the weasels did not receive such treatment. They were dragged out one by one and killed, waiting to be skinned for fur. The task of dealing with the weasels was thus completed. Chang Kun and the others returned to the farm first. Farm Director Tian, how should we deal with these two big weasels? Damalian asked. He worked at the zoo, and if he could bring these two weasels back, it would be a significant achievement. Chang Kun exchanged a smile with Chang Jing-nan. Such a rare creature that comes once in 100 years, who would want to let it go so easily? Just think about the current parties involved: Chang Kun's Animal Research Institute, Chang Jing-nan's military unit, Tian Guoguang's farm, Damalian's zoo, and Guazi Lian's forestry bureau. As long as these departments learned about such two rare weasels, they would all want to get their hands on them. But that was not Chang Kun and their concern. They'll let the higher-ups worry about it. Back at the farm, Tian Guoguang found two big cages and locked the weasels inside, still mumbling. You two have killed so many chicks, causing unrest in the farm, and you can still live. You really are lucky. With the weasel menace gone, Tian Guoguang was in a great mood and instructed the farm cafeteria to prepare a big pot of iron pot stewed goose to reward Chang Kun and the others. It was unclear whether the cafeteria chef was from the northeast, but the iron pot stewed goose was so delicious that they could not stop eating. The one pot was simply not enough. Chang Kun, Chang Jing, Nan Wu Heng Gao, Guazi Lian, and Dama Lian, together with farm director Tian Guoguang, 6 people, in total consumed 2 pots of goose and an additional pot of pancakes. After the meal, everyone was stuffed. The task was complete, and it was time to return to the city. Tian Guoguang was glowing with joy, grabbing Chang Kun's hand. Chang, my brother, we owe you this time. In the future, come visit when you have time and see how I will treat you. Saying this, he handed 2 bulging sacks to Chang Kun. Before Chang Kun could refuse, he leaned close to Chang Kun's ear and said, "Brother, this is the farm's goodwill. Oh, everyone gets it. Yours is just a bit more." Chang Kun took the 2 sacks and smiled. Since it was the farm's goodwill, he would not be polite. "Let's go, brother." Chang Jing-nan drove over in a jeep, waving to Chang Kun. He was driving the military vehicle back and offered to take Chang Kun back to the city on the way. After bidding farewell to everyone on the way back to the city, Chang Jing-nan spoke up. "Chang, my brother, do you have any thoughts about joining us in the military? We can go hunting together." Chang Kun was a bit surprised and turned to look at Chang Jing-nan. "I see you have skills in hunting. I and old Wu are in the military now, specifically hunting yellow sheep. If you come, you will definitely find it interesting." Chang Kun thought for a moment, but still declined. He had not settled down in the city yet, and his parents and younger sister's family had not secured housing, so it was impossible